Chapter 1. I told you to cultivate, not to surpass. In the world of Dragon Ball, the year is 755 of the Age of the Dragon. The setting is the realm of destruction of the fourth universe. Damn it, I am about to unleash my true power. A furious roar echoed as a yellow figure appeared in midair. The one who was raging was a mouse with yellow skin, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, gasping slightly as he glared at the person opposite him. This mouse is no ordinary being, he is Kakarot, the god of destruction of the fourth universe. Hee. Lord Kakarot, you have already said that 3 times. Responding was a middle-aged man with blue skin and white curly hair, standing firmly on the ground. Around his neck hung a large blue halo, and in his hand he wielded a scepter radiating a sacred light. This gentleman is Kakarot, the angel of the fourth universe. TCH, silence. I'm not speaking to you. Quitela's expression darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. The young boy across from him, who had yet to speak, curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile, gazing at Kakarot with amusement. His name is Lin Chi, a time traveler. When Lin Chi first arrived in this world, he was bewildered as he touched his tail, a child once more. Yet, in a mere 3 minutes, Lin Chi accepted his new reality with composure. Though he lacked the systems typical of a time traveler, Lin Chi remained unfazed. As long as he possessed the bloodline of a Saiyan, he could carve out his own destiny. Subsequently, while drifting through the cosmos, Lin Chi encountered Kakarot, who had sneaked into the 7th universe for some amusement. Due to his extraordinary talent, Kakarot was eager to persuade. Thus Lin Chi became the candidate for the god of destruction of the 4th universe. Remarkably, it has been 20 years since Kakarot discovered Lin Chi and brought him to the realm of destruction. Lord Kakarot, I'm about to get serious. Lin Chi retracted his smile, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. Huh! With Lin Chi's roar, his long black hair transformed into silver. The crimson fur covering his upper body also shifted to silver, while his golden eyes adorned with purple irises crackled with electricity. When did you acquire a new transformation? Kakarot gazed at Lin Chi's transformation, his eyes widening in shock. This is Super Saiyan 5. Lin Chi's lips curled into a smile as he clenched his fists and bellowed, Lord Kakarot, I am coming. In the next instant, Lin Chi abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was right before Kakarot, delivering a swift punch that caught Kakarot off guard. Ugh! Kakarot was struck in the face, groaning in pain as he plummeted from the air. Just a few inches from the ground, Kakarot steadied himself and charged back at Lin Chi to exchange blows. Bang! The force of their punches created a powerful shockwave, causing the surrounding air to explode and form swirling gusts of wind. Lin Chi showed no restraint before his first punch could retract. His other fist was already aimed at Quitela's cheek. This punch was delivered with such speed and force that Kakarot could hardly react. With Lin Chi's final kick, Kakarot was sent flying once again, crashing into the earth and leaving a web of cracks in his wake. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, the ground was engulfed in thick smoke, debris scattering in all directions. The victor has been determined. Lin Chi wins. Kakarot gently tapped his scepter on the ground, restoring it to its original state. As the smoke cleared, Kakarot, looking disheveled and covered in dirt, clenched his fists and roared, Lin Chi, you rascal. I told you to train diligently, not to surpass me. How dare you strike a god of destruction? I shall obliterate you. Kakarot shouted in frustration. Hith. Lord Kakarot, how can you play dirty? You were the one who proposed a serious fight with Lin Chi. Kakarot interjected, mocking Quitela's inconsistency. Kakarot, Lord Kakarot was merely jesting with us. Lin Chi, now on the ground, smiled and extended his hand towards Kakarot. Kakarot snorted disdainfully, ignoring Lin Chi's outstretched hand as he rose, brushing off the debris from his form, and stated with gravity, Kid, today is the day we challenge the 7th universe. Are you prepared? Rest assured about your candidate. Lin Chi replied with a confident smile and excited eyes. Kakarot gracefully chimed in, Lord Kakarot, fret not. Lin Chi's current strength surpasses yours. Sigh. Kakarot shot a glare at Kakarot, letting out a resigned sigh, This is utterly preposterous. I cannot even defeat a candidate in my official capacity. Konnik chuckled, gesturing for the two to place their hands on his shoulders. Let us hasten our departure. It is time for Beerus to face some challenges. Quitela quickly composed himself, raising his hand in excitement. Lin Chi, let us set forth. You must teach that bald cat a lesson. Understood, Lord Quitela, Lin Chi replied, smiling as he placed his hand on Quitela's shoulder. Whoosh! The three figures swiftly vanished from the scene, heading towards the seventh universe. Meanwhile, in the divine realm of the seventh universe, by the riverside stood a figure remarkably similar in attire to Konnik, holding a scepter of his own. Seemingly sensing the movement behind him, he turned, revealing a visage even younger and more handsome than Konnik's, adorned with a refined smile. He is Whis, the angel of the seventh universe. Long time no see, Konnik. Lord Quitela. Whis nodded at Konnik and Quitela. Hi. Lin Chi also peeked from behind Konnik, waving to Whis. A Saiyan? Whis instantly noticed the tail at Lin Chi's waist, casting a puzzled glance at Konnik. Before Konnik could respond, Quitela, arms akimbo, scanned the surroundings and inquired, Where's that hairless cat? Where is he? Lord Beerus has been in slumber for 15 years, and he may not awaken for a while. Whis replied with a gentle smile. But soon. Hey, I wondered why I was catching a whiff of something unpleasant. A purple, hairless cat with a long tail yawned lazily as it floated out from a massive stone dwelling. It was Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Is that you, the incessant mouse, Quitela? What brings you here? Beerus scoffed, glancing at Quitela and his companions. Humph, you wretched bald cat. The moment Quitela laid eyes on Beerus, his teeth clenched as if encountering a long-time rival. Who are you calling a bald cat? You, the incessant old mouse. Beerus was already standing before Quitela in an instant. The two gods of destruction locked eyes in fury, and it didn't take long for an argument to ensue. Lord Beerus, what brings you out of your slumber? Whis maintained his calm demeanor, though his smile appeared somewhat strained. Oomph. Quitela, hands on hips, directed his gaze at Beerus, explaining his purpose. Let us fight, Beerus. Do you remember our previous wager? You have lost to me once. This will be your second defeat. Are you certain you want to challenge me? Do you think you can defeat me? Beerus retorted with an air of arrogance, disdain written all over his face. Moreover, that was an arm wrestling match, not a fight. What do you mean by losing a second time? I am aware this time it will be a proper fight. To ensure your conviction, I shall send forth my candidate, Lin Chi. Quitela declared, patting Lin Chi's shoulder. This is my utmost pride. Chapter 2. From Super 5 to Super 6, Lin Chi takes the stage. You insolent old mouse. Are you here to amuse me? Beerus' gaze was filled with mockery and derision. The Saiyans exist only in the 6th and 7th universes, and the Saiyans with tails can only be found in the 7th universe. Therefore, he is a Saiyan from the 7th universe. Beerus continued, placing his hands behind his back, his tone growing increasingly irate. How could there be a loose end remaining? Whis, you better investigate this thoroughly for me. What on earth is happening? Oh, Whis responded nonchalantly, scrolling through a magical orb, soon casting a sympathetic glance at Beerus. Lord Beerus, this Saiyan was deceived from our universe by Lord Quitela. Beerus' expression darkened further, veins bulging on his forehead. Oh dear, poor Lord Beerus. Always someone is coveting things from your universe. For instance, the Super Dragon Balls discovered by Lord Compa last time. Faced with whiz-snide remarks, Beerus clenched his feline fist in frustration. Damn it. Compa didn't borrow them, he stole them. Stole. Stealing my universe's people and then brazenly challenging me to a fight. Beerus glared at Lin Chi, who remained silent behind Quitela. The young man appeared youthful, yet the overwhelming force enveloping him was unmistakable. Infuriating. It was as if he had snatched a rare gem from the clutches of fate. Fury surged within him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Ha! Quitela showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he retorted with confidence. I unearthed this candidate for the god of destruction through my own prowess. So why should it be considered yours simply because it belongs to your universe? TCH. Beerus cast a scornful glance at Lin Chi. Then I choose. Wait, I have no candidates. Lord Beerus, you do have a proxy, was kindly reminded him. TSK, that fellow Frisia is probably no match for this one. Beerus' expression darkened as he regarded Lin Shi with disdain. Do you wish to spar with me? Lin Shi met Beerus' gaze, his eyes crackling with electric intensity, ablaze with fiery determination. By all means, Lin Shi bellowed, transforming into his Super Saiyan 5 state. His silver hair swayed, his entire being enveloped in the same hue, exuding an aura of majesty and charisma that momentarily stunned Beerus. The transformation of a Saiyan? Ultra instinct? No, that's not it, Whis exclaimed, shocked, only to quickly shake his head in denial. Huh, this is called Super 5. Quitela's grinned widely, the most powerful existence. Indeed, Konik chimed in nonchalantly, even more formidable than Lord Quitela's. What did you say? Beerus squinted, seeking to ascertain the truth behind Konik's words. Hey, if he's powerful, what does that have to do with me? Quitela felt both proud and deeply embarrassed. Is that so? Gazing at Lin Shi before him, Beerus cursed. Which universe do you hail from, brat? How dare he trespass into another universe? Could it be that he was aware of his own actions? It matters not which universe I belong to, I merely aspire to tread the path of the strongest. Lin Shi's expression remained calm, yet his eyes burned with a frenzied, fighting spirit. Beerus, do you wish to battle me? You arrogant little brat. Beerus' countenance grew increasingly grim as he swung his fist toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi's gaze was solemn, but before he could prepare himself, Beerus suddenly vanished from his sight. No, that was incorrect. Beerus' speed was simply too swift, having already positioned himself behind Lin Shi. Before Lin Shi could turn around, Beerus struck out his claws toward Lin Shi's head. Though Lin Shi had long been on guard, he could not match Beerus' velocity, his cheek receiving a heavy blow. Bang! Immediately, Lin Shi retaliated, but his punches and kicks were mostly futile as Beerus' speed was overwhelming. He was far beyond the level of a god of destruction like Quitela's, able to be defeated merely in Super 5 form. Truly, he was the most powerful god of destruction in the 12 universes, incomparable. Hey, Lin Shi, what's wrong with you? Put in some effort. Seeing Lin Shi being overwhelmed, Quitela's grew anxious. Your strength should not be so meager. Beerus is significantly stronger than I am. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Shi propped himself up with his hands on the grass, his form continuously retreating, carving a deep trench along the ground, revealing the brown soil beneath. Having dispelled the inertia, Lin Shi stood upright, crossing his arms before his chest, and bellowed. Huh. Flames of energy erupted. A wave of power swept through, causing the surrounding debris to tremble. Since my full strength in Super 5 form is insufficient, then, you all are truly fortunate. This candidate you found is indeed not to be underestimated, and my energy continues to rise. Whis noted, sensing Beerus was getting serious, genuinely surprised. Konik nodded in agreement, indeed. So Lord Quitela's luck has been entirely spent on Lin Shi. In other respects, he has been rather unfortunate. Ultra instinct. With Lin Shi's next roar, his aura became even more resplendent, even radiant colors appearing around the flames of energy. Oh, it appears to be shining silver. Beerus squinted, the mockery on his face slowly fading. Konik, do you think Lin Shi can defeat Beerus? Quitela asked nervously, clenching his fists. Why not just watch and see? Konik replied with a faint smile, finding no sense in speculating on the outcome. Allow me to show you. My newly attained form. Lin Shi's expression grew increasingly serious. His entire being surged with power, an invisible, immense pressure rising skyward, shaking the very realm of the gods. The whirlwind uprooted trees from the ground, and a fierce wave of pressure surged toward the three by the riverbank, causing their garments to flutter violently. Another transformation, Beerus observed, allowing Lin Shi to unleash his full combat potential. At the heart of the energy storm, Lin Shi floated, the explosive surge of power clearing away all surrounding dust. Even the debris defied gravity, hovering in midair. At this moment, he was enveloped in a resplendent tapestry of radiant hues, his silvery hair transforming into a vivid orange, mirroring the vibrant change of his once silver fur. Ah, Lin Shi continued to unleash the formidable power of the Ultra 6 transformation. Thus, the Ultra 6 form has arrived with Lin Shi. What an unexpected turn of events. Is this also a transformation of the Saiyans? Whis chuckled, covering his mouth with his hand, though his eyes shimmered with astonishment. No wonder Lord Beerus would. The earth trembled as Lin Shi's body radiated a blinding light. When the brilliance reached its zenith, it coalesced into a pillar of light soaring into the heavens. The terrifying force erupted in an instant, an infinite pressure radiating in all directions. Chapter 3. The Pinnacle Duel of Gods and Men. Even the closest to him, Beerus, could not escape the influence of this astonishing energy. Watching the kaleidoscopic glow emanating from Lin Shi, Quitela appeared momentarily dazed, a surge of indescribable sensation flooding his heart. It felt as if he were torn between pride and panic, tinged with a hint of delight. So then, Beerus, it is time for you to unleash your full strength. Lin Shi's expression grew increasingly serene and divine, akin to a deity descending upon the mortal realm. Beerus's eyes sparkled with disbelief upon hearing such solemn words. Yet he quickly donned a smile. It seems you are indeed a remarkably gifted child. Beerus's face lit up with excitement, distorted by sheer exhilaration. The long-lost fervor ignited within him, a joy born from encountering a worthy opponent. Beerus was nearly overwhelmed by his own enthusiasm. Whis, with a refreshing smile, covered his mouth with his hand. Chuckling, Lord Beerus remains ever the playful spirit. Lin Shi and Beerus faced each other from a distance. And in the next moment, both revealed bloodthirsty smiles as they charged at one another. The Destroyer's fist was unstoppable. A pale, purple aura ignited around Beerus, suddenly unleashing a powerful force that enveloped his claws. Hurling towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi grinned, excitement coursing through him. As he crossed his arms to deflect Beerus's punch, in the blink of an eye, the two were entangled in a fierce battle, moving at a speed that rendered their forms nearly imperceptible. In Universe 6, the realm of the Destroyers, Kampa leisurely sipped a drink, while Beerus's attendant, Vados, stood beside him with an exasperated expression. Lord Kampa, you are too portly. You should really cut back on high-calorie beverages. Just as Kampa was about to respond, the ground quaked slightly, causing him to spill his drink in shock. Is that the power of Beerus? It's even affecting my Universe 6. Kampa hastily discarded his drink and leaped to his feet. Vados, let us hurry to witness the spectacle. To face off against that guy, it must be an extraordinary god. In Universe 7, the Kaishin realm, Kaishin Shin awkwardly scratched his head as he gazed at Whis within the crystal ball. Mr. Whis, greetings. I apologize for intruding, but the entire universe seems to be trembling. Could you enlighten me on what is occurring? Whis regarded the image of Kaishin Shin with a gentle smile. Mr. Shin, what is transpiring now is a contest between gods and mortals. As Whis spoke, he lightly tapped his staff, allowing Kaishin Shin to witness the cause of the cosmic tremors. A howling tempest swept across the divine realm, causing the surrounding planets to tremble. Impossible! Is there truly a human of such incredible strength? As he beheld the scenes within the crystal ball, Kaishin Shin's eyes widened to their limits, nearly popping from their sockets. That is a Saiyan thought to be extinct. Lord Beerus, you are formidable. Lin Shi sensed Beerus's power continuing to rise. Lin Shi extended his hand to unleash an energy blast. Beerus merely tilted his head slightly to evade. Of course, my strength is beyond your comprehension. Beerus grinned confidently as he spoke. The energy blast sped past him, obliterating a nearby planet to fragments. Boom! The shattered remnants of the planet scattered, while Lin Shi and Beerus engaged in yet another round of combat. Lin Shi's Kamehameha shimmered brilliantly, while Beerus's purple destructive energy erupted. Their forms flickered, each strike and kick a blur of motion. Super Kamehameha! Lin Shi shouted, his hands positioned at his waist as he unleashed the energy with a roar. Beerus, unfazed, countered with his destructive energy, neutralizing Lin Shi's Kamehameha. It has been millennia since I felt such exhilaration. Beerus grew increasingly animated, his speed accelerating as he attacked. The melee and the sporadic bursts of energy resembled a dazzling display of fireworks. Suddenly, Vados and Kampa appeared beside Whis. "What is happening?" Kampa exclaimed, wide-eyed. He had sensed the universe's tremors earlier, but the divine realm now quaked even more violently, accompanied by intermittent sonic booms. "Damn it, this is like a barrage of explosions. I can barely keep track of Beerus's battle." Kampa fumed, visibly displeased. Vados and Whis ignored Kampa, their expressions solemn as they focused on the clash between Lin Chi and Beerus. No, this was no mere sparring match. It was a peak battle. Haha. Truly a worthy successor I have cultivated. Quitela beamed with pride, nearly losing his composure. Ahem, Lord Quitela, do mind your image. Conic awkwardly covered his eyes, nearly driven to madness by laughter. Humph, they're drifting further away. Kampa scoffed, his gaze fixed on the receding black figures above. Let us pursue them. Realizing that the two combatants were moving farther away, Quitela reacted and shouted to Conic. From the divine realm, Lin Chi and Beerus's battle had already moved into the starry expanse. By the time the onlookers arrived, the surrounding starfield had been ravaged by their conflict, utterly transformed. Any planet they passed was obliterated, leaving only floating remnants. Within the starfield, a few planets still emitted faint life signals, which made Lin Chi feel somewhat restrained. Destruction. A flicker of fury ignited in Beerus's eyes as he once again released an overwhelming energy that was suffocating. You, Lin Chi, observing Beerus' blatant disregard for the lives on the planets, felt a sense of helplessness. Ha! I sent this my very duty. Sensing Lin Chi's concerns, Beerus grinned, his sharp fangs gleaming ominously. Without a moment to contemplate, Lin Chi rapidly unleashed destructive energy to dissolve the energy sphere launched by Beerus. However, this maneuver shifted the tide of battle, and Lin Chi found himself at a disadvantage as he sensed the powerful aura emanating from his opponent. Whis and Vados exchanged complex glances, while Kampa watched with palpable envy. The fierce battle continued unabated. If this persists, the universe will collapse. Vados' peripheral vision darted toward Whis and Conic, who remained unfazed. Whis nodded in agreement. Then let us send them to the void. But before he could act, Beerus and Lin Chi unleashed their potent energy spheres simultaneously. The collision of the two energy spheres caused a distortion that ripped through the surrounding space. Boom, boom, boom. Not good. Their power is too immense. Temporal distortions are occurring, Conic shouted, leaping forward to intervene. However, no matter how swift Conic was, he could not outrun the gravitational pull of the time distortion, and Lin Chi was abruptly sucked into it. Lord Beerus, Whis was also flustered. Chapter 4. Twisted space-time, devoid of destroyers and angels. In an instant, he unleashed the full extent of his angelic powers, hurtling towards Beerus, barely managing to restrain him As this scene unfolded, Quitela's eyes widened with fury, his gaze fixed upon everything before him. Rendered speechless, it was too swift. Conic lacked the strength of Whis. His substitute was lost. Damn hairless cat, you owe me my substitute. Just as Beerus's heart settled, a cold sweat trickled down his back. Had it not been for Whis' formidable power, he too would have been drawn into Lin Chi's distorted realm. Your substitute was stolen by our universe. What do you have to say for yourself? My substitute, Lin Chi. Tears brimmed in Quitela's eyes. That was the substitute he had painstakingly cultivated for 20 long years. Just like that, gone. If you wish to cry, return to your universe and weep. Beerus, accepting Whis' treatment, turned his head aside, preferring not to see. The fellow's strength is not beneath mine. He won't die so easily. Quitela sniffled, gazing tearfully at Conic. Is that truly the case? Will Lin Chi return? Conic hesitated to make any guarantees, only offering a vague response. Perhaps, after all, Lord Quitela, you have treated him with such kindness. He will surely find a way back. Conic himself found this assertion rather absurd. With so many dimensions, the likelihood of returning to this specific time and place was indeed minuscule. Beep, beep, beep. The incessant honking of cars irritated Lin Chi, prompting him to open his eyes, revealing a cerulean sky. Then, a somewhat familiar face appeared above him, with long, turquoise hair and a vibrant red top paired with a short skirt. Are you all right? You suddenly fell in front of my car. Luckily, My driving skills are quite decent." The girl flashed a charming smile, inquiring with concern that I'm fine. Lin Shi responded nonchalantly, rising to survey his surroundings, realizing he stood in the bustling streets of a town. He had been sucked into a distorted black hole. "So where is this?" Lin Shi turned to the girl, confusion etched on his face. This moment, a steady stream of hurried pedestrians flowed along the street. "West City," the girl remarked, scrutinizing Lin Shi once more. "Are you truly unhurt? Did you hit your head?" "I'm fine." Lin Shi gently shook his head. "All right, if anything arises, feel free to call me." "I'm Bra," the girl stated, handing Lin Shi a business card. Lin Shi took the card, watching as Bra hopped into her sports car and drove away, still somewhat dazed. "West City, is it? Has Bra grown so much? Perhaps I should inquire with Beerus about the current year." Lin Shi casually tucked the card into his pocket and began to sense the divine aura, only for confusion to swiftly cloud his features. "Strange. I cannot perceive Weiss or Beerus's presence. The Supreme Kai is still here." With a swish, Lin Shi's form vanished from his spot. Yes, he possessed the kind of instantaneous movement that the Supreme Kai wielded. In addition to the Supreme Kai's instantaneous movement, Lin Shi also mastered the Angel's Ultra Instinct in its perfected form. Moreover, he had acquired the Destroyer's destructive techniques. Quitela had indeed treated him exceptionally well, as Lin Shi appeared in the Supreme Kai realm. He immediately spotted an elderly and a youthful figure seated together, gazing at a crystal ball. The youth donned peculiar attire, with pale purple skin, pointed elfin ears, and a cascade of white hair cascading down his back, adorned with patera earrings. Jebbit. Lin Shi found himself momentarily taken aback. The other figure wore similar attire but bore a weathered visage, his head bald save for a tuft of hair. He was the elder Supreme Kai. "Oh, who are you?" Upon hearing Lin Shi's voice, Jebbit stared in astonishment. The Fourth Universe's destroyer candidate, Saiyan Lin Shi. Lin Shi introduced himself. Though these two Supreme Kais were rather weak, they were still deities, deserving of some respect. Moreover, he had inquiries to make of these two destroyer candidate. "What is that?" Jebbit asked, a look of confusion adorning his face as he turned to the Elder Supreme Kai. "Ancestor, do you know of this?" The Elder Supreme Kai seemed to understand more. He initially displayed surprise, but his expression quickly shifted to a smile that "I am the Supreme Kai of this universe." The Elder Supreme Kai stood, bowing respectfully to Lin Shi, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. His gaze then shifted to Jebbit, scolding, "You better show proper respect. He is also a deity," but Jebbit tilted his head, extending a finger towards Lin Shi. "He is a human, just like Goku and the others." "Silence!" The Elder Supreme Kai swiftly delivered a sharp rap to Jebbit's head, admonishing, "Your attitude could easily offend a god. You young rascal have quite the nerve. If you provoke this fellow, you might find yourself pinned to the ground and rubbed about. After all, even gods can perish." Hearing this, Jebbit silently withdrew his finger and placed his hands behind his back, adopting a more reserved stance that hello. "Hey." Lin Shi displayed little reaction, but the Elder Supreme Kai was quite animated. "You scoundrel, be quiet." The Elder Supreme Kai delivered another sharp rap to Jebbit's head. "Hey, I apologize for the embarrassment, esteemed destroyer. This Supreme Kai is somewhat eccentric. I hope you won't take offense." The Elder Supreme Kai rubbed his hands together nervously. Lin Shi paid little mind to the antics of these two jesters. He fixed his gaze upon the Elder Supreme Kai, solemnly inquiring, "Where are Beerus and Weiss? This universe, aside from you two, I cannot sense the presence of any other gods. There are no angels. I cannot even perceive other universes. What is going on?" Cold sweat trickled down the Elder Supreme Kai's cheek as he struggled to swallow, stammering for quite some time. Speak." Lin Shi frowned, his power surging forth. The overwhelming pressure manifested as a whirlwind, instantly lifting the Elder Supreme Kai into the air. "Ancestor, ancestor," Jebbit exclaimed, his eyes wide, rushing to follow. The Elder Supreme Kai, having been rescued, hung his head low, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is a forgotten time-space." Lin Shi was somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean forgotten? 500,000 years ago, Beerus deemed my power too inadequate, and after a quarrel, he sealed me within the divine sword. The Elder Supreme Kai placed his hands behind his back, his head tilted at a sorrowful angle, his expression steeped in an indescribable, profound grief. Chapter 5. Where is Son Goku? A faint twitch danced at the corner of Lin Chi's mouth. Was it not entirely reasonable for Beerus to seal you? You, an Elder Supreme Kai with paltry strength, wandering about recklessly. Naturally, Beerus would seal you for your own safety. Wouldn't he? And then, Lin Chi observed the Elder Supreme Kai's prolonged silence, prompting him to urge further. The Elder Supreme Kai shook his head slightly, maintaining his mournful demeanor. I do not know. Even Lin Chi, who often regarded himself as detached, felt a vain throb upon his forehead, sensing Lin Chi's displeasure. The Elder Supreme Kai appeared somewhat flustered, wearing an expression that implored belief in his sincerity. Truly, I do not know when. They simply vanished. All of them disappeared. Even our universe has severed ties with the others. It has become an independent universe. Lin Chi found himself momentarily at a loss. What the hell? You lament for so long only to convey such trivialities. He had assumed that the emergence of Black Goku would prompt Beerus and the others to vanish. Instead, after all this commotion, you merely offer this. Have you investigated the cause? Lin Chi's indifference had morphed into disdain. Well, it's not that there hasn't been any investigation, but my strength, that is universally acknowledged. The Elder Supreme Kai's gaze wandered. Universally acknowledged as inadequate. Lin Chi nodded. This old man still possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Jebite, feeling quite helpless, interjected, even if we implore Wukong and the others, we cannot uncover any reason. Lin Chi cast a sidelong glance at the old Kaishin, suspecting that this fellow simply had no desire to investigate at all. Observing Lin Chi's expression, the old Kaishin appeared utterly flustered, swallowing hard. I truly have no idea. This old Kaishin was cunning, yet no matter how Lin Chi pressed or tempted him, he could elicit nothing of value. Even compelling the old Kaishin to utilize divine power could not breach the confines of this universe. Lin Chi himself could not escape, even with instant transmission. He was trapped, according to what you said. The distortion of time and space was caused by the clash of combat energies. Perhaps employing a similar method might allow us to return. The old Kaishin ultimately proposed this rather unremarkable suggestion. Who is the strongest in the universe now? Lin Chi squinted at the old man before him. Jebite eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, I know, it's definitely Wukong from Earth. Thus, before Jebite could finish a sentence, Lin Chi vanished in an instant. Earth West City. Lin Chi, feeling somewhat vexed, gazed at the unfamiliar splendor and the hurried passers-by, a bittersweet sensation stirring within him. Wukong. Is this Baozi Mountain? After inquiring for directions, he arrived at the peak of Baozi Mountain, where he found only Chi-Chi sitting by the window, sighing despondently. Her expression bore the sorrow of a forlorn housewife, and indeed, Wukong was not the best of husbands in this regard. Lin Chi, frustrated, closed his eyes, reaching out to sense the life force of all beings on Earth. Powerful. He found one, yet it was not a Saiyan. Lin Chi instantly teleported, discovering Piccolo meditating atop a high mountain. It's Piccolo. Next, Lin Chi vanished once more, while Piccolo, still in meditation, opened his eyes to find nothing before him. Was it an illusion? He felt as if there had been some disturbance just now. With a swish, Lin Chi materialized in a high school, witnessing Son Goku daydreaming in class. Forget it, to hell with this. Directly to Capsule Corporation it is. Lin Chi irritably raked his fingers through his hair. When those guys weren't fighting, they probably suppressed their energies. This time, Lin Chi took to the skies, enjoying a view of Earth from above before landing in the courtyard of a villa beside Capsule Corporation. Yes, he touched down. He noticed Bra approaching the villa, flanked by a throng of robotic servants carrying numerous shopping bags, clearly just returning from a shopping spree. "Ah, yes, that you?" Bra exclaimed, somewhat surprised upon spotting him in the courtyard. "Are you here to ask me for money?" Lin Chi was momentarily taken aback. Why on earth would I ask a woman for money? Does he have no pride? What? In the next instant, a voice filled with extreme dissatisfaction roared from a distance. "Bruh, you're actually keeping a pretty boy?" Lin Chi turned to see none other than the ever-reliable Vegeta standing there, with a cold demeanor. a noticeably receding hairline, and his hair standing tall. He was clad in a blue form-fitting suit that accentuated his muscular physique. It was unmistakably Vegeta. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Bra shouted angrily, hands on her hips. "You needn't say anything, you little brat. I'm going to kill you." Vegeta glared fiercely at Lin Shi like an enraged cat. "No, Dad, you're being unreasonable," but Vegeta, doting on his daughter, would not heed a word. His gaze fell upon Lin Shi's tail coiled at his waist, scoffing. "A Saiyan? How could there possibly be other Saiyans in this world?" In his usual state, Vegeta charged at Lin Shi with a fist raised, and Lin Shi, with a cold gaze, observed that this punch could certainly inflict severe harm on an ordinary person. Vegeta, truly protective of his daughter, "Wanted to lay hands on me. You might not have the ability to do so." Lin Shi looked at Vegeta with disdain. "That little power of yours, Tiske, is so arrogant, huh? I hope you can still talk big after this." Vegeta, infuriated, laughed in anger. It seemed the world had enjoyed peace for too long, allowing someone to speak to him in such a manner. But he was merely a Saiyan. Could he possibly surpass the Saiyan prince? Only Kakarot was an exception. He was determined to teach this fellow a lesson. However, Lin Shi did not evade. Without even glancing, he retaliated with a mere light punch. Vegeta was sent flying. "Dad," Bra exclaimed, initially worried for Lin Shi, but now caught off guard. "Damn it," Vegeta raged, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, charging at Lin Shi recklessly once more, in his normal state. Lin Shi delivered another punch, sending Vegeta flying again. This cycle repeated 4 or 5 times. Vegeta, his face ashen and panting heavily, knelt on one knee, clutching his painfully throbbing abdomen. "Who are you?" His gaze was filled with terror, utterly incredulous. Where did this Saiyan come from? Lin Shi cast a dispassionate glance at Vegeta. "I am here to find Wukong. You know where he is, right?" Chapter 6. This is the GT timeline. And what is your relationship with Bra? Why are you asking her for money? Vegeta seemed quite concerned about this matter. After a brief explanation from Bra, the corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, yet he could not bring himself to apologize to Lin Shi. How could a proud prince lower himself? "Where is Wukong?" Lin Shi felt his patience waning. "What do you need Uncle Wukong for?" Bra tilted her head curiously at Lin Shi. "He went to the universe with Xiaofang and my brother to find the Dragon Balls." "Bra, why are you telling this to someone whose origins are unclear?" Vegeta reprimanded softly, furrowing his brow. "Going to the universe to find the Dragon Balls?" Lin Shi pondered, frowning. "Are they searching for the Super Dragon Balls?" "But why didn't I anticipate this segment in the Dragon Balls? Has it not happened yet?" Lin Shi's indifference and dismissive expression further fueled Vegeta's anger. "Damn it, this bastard is even more irritating than Kakarot." Vegeta seethed, punching the nearby tree in frustration. "Dad, he is a really good person. He is not causing trouble." Bra, completely defenseless against Lin Shi, babbled on. "Impossible. Who on earth are you? There can't possibly be such a terrifying being on earth." Vegeta paid no heed to Bra's words. He was lost in his own thoughts, utterly rejecting this reality. Seeing that she could not sway Vegeta, Bra reluctantly explained to Lin Shi, "It's because of that red Shenron." Uncle Wukong shrank. To restore him, we can only go to the universe to find the Dragon Balls. It's all that Pilaf's fault. Honestly, it's been over 8 months, and he still hasn't returned. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's pupils constricted sharply. Xiaofang, the shrunken Wukong, Trunks, their journey through the universe. This the beginning of Dragon Ball GT. Oh, damn. So Wukong has turned into little Wukong. Lin Shi frowned, confirming once more that shouldn't affect his power, right? This was the focal point he wanted to address. "Yes, Uncle Wukong has turned into a child," Bra replied nonchalantly, but the next moment she screamed. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and simultaneously, a massive explosion erupted in a nearby city. A plume of smoke began to rise ominously. "Bra, be careful." Sensing the earth's tremors, Vegeta quickly snapped back to reality, shielding Bra from nearly falling over. "What is going on?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, soaring into the air to gaze at the billowing black smoke in the distance. "This city doesn't seem to have the best security." "Bra, stay alert. I'll go take a look." Vegeta followed suit, flying up with a look of concern. There's a malevolent energy emanating from that direction. What on earth is happening? Vegeta clenched his fists, muttering under his breath in indignation that you'll know once you take a look. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and swiftly flew towards the site of the explosion. Such incredible speed. Vegeta watched Lin Shi vanish in a flash, his eyes widening in astonishment. Amidst the panicking crowd and the dilapidated streets, a building lay in ruins, reduced to mere remnants of its former structure. Lin Shi did not descend directly. Instead, he hovered in midair, gazing at the burly blonde man enveloped in swirling smoke. Is this the moment of baby's emergence? A faint smile graced Lin Shi's lips. If this is the timeline, then Goku and the others must be returning soon. Through his senses, Lin Shi quickly detected several individuals among the frightened crowd who were under baby's control. 4 or 5 at least. At that moment, Vegeta also appeared behind Lin Shi, casting a puzzled glance at the man standing below. This fellow. Hey, do you know what the Saiyans are? The blonde man immediately seized a passerby to inquire. The captured middle-aged man screamed in terror, noticing the strangely blood-red eyes of the blonde giant. What do you want with the Saiyans? Vegeta abruptly intervened, shoving the middle-aged man aside and stepping in front of baby. You're Vegeta. The blonde man's eyes glowed even more fiercely with a crimson light. His face contorted with rage. What a stroke of luck to find you without any effort. Ha. As Vegeta listened to the man's nonsensical ramblings, his expression grew increasingly wary, though the man's energy was weak. It exuded a nauseating sense of danger. Saiyans, all of you must die. Vegeta did not immediately strike. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on the blonde man controlled by Baby and demanded, Who exactly are you? Unfortunately, upon seeing Vegeta, Baby had long since been consumed by rage, ignoring the question and launching a punch. Bang! To Vegeta, the man's strength was merely a notch above that of an ordinary earthling. With a single blow, he effortlessly blocked Baby's fist. What on earth is wrong with you, human? Baby, furious, attempted to push his fist forward, but Vegeta stood firm like an immovable mountain before him. Saiyan. Damn Saiyan. Baby's fury escalated. Why? Why are these accursed Saiyans so incredibly strong? How will Zafor's revenge proceed? No. If he could just injure Vegeta, he could seize the opportunity to invade Vegeta's powerful body. You peculiar fellow, gazing into Baby's scarlet eyes, Vegeta once more grasped Baby's swinging fist and delivered a sweeping kick. Bang! Get lost! Vegeta's leg, imbued with immense power, struck Baby squarely in the chest. The tall, muscular blonde man was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building, raising a cloud of dust. Boom! How impressive. That person is truly formidable. On the street, bystanders ceased their flight and gathered to watch the spectacle unfold. Tisich, Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the blonde man sprawled amidst the rubble, muttering about how any trash could show up to cause trouble. Among the crowd, several individuals with similarly blood-red eyes exchanged glances before quietly retreating that it was clearly unwise to confront the powerful Vegeta head-on. A more cautious approach was warranted. Vegeta soared into the air, brushing past Lin Shi with a cold comment, You'd best keep your distance from my daughter. Oh, the proud prince indeed. Lin Shi raised an indifferent eyebrow, instantly teleporting to Bulma's home. What do you mean, keep your distance from your daughter? I'm actually going to find your wife. Bulma. Hey, Bulma. Lin Shi traversed the courtyard unimpeded, swiftly arriving at the entrance of Bulma's laboratory. Chapter 7. Bulma. Do you have a time machine? Huh. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Upon hearing the commotion, Bulma opened the door. Is the time machine still around? Lin Shi offered a polite smile. I've come to ask you for the time machine. You know about the time machine? Although Bulma's smile was radiant, it could not conceal the signs of aging on her face. You see, I'm a Saiyan from a century in the future, Lin Shi explained courteously. For some reason, I've suddenly intruded into this timeline, and I need your time machine to return to my rightful time. The future? A century later? Bulma looked at Lin Shi with great curiosity, opening the door wider to invite him in. Come, let's have some tea. Bulma was exceedingly warm, instructing a robot to serve tea as they sat across from each other at the coffee table. What is the world like 100 years from now? Whose descendant are you? Bulma asked incessantly. Her curiosity piqued. Surely we must have passed away by then. How do you know about the time machine? Are you Trunks' son? No, wait. Grandson. Lin Shi suddenly realized that this casual excuse was difficult to maintain. So he decided to abandon it. I cannot disclose matters that influence the past, lest I cease to exist. What a foolish excuse. He should have claimed to be Vegeta's grandfather, but alas, Bulma hadn't even been born back then. So where would the time machine come from? Oh dear, it has indeed become a secret, truly intriguing. Bulma continued to scrutinize Lin Shi. Ultimately, she surprisingly believed him, wrapping her arms around his neck, that a scion from the future. I really want to know whose child you are. She truly believes it. Lin Shi felt 3 lines of sweat trickle down his forehead as he carefully disentangled Bulma's arms. But in the future, while I was researching wormholes, I suddenly arrived in this timeline. I thought of you when I wanted to return to the future, as you were a brilliant scientist. Brilliant? Not really. This flattery was well received by Bulma, who shyly touched her cheek. Lin Shi smiled faintly. Such compliments were merely empty words, as the current timeline was still embroiled with baby. This meant that Goku hadn't even transformed into Super Saiyan 4 yet. If he wanted a formidable opponent, how many years would he have to linger in this GT world? The time machine must be secured. That way, he could directly leap to the Super I-Ching long arc, saving so much time. If only Goku could transform into Super Saiyan 5 at that moment. If all else fails, he could use the time machine to go back 3 years. Let those characters like Azer, Reg, and Jaiko emerge as well. As long as he could harness the power of Super Saiyan 5 or 6, the resulting energy collision should create a distortion in space. Thus, he could smoothly escape this timeline. With these thoughts, Lin Shi's smile grew more intense as he eagerly inquired, "So, where's the time machine?" "Not here," Bulma replied with a loving smile, entirely unperturbed that I've never created a time machine. "Perhaps the future you speak of is not from my world." Lin Shi displayed a look of astonishment. The time machine was created by Bulma in Dragon Ball Super. "Don't worry, no matter which world it comes from. As long as it's made by me," Bulma reassured Lin Shi with a comforting pat on his shoulder. "Give me some time. I'm confident I can make one for you." "Really?" Lin Shi gazed in surprise at Bulma, who had risen to her feet. "You can make it? Oh dear, I am Bulma." After all, Bulma placed her hands into the pockets of her lab coat and approached a screen resembling a computer. "Just tell me what the time machine looks like." Bulma continuously swiped across the screen, occasionally muttering to herself that I've researched the theory of time jumps long ago, as long as we grasp the nodes of the timeline and distort both ends to the same dimension. How impressive! Lin Shi offered sincere praise. This time, it was genuine. Bulma truly was an exceptional scientist. At dinner time, Bulma brought Lin Shi to the dining table. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Bra beamed with joy. "Oh, you're back again." As Bra gazed upon him, a sense of warmth enveloped her. He was indeed a future scion, and one could only wonder if he might even become your great-grandson. Bulma enthusiastically introduced him. "Yes, that's so. No wonder you fell from the heavens. It must be destiny." Bra quickly embraced Lin Shi's whimsical narrative to Bulma. How infuriating. Just as Vegeta reached the threshold, veins bulging ominously on his forehead, he seethed with rage. "Not only has he harmed my daughter, but he has also deceived my wife." With a derisive chuckle, Lin Shi observed Vegeta's reckless attempt to obstruct the two women, only to summon himself to the gravity chamber. "Regardless of what you say today, I will annihilate you." Before the door to the gravity chamber could even close, Vegeta erupted into Super Saiyan 2, lunging at Lin Shi with a punch. Bang! 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 The sound of fists striking echoed as Bulma, her expression laced with concern, glanced at the trembling goblet on the dining table. "Bra, do you think that child will be all right? Vegeta's temper is still as volatile as ever. It's nothing to worry about." Bra replied with an air of indifference, casually grabbing his sandwich, utterly unconcerned for Vegeta's pride. "Dad can't possibly lose to my great-grandson." She swiftly placed Lin Shi in the role of her junior. "Ha ha!" Bulma stifled her laughter, covering her mouth. "If you keep saying such things about your father, he will surely be quite disheartened." "Disheartened? What do you mean?" Lin Shi appeared at the entrance of the dining room, his tone nonchalant. "Where's Vegeta?" Bulma inquired. Noticing he had not returned with Lin Q, I could see that moment. Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 2 form. He pounded his fists against the ground in furious frustration. Cursed fiend! Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Lin Shi leisurely resided in Bulma's home, attending to nothing but waiting in the research lab for Bulma to complete the time machine. He paid no heed to the chaos outside. As Baby manipulated countless individuals, wreaking havoc on Earth, his only concern was Bulma's well-being. These messes would naturally be tidied up once Goku returned. "Hey, Dad, will you accompany me shopping?" Under the twinkling stars of the night. Lin Shi reclined on the second-floor balcony, hearing Bra's roars as she chased after Vegeta in the courtyard. "If you don't come with me, I'll disown you as my father, scoundrel dad." Chapter 8. The annoying baby. Delivering himself to my doorstep, next came the sound of halted footsteps, followed by Vegeta as restrained words. "Fine, I shall accompany you." "Huh. You are still my favorite dad." The two sets of footsteps departed simultaneously. Lin Shi leisurely sipped his red wine, relishing the delightful evening. "However, if you continue to gaze at me so intently, I may just ensure that you vanish along with this night." Just as Lin Shi set down his goblet, a faint voice broke through to "My lord, are you aware of everything transpiring on Earth?" It was the voice of the old Kaishin. The old Kaishin, with a furrowed brow, anxiously observed Lin Shi's indifferent expression within the crystal ball. "I am aware, but what of it?" Lin Shi retorted coolly. "You ought to concern yourself with the Supreme Kai. After all, for once the Supreme Kai is under control, he shall undoubtedly hand the Black Star Dragon Balls to Baby." Yet, Dandy's power, the anxious Jebbit rushed to the crystal ball that its of no concern. Isnt their super divine water beneath their temple. Lin Shi took another sip of his wine. "Super divine water can eliminate the eggs left by Baby." "Thank you, my lord." Ignoring Jebbit's attempt to speak, the old Kaishin swiftly redirected the crystal ball's view to the Supreme Kai's temple. "But why, my lord, do you possess the ability to eradicate that Zephyrian's power in an instant?" Jebbit lamented helplessly. "Humph. What do you know? Powerful individuals often harbor peculiar quirks," the old Kaishin remarked, delivering a playful smack to Jebbit's head. "Perhaps he, like Goku and the others, enjoys waiting for his enemies to reach their full strength." While Lin Shi awaited Bulma's completion of the time machine, far across the cosmos, Goku, Trunks, and Pan finally gathered all the Black Star Dragon Balls and were en route back to Earth. Day and night swiftly exchanged their reigns. Lin Shi stretched lazily as he stepped onto the balcony, inhaling the fresh aroma of the grass wafting from the courtyard. "My lord, my lord." The old Kaishin's voice brimmed with urgency, disregarding all decorum. "My lord, please assist us. It has only been a single night, and every Earthling has fallen under the control of that Zephyrian. Even Vegeta was taken over on his way back last night. That rascal Baby began with the weakest, Goten, and systematically dismantled the Saiyans on Earth. Now even Vegeta had succumbed to parasitism. The only one who could rescue the planet was Lin Q. So soon." Lin Shi lowered his arms, responding as he made his way to the dining room. "It's only been one night. Baby is remarkably swift. What of Goku and the others? Have they not returned to Earth?" "They are on their way back, but it's uncertain if they will arrive in time." The old Kaishin sighed deeply. As Lin Shi entered the dining room and took a seat, robots began to serve an array of delectable dishes onto the table. Lin Shi nonchalantly eavesdropped, contentedly enjoying his breakfast. "There's no need to rush. Goku and the others will surely arrive." Even if Baby successfully took over Vegeta's body, his power would likely only reach Super Saiyan 3 at most. Even if he absorbed Gohan and Goten's powers, Super Saiyan 3 would merely be an act of charity toward Baby. He was simply no match for Lin Shi. Lin Shi finished his breakfast leisurely. But to his surprise, while he hadn't sought out Baby, Baby had come knocking at his door. Did he require Bulma's technological prowess? Lin Shi instantly teleported to Bulma's laboratory. I could see that moment. Bulma appeared weary from an all-nighter, soundly asleep at her desk. Lin Shi squinted, peering through the window at the fallen Vegeta, now possessed by Baby. It seemed Baby struggled to control Vegeta's body or harness his strength, as his power appeared slightly weaker than Vegeta's. Following closely were Gohan and Goten, both of whom left much to be desired in terms of strength. After all, these two Saiyans had integrated into Earth life quite harmoniously, one preoccupied with his studies, the other perpetually chasing after girls. Vegeta, under Baby's control, had blood-red eyes filled with a sinister intent. Baby, was it? At this moment, Vegeta could hardly be considered Vegeta. It would be more fitting to refer to him as Baby. Despite being parasitized, Baby's appearance was somewhat altered. Silver hair and grotesque lines etched across his face, rendering him quite unappealing. You dare come seeking me? Do you believe you have lived long enough? Lin Shi scoffed at Baby. If Vegeta could be ground into the earth beneath him, what could Baby, who was even weaker than Vegeta, possibly do, were it not for Baby's ability to force Goku in his Super Saiyan 4? Would Lin Shi bother to entertain such a wretched being? This disrespectful individual toward Lord Baby shall be taught a lesson. Gohan, standing behind Baby, eagerly volunteered, "And oh need, that accursed Saiyan, I shall personally snap his neck." Baby grinned wickedly, stepping toward the window. Lin Shi, catching a glimpse of the still sleeping Bulma, swiftly teleported outside, positioning himself before Baby. Cursed! What is that look in your eyes? Upon witnessing the sympathy in Lin Shi's gaze, Baby seethed with rage. That I merely find you pitiable. You cannot even discern the current circumstances. Before Lin Shi could finish, he seized Baby's wrist and hurled him into the air. He could not allow this scoundrel to disturb Bulma, who was diligently working on the time machine. Scoundrel, you have successfully incited my wrath. Baby steadied himself mid-air and unleashed a violet energy sphere towards Lin Shi. With a resounding explosion, the energy orb enveloped Lin Shi in a cloud of smoke. Witnessing this scene, Baby let out a disdainful snort, thinking to himself that this mere Saiyan was simply a result of his own negligence. Otherwise would he have been cast aside so easily. However, Baby glanced at his own hands. Acknowledging that Vegeta's physique was indeed impressive, it was a pity that he could not properly torment him to vent his anger. Meanwhile, Sun Wutian soared into the air, eagerly flattering Baby. A chilling smile emerged on Lin Shi's face as the smoke dissipated, revealing an increasingly contemptuous gaze. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shi appeared before the astonished Baby, delivering a swift, powerful punch. The blow struck Baby squarely in the abdomen, the immense force causing his back to arc like a boiled shrimp. Ugh! Baby let out a pained cry, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his mind momentarily blank. Chapter 9. How is it possible that someone is stronger than me? Baby, caught between fear and pain, felt his pupils constrict in uncontrollable terror. Had he been struck before he even registered the attack? How could his opponent be so powerful? Impossible! A mere clown! Lin Shi taunted, extending his hand towards Baby, who was still bent over in pain. It cannot be. How could there be a being stronger than me? Baby found himself engulfed in existential doubt. Was Vegeta not strong enough? He had been unable to withstand even a single blow from the opponent. Not even catching a glimpse of the attack, he had always believed he was the strongest in the universe. Why then had someone even more formidable appeared? Especially a Saiyan, whom he despised and loathed. Baby, sir, Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian, who had been blindly confident on the ground, cried out in alarm upon witnessing the sudden shift in events. The two brothers soared into the air, attempting to retaliate against Lin Shi, but were met with a mere display of his energy that deterred them. They found themselves unable to even approach Lin Shi. Having barely regained some composure, Baby looked at Lin Shi in horror. Why you? Who are you? The vengeance of the Super people could not be thwarted by this man. It was absolutely unacceptable. Have you considered what price you are willing to pay? Lin Shi said coldly, a murderous glint in his eyes. I am sorry, Baby blurted out without a second thought. I will leave immediately. His eyes darted around, briefly scanning the distance where Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian stood. Once he absorbed their power, he would surely be able to annihilate this Saiyan. At that moment, Lin Shi also cast his gaze towards the endless sky, where a spaceship was rapidly approaching at Little Yukong and the others. You two, hurry and share all your power with me. Baby shouted anxiously, taking advantage of Lin Shi's diverted attention. Yes, Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian replied in unison, transforming into Super Saiyans, their golden auras swirling toward Vegeta. As he absorbed their energy, Bebe's appearance began to transform. The lines on his face grew thicker, and even Vegeta's attire morphed to suit him. The yellow jacket and green suit took on a new form, with lines resembling those on the jacket appearing on his forehead. TSK. This change caught Lin Chi's attention once more. Vegeta was increasingly resembling Bebe. I am confident that I now possess energy that surpasses yours. I am the mightiest Saiyan. The once fearful Bebe regained his unwarranted confidence. You bastard, what kind of death do you wish for? He sneered. Those detestable Saiyans should all vanish. Lin Chi's disdain for Bebe grew. How repugnant it was for him to parasite off the Saiyans while simultaneously harboring disdain for them. You are shameless, demanding respect while mocking your benefactors. Lin Chi propelled himself forward, unleashing a punch aimed at Bebe's abdomen with a speed that Bebe could scarcely perceive. You are merely mocking yourself. Ugh! The bewildered Bebe screamed in agony, again spewing forth blood. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his abdomen, an enraged Bebe retaliated with a punch of his own. The impact felt as though he had struck an unyielding wall. The rebound force causing Bebe to howl in pain as he clutched his wrist, clearly injured. TSK. Lin Chi felt a surge of sympathy for this fool. Look at this, what a pathetic display. Provoking me. One must always pay a price, Lin Chi said indifferently, gathering energy in his palm. Boom! At that moment, a spaceship landed in the open area of Bulma's backyard, and as the hatch opened, 3 figures leaped to confront Lin Chi, shielding Bebe and his companions behind them. The 7- or 8-year-old little Wukong glared at Lin Chi in fury. Who are you? What do you want with Vegeta? Lin Chi couldn't help but hear the lyrics of a song echoing in his mind. Little friend, do you have a lot of questions? Dad, Brother Wu Fan, and Wu Qian. What is happening? Trunks anxiously turned to look at his father, who was cradling his injured arm. Dad, what happened to your face? Trunks, turning around, was momentarily bewildered. Was this some sort of trending meme? Was it another of Bulma's antics? Xiaofang also looked confused, glancing at son Wu Fan's strange smile. Dad, what's wrong with you? Isn't it because of the trouble you caused? Lin Chi interjected, and in an instant, little Wukong and the others turned around. Run! Seizing the fleeting moment, Bebe grabbed Trunks by the neck and fled with son Wu Fan and son Wu Tian, transforming into a streak of light. Hey Vegeta! Little Wukong seemed unable to comprehend the situation, staring blankly at the fleeing figures. What is going on? Xiaofang's eyes filled with tears. Grandpa, Dad, and the others have become so strange. They harbor a bizarre, sinister energy oh, you know what is happening. Little Wukong looked down at Bulma, who had just emerged from the laboratory. Yawning, he then turned his gaze to Lin Chi. You know, don't you? Were you protecting Bulma just now? Isn't it obvious? Lin Chi landed on the ground and waved at Bulma. Need a nap? You've worked hard. Oh dear, what a considerate child. Bulma rubbed her eyes, trying to shake off her drowsiness. That be by the way. What was all that noise outside just now? That guy Vegeta, he just has a bit of temper. He's just a little proud, be more magnanimous with the juniors. Bulma yawned as she spoke, noticing little Wukong and Xiaofang had also landed beside her. Little Wukong, you're back. Did you collect the Dragon Balls? What a foolish question. With my radar and spaceship, how could we possibly fail to collect them? Anyway, I'm going to grab a glass of milk and catch up on some beauty sleep. Bye, Bulma said, yawning again, and walked away without a care. What on earth is happening? Little Wukong and Xiaofang exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Remember that creature called Bebe you encountered while searching for the Dragon Balls in the universe? Lin Chi reclined on the balcony of the 2nd floor, hand behind his head. Vegeta and your 2 sons have been taken control of? No, to be precise, the entire human population of Earth has fallen under the control of that vile Bebe. The voice of the old Supreme Kai resonated in their ears. Chapter 10. Wukong arrives to defeat Bebe what? Xiaofang exploded in anger. She looked around in terror, hiding behind little Wukong. Is it that utterly disgusting thing created by Dr. Mew? But we defeated it. Did it escape? Little Wukong was equally perplexed. How did it end up on Earth? I do not know, Lin Chi said nonchalantly as he settled into a recliner. You all can deal with this mess yourselves? I have no intention of getting involved. Your strength is simply pathetic. Wukong, hasten your pursuit. Trunks is on the verge of being controlled as well. The voice of the god Jebbet grew increasingly anxious. Yes, that's so. Xiao Wukong clenched his fists, calling out to Xiaofang. Xiaofang, it's too perilous over there. You must stay behind. No, I want to accompany you. Grandpa. Xiaofang stubbornly shook her head, intertwining her arm with Xiao Wukong's. Very well. After all, this is something we have unleashed. Xiao Wukong's gaze grew ever more resolute. The fierce battle intent and the excitement on his face, if they could be considered steadfast, then let us proceed. Lin Chi responded indifferently. He was eagerly anticipating the Super Saiyan 4 form of Son Wukong. Lord Lin Chi, you could have easily prevented baby from escaping just now. Why did you choose to let Wukong, before the god Jebbet could finish a sentence? Lin Chi coldly interrupted. Depend on me. What if I were not here? But, with Mr. Wukong's current strength, the god Jebbet was increasingly anxious. It's uncertain if anyone could truly defeat baby, let alone in the future. That is not for me to ponder. I am merely a heartless passerby. Lin Chi shrugged nonchalantly. This little Wukong lacks the strength to contend with me. I've already given up. He must seek out the future Son Wukong. The old Kai was seething with anger, yet found no outlet for his frustration. Thus, he pointed an accusatory finger at the god Jebbet's head. You fool. You fool. Think of a solution. The current Wukong cannot defeat baby. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ancestor, please don't hit me. The god Jebbet covered his head, dodging. What options does he have? This master refuses to lend a hand. What can he do? He felt utterly helpless. Ancestor, perhaps Wukong will find a way to resolve this. Do not fret. The god Jebbet offered a heartless consolation for the sake of his own head. Meanwhile, Xiao Wukong and Xiaofang had already ascended into the air, accompanied by the desolate city and the scarred earth. Xiao Wukong's fist tightened further. This despicable baby was challenging his limits. The earth and his family, Xiaofang, the fallen Satan, carried by Bu, quickly noticed the streaks of light in the sky, shouting excitedly to in his exuberance. He inadvertently fell from Bu's grasp. Ah, help me, Bu! Detecting the malevolent energy was a simple task for baby. Soon, Xiao Wukong, Xiaofang, Satan, and Bu arrived at baby's location. You all step back. Bu, remember to protect Satan and Xiaofang. Xiao Wukong landed before baby this moment. Having consumed the sins of being offered by Son Gohan, baby was revitalized and brimming with confidence. Son Wukong, your strength now appears to be lacking. Do you truly have the heart to slay these individuals? Baby laughed triumphantly, as those familiar faces under his control surrounded Xiaofang and the others. Piccolo, Tianjinhan, Jiaozi Mucha, Krillin, Chi-Chi. Satan was on the verge of tears. These were all old acquaintances. Can't we refrain from fighting? Bu, quickly knock them out. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and the recently controlled Trunks also encircled Xiao Wukong. You wretched fiend, Xiao Wukong bellowed, launching a punch straight at baby that I shall defeat you and restore them to normal. However, the diminutive Xiao Wukong was no match for baby, who was parasitically inhabiting Vegeta. Observing Xiao Wukong's tiny fists approaching, baby mocked, effortlessly blocking them with his elbow. You detestable Saiyans ought to vanish completely. Baby glared at Xiao Wukong with increasing disdain. Damn Saiyans. Father, it's me, Goten. Son Goten exclaimed as he leaped into the air, aiming a punch at Xiao Wukong. Goten knew. Xiao Wukong quickly dodged Goten's attack, calling out. Yet Goten pressed on heedlessly, even transforming into Super Saiyan. You really have the heart to strike me? Father, if Lin Chi were present, he would likely have given Goten a thorough beating. What an insufferable child, Mr. Wukong. How could you possibly strike at us? Trunks grinned maliciously, closing in on Xiao Wukong. Father, join us. Baby is our true master. Son Gohan's expression was equally sinister. Cursed, surrounded by everyone like this, and constantly having my mind disturbed. How could Xiao Wukong possibly stand a chance? Caught off guard, he was struck to the ground by Trunks, only for Son Gohan to appear beneath him, delivering a kick to Xiao Wukong's abdomen. Bang! Xiao Wukong found himself in a dire predicament, while baby stood with arms crossed, taunting, "Haha, feeling unwilling are you, you Saiyan monkey." Xiao Yukong found the battle increasingly arduous. He dared not unleash too much aggression, fearing he might harm his loved ones. Damn it. I cannot continue like this. Xiao Yukong felt the mounting pressure from Trunks and the others. With a fierce roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, accompanied by Xiao Yukong's anguished cry. His form suddenly increased in height, a powerful energy erupting from within him. Golden flames ignited beneath his feet, and gusts of energy swirled like a hurricane, expanding outward. With golden hair cascading to his waist, the calm and frosty Son Wukong blocked Son Gohan's punch. "Wake up, Gohan!" Xiao Wukong swiftly retaliated, sending Son Gohan flying, soon knocking out the three assailants, who fell to the ground. Xiao Wukong then turned his frigid gaze to Baby, who hovered in mid-air with arms crossed. "You despicable scoundrel. Humph. I shall not allow you wretched Saiyans to live." Baby scoffed, effortlessly dodging Xiao Wukong's incoming punch. However, after only a few exchanges of blows, Xiao Wukong found himself descending. Baby seized Xiao Wukong's outstretched fist, lifting his leg to deliver a knee strike to Xiao Wukong's abdomen. "My strength is beyond your imagination." Baby's arrogance escalated as he quickly retreated, energy orbs beginning to coalesce in his hands. Chapter 11. Son Wukong is overpowered. Look at you rejoice. Perish. A formidable energy sphere hurtled towards Son Wukong at great speed. Enduring the excruciating pain, Son Wukong utilized instant transmission to evade. Boom, boom, boom. The immense energy detonated upon impact with the ground, sending debris and smoke billowing, while the earth trembled violently. Damn it. Son Wukong surveyed the newly formed crater. Contemplating the countless lives lost in this devastation, that he glared fiercely at Baby, his clenched fists tightening further. "I will undoubtedly defeat you." What you accomplish and what you proclaim seem to be two entirely different matters. Baby sneered, swiftly closing the distance between them. Bang, bang, bang. "I will never spare you, you vile creature," Son Wukong roared, struggling to defend himself against Baby's relentless assault. "Ha! How laughable. Is this truly your full strength?" Baby scoffed, continuously unleashing energy blasts at Son Wukong. Son Wukong dodged at high speed, retaliating with a punch aimed at Baby. The immense force behind his strike connected with Baby's cheek. Yet Baby appeared unfazed, grinning at Son Wukong. Son Wukong was perplexed, and in the next moment, he sensed a surge of energy rapidly approaching his back that he hastily distanced himself from Baby, preparing to defend against the energy blast from behind, only for the blast to inexplicably curve and strike him in the back. Ugh! Son Wukong cried out in agony as he plummeted to the ground, his energy dissipating, reverting to his miniature form. This is bad. In the instant of his fall, Xiao Wukong spotted Baby, who wore a sinister grin and was charging towards him. Energy gathering in his palm. Lin Shi, still lounging on the balcony basking in the sun, lazily yawned. Wukong's energy has drastically diminished. Boom, boom, boom. A dense cloud of smoke billowed across the ground, at the center of which echoed the heart-wrenching cries of the young Wukong. Ugh! Baby, hands on hips, coldly glanced at the ground. "Have I finally managed to kill you, Son Wukong?" Not a chance. As the rolling smoke dissipated, the young Wukong, with one hand supporting his injured arm, struggled to rise. Even when standing, he was merely a target for beating. Another scream erupted as Baby's fist landed heavily on Wukong's abdomen, causing him to spit out bile. "Lord Lin Chi, can't you help Wukong?" The anxious expression on Jebediah's face revealed his desperation. If there were enemies in this world that Wukong could not defeat, then surely Lord Lin Chi could handle them with ease. Wukong was on the verge of collapse. Observing the young Wukong being sent flying by Baby, crashing through layers of buildings, the old Kai was equally frantic. I can only resort to that technique. The old Kai's brow furrowed deeply as he turned to the flustered Jebet. "Quick, teleport Wukong here." "Yes, ancestor." Jebet seized upon the command and swiftly vanished from sight. Haha. "Now it's time to send you to your demise." Baby's features contorted with excitement as he laughed maniacally. "You all, every last Saiyan, deserve to die." A formidable energy sphere gathered in his hands, aimed at the rubble where the young Wukong struggled to rise. This time, it's really over. Gohan and the others are all restrained. and no one can provide me energy. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of young Wukong's lips. Is this truly the end? I can barely move. What can I do? He could only watch helplessly as the malevolent black energy sphere drew ever closer. All the Saiyans, Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, Baby's words echoing around him. In an instant, his figure vanished from the recliner. Baby, sometimes, being too cocky can be quite off-putting, Lin Shi declared as he appeared before the black energy sphere. With a mere utterance, he delivered a single kick, sending the black energy ball flying. The sphere hurtled towards Baby, and should it strike him, he would certainly face dire consequences. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Wukong, are you all right? A small, dark-skinned boy flew up to support the young Wukong. It was Son Wukong's disciple. What on earth is happening? Confusion and worry filled Ub's face. Why are father and son at odds? And who is that person who resembles Vegeta attacking Mr. Wukong? Just a regular occurrence. The young Wukong gazed incredulously, struggling to rise to see Lin Shi and Baby. You again, you annoying fiend. Baby narrowly evaded his own energy sphere, glaring at Lin Shi with bloodshot eyes. This guy who suddenly appeared has let the prize slip away from my grasp. Why did you save him? Baby's forehead throbbed with veins as he gritted his teeth in fury. Perhaps. I'm a Saiyan too. Lin Shi replied with a faint smile, curling his lips, and I don't appreciate your arrogant demeanor. Why you dare to insult me time and again? Baby clenched his fist tightly, his temper flaring that he lunged at Lin Shi, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Lin Shi let out a muffled groan. Looking up at Baby, just as a triumphant grin spread across Baby's face, Lin Shi's expression turned solemn, and he retaliated with a punch to Baby's abdomen. Ugh! Baby was sent soaring into the air, a piercing scream escaping him. Look at how pleased you are, Lin Shi mocked as Baby soared upward, launching another punch that, Baby cried out in pain. And as he continued to be propelled backward, he gathered energy in both hands to unleash an energy sphere aimed at Lin Shi. Bang! Lin Shi, unfazed, swatted the energy sphere away and reappeared behind Baby with an unseen speed. Another punch followed. Baby roared in fury, realizing that this damned Saiyan had been toying with him all along, and he was powerless to retaliate. Death Revenge Ball! A dark energy sphere materialized between Baby's raised hands, which he pressed down with force, shouting, Die! Humph! Lin Shi remained motionless, gazing indifferently at the vengeful ball hurtling toward him. Dodge it, young Wukong urged desperately, but his voice was barely louder than a mosquito. Chapter 12. Beaten to the point where you can't even parasite anymore. This guy trying to destroy the earth. Cradling the young Wukong, wore a complicated expression. With such energy, he felt utterly powerless. Boom, boom, boom. The black energy sphere engulfed Lin Shi, followed by a tremendous explosion. Smoke billowed, debris flew, and the shockwave reverberated through the ground, causing even the robust Gohan and his companions to take cover behind the rocks. So powerful, Trunks remarked, shielding his eyes as he poked his head out from behind the rocks in awe. Indeed, Lord Baby is truly formidable, Goten added, his voice filled with envy. Yes, the smoke gradually cleared. Lin Shi's figure began to emerge. Feeling happy, Lin Shi asked, dusting off the undisturbed dirt on his shoulder while eyeing the dazed Baby hovering in the air. You bastard! You bastard! Baby trembled violently upon realizing that his ultimate move had no effect on Lin Shi. Die! Die! Baby unleashed Vegeta's signature royal fighting style, launching an onslaught of energy blasts. His emotions had completely unraveled. Amidst the flurry of energy blasts, Lin Shi moved like a nimble butterfly, effortlessly weaving in and out, contemptuously appearing before Baby. A punch struck, followed by another. Baby was hit twice in the abdomen, spitting out blood as he plummeted toward the ground. Lin Shi followed closely behind, commencing a one-sided assault. If Baby enjoyed tormenting others, then it was only fitting he experienced the same. Lin Shi's relentless punches were calibrated perfectly, maximizing Baby's suffering without causing harm to Vegeta's body. Baby was left sputtering and shrieking in agony as he crashed back to the ground for the massive crater. Baby struggled to rise, donning a smile that was more pitiful than tears that truth. The one you have been torturing and humiliating from the start, is not me," Baby remarked with a smug expression, gazing up at Lin Shi, who approached him slowly. "This guy is Vegeta's body," while Baby was unaware of the relationship between Vegeta and Lin Shi. It was evident from Lin Shi's stay at Vegeta's home that their connection was anything but simple. He could harbor even more sinister intentions. "I know," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. "Does Vegeta have any relation to me?" "No, hitting Vegeta's body is the same as hitting Baby. What difference does it make?" "Still none." "Humph, do you think I would believe your nonsense?" Baby scoffed, wiping the blood from his mouth. "Then why do you possess the power to kill me in one blow, yet choose not to eliminate me directly?" "Humph, look at you, so pleased with yourself." Lin Shi's disdain for Baby grew as he raised his palm to gather energy. "Damn it, how can this guy be so powerful?" Baby thought, sensing the lethal energy, and darted towards Gohan and the others. "You all come here and find a way to restrain him." Goten stammered, but still bravely stepped out from behind the rocks. "Lord Baby, are you all right?" Gohan inquired with genuine concern, his expression troubled. "Is this a plan to use the troublesome ones?" Lin Shi gazed indifferently at Trunks and his companions as they charged towards him. "Get out of the way!" With remarkable speed, Lin Shi appeared behind them before they could even register his presence, delivering 3 swift strikes with the edge of his hand. Thud, 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 like dumplings falling from the sky. Gohan and his friends plummeted to the ground. Just then, Jebbet, having rushed from the Kaishin realm, appeared beside Goku. "Goku, are you all right? I'm going to treat you immediately, and I'll send those 2 from the Heavens Temple to assist as well. The Super Divine Water can eliminate Baby's parasitism." Lin Shi cast a fleeting glance at Jebbet before turning his attention to the astonished Baby. "Did you just say I'm afraid to kill you?" As he spoke, Lin Shi concentrated energy into his palm once more. "How could this be?" Baby's face twisted in disbelief, his brow furrowed. "How are you moving so fast? Why can't I see you?" Lin Shi appeared before Baby again at an astonishing speed. "Because of the disparity between us." As Lin Shi's energy approached him, Baby screamed in terror. "No, you can't kill me. This is Vegeta's body. You cannot kill me. It's all right. I can just wish for you to come back with the Dragon Balls." Lin Shi replied coldly, a smirk forming on his lips. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike Baby, Lin Shi swatted it aside and instead launched a punch at Baby's abdomen. "Ugh!" Baby let out a cry of anguish, yet a smug smile crept onto his face. "You truly don't dare to kill me." As he swiftly retreated, Baby instinctively shielded himself with the unconscious Gohan. "Come on, kill me, Gohan!" Goku, who had just regained his senses, shouted furiously at the sight of Gohan being held hostage. What a despicable creature! Jebbet clenched his fists in anger. In an instant, he teleported Trunks and Goten back to Boo's side, determined not to let Baby have another chance. "What should we do?" Xiao Fong looked helplessly at Satan. Satan, equally bewildered, was at a loss for ideas, realizing that Bu couldn't contend with that fiend. "Indeed, it seems I haven't beaten him enough." Lin Shi hovered in mid-air, his gaze growing colder to Baby's triumphant smile froze on his face as Lin Shi suddenly teleported in front of him, yanking Gohan away. "I'm going to continue beating you." Lin Shi sneered, and his fist collided with Baby's cheek. "You repugnant fiend." With a relentless barrage of punches, Baby was battered and spat out saliva, but Lin Shi's strength only intensified. Baby began to cough up blood as Lin Shi continued his impassive assault. "Now, do you think I'm merely hitting you? My parasitism." After another spurt of blood, Baby sensed something was amiss. His body began to tremble violently, panic etched on his face. My parasitism. Did you think I was playing with you?" Lin Shi's lips curled into a sinister smile, his fists raining down upon Baby like a torrential downpour. "I intend to beat you so thoroughly that your parasitism cannot survive," as Lin Shi's words echoed. Baby's parasitism became increasingly unstable, and he was forced out of Vegeta's body. Chapter 13. The elimination of Baby and the arrangement for GT's Super Saiyan for a small, fleshy sphere emerged from Vegeta's body, and the unconscious Vegeta plummeted to the ground. Lin Shi regarded the diminutive sphere with cold eyes. Has this wretch been so traumatized by my blows that he wishes to flee? The small sphere of Baby darted away in the opposite direction, muttering, "Damn it, I refuse to die at the hands of a scoundrel like you." With a flick of his wrist, Lin Chi swatted the disgusting sphere away, sending a ki blast after it. Bang! As the sphere sailed away. It rapidly transformed back into Baby's original form, and the ki blast surged toward him, forcing him to flee in utter disarray. Vanquish! Lin Chi's icy voice resonated as he once again concentrated energy in his palm, striking Baby and propelling him out of the atmosphere, sending him hurtling towards the sun. Cursed! Saiyan! Baby screeched in torment as he collided with the sun, sending ripples of crimson radiance cascading outward. A blinding energy explosion enveloped the entire galaxy. In mere moments, Baby was incinerated by the intense heat, slowly being devoured by the sun's ferocious energy waves. Eradicated. Xiao Yukong gazed up in astonishment at Lin Chi, whose towering figure shimmered in the refracted sunlight. Resembling a deity descended upon the mortal realm, that moment, Baby's energy completely dissipated. Meanwhile, the clear sky began to rain, seemingly celebrating this victory. A hazy rainbow emerged in the distance, a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Chi watched with indifference, knowing that the super divine water from the Heaven's Temple would soon extinguish Baby's parasitism. Humanity on Earth would return to normal. How wonderful! Xiao Fong exclaimed, bouncing joyfully with as the rain fell. Those present gradually regained their senses. When Lin Chi descended to the ground, he saw everyone rushing toward Xiao Yukong and sighed helplessly. Super Saiyan 4 was now lost. Thank you. Xiao Fong suddenly appeared before Lin Chi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Daddy, are you all right? Gohan, filled with guilt, approached Xiao Yukong to apologize. Though controlled, his memories remained intact, and he was appalled at his own actions. It's all right. You are not to blame. Xiao Yukong smiled reassuringly as he patted his head, feigning indifference. You were also under control. At that moment, Vegeta awakened, his gaze towards Lin Chi a mix of anger and shame. He had been overly arrogant. It's truly fortunate that Lord Lin Chi has dealt with Baby. Now, I shall take my leave. Jebbit, observing the restoration of normalcy among the group, intended to depart. However, before he could teleport, Lin Chi blocked his path. You cannot leave yet. Lin Chi's gaze shifted coolly to Xiao Yukong. Take Xiao Yukong with you, and have that old man restore his tail. Xiao Yukong cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4, or what is the point of GT? The original storyline should have involved chaos on Earth, leading to Goku going to the Kaioshin realm to have his tail restored before successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Jebbit was momentarily confused. The situation had been flawlessly resolved, so why bring Goku back? Goku's current combat power is insufficient, and more formidable foes will inevitably appear in the future. Lin Chi stated matter-of-factly. Are there even stronger enemies to come? Xiao Yukong's eyes lit up with excitement at this revelation. Thus, he must ascend to a greater level of power, understand? Lin Chi cast a detached glance at Jebbit. Do you think I would remain here? Come on, take me to the Kaioshin realm quickly, Xiao Yukong exclaimed. Brimming with enthusiasm, Xiao Yukong grasped Jebbit's hand. Xiao Fong hurried to join them, urging, I want to go too. I want to see Grandpa become even stronger. Humph. Vegeta merely huffed coldly, saying nothing more, yet he stepped forward, placing a hand on Jebbit's shoulder, his action speaking volumes about his pride. I want to go as well. Gohan's expression of guilt faded, and he turned to Xiao Yukong with a serious look. Dad, I won't hold you back any longer. Then I want to go too. I want to become stronger. Trunks clenched his fists and shouted, realizing that he could not simply stand by. At the very least, he must take the most fundamental step. First, protect himself, so as not to burden others. In the brief time it took to express this sentiment, every accessible part of Jebbite had been touched by the eager hands of the crowd. This Jebbite was somewhat bewildered. Did he not only bring one Goku along? Why was it now that a collective was intent on following him? Hurry up, Lin Chi urged nonchalantly, showing no concern for the number of people present. A group going along was fine. If little Goku were to enter the golden great ape state and lose his reason, at least there would be someone to help him regain it. Lin Chi was the first to use instant transmission to arrive at the realm of the Kaioshin, where he found the old Kaioshin squatting on the grass, gazing into a crystal ball. You have a method to extract Goku's tail, don't you? Lin Chi spoke flatly, casting a cold glare at the old Kaishin. The atmosphere conveyed a clear threat. Should you dare refuse, I shall end you. The old Kaishin shivered slightly and nodded vigorously. Under Lin Shi's deliberate guidance and reminders, with the old Kaishin's assistance, little Goku experienced the peculiar sensation of having his tail artificially pulled at a man-made moon. Observing the crowd's curious reaction as they surrounded little Goku, who now sported a tail, Lin Shi extended his right hand, that a surge of energy shot from his palm into the sky, and upon reaching a certain height, he commanded this energy to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a colossal blue orb appeared in the azure sky. Goku, look at the sky. Lin Shi smirked at the little Goku encircled by the crowd. Little Goku, feeling bewildered, looked up, but in a mere moment his eyes widened to their fullest extent. Son Wukong's tail began to thrash wildly, and within the confusion of his gaze, emotions such as frenzy and excitement surged forth. Soon, bloodthirst and brutality consumed his mind, and little Goku howled as his form continued to enlarge. His reason drowned. The great ape of Son Wukong pounded his chest, each step thundering against the ground, producing sounds akin to an earthquake that sent tremors through the crowd. Isn't he in the golden great ape form? Lin Shi frowned, dissatisfied with the enormous black gorilla before him. Father, Grandpa, Kakarot, Chapter 14. From Great Ape to Golden Great Ape, Super Saiyan 4. The crowd quickly dodged, casting puzzled glances at Lin Shi, questioning what exactly he intended to do with Goku. What are you doing? Son Gohan shouted in anger, hastily shattering the artificial moon in the sky. He had witnessed the destructive power of the great ape firsthand. Boom! However, having transformed into a great ape, Son Wukong would not revert to his normal form unless his tail was severed. Why are you turning my father into a great ape? Lin Shi had his reasons. Gohan. Do not panic. The old Kaishin, hands clasped behind his back, addressed the confused crowd, speaking slowly to explain. Really? Xiao Fong regarded the old Kaishin with suspicion, wondering if he was truly not jesting at her grandfather's expense. This was about pulling tails and transforming into great apes, treating people as if they were not human. Please, remain calm. The old Kaishin continued to reassure everyone. Lin Shi is helping Goku enhance his cultivation. Truly, Vegeta's eyes sparkled. Could he also use Lin Shi's method to leap directly from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4? As for the rampaging great ape, Lin Shi soared into the air, embarking on the path to intervene. It's too noisy. Lin Shi leapt into the air, delivering a kick to the great ape's massive head. Arg! The kicked great ape halted momentarily, turning its blood-red eyes upon Lin Shi. Roar! The mindless great ape lunged at Lin Q. The onlookers. It resembled a scene of swatting flies. Lin Shi dodged, causing the great ape to miss its grasp, only to roar once more and try again. Lin Shi planted his foot firmly on the bridge of the great ape's nose. Quickly regain your reason and move to the next step. Roar! The great ape, utterly unresponsive, swatted at its own nose, only to strike itself and yelp in pain. Lin Shi flew to the back of the great ape's head, delivering another kick that elicited a series of howls from the creature. Thus, through Lin Shi's intermittent provocation and teasing, the irrational great ape grew increasingly furious and agitated. Roar! Accompanied by the great ape's relentless roars, it threw its head back, flames of energy igniting upon its body. As the fiery aura intensified, a hint of gold began to shimmer through its fur, rapidly spreading until it enveloped the entire body. Golden great ape! It transformed into gold. Who would have thought the great ape could further evolve? Vegeta's eyes shone even brighter. Excellent. Take note of all this. The next to ascend to Super Saiyan 4 will be he, Vegeta. This path to power seemed quite promising. Watching as Son Wukong smoothly transitioned into the golden great ape form, Lin Shi shifted his gaze to Xiao Fong and the others. Awaken his reason, Lin Shi stated coolly, distancing himself from the golden great ape. What? Son Gohan and the others were taken aback. Were they not merely spectators? Did they have such a task? Father, before Gohan could take flight, he was effortlessly swatted away by the golden great ape. This, Son Goten shrank back, feeling intimidated by his father in such a state. Grandpa, Xiao Fong hovered before the blood-red eyes of the golden great ape, choking out, "Please change back. I'm scared of you like this. Why don't you go up and persuade him?" The old Kaioshin stood beside Vegeta, puzzled. Did you not see that even Jebite had enthusiastically gone to persuade and get beaten by him? "Humph, I cannot utter such nauseatingly sweet words," Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, berating the still rampaging golden great ape. "Kakarot, you lowly Saiyan, you deserve to lose control of your reason." Roar. The golden great ape grew even more agitated, as if engaged in an argument. "Grandpa, this is the outfit I wore during my first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. You personally helped me make this, and this is our family photo, our memories. Have you forgotten?" Ultimately, under the influence of Xiao Fong's sorrow, after the others had endured great hardship, the golden great ape version of Wukong wreaked havoc upon the Kaioshin realm. And he finally succeeded in entering the Super Saiyan 4 form. Ah, my Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin and Jebite both gazed in horror at the devastated ground, amidst the golden radiance that occasionally flickered with lightning. The towering golden great ape began to shrink as the dazzling light faded. A man with long black hair, his upper body cloaked in red fur, appeared before the crowd, with blood-red eye sockets and golden irises. His gaze was sharp yet indifferent, and that swaying tail. The Super Saiyan 4 version of Son Wukong made his entrance. This power is incredible. The Super Saiyan 4 version of Son Wukong stared in bewilderment at his hands, murmuring softly, "I actually succeeded." Vegeta felt a mix of anger and joy. Anger that Kakarot had once again surpassed him, while he remained stuck in Super Saiyan 2, unable to ascend to Super Saiyan 3. That rascal Kakarot had already taken the lead in reaching Super Saiyan 4. The joy came from the fact that he would immediately try this method upon returning. How infuriating! Vegeta clenched his fists tightly at his sides. Son Gohan and Trunks, however, were oblivious to Vegeta's emotional turmoil as they gazed at Son Wukong with excitement, exclaiming, "Incredible! Father's power is so immense. Ha ha! This is my contribution." The old Kaioshin shamelessly claimed credit. "You want to spar with me?" Lin Shi noticed Son Wukong's gaze upon him, revealing an indifferent expression that, in a way, even if little Goku has successfully entered the Super Saiyan 4 form, he is still not quite at the level of my original Super Saiyan 4. Not to mention that he currently possesses the power to rival Beerus. I want to test the power that comes with this transformation. Is that all right? Son Wukong exclaimed excitedly, his fists clenched, filled with a desire for battle. "I do not engage in sparring with those whose battle power is inferior to mine." Lin Shi, without a moment's hesitation, directly refused. "That I acknowledge that your current strength is formidable, surpassing that of baby. Yet you are not my match." Son Wukong cast his gaze downward, having contemplated engaging in a serious spar with Lin Shi, yet he was acutely aware of the gap between their powers. Moreover, with baby's emergence, he was preoccupied with his own concerns. But the situation had changed. Baby had been vanquished. With the assistance of old Kai, his strength had also seen a significant enhancement. "Dad?" Son Wufan hesitated, contemplating his father's demeanor, his penchant for sparring. How could one truly know without giving it a try? Son Wukong raised his eyes, looking seriously at Lin Shi. "I wish to spar with you. I know of your might. Yet I am not necessarily lacking." Lin Shi smirked. "Is this the GT version of Wukong?" Chapter 15. Super Saiyan 4, unmatched by a single blow. "I believe you are more suited to employing this method to help Vegeta ascend to Super Saiyan 4 and spar with you." Lin Shi declined once more. "There's truly no need. Even at full power, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong could not withstand a single punch from me." Son Wukong clenched his fists, adopting a fighting stance. "I want to understand the difference between us." "Give it your all." Lin Shi replied coolly, unable to relent. "Dad, I'm scared," Xiao Fang whimpered, retreating behind Son Wufan, as memories of baby's tragic demise flooded her mind. How could one even describe the horror of that scene? "Ancestor, how many rounds do you think Wukong could endure under Lin Shi's hand?" Jebite God inquired, glancing at the composed old Kai beside him. "What do you want from me?" Old Kai replied with a disdainful glance at Jebite God. "You are truly foolish. There is no way he could last even a single round." "Ha ha!" With that declaration, Son Wukong unleashed a fierce roar, releasing his full fighting power as his aura surged dramatically. Such a powerful aura. Jebite God widened his eyes. Perhaps Wukong truly could contend against Lin Shi on his own. Then here I come, Son Wukong exclaimed, darting towards Lin Shi with enthusiasm. Lin Shi smirked. It seemed this was a person who wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall. For Son Wukong, who had just stepped into the threshold of Super Saiyan 4, his normal fighting power was already sufficient. Yes, he was that powerful. Look, Lin Shi remains in his normal state. Is he truly unafraid of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 like Dad? Sun Wutian asked, bewildered. Leveling up in combat. Is this how it works? Humph. What nonsense are you spouting? Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a cold glance at Sun Wutian. Don't you realize that each transformation geometrically amplifies fighting power? Do you not think this fellow is intentionally holding back? At that moment, Trunks suddenly nudged Vegeta's elbow. Dad, Vegeta turned to observe the two combatants, witnessing Super Saiyan 4 Wukong throw a punch, only for Lin Shi to effortlessly block it with a palm. How is this possible? Vegeta gasped, even releasing his crossed arms in shock, questioning his very existence that I in Super Saiyan 4 form. The minimum fighting power should be at least 1,200 times greater, yet Lin Shi is merely in his normal state. Not only was Vegeta astonished, but others were equally dumbfounded. What unit could define his normal state fighting power? Mega, Jing, or even G? The knowledgeable Sun Wufan was so shocked that his body trembled, regardless of the exaggerated expressions of the crowd. After blocking Sun Wukong's punch, Lin Shi retaliated with a punch of his own. This strike was so swift that Sun Wukong barely registered it. He only felt an intense pain in his abdomen before being sent flying, disappearing as a mere speck on the horizon. How is this possible? Xiaofang trembled, clutching Sun Wufan's pant leg tightly, struggling to comprehend such overwhelming power. I feel as though I am wasting time. Lin Shi frowned, surveying those present. Indeed, he would have to rely on Bulma's time machine. Nonetheless, GT Super Saiyan 4 Wukong had appeared successfully. With a whoosh, Sun Wukong awkwardly used instant transmission to appear beside Vegeta, his gaze towards Lin Shi filled with seriousness. I have not lost yet. Let us go again, he declared, throwing another punch at Lin Shi. Sun Wukong truly had not anticipated that even if he overestimated Lin Shi's strength, the actual experience far exceeded his expectations. You have merely just entered the Super Saiyan 4 form. Your fighting power is only in the tens of millions, and you are not my opponent. Lin Shi had lost interest in the fight. His normal fighting power was already in the Jing range, let alone the power he possessed in transformation. Even at full strength, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong could not withstand a single punch, as Super Saiyan 4 Wukong launched another attack. Lin Shi did not even move his hands. Merely the pressure of his aura sent Wukong flying. After regaining his balance, Sun Wukong stared blankly at Lin Shi, realizing the gap was that vast, so powerful. Vegeta clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Lin Shi. Previously, when faced with his Super Saiyan 2 form, Lin Shi had likely been toying with him like a child. It is no longer necessary to continue this battle, Lin Shi remarked coolly, gazing down at the subdued Sun Wukong. What you require now is to spar with someone of equal strength. Use this method to help Vegeta attain Super Saiyan 4. Lin Shi stated blandly that Vegeta's eyes brightened. Those words resonated profoundly with him. Humph. Vegeta, with a proud expression, finally murmured to Lin Shi, "Thank you," though soft-spoken, who among those present did not possess extraordinary hearing. Vegeta replicated the process by which little Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Yet Lin Shi exhibited no interest, utilizing instant transmission to return to Earth. Here on Earth, Lin Shi hovered above West City, gazing down at the beleaguered metropolis. In the next instant, his figure vanished once more, leaving behind his faint voice in the wind that I cannot neglect the Cat Hermit. Karen Tower, the sacred land of Karen. The elliptical tower stood tall with several pillars. Lin Shi did not see the Cat Hermit leaning on his staff. The Senza beans should be on the lower level. Lin Shi surveyed the area, spotting a small staircase. Who are you? A large white cat, leaning on a tall wooden staff, emerged from around the corner, its eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Lin Shi. This fellow, a Saiyan, the one who defeated Baby, Cat hermit. Lin Shi regarded the diminutive white cat, utterly unable to discern that it had lived for over 800 years. Do need something? The cat hermit, sensing Lin Shi's overwhelming power, shrank back, frozen in place, unable to recall that he was blocking the path, much less that this was his home. You need not be so anxious. I simply came to request some sins of beans, Lin Shi stated with a nonchalant tone. Sins of beans? The cat hermit wished to relax, yet found himself incapable. What? Lin Shi frowned. Does this little white cat dare to refuse? Realizing Lin Shi's displeasure, the trembling cat hermit blinked rapidly and hastily explained, No, I have senzu beans. Watching the cat hermit scamper away, he soon returned, presenting 2 senzu beans in his paw, extending them towards Lin Shi. You must be joking. Lin Shi felt genuine displeasure this time. Not at all. The cat hermit shook his head vigorously. This is all the senzu beans I have. Chapter 16. Super Saiyan for Vegeta, the conspiracy from hell. Over the years, enemies continually emerged on Earth, coupled with early misadventures involving Midgeru being mistaken for candy. Never mind, just these 2. Keep them for yourself. Lin Shi expressed his disdain, utilizing instant transmission to depart. Where did he go? The cat hermit blinked in confusion, peering over the railing to look down. Was that instant transmission? With a flash, Lin Shi reappeared in Bulma's laboratory. This is truly not a suitable place. Lin Shi seated himself at a nearby table, casually flipping through documents. Relying on the current Sun Wukong to return was far less promising than anticipating Bulma's research results. Oh, Lin Shi, when did you arrive? Bulma, entering her laboratory, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Shi. How is the research coming along? Lin Shi found himself somewhat despondent. Life in this world held little intrigue for him. He yearned to return and continue his battles with Beerus, and he longed to confront Whis as well. Just then, Bulma, bursting with enthusiasm, approached the table and picked up the documents Lin Shi had previously perused. The theoretical groundwork was nearly complete. The next step was to bring it to fruition. Bulma gestured casually toward the densely packed text and formulas. In approximately 2 days, you shall behold the time machine you desire. Lin Shi cast a glance. Truly, she was a genius scientist. 2 days hence, it would be ready. The ensuing 2 days passed swiftly. Lin Shi even made a trip to the Kaishin realm, where Vegeta had successfully attained the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. It is worth mentioning that due to Lin Shi's influence, Baby was unable to utilize the Dragon Balls. Thus, under Dandy's summons, Goku Jr. successfully returned to his original form, and no longer the diminutive child he had been, his strength had also been fully restored. It truly was a fated confrontation. Lin Shi scanned the fierce clashes occurring in midair. Kakarot, you'd best take this seriously, or you may find yourself defeated. Vegeta, having just entered the Super Saiyan 4 form, had never felt such confidence, playfully deflecting Goku's incoming punch. Goku, equally exhilarated, engaged Vegeta with punches and kicks, unable to contain himself. The onlookers below were captivated, eventually drifting over to where old Kaishin and Jebet stood. The final explosion of energy erupted as 2 forces clashed violently. The reverberations of the explosion echoed loudly, and as the smoke cleared, Goku and Vegeta appeared quite disheveled, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Goku, finally regaining his composure, exclaimed, Vegeta, you have become incredibly powerful. Soon I shall be the strongest Saiyan. After defeating you, I will challenge Lin Shi. Vegeta's confidence surged to unprecedented heights. Goku tilted his head in confusion, asking, How can you defeat me? Haven't we yet to determine a victor? Then let us continue, Vegeta declared, assuming a fighting stance and charging toward Goku. Goku responded in kind, and the 2 fighters engaged in a fierce battle in their Super Saiyan 4 forms, nearly shaking the Kaishin realm to its foundations. The sounds of their physical clashes and the intermittent explosions of energy filled the air. Below, the onlookers were engrossed, particularly focusing on Gohan, who was being pulled by a giant claw. Daddy, hang in there. Little Fong clenched her fists, continually cheering for Gohan. You can do it, Mr. Gohan. Trunks also wore an expression of excitement. Lin Shi approached old Kaioshin, observing the comically absurd scene before him. I asked Gohan also to have his tail pulled out? Indeed, Lord Lin Shi, old Kaioshin replied respectfully, as if he had grasped something following baby's control incident. Oh, Lin Shi responded nonchalantly. It is ultimately not a mistake to grow stronger. The mysterious Gohan from Dragon Ball Super had transformed into a wild version of himself. It seems another one among those in Super Saiyan 4 form will soon emerge, Jebbit shouted with great enthusiasm. However, that statement may have been premature. Although Gohan had sprouted a tail, he still struggled to control his rationality as a golden great ape. Thus his transformation could not yet be deemed a success. Yet, having already achieved the transformation into a golden great ape, it was merely a matter of time before Gohan entered the Super Saiyan 4 form. Afterward, Lin Shi ceased to focus on the Kaioshin realm. Under Bulma's guidance, he beheld a time machine that bore an uncanny resemblance to Trunks' device that I have fully charged the energy, and I have set the timeline, precisely 100 years ahead. However, I have yet to gather sufficient experimental data to ascertain that this 100 years hence will indeed lead you to your timeline. Bulma, clad in her white lab coat, stood with her hands on her hips beside the time machine, gazing sternly at Lin Shi. Are you truly determined to proceed? Indeed, Lin Shi soared to the hatch, opening it and seating himself within. Wait. There are no guarantees you will return to your rightful future. Shouldn't we conduct more tests? Bulma cried out anxiously upon witnessing Lin Shi's rapid actions. Moreover, each timeline contains numerous parallel worlds. Should your energy be depleted, you may find yourself trapped in that timeline. No worries. Lin Shi flashed Bulma a gentle smile that I will strive to minimize the time, ensuring that I return before my energy runs out. Just as Lin Shi's words trailed off, the time machine ascended into the air. As Bulma shielded herself from the gust of wind, the time machine vanished from her sight. With Lin Shi's departure, a conspiracy was silently brewing in the underworld. Since being slain by Baby, Dr. Mew found himself aimlessly wandering in the depths of hell. Dr. Mew, I have awaited your arrival for far too long. A chilling voice echoed in his ears. Who are you? Where are you? Dr. Mew scanned the cold surroundings, shouting warily, Come out. A tall, gaunt figure with long white hair and a beard, clad in a jacket and wearing a black hat emblazoned with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army, stepped forth from the shadowy rocks. Dr. Mew had no recollection of this withered old man and inquired with confusion. Who are you? How do you know me? In a place like hell, there are hardly any good souls. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the genius scientist, Jero of Earth. He chuckled, his smile betraying a sinister glint in his eyes. My research has encountered some obstacles, and I wish... How laughable. Your research troubles are of no concern to me. Dr. Mew interrupted Jero without a second thought. Wait until I finish speaking, and I suspect Dr. Mew will feel differently. Jero continued with a grin, gradually unfolding his tail. Dr. Mew listened intently, soon revealing a look of animosity. Goku. Yes, he is our common foe. Jero's eyes shone with malice. Thus, Dr. Mew and Jero swiftly reached a consensus. A fruitful collaboration. Lin Shi was aware of these matters, but remained indifferent. What truly concerned him was the pursuit of a formidable being with whom he could engage in full combat, capable of distorting the fabric of time and space. Whoosh! Is this, 100 years later? The time machine materialized in midair as Lin Shi leaned out to observe the scenery outside. Below, a deafening roar of cheers filled the air. The square-shaped open-air seating area was packed with spectators. It bore a resemblance to modern sports arenas, albeit on a much grander scale. The central area was not a grassy field, but a vast arena. Next up is the 36th match of the Junior Division. Please welcome competitor Goku Jr. The stirring announcement rang out, and a miniaturized version of Goku appeared on the massive screen beside the arena. What? Lin Shi struggled to process this information. Broly's son, Replid, had he inadvertently stumbled into the Dragon Ball's Age of Wars. Hastily, Lin Shi sensed the spiritual energy of the entire Earth. Gone, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Gotenbra, it truly is. Lin Shi covered his face with his hand. Overwhelmed by a sense of despair that was beyond description, he sought powerful beings, not to participate in the childish skirmishes of an unknown generation. Setting the date to the year 789 of the Age of Earth. Shortly after Baby's demise, Lin Chi inhaled deeply, rapidly inputting the settings. He had expected the Saiyans to live for many more years, yet upon arriving a century later, this was all he was presented with. The cheers from the arena persisted, and as Goku Jr. took his stance, the next miniaturized version of Vegeta approached the arena in the mid-air time machine. The scene shifted, and the sky darkened, shrouded in a light drizzle. What is this? Just as Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber, he furrowed his brow and gazed into the sky. Oh, is that not the time machine I crafted for Lin Chi? Bulma, holding an umbrella, approached from a distant path, tilting her head upwards. She waved her hand and shouted towards the time machine. Lin Chi, have you returned? Bulma trotted over, observing Lin Chi as he jumped out of the time machine with a sullen expression. What happened? Did things not go well? It has been 3 months. Lin Chi responded with a faint tone as he watched Bulma revert the time machine back into a capsule. Raindrops fell around him, yet not a single drop dampened his hair. What is going on? Vegeta, equally intrigued, approached with a taunting smile. Lin Chi, care for a spar? Bulma, please replenish the time machine's energy. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, then flashed a mocking grin. You haven't increased your battle power much at all. You really ought to enhance your base combat strength. Feeling a bit disgruntled, Vegeta seemed like the perfect outlet for his frustrations. Humph, aren't you in the same boat? Vegeta retorted coldly, a confident smile on his face. Come, let us spar in the wilds to the west. Sure, Lin Chi responded eagerly, intent on making Vegeta question his existence. However, given the brief time, he wondered where Vegeta's confidence stemmed from. Lin Chi glanced at Vegeta, who had already taken to the skies. The air was thick with swirling yellow sand, interspersed with gentle raindrops. The two descended from the sky onto the desolate sand. Facing each other from a distance, with a confident demeanor, Vegeta smirked. I have become significantly stronger since you left. Huh. With a loud roar, Vegeta transformed into the same Super Saiyan 4 form as Goku. His aura surged, whipping up the surrounding sand into a violent dust storm that spiraled away into the distance. Let me show you the fruits of my training over these past days. Vegeta crouched slightly, then charged swiftly towards Lin Chi, moving with the speed of a bullet fired from a chamber. Quite confident, Lin Chi remarked coolly, extending his palm to block Vegeta's punch. The attack, however, lacked potency. Vegeta quickly shifted his foot to deliver a kick to Lin Chi's abdomen. Clever, Lin Chi bent his arm, using his elbow to deflect the incoming kick. Yes, that's so. Vegeta seized the opportunity to twist his body, attempting to sweep Lin Chi's neck with his other leg. Not bad. Not bad. Lin Chi caught Vegeta's ankle, raising an eyebrow. For you, that is decent. With that, Lin Chi hurled Vegeta away. Vegeta steadied himself in midair. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Lin Chi. Ha ha ha. The typical prince's fighting style. Lin Chi's form was obscured by the clouds of smoke from the explosions, prompting Vegeta to cease his assault for a moment. Over here, Vegeta suddenly spun around and threw a punch. Standing behind him, Lin Chi had already raised his hand to block the incoming fist. I'm about to counterattack. With a mere flick of his fist, Lin Chi sent Vegeta soaring into the sky. Ugh. Vegeta clutched his abdomen, feeling the turmoil within, the pain fierce and acute. Once more, he dove down again, aiming another punch at Lin Chi. Once more, his strike was thwarted, and Lin Chi retaliated, sending Vegeta flying again. With each encounter, Vegeta grew more determined, his teeth clenched in frustration. Are you still toying with me? Vegeta roared as he launched a flying kick at Lin Chi. Ha! Lin Chi sidestepped, delivering a kick to Vegeta's back, sending him tumbling into the swirling sands. Ugh! How infuriating! Vegeta glared, his eyes reddened from the sand he had consumed, questioning his own decisions. At that moment, several streaks of light raced towards them from a distance. Haha! I knew it, Lin Chi, you've returned! Goku exclaimed, his hands on his hips, hovering in the air with a broad grin. Blocking Vegeta's punch, Lin Chi nodded lightly at Goku. Yes, I have returned. Step aside, Kakarot. Don't interrupt my battle with Lin Chi. Vegeta snapped, retracting his fist in annoyance, glaring at Goku. Chapter 18. Conspiracy, the gateway between Hell and Earth. As Vegeta and Goku exchanged banter, More streaks of light approached from afar. Lin Shi looked on, recognizing familiar faces, likely sensing the energy of his confrontation with Vegeta. Xiao Fong, Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo, and Goten. Is that the Lin Shi you mentioned? Piccolo scrutinized Lin Shi with a subtle gaze, inquiring of Gohan. Indeed, do not be deceived by Lin Shi's youth. His strength far surpasses that of Dad and Uncle Vegeta. Gohan affirmed with a nod. Uncle Piccolo, it's a pity you missed Lin Shi's battle with BB last time. Is that so? Piccolo's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Lin Shi, feeling an odd yet faint energy, reminiscent yet uncertain. Hey Vegeta, how could you spar with Lin Shi without my knowledge? How inconsiderate. Goku grumbled, his gaze quickly shifting to Vegeta in anger. Let me have a turn sparring with Lin Shi. Grandpa, really? Xiao Fong looked at Goku, exasperated. How about I also spar with Lin Shi? Gohan suggested shyly, scratching the back of his head as he joined the conversation. Yes, the group bantered and clamored to spar with Lin Shi. Piccolo continued to observe him quietly. Meanwhile, behind their laughter, a conspiracy in the depths of hell had begun to unfold. Dr. Gero gazed at the colossal machine operating within the cave, chuckling to himself. At last, this thrilling moment has arrived. Is that so? Dr. Mew cast a sidelong glance at the figure lying inside the machine, bursting into hearty laughter. The time for revenge has come. Then let us act swiftly. Dr. Gero pressed the red button on the machine. With a mechanical hiss, the chamber door slowly opened, revealing a man who looked exactly like Android 17, that Android 17 from hell. Ha ha ha! Dr. Gero's excitement grew, his arms waving in jubilation. Once we have Hell's 17, lead the Earth's 17. Dr. Gero. The 17 from the chamber opened his eyes, turning to Dr. Gero with a detached greeting. Let us proceed with our plan. Dr. Mew urged with a sinister smile. The gateway to Hell is about to open. In Bulma's dining area, she grumbled, the weather has been utterly dreadful lately. I can't even enjoy a proper shopping spree. Munching on a piece of sandwich with a displeased expression. Indeed, it has rained incessantly for days. Bulma leaned against the window, sipping her coffee. Outside, the sky remained overcast, with sporadic light rain falling. Hey, what is happening in the sky? Bulma quickly turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, look, it seems like the sky has been punctured. Trunks rushed to the restaurant's entrance, shouting urgently to the lunching group. Things outside are chaotic. Take your time, Trunks. What exactly is happening? Bulma quickly reassured, gazing at the panting Trunks. Has the gateway to Hell opened? Lin Shi remained composed at the dining table, savoring a cup of tea. What? The gateway to Hell? Vegeta, who had been peering at the sky, turned back to Lin Shi with confusion. What do you mean by that? Earlier, Krillin's family took me and Goten to the island where Android 17 was working, and suddenly, 17 went berserk, Trunks explained anxiously. He mentioned something about Hell, and then a massive hole appeared in the sky. Finally, with his eyes glowing red, Android 17 declared that Goku must go to Hell alone. Trunks inhaled deeply, articulating all his concerns. Eagerly awaiting Vegeta's response, he couldn't help but wonder if Mr. Goku had already ventured into the depths of Hell. Observing Vegeta's lack of significant reaction only intensified Trunks' distress. Upon my return, I witnessed the city in utter disarray. What was 17's intention in sending Kakarot to Hell? Vegeta's gaze shifted towards the languid Lin Q.I.T. lure the tiger away from its den. Lin Shi proclaimed, setting down his teacup and rising to exit the dining hall. The individuals you dispatched have already been resurrected, such as Frieza and that wretched Cell? Vegeta smirked, promptly matching Lin Shi's pace. You must refrain from intervening. I intend to settle scores with Frieza and Cell as well. Lin Shi responded nonchalantly, expressing no desire to confront those foes, whose weakness rendered them unworthy of his engagement. However, allow me to offer a friendly warning. He glanced back at Vegeta. Frieza and Cell Haven T made their way here. They remain in Hell. What did you say, Humph? Those two cowardly scoundrels. Vegeta clenched his fists in indignation. Meanwhile, as Trunks had feared, Son Goku was soaring towards the gaping void in the sky. The black hole served as the gateway to Hell. Who could have created such chaos, showing no regard for others' feelings? Goku grumbled as he leaped into the tunnel. Haha, that damn Saiyan truly fell for it. Dr. Mew observed the scene within the crystal ball, laughing with excitement. Gro remained composed, sipping his glass of red wine, casting a glance at Hell S-17, pleased that the plan was proceeding smoothly. Soon, the Earth will be ours. Humph, don't think so small. Dr. Mew scornfully regarded Dr. Gro. Our ambition extends beyond Earth. We shall gaze upon the galaxy and the entire universe. The future belongs to me. Dr. Gro narrowed his eyes, fully aware of Mew's disdain for him, knowing that soon this individual would lose his usefulness. Then let us present some gifts to the Earthlings, Dr. Gro declared, gesturing to Hell S-17, who nodded slightly before directing the majority of evil beings into the tunnel. As Son Goku landed on the ground, he surveyed his surroundings. Who called me here? Step forward. Hey, where is everyone? Ha, foolish Saiyan, you actually came. Came the mocking voice of Dr. Gro from the shadows. Gro, you scoundrel. Son Goku seethed, clenching his fists, but before he could act, Gro, accompanied by Hell S-17 and Dr. Mew, dashed towards the black hole as the three departed. The smoke from the black hole began to dissipate. Chapter 19. Goku, trapped in Hell, 2/17 in the end. The black hole vanished. Hey, Son Goku was bewildered. He had been summoned only to find that they had fled without a word. What was going on? Wait, Goku propelled himself upward in a leap. But alas, he was too late. The passage between Hell and the mortal realm had closed. As the smoke cleared, the once gaping black hole transformed into a solid rock face. Rubbing his sore head, Goku's anger surged. Damn it, what were you all calling me here for? Well, is that not our old acquaintance? A malicious laugh echoed from behind Goku. He turned to see Frieza, swaying his tail, accompanied by the green, sinister Cell, both of them gazing mockingly at Goku. Son Goku, who would have thought you'd return to Hell this time? I fear you shan't escape. Frieza, Cell, it's been quite a while. Goku leaped from the ground, grinning widely. The specifics of a location were irrelevant. What mattered was having worthy opponents to spar with. Lin Shi hovered in midair, observing the smoky cityscape, addressing the silently frowning Trunks behind him. There is no need to worry excessively about Goku. Although he may seem foolish, his combat intelligence surpasses that of anyone else. The first to arrive, Piccolo, threw a punch, repelling the formidable Dales before him. Instead of pondering these matters, we should swiftly resolve the chaos in the city. In the distance, several streaks of light approached rapidly. Leading the charge was Son Gohan, waving towards Lin Shi and the others. Uncle Vegeta, Lin Shi, Trunks, we've come to help. Lin Shi, arms crossed, showed no inclination to engage, casually remarking, these fellows should simply be sent back from whence they came. Vegeta, you handle 17 when the time comes. No need for your input. The strongest foe is naturally mine to defeat. Vegeta snorted, diving into the tumultuous city below. The chaotic streets, shattered walls, and panicked crowds painted a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Haha, is that not the Saiyan monkey? Guldo sneered from atop a crumbling skyscraper, casting a mocking glance at Vegeta below. Care to join me? Lord Guldo, I could gift you a planet. I'm fool, Vegeta retorted coldly, vanishing from his position and reappearing right before Guldo. With a resounding roar, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, gathering energy in his palms and pressing it against Guldo's chest. How is this possible? Guldo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the smirking Vegeta before him. When did Saiyans become this powerful? Boom! The energy wave erupted, obliterating Guldo into a cloud of smoke. Tisk, yet another great real estate tycoon has met his demise. Lin Shi mused from the air. Everyone was engaged in their battles. Even Xiao Fong was maintaining order amidst the chaos. Fortunately, these were merely foes defeated by Goku's group in the past, posing little challenge for the current Son Gohan and his allies, albeit their numbers were somewhat overwhelming. Not long after, Son Gohan and his companions had nearly concluded all the fights. That is Dad. Trunks exclaimed, rushing to Lin Shi's side, his gaze drawn to the battle on the ground. Amidst the ruins, Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta was fiercely battling Hell 17, their conflict fervent and unyielding. Meanwhile, Dr. Mew, Dr. Gro, and the crimson-eyed Earth S-17 observed from a vantage point. That's Uncle Vegeta. Why is he fighting 17? Son Gohan questioned, joining Trunks in astonishment. Xiao Fong pointed towards the trio, spectating. Dad, look. There's another 17 over there. How can this be? Son Gohan was taken aback. Even Trunks struggled to comprehend the sudden appearance of another 17. What is going on? Are you all right? Lin Shi casually surveyed the scene, noting that even OOB had arrived. Let us descend and investigate. The group swiftly descended to the ground, observing the clash between Vegeta and Hell S-17. It cannot be considered a fair match, as Hell S-17 is currently being thoroughly overwhelmed by Vegeta. The latter was battered and bruised, his once stylish attire now tattered and torn. It seems your infinite energy isn't all that impressive. Vegeta smirked coldly, looking down at the defeated Hell S-17. Hey, Dr. Grow, what should we do? Dr. Mew's brow furrowed as he glanced at the Earth S-17, standing motionless behind Grow. I initially thought that only Goku would be formidable on Earth. But who would have imagined that Vegeta would be this powerful as well? No need for concern. We still have our Earth S-17. Dr. Grow replied calmly, turning to issue commands to the red-eyed Earth S-17. Go, 17, become my most perfect masterpiece. Oh, unleash whatever techniques you have. Do not compare yourself to Kakarot, that I am far stronger than that brat. Vegeta initially intended to unleash a powerful energy wave, but he abruptly retracted it. Casting a glance at the human 17, standing atop the adjacent rocky outcrop, his words dripping with arrogance. Then you might as well look forward to it. Once Hell 17 and Human 17 fuse, they will become the ultimate warrior. Hearing the sinister words of Dr. Gero, Dr. Mew revealed a malevolent grin, as if sharing in the glory. Go. Human 17, with Dr. Gero's command, Human 17 soared towards the prone Hell 17 on the ground. Trunks, witnessing this, grew anxious. Dad, hurry up and defeat them. Don't let them fuse. Indeed. Uncle Vegeta, let's assist you. Gohan rushed forward, eager to help. There's no need, Vegeta retorted, silencing both Trunks and Gohan with his authoritative tone. With a cold glare, he addressed the two 17s hovering before him. Hurry up. I don't possess the luxury of time to wait for your sluggish fusion. Honestly, Trunks clenched his fists in frustration. His father always acted this way. Let us just wait and see. Piccolo remained composed, hoping for Lin Shi's intervention. Just watch, Vegeta. Soon you will regret your actions. Dr. Gero cackled maniacally. That moment. Both 17s echoed in unison. I am you, and you are me. Fusion. Chapter 20. Vegeta's fierce battle against Super 17. As the two 17s uttered their emotionless phrases, they began to merge into one another. The radiant glow enveloped their forms, and their crimson eyes shone ever brighter. I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued. Vegeta observed the fusion, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. The energy fluctuations resulting from their union caused the very earth to buckle, fissures spreading like a spider's web across the ground. With the tremors, countless structures crumbled, and the dazzling light gradually faded. The fused Super 17 soon emerged before the onlookers, taller and with longer hair than before. Damn it, Trunks tightened his fists, realizing the fused 17 was more formidable than ever. Can Uncle Vegeta defeat the fused 17? Gohan cast a worried glance at Vegeta. It's a success. Dr. Gero exclaimed excitedly to Dr. Mew, the ultimate android I have longed for has finally come to fruition. In contrast to Dr. Gero's exuberance, Dr. Mew remained composed, gazing coldly at Vegeta. Go on. Super 17. It seems your power is somewhat acceptable, Vegeta remarked with excitement upon witnessing Super 17's arrival. After all, the previous adversaries were no more than refuse. The emergence of Super 17 invigorated Vegeta. He finally had a chance to showcase his Super Saiyan 4 prowess. Vegeta, you will soon reconsider your opinion. Dr. Gero sneered contemptuously. The previous 17 was merely my perfect creation. Now, Super 17 is my ultimate masterpiece. Vegeta dismissed Dr. Gero's incessant rambling, his focus entirely on Super 17. Let me see what you've got. All right, Super 17 responded with a devilish grin, charging at Vegeta. As Super 17 barreled forward, Vegeta dared not underestimate him. With a fierce shout, he transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. launching his fists in retaliation. Boom! Their fists collided, and Vegeta's face lit up with exhilaration. While Super 17's smirk faltered slightly, that I never expected. Super 17 remarked coldly, "You're not inferior to that Goku fellow." "Of course," Vegeta replied, retracting his fist only to strike again towards Super 17's cheek. "I am far superior to that Kakarot." Super 17 felt a tingling sensation in his arm. Seizing the opportunity as Vegeta threw another punch, he landed a blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta staggered back a few meters but quickly regained his footing. "It seems your strength is not as impressive as I thought." Though he spoke bravely, Vegeta did not pause. Raising his arm to unleash a powerful energy wave towards Super 17. The howling energy wave surged towards Super 17. But to everyone's astonishment, the energy was absorbed by Super 17's right hand. "What's happening?" Trunks stared in disbelief at Super 17. Did Dad's energy just get absorbed? "We cannot use energy attacks," Piccolo stated coldly. Gohan looked anxiously at Piccolo. "Does this mean Uncle Vegeta cannot defeat Super 17? "You'll find out soon enough," Lin Shi remarked nonchalantly. Vegeta's power is not significantly greater than Super 17's. However, therein lay the crux of the issue. Super 17's inexhaustible energy. "This battle is beyond our control." Sweat dripped down Piccolo's forehead. As the energy was absorbed, Vegeta noticed a dark crystal nestled in Super 17's palm. This is quite unexpected." Vegeta feigned calmness, casting a disdainful glance at Super 17. "What's the matter? Was that all your energy?" Super 17 smirked, revealing his sinister grin. "Enough chatter. I'll show you I don't need energy attacks." This time, Super 17 did not attempt to block Vegeta's punch. Instead, he sidestepped and launched a ki blast of his own. Boom! As the energy blast detonated, Vegeta swiftly vanished, reappearing behind Super 17. "Such an attack is just a waste of energy," Vegeta taunted, delivering a kick aimed at Super 17's lower body. Super 17 reacted quickly, evading Vegeta's sweeping kick. Vegeta moved like lightning, his speed leaving only an afterimage, each powerful strike slicing through the air. "How impressive! I never imagined Dad could be this formidable," Trunks exclaimed, exhilarated by Vegeta's fierce assault. Gohan sighed in relief. It seems Uncle Vegeta can win. However, their advantage was fleeting. Piccolo's brow furrowed with increasing concern. If Vegeta faltered, what then? Gohan had yet to transition smoothly into Super Saiyan 4 from the Golden Grade Ape form. Piccolo turned his gaze toward Lin Chi. His expression remained indifferent, arms crossed, seemingly unconcerned. Sensing Piccolo's scrutiny, Lin Chi feigned ignorance. "The androids possess limitless energy," Piccolo stated seriously. "What can we do? Mr. Goku is still trapped in hell." Ub's dark expression revealed a bitter smile. "If Mr. Vegeta cannot prevail, Lin Chi, will you step in to assist?" Xiao Fong pleaded, her fists clenched in desperation. "It's still too early." Lin Chi neither agreed nor declined. The battle between Vegeta and Super 17 intensified in midair. Their attacks became increasingly fierce. Yet the damage inflicted upon one another remained minimal. Vegeta swept and kicked, while Super 17 blocked with his elbow. It seemed their clash had reached an impasse, but as time wore on, Vegeta began to show signs of fatigue. His stamina was waning. Vegeta crossed his arms defensively, blocking a punch from Super 17, but in the next instant, a second fist was already aimed at Vegeta's cheek. He barely managed to duck, evading the strike, then quickly reappeared behind Super 17. Smack. He launched a rapid punch towards Super 17's back, but Super 17, seemingly oblivious, swiftly distanced himself from Vegeta. Chapter 21. Overpowered. Vegeta's plea impressive, but how long can you endure? Super 17, without a hint of fatigue, cast a sinister gaze upon Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta was panting heavily, too preoccupied to respond. "Father, let us assist you." Observing Vegeta at a disadvantage, Trunks, who was watching from the ground, could no longer remain silent and called out once more. I can handle this myself," Vegeta replied without turning his head, his eyes fixated on Super 17. With that, he charged at Super 17 again, unleashing his powerful iron fist. Caught off guard, Super 17 was struck and sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby rocky outcrop. Boom! As smoke billowed, Super 17 was embedded in the mountainside. And with his struggles, a cascade of rubble fell, suggesting he still possessed some strength. Super 17, unflinching, leaped into the air, quickly re-engaging with Vegeta. Father, you must win. Trunks, witnessing the increasingly fierce battle, clenched his fists in anxiety. The clash between Super 17 and Vegeta intensified. Their punches and kicks exchanged at a dizzying speed. They fought from mid-air to the rocky edge, then vanished from view, appearing on another patch of ground. Bang! Bang! The expansive battlefield resonated with the explosive sounds of their strikes, accompanied by the occasional ripples of their energy. As the battle raged on, Vegeta's breaths became more frantic. He had completely fallen to the back foot. Unable to block effectively, he was struck under the chin by Super 17, then sent flying by a sweeping kick. Vegeta plummeted from the air, skidding along the ground, leaving deep gouges in his wake. Be careful, Gohan suddenly shouted urgently. Vegeta looked up, only to see Super 17 in midair, his hands sparking with blinding energy, a dark energy sphere emanating an incomprehensibly terrifying power. Father, Trunks exclaimed, his expression filled with worry. Hesitating on how to intervene. This strike will ensure your swift demise, Super 17 sneered maliciously. Hell bomb! Boom! Ah! Pan screamed in terror, covering her face, unable to look. Boom! Boom! The violent explosion reverberated as the hell bomb struck the ground. Shrouded in thick smoke, the earth trembled violently, and as the smoke cleared, a colossal pit was revealed, with Vegeta nowhere to be found. Haha. He's dead. One down. Dr. Gero chuckled with glee at the sight of the empty pit. Humph. However, Super 17's expression darkened as he gazed into the distance, unable to discern the opponent's speed. Marvelous, Trunks too looked over, filled with unexpected joy in midair. Lin Shi had draped Vegeta's arm over his shoulder. Evading Super 17's energy sphere. Rescued, Ub whispered, while Pan peered through her fingers, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. I cannot perceive his movements. Piccolo felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Truly, as Gohan said, he is formidable. Damn. Dr. Mew clenched his fists in frustration, regretting the lost opportunity, pondering who this individual was. He had never encountered such a powerful entity before. T.O. think he could save Vegeta at such a critical moment. TSK. Super 17's expression grew increasingly grim. It was an affront to him that someone could save another right under his nose. Lin Shi, Vegeta, in dire straits, had lost the strength even to lift a finger. Do you wish to continue fighting? Lin Shi cast a cool glance at Vegeta as he descended to the ground. No, I want. Vegeta hesitated, his words trailing off as Lin Shi helped him land. Just as Lin Shi intended to release his hold, Vegeta trembled, grasping Lin Shi's arm tightly, his voice barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Lin Shi, please, protect the Earth. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly heard that? Was it merely a figment of his imagination? You still need the time machine. You must protect Bulma. Vegeta's vision blurred, the result of overexertion. Please. Vegeta's voice diminished further, until he completely fainted. Leaning against Lin Shi's shoulder. Father, Trunks soared over, wrapping his arms around Vegeta. Father, what has happened to you? He merely fainted from exhaustion. Lin Shi replied calmly, yet his gaze remained deeply fixed upon the unconscious Vegeta. Please, I beg you, such words from Vegeta. If anyone else uttered such a plea, Lin Shi would not be as astonished. Yet for it to come from Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, whose self-esteem was unyielding, was utterly unbelievable. Equally shocked was Piccolo, who, due to his unique hearing, had caught Vegeta's words clearly. The proud Vegeta had actually appealed to Lin Shi. Just how formidable was this Lin Shi? Lin Shi pursed his lips, retracting his gaze to focus on Super 17 hovering above. Vegeta, I shall no longer toy with you. Lin Shi's expression turned serious as he murmured softly. All thoughts of teasing Vegeta's arrogance dissipated in that moment. Vegeta's pride could be sacrificed for Bulma. Thus, the original plot would not proceed as expected. He would await Goku's return. Lin Shi's right hand clenched into a fist point 17. quickly eliminate them. Dr. Gero could no longer contain himself, urging Super 17 repeatedly. Who knows when that rascal Goku will return from the underworld? You all can perish alongside Vegeta. Super 17 coldly extended his hand, unleashing an energy sphere once more. Imph! As the energy sphere hurtled towards him, Lin Shi effortlessly swatted it away. The energy sphere careened towards Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, followed by a sudden explosion that unleashed a mushroom cloud. The earth trembled once more, and a mountain crumbled into countless fragments, leaving Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew scrambling to evade in utter disarray. Damn it, that wretched fool! Hurry, 17, eliminate him! Dr. Gero yelled angrily from atop the rubble. Chapter 22. Strike to test your 250-centimeter height. It's too noisy. In an instant, Lin Shi teleported behind Dr. Gero, his demeanor indifferent as he placed a hand on the scientist's back. You should return to hell for your games. No. 17, save me. Dr. Gero frantically shook his head, gripped by terror. But at this juncture, no words could save him. Boom! With the release of Lin Shi's energy blast, Dr. Gero met his end, dissipating into smoke within the air. 17, come save me. Witnessing Dr. Gero's vanishing act, Dr. Mew had lost all semblance of his earlier aloofness, reaching out towards the sky in fear. Super 17, however, seemed indifferent, unresponsive to the plea. Damn you, you worthless scrap. How dare you ignore my commands? Dr. Mew shouted in fury. Who are you calling worthless? Super 17 turned to drive. Mew, suddenly revealing a sinister grin. Whoosh! Super 17 raised his hand, gathering an energy blast, which he then hurled at D. Oh, I still require your guidance. Super 17 remarked coldly as the energy blast obliterated Dr. Mew into ash. You ought to consider your own worth. Are they experiencing infighting? Pan asked Gohan, somewhat perplexed. How cruel. To slay one's own comrade. Gohan's expression reflected his discomfort. They hardly qualify as comrades. Piccolo interjected, correcting him. Ha ha! Super 17 erupted into a reckless laughter. Finally, I no longer need to feign compliance with them. On the 17th, the arriving 18th gazed into the sky, gritting her teeth with determination. Thus, the two doctors met their demise prior to the emergence of Super 17. Super 17 revealed a wicked smile, brushing aside the stray strands of hair behind his ear as he turned his gaze towards Lin Q. Is it now your turn to be my adversary? Aren't you grateful to me? Lin Shi, with a stoic expression, faced Super 17 and replied, or perhaps, do you still intend to wreak havoc upon Earth? No need for gratitude. I never intended to spare these two fools. Super 17 scoffed, eyeing the spot where the two doctors once stood. Oh. Lin Shi responded calmly, inquiring once more, are you certain you do not wish to cease your actions? Humph. Super 17 curled his lips in a cold smirk. Fists clenched as he charged towards Lin Shi. This was a declaration through action. It seems you have made your choice. Lin Shi's fingers came together, transforming into a hand blade that unleashed a fiery strike towards Super 17. A faint crack echoed as Super 17 stared in disbelief at the severed arm, now lying on the ground, revealing the mechanical wound. I distinctly evaded that. How? Impressive! Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Lin Shi. Just a single move, such a simple maneuver. It completely incapacitated Super 17's arm. Hooray! Xiao Fong shouted with excitement. Lin Shi is indeed formidable, Trunks echoed, thrilled at the prospect of avenging his father. 17 and 18 looked on in shock at the now one-armed Super 17. She covered her mouth, bewildered by the turn of events. Super 17, undeterred by his fallen arm, scanned his surroundings warily, although his vigilance proved utterly futile. You have any last words? Lin Shi appeared above Super 17. Delivering a powerful kick, taken by surprise, Super 17 was sent crashing to the ground, creating a new crater. As Super 17 leapt from the depths of the pit, Lin Shi waved his hand, his aura once again blazing brilliantly. Merely a coincidence. Super 17's gaze darkened, his expression refusing to accept the previous events as reality. As he swung his fist towards Lin Shi once more, Lin Shi shrugged indifferently. If you refuse to believe, Then let me slap you with the truth again. Your speed is insufficient. Lin Chi sneered, catching Super 17's incoming punch and tossing him aside. The force was akin to a bullet, piercing through countless mountains, finally skidding to a halt after traveling thousands of meters, leaving deep ravines in its wake. How is this possible? Damn it, bastard! Super 17 was compelled to acknowledge that this individual surpassed even Vegeta in strength. Super 17 ascended once more, closing the distance to Lin Chi, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at an astonishing speed, as if he possessed countless limbs, creating an endless array of afterimages. Incredible! Xiao Fong could only utter this one exclamation. Piccolo's green visage began to pale slightly. This was far beyond what Gohan had described. It was much more formidable than he had imagined. Unable to keep pace with Lin Chi's speed, Super 17 grew increasingly enraged, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres at Lin Chi. Boom! 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 The energy spheres exploded around Lin Chi, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Damn you! Perish! Perish! Super 17's fury escalated, yet his attacks remained utterly ineffective. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Lin Chi's form emerged in scathe, rendering such assaults utterly futile. You've sullied my attire. Lin Chi remarked expressionlessly, brushing the dust from his shoulder. How infuriating! Super 17, nearly losing his composure, raised one hand high, gathering a larger hellball between his palms. Is it ready yet? Lin Chi's form appeared behind Super 17, coolly questioning, are you intending to use that against me? Or is it meant for Earth? Super 17, taken aback, pondered how this individual had managed to position himself behind him. So powerful. Lin Chi, Gohan exclaimed with excitement, eager to test the disparity between himself and Lin Chi. Hurry and defeat him. Trunks, glancing at the still unconscious Vegeta in his arms, felt an icy chill wash over him. Die. I will collect the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Lin Chi spoke with an indifferent tone regarding Super 17's fate. I do not particularly appreciate your demeanor, standing at 250. What a ridiculous reason. Super 17 retorted angrily, launching his hell ball towards Lin Chi without a second thought. Isn't it? Lin Chi casually swatted the hell ball into the sky, expressing disdain. I despise those who tower over me. Chapter 23. Super 17 unraveled. Damn it. Super 17 watched his energy sphere being deflected, his fury intensifying, yet it was all in vain. Why do you keep repeating the same few words? Lin Chi delivered a kick to Super 17, sending him sprawling. Super 17 knelt on one knee, gazing up at Lin Chi in frustration, thinking this guy is truly insufferable. Are there really no last words you wish to convey? Lin Chi inquired again, pointing towards the weeping 18 nearby. Look, you've made your sister cry. Bastard, spare me the humiliation. Super 17's anger boiled over, his sanity fraying under the relentless verbal assaults. Lin Chi merely smiled, a playful smirk gracing his lips. I can't help it. I promised Vegeta I can no longer toy with him. I must reclaim my losses through you, bastard. Super 17 gathered his strength, charging at Lin Chi once more. As Super 17 swung his fist again, Lin Chi slightly tilted his head to evade, then retaliated with a powerful strike to Super 17's abdomen. This is how one delivers a punch, Lin Chi coldly stated. Ugh! Super 17's eyes widened as he struggled to suppress a cry of pain, disbelief flooding his senses as he coughed up blood. Your infinite energy merely this feeble. Lin Chi frowned slightly. You are far too weak. My interest has waned. Dragon Fist. Lin Chi clenched his fist tightly, aiming once more at Super 17, unleashing a tremendous force that pierced through Super 17's abdomen. Lin Chi frowned. This punch was purely a display of strength, not the true Dragon Fist of Son Goku. Piccolo and the others had experienced the true eruption of Goku's Dragon Fist, leaving them feeling quite embarrassed. Previously, they had assumed Lin Chi would execute the same technique. Farewell. Lin Chi, unperturbed, retracted his arm with disdain, watching as Super 17 plummeted to the ground. 17. 18's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string as she beheld Super 17 crash to the earth. His once mighty abdomen now crackled with electric sparks, And at this moment, Super 17 finally appeared, less menacing. Point 18 gently cradled 17 in her arms, whispering, "Do not worry. I will collect the Dragon Balls to revive you." 17 managed a pained smile, reaching out to wipe away 18's tears. "I am sorry. I never intended to kill Krillin. It is all right, Sob." 18's tears surged forth, embracing Super 17 tightly. "I do not blame you. Not at all. It is all the fault of those two despicable doctors." Ub chimed in. "Sob, how touching." Xiao Fong continued to wipe her own tears. "It is fine. We will soon seek Bulma for the Dragon Radar." Gohan comforted, patting Xiao Fong's shoulder. "Trunks." At that moment, Vegeta stirred awake, struggling to rise as he gazed at Lin Shi before him. "How do you feel?" Lin Shi casually inquired, resting his hands behind his head as he observed the choked 18. "The atmosphere is quite palpable. Indeed, a beautiful woman must be paired with a handsome man." Vegeta, in his usual Tsundere fashion, did not respond but let out a cold huff, turning his gaze to the ravaged earth. "Thank you." Lin Shi shot a strange glance at Vegeta, but chose not to engage, instead lost in thought as he observed the mournful expressions of those before him. After defeating Android 17, the subsequent threat would likely be the evil dragon. The one who smokes a cigar, perhaps. Alas, his strength was still insufficient. When would he return to his own timeline? He found himself missing that mouse and the hairless cat. Speaking of which, was he at the Super One-Star Dragon that Goku and Vegeta had fused to defeat? Was it Gogeta? Or was it Goku's Spirit Bomb? Lin Shi. Gohan gently tapped Lin Shi's shoulder. "Huh." Lin Shi snapped back to reality, puzzled as he asked, "What's the matter? Do you have a plan? Dad is still trapped in hell and can't come back." Gohan's brow was furrowed in distress. "Oh," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, glancing at Gohan, clearly embodying the sentiment of "it's not the Emperor who is anxious, but the eunuch." The current Goku was no longer the naive little Goku from before. "Isn't he capable of instant transmission?" Lin Shi stated coolly, as the eyes of the others turned toward him in confusion, and in an instant he vanished from sight. While he spoke thus, Lin Shi himself was uncertain whether that guy, Goku, could really return to Earth. After all, his instant transmission was merely a skill learned from the Yarrats. He had no idea how far hell was from Earth. Before Gohan could voice his confusion, Lin Shi used instant transmission to bring back Goku from hell. Hey, why did you bring me back? What is going on?" Goku looked at Lin Shi with dissatisfaction. "I haven't even started my match with Ribrian yet." Ignoring the grumbling Goku, the group gathered to discuss matters. Although peace had been restored to Earth, and all the beings that escaped from hell had been returned, the damaged environment, the lives lost, and the series of environmental disasters triggered by the aftermath of the battles still needed to be addressed. This was the moment to gather the Dragon Balls and wish for assistance from Shenron. "Lin Shi, was it you who dealt with the enemies again?" Goku laid his hands behind his head, speaking with a hint of envy. Lin Shi cast a casual glance at Goku. "Yes, it was Vegeta who tearfully begged me." "Really?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Vegeta. "Nonsense." Vegeta furiously clenched his fists and questioned Lin Shi. "When did you ever see me cry? And when did I ever beg you?" "Sigh. I've never even seen the fused Android 17. I envy you all. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone to hell." Goku lamented his regrets even more. "Back in hell, did you ever use the evil spirit wave?" Lin Shi disregarded the Tsundere Vegeta and turned to Goku to inquire, you know about the evil spirit wave?" Goku looked at Lin Shi with surprise, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "How about we spar a bit?" "No need." Lin Shi glanced at Xiao Fong, who was approaching Goku. "All should go gather the Dragon Balls." Goku, being dragged away by Xiao Fong, wore a reluctant expression, saying, "Fine, Lin Shi. Once the Dragon Balls are collected, you must spar with me." Chapter 24. The mighty Dragon Brother makes a grand entrance. Lin Shi did not respond. Goku's wish was destined to be unfulfilled as they gathered the Dragon Balls. The evil dragon was about to make its appearance. "When will you return to your timeline?" Vegeta remained stationary, as he generally did not need to deal with the aftermath. With wealth, why exert effort? "I don't know." Lin Shi replied apathetically, wanting to gauge the strength of the upcoming Super One-Star Dragon before determining his next course of action. The thought of this matter filled Lin Chi with irritation. He gazed at Vegeta and asked, "Do you have a brother?" Huh. Vegeta looked at Lin Chi with disdain. "You, a Saiyan, have never heard of our royal family's connections? You have a very cowardly and useless brother." Lin Chi bluntly exposed the misdeeds of Prince Vegeta III. Vegeta was taken aback by Lin Chi's words, his expression a mix of complexity as he uncertainly questioned, "Do I really have a brother?" Ha! Lin Chi turned and leapt into the air, flying away. Left behind, Vegeta furrowed his brow deeply, lost in thought about his life. Could it be that I really have a brother? How did Lin Chi know about this? This is supposed to be a closely guarded secret. After returning to Bulma's home, Lin Chi, you're back. Bulma quickly noticed Lin Chi landing on the balcony and waved to greet him. The energy source for the time machine has been replenished. When do you plan to use it? However, I suggest you let me conduct some more tests, and I'll also need to check your physical condition. Science requires meticulous attention. Lin Chi was somewhat taken aback, but quickly returned to his indifferent demeanor. You go ahead with that. For now, I'm not in a hurry to venture into the future. He remembered that after the evil dragon, Goku would follow Shenron and vanish. Where does Shenron stay? In the Dragon Realm? Lin Chi quietly observed the ensuing events, and soon it was time to summon the Dragon Balls. Leaning leisurely against the balcony railing, Lin Chi watched as a throng of people gathered around the Dragon Balls on the grass below. The 7 Dragon Balls placed among the crowd all bore fine cracks. What on earth happened? Bulma frowned tightly. Did they look like this when you collected them? Goku nodded helplessly. Do you think these Dragon Balls are still usable? Trunks also looked confused as he gazed at the cracked Dragon Balls. What about Piccolo? Bulma looked around. ISNT, he related to the Dragon Balls. Ask him. No, the Dragon Balls are under Din's jurisdiction. Should I go to the Sacred World and ask? Goku corrected Bulma. It has just a few cracks, right? Hurry up and summon Shenron. Vegeta leaned against the wall, his expression somewhat impatient. Back and forth is indeed quite troublesome. Xiao Fong stared at the Dragon Balls, eager to try. Let me summon Shenron. Before anyone could stop her, Xiao Fong eagerly shouted, Come forth, Shenron. Time slowly passed as everyone quietly waited. A chilly wind swept through. Xiao Fong grew increasingly awkward, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked pitifully at everyone. Why? Am I not doing it right? Lin Chi looked up at the sky, which remained blue, with clouds still pure white, as a cool breeze brushed against his cheeks. How about trying again? Gohan hesitated to ask. All right. Goku shouldered the burden, calling out to the Dragon Balls on the ground. Come forth, Shenron. A gust of chilly wind stirred a few dry leaves from the trees, causing them to swirl and fall to the ground. Goku also felt a bit embarrassed, uncertainly scratching the back of his head. Did we all mispronounce it? Should we try calling again? Trunks chimed in. We must let Shenron appear. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened abruptly, yet the expressions of the crowd did not shift to joy. For while the sky had indeed darkened, it transformed into an eerie crimson, completely different from the change heralding Shenron's appearance. Simultaneously, the already faint cracks on the Dragon Balls grew larger, releasing billowing black smoke. Crack! Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the Dragon Balls, each face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Only Lin Chi, perched on the balcony, remained utterly calm, watching as the Dragon Balls began to shimmer and emit intense light. Boom! Blue smoke coalesced above the crowd, faintly forming the shape of a dragon, with a resounding crash. A dragon holding a cigar and a lighter appeared before them. Socially, your dragon brother makes a grand entrance. Is this a botched cosmetic surgery? Bulma stared blankly, her gaze fixated on the evil dragon. By the way, do dragons also require beauty treatments? Trunks asked, puzzled as he looked at Bulma. Oh, ugly. Is he really Shenron? Xiao Fong, in a state of shock, pointed at the malevolent dragon, exclaiming, The divine dragon in my memory is not like this. It should be. After all, didn't it emerge from the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong, however, appeared quite unconcerned, casually beginning to make wishes. Hey, divine dragon, bring the deceased back to life. Umph. The evil dragon scoffed disdainfully, producing a cigar from seemingly nowhere and placing it between its lips. Whoosh! At that moment, Piccolo swiftly descended, gazing at the evil dragon with alarm. This creature exudes an immensely powerful aura of wickedness. How could you summon such a repulsive being by collecting the Dragon Balls? You have some nerve. How dare you speak to me like that? The evil dragon snarled viciously, its grotesque visage causing Xiao Fong to cower behind Son Gohan in fright. What are you? Piccolo interrogated, glaring fiercely. You are the one who is nothing. The evil dragon disregarded the group entirely, lighting its cigar with a lighter. What is this absurdity? The onlookers were left bewildered by such an action. The evil dragon leisurely puffed on the cigar amidst their confused expressions, exhaling clouds of smoke. With a self-satisfied grin, it declared, I shall no longer be at your beck and call. Why does this divine dragon feel so odd? Trunks voiced his discontent, unable to tolerate the acrid smoke. Farewell, foolish humans. With those words, the evil dragon discarded the cigar, swallowing all the Dragon Balls on the ground in one gulp. Instantly, it transformed into a cloud of black smoke, splitting into 7 distinct entities, each clutching a Dragon Ball as they soared off in 7 different directions. Chapter 25. The Twin Dragons and their unfounded confidence. They've flown away. Bulma shielded her brow with her hand, peering at the fleeting silhouettes of the dragons. What a peculiar divine dragon. Chi-Chi echoed her astonishment. What about the wish? Son Gohan's lips twitched slightly, bewildered by the unfolding events. The group exchanged perplexed glances, utterly at a loss as the strange divine dragon departed in such an unusual manner. It's clear that dragon is not the original. Vegeta scoffed derisively. Bulma, casting a helpless glance at Son Wukong, asked, what do we do now? What about the deceased? Hey, that was an evil dragon that just appeared. The North Kai's voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Following the North Kai, Old Kai began to complain incessantly. Once the North Kai explained the origin of the evil dragon, he settled down, but Old Kai continued his tirade for a full half-hour, shifting blame back and forth. You should have said something sooner. You're all useless. Lin Chi's calm interjection silenced Old Kai immediately. If you are incompetent, do not blame others. Bulma nodded emphatically in agreement with Lin Chi. Exactly. Why didn't you mention this earlier? It's your kind that are inept. Otherwise, would Son Wukong and the others have had to confront the enemy? Would we have to frequently use the Dragon Balls if not for the sacrifices of our comrades? Old Kai grumbled in frustration. But upon reflecting on Lin Chi's words, he fell silent. Wow, how beautiful. Are those the auroras? Xiao Fong pointed at the splendid colors slowly materializing in the sky. They appeared magnificent, yet the overwhelming aura of evil they radiated was unmistakable. Piccolo frowned, turning to the serious-faced Son Wukong. Son Wukong suddenly beamed with excitement. Although I'm not entirely sure, as long as we locate those mutated Dragon Balls, we can defeat them, right? He turned to Vegeta, who was standing upright. Vegeta, it's time to battle again. Stop rambling. Let's move. Vegeta, eager for the fray, soared into the sky first. I want to go too. Seeing Son Wukong ascend, Xiao Fong hurriedly chimed, in no way. Chi-Chi was the first to object. I want to go. Xiao Fong stuck her tongue out at Chi-Chi, showing no fear of her father's stern wife. Hugging Jiro, she made a face and declared, I don't like you, Grandma. After that, Chi-Chi took off into the air to chase after Son Wukong. While Son Gohan looked at her, guilt written on his face. Mom, I'm sorry. Those with combat power have all left. Bulma glanced at Lin Chi, who was leaning against the second-floor balcony, puzzled. Aren't you going? I will, Lin Chi replied, nonchalantly. He intended to take a moment to ascertain the positions of the 3-star and 4-star dragons. The 1-star dragon was stealthily hiding behind the 4-star dragon. 3 minutes later, Lin Chi quickly confirmed the location of the 3-star dragon. The icy chill to the east. Whoosh! Lin Chi utilized instant transmission to appear in mid-air, where the once bustling city below had been transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. The cold air permeated the area, and many frozen human figures sparkled under the sun's rays. The howling cold wind wreaked havoc as Son Gohan and Piccolo battled the 3-star dragon. Naturally, in the original narrative, it was primarily Xiao Fong and Son Wukong who fought against all the evil dragons, but now, TSK, there's so many people. Besides Piccolo and Son Gohan below, Vegeta, Trunks, and Son Goten have all set out to find the evil dragons. Lin Chi hovered in the air, refraining from directly aiding Piccolo and Son Goten. for assistance was hardly necessary in the original storyline. The three-star dragon was no match for the Super Saiyan 4 Son Wukong. It relied on despicable tactics and nefarious tricks to blind Wukong. At this moment, the battle in the frozen city was nearing its conclusion. Although Son Gohan was quite soft-hearted, he could not disregard Piccolo's advice. After all, Piccolo had once been the evil Demon King. "All right, Gohan, deliver the final blow," Piccolo shouted urgently as he observed the ice technique flying toward him. As he narrowly dodged, Son Gohan's hands formed a flower bud shape at his waist. Haim! Ha! Damn it! The three-star dragon attempted to evade, but it was too late. The Kamehameha struck with precision, hitting its body. Ugh! With a cry of despair, the three-star dragon's form disintegrated under the energy wave that we did it. Son Gohan landed beside Piccolo, and they exchanged triumphant smiles. Three-star Dragon Ball. Son Gohan joyfully bent down to retrieve the three-star Dragon Ball rolling at his feet. However, as he did so, a ki blast hurtled toward him from a distance. "Watch out, Gohan!" Piccolo's eyes widened, instinctively raising his hands to shield Son Gohan. Emerging from the rubble was a figure identical to the three-star dragon. Whoosh! Lin Chi, from above, extended his finger and shot a beam of light, neutralizing the ki blast aimed at Piccolo. The four-star dragon was a twin of the three-star dragon, sporting the same thick sausage lips and small wings, albeit with a different skin tone, of course. The personalities of the two dragons were also distinct. The four-star dragon, long regarded as a relic, had absorbed the righteous aura of Son Wukong's family. "Uncle Piccolo, are you all right?" Son Gohan, having picked up the Dragon Ball, looked at Piccolo with concern. "I'm fine," Piccolo replied, glancing upward at Lin Chi, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of the favor. Lin Chi descended to stand beside Piccolo, shifting his gaze to the four-star dragon. A wave of heat was silently melting the surrounding ice and snow. "So, you are Son Wukong's son." The four-star dragon's gaze shifted from Son Gohan to Lin Chi. "I had originally intended to wait for Son Wukong, but the wait has been far longer than I anticipated. It seems I should resolve matters with all of you first." The four-star dragon fixed its eyes on Lin Chi. "Resolve me? You possess quite the confidence." Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, finding the remark somewhat amusing. To claim that the four-star dragon, which could at best be compared to the Super Saiyan 4 Goku, could eliminate him was laughable. Chapter 26. The four-star dragon's ultimate technique. The four-star dragon exuded an air of arrogance. His disdainful gaze directed at Lin Chi, radiating an almost intoxicating confidence. "Lin Chi, why not let me take care of this?" Son Gohan suggested, excitement bubbling within him as he observed the confrontation. "Gohan, this fellow is unlike the previous three-star dragons. Even if we joined forces, we wouldn't stand a chance against him." Piccolo, with a broader perspective, shook his head slightly and took Gohan to the skies, creating distance from the battlefield. Lin Chi shrugged indifferently. "Shall we settle this swiftly then?" In his eyes, the four-star dragon posed no real threat. "I don't sense much power from you. Perhaps the three of you should join forces." The four-star dragon looked at Lin Chi with contempt. "Ha ha! Are you instructing me on how to act?" Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle derisively. "You scoundrel." The four-star dragon felt insulted, glaring angrily at the provocatively smiling Lin Chi. "Truly ungrateful. I shall end your existence." Lin Chi had no intention of toying with the four-star dragon. He was eager to ascertain the strength of the super one-star dragon, who had appeared later. Having watched GT for far too long, he remained uncertain about the ultimate conclusion. Was it Goku's spirit bomb, or the fusion of Vegeta and Goku in a Vegeto that vanquished the super one-star dragon? Before Lin Chi made a move, the four-star dragon was brimming with pride. But the moment Lin Chi activated his abilities, the four-star dragon's confidence wavered. Caught off guard, he felt a sudden blur before him. Then Lin Chi appeared right in front of him, his foot already thrusting forward. The four-star dragon hastily crossed his arms in front of his chest to block Lin Chi's kick, but as Lin Chi exerted more force, the four-star dragon's hands trembled uncontrollably. Observing the four-star dragon's bewildered expression, Lin Chi smirked wickedly, surprised now. Damn it! The four-star dragon realized he could not withstand the force and swiftly retreated, executing a series of backflips to increase the distance from Lin Chi. Once he stabilized himself, he charged at Lin Chi again. Don't get too cocky. In the face of the four-star dragon's punches and kicks, Lin Chi remained as relaxed as if he were strolling through a garden, effortlessly deflecting each attack. Why is your speed so astonishing? The four-star dragon was on the brink of bloodshed from frustration. Among the 7 evil dragons, if he ranked second in speed, no other dragon would dare claim the first position. Yet now his prideful swiftness was outmatched by this man before him. Infuriating him further, the four-star dragon, filled with stubbornness, threw another punch at Lin Chi. If you obediently hand over the four-star Dragon Ball, I might spare you, Lin Chi stated coolly, intercepting the four-star dragon's fist with his palm. Never, the increasingly obstinate four-star dragon refused to surrender, straining to push his fist forward. Unappreciative, Lin Chi pressed forward with his palm, sending the four-star dragon hurtling backward. The surge of energy erupting from Lin Chi caused the surrounding structures to collapse, illustrating the ferocity of his seemingly gentle push. Surrounded by ruins, the four-star dragon crashed through the debris, blood spilling from his mouth. How is this possible? Doubt crept into the four-star dragon's mind. He had always believed Goku to be the strongest. He was resolute in battling Goku, yet before he could even face him, he found himself on the brink of defeat, unwilling, so terribly unwilling. With great difficulty, the four-star dragon rose from the ground, taking a deep breath to steady himself. It seems I have no choice but to unleash my ultimate technique. Oh, you have an ultimate technique? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, feigning interest in the four-star dragon. Then let the show begin. Ha 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 ha. The four-star dragon, unreserved, spread his arms wide and roared as he continued his bellowing. Fissures appeared all over his body, shimmering with golden light. What is that? Son Gohan, observing from the air, felt astonished as the four-star dragon's energy surged. No, pay attention to the sensations. Aside from his power, the temperature around us is rising. Piccolo's forehead glistened with sweat, unsure if it was due to the heat or the shock. Raging inferno! With a triumphant shout, flames erupted around the four-star dragon. The intense heat spread outward, distorting the surrounding air. Countless massive fireballs materialized around the four-star dragon as he waved his arms. Those fireballs seemed to possess a life of their own, hurtling toward Lin Chi. Meanwhile, the four-star dragon didn't forget to taunt. You shall burn to ashes in my flames. The four-star dragon reveled in his triumph. This was his ultimate technique. Hiske, I expected more creativity from you. Lin Chi observed the four-star dragon with a cold, derisive gaze that, it was the same old trick, just mere flames of high temperature. Even at this moment, you still dare to boast. Seeing Lin Chi surrounded by flames, the four-star dragon sneered. The moment you make a slight move, breaking the balance of the fireballs, can you withstand the explosive force? This is over 6,000 degrees Celsius. What? Son Gohan's eyes widened at the four-star dragon's boastful declaration. More than 6,000 degrees. Who could survive such heat? What do we do, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan turned anxiously to Piccolo. Don't panic. Look at Lin Chi's expression. Piccolo observed the battlefield intently. Lin Chi remained calm, clearly confident in his ability to escape this predicament. Balance. Lin Chi shook his head helplessly, pointing at the nearest giant fireball. With a gentle poke, all the fireballs surrounding Lin Chi began to tremble in unison. You're doomed. The four-star dragon grinned mockingly at Lin Chi's seemingly reckless action. Lin Chi noticed the four-star dragon's expression and struck the original fireball. In that instant, all the surrounding fireballs violently shook as if reaching a critical threshold. Boom! 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 In an instant, all the fireballs erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that swept through the area. The raging winds, scorching heat waves, blinding flames, and thick smoke engulfed the town in mere moments. Chapter 27. I have arrived, the fated duel as the explosion echoed. The four-star dragon soared into the air, his tone laced with regret. I told you. Is Lin Chi all right? Son Gohan swallowed hard. Fear etched across his face. There's no need to worry. I sense his energy still exists. Though it's quite faint, Piccolo remained motionless, fixated on the heart of the inferno. Amidst the roaring flames, It appeared as though clusters of blood-red flowers swayed, and as the smoke cleared and the fire diminished, the four-star dragon gazed at the area of greatest devastation, where stones had been turned to ash, leaving behind vast stretches of desolation. That direction where Father is. Xiaofang, clutching Jiro, trailed behind Goku, shielding her eyes as she peered toward the horizon. The sky was painted red by the flames, resembling a breathtaking sunset. What overwhelming energy! Goku halted abruptly, then urged Xiaofang to hurry. Let us go take a look. Okay, Xiaofang nodded, clutching the six-star Dragon Ball. There's still fighting going on over there. Trunks glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, turning to Son Goten. OOB, let us check it out. Son Goten shouted at OOB, who had just picked up a Dragon Ball from the ground. Vegeta, looking towards Lin Chi's direction while holding the five-star Dragon Ball, muttered to himself, "Damn it, why couldn't I encounter someone so powerful?" The assembly of individuals who vanquished the other malevolent dragons gradually soared towards the town where Lin Chi resided. The sky was streaked with luminous trails, all converging upon a single location. Though the flames within the town had diminished, they continued to smolder, leaving behind a landscape warped by the searing heat of the inferno. The four-star dragon, having awaited for an extended period, finally concluded that Lin Chi had perished beneath his ultimate technique. He then shifted his gaze towards Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Summon Sun Wukong to come here. You have already lost one comrade at my hands. Though it was not intentional, he indeed met his demise because of me. Yet I harbor no guilt. A soft chuckle resonated behind the four-star dragon, prompting him to turn in disbelief, only to behold Lin Chi and scathe. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he roared, "How is this possible? How can you still be alive?" His most potent attack had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Lin Chi. How could someone withstand such a tremendous explosion? It was a stark reality. Lin Chi smirked with derision and, as if imparting wisdom, remarked, "The world is vast, but ultimately, your perspective is far too limited. Will you not surrender the Dragon Ball?" Lin Chi's tone remained calm, yet his words were laced with terror. "If you do not comply, you shall not see Wukong, who is already en route." Really? The four-star dragon's expression was one of skepticism as he manifested the Dragon Ball in his palm and hurled it towards Lin Chi. "Here, take the Dragon Ball." To the four-star dragon, death was inconsequential. What mattered most was the chance to confront Sun Wukong in battle. What I truly desire is to engage in a fateful clash with Sun Wukong. Lin Chi paid no heed to the overly dramatic statement, as his sole focus was securing the Dragon Ball. "You must seize the moment." Lin Chi caught the Dragon Ball and tossed it to Sun Wukong. This statement was somewhat ambiguous, leaving Sun Wukong perplexed. While Piccolo scrutinized the four-star dragon, this fellow, truly a good dragon. Otherwise, why would Lin Chi spare him? Wukong, Lin Chi, Piccolo. The radiant streaks in the distance drew nearer, signaling the arrival of Sun Wukong and his companions. Sun Wukong. The four-star dragon fixated intently on the approaching lights, and at the forefront was none other than Sun Wukong himself. Last, I have awaited your arrival. TCH, Vegeta spat disdainfully, irritated that these wretched evil dragons did not regard him, the prince of the Saiyans, with any respect. All they ever do is prattle on about Kakarot. How infuriating. Sun Wukong tilted his head in confusion. Addressing the four-star dragon, "Do I know you? Who are you? I don't recall you at all." "Wukong, do you not recognize this individual?" Piccolo gently reminded him, "This is the four-star Dragon Ball that you have at home." "Indeed, the very one passed down through your family." Lin Chi chimed in. Are you referring to the four-star Dragon Ball that Xiaofang used to play with as a child?" Sun Wukong chuckled as he scratched his head. "So this is what you look like when you're not a Dragon Ball. Are you mocking me?" The four-star dragon's forehead twitched with anger as he glared at Sun Wukong. The peculiar exchange made the atmosphere rather bizarre, resembling an introduction meeting between Sun Wukong and the four-star dragon. "Greetings." Sun Wukong extended his hand, intending to shake hand with the four-star dragon. However, the four-star dragon haughtily snorted, "I have awaited you solely to engage in battle. Come forth, a battle of destiny." Thus, amidst the bewildered expressions of those present, the confrontation between man and dragon was poised to erupt at any moment. What is happening? Vegeta cast a disgruntled glance at Lin Chi, questioning why that creature had specifically called for a duel with Kakarot. Lin Chi shot a glance at the irked Vegeta and succinctly explained the situation. Humph. Upon learning of the connection between Son Wukong and the four-star dragon, Vegeta felt somewhat appeased, as everyone observed the two adversaries facing each other. Discussions commenced. I never imagined the four-star Dragon Ball had such a connection to Mr. Wukong, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Son Goten chimed in with surprise. I thought that Dragon Ball was merely a decorative item. It was left behind by our grandfather's grandfather. Xiao Fong felt a twinge of guilt for having treated the Dragon Ball as a mere toy. Son Wukong, I have long awaited your arrival. The four-star dragon spoke with a complex expression, a blend of anticipation, excitement, battle fervor, and a hint of trepidation. Though I am not quite sure why you have changed so much. Son Wukong replied nonchalantly as he assumed a battle stance, his demeanor growing serious. I am coming for you. Four-star dragon. With a mighty shout, Son Wukong charged towards the four-star dragon, only to be sent hurtling back by a single punch, crashing into a derelict structure. Ouch! 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 Son Wukong rubbed the back of his head as he rose from the rubble, his gaze fixed on the four-star dragon with a fighting spirit. You appear quite formidable. Son Wukong, your strength should not be limited to this. The four-star dragon's expression grew increasingly grave as he fixed his intense gaze upon Son Wukong. Very well. I shall not hold back, Son Wukong roared, transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form and charging once more at the four-star dragon. Chapter 28. The disappearance of the evil one-star dragon. The immense energy released created a gust that swirled into a hurricane, clearing the surrounding debris. Vegeta expressed his envy. Had I known these were such trivial matters, I would not have come. Trunks awkwardly wiped his nose, attempting to reason. Father, please do not speak in such a manner. Go, Mr. Wukong. OOB cheered, clenching his fist in support of Son Wukong. If previously Son Wukong had needed to endure a beating to enter the fray, now the true battle had commenced. The fists of Super Saiyan 4 Wukong met the elbows of the four-star dragon, their strikes intertwining in a dizzying display of speed. As they clashed, their hands intertwined, each contesting the other's strength, their foreheads beaded with sweat. With a surge of power, the two simultaneously distanced themselves from one another, ready to unleash their next wave of attacks. As expected of my destined rival, Son Wukong. You are indeed powerful, the four-star dragon exclaimed, his spirits lifted, a faint smile gracing his face. You are not lacking either. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong placed his hands on his hips, his excitement escalating. Haim. With that, the two launched themselves at each other once more, fists and feet colliding in a spectacular display. Have you gathered 6 of them? Lin Chi's gaze shifted back to the dragon radar in Xiao Fang's possession, pondering the location of the final Dragon Ball that it cannot be displayed. Jiro flailed his limbs, recoiling in Xiao Fang's embrace, rejecting Lin Chi's scrutiny. What shall we do then? Trunks, coming back to his senses from a battle, glanced at the dragon radar in his hand and frowned in contemplation. Could it be deliberately hidden? The earth is vast. How shall we search for it? Lin Chi swept his gaze over the Dragon Balls held by the others and spoke calmly. Let us gather the Dragon Balls together. Trunks took the lead in handing the Dragon Balls to Lin Chi. Given that the strength of those present was inferior to Lin Chi's, placing the Dragon Balls as care was undoubtedly the safest option. However, much to Trunks' bewilderment, Lin Chi proceeded to stuff all the Dragon Balls in Xiao Fang's backpack. It's safe to leave them with Xiao Fang, as he watched Xiao Fang hoist her backpack again. Son Wukong also felt the arrangement was somewhat precarious. Then who among you shall carry them? Lin Chi's icy gaze swept over the assembled men. Have you not noticed the Hello Kitty print on Xiao Fang's backpack, along with that oversized bow on the zipper? Look quickly. Father is about to achieve victory. Excitedly, Son Wukong leaped to the summit of a nearby mountain. The adage holds true. From great heights, one can see far. The battle in midair was nearing its conclusion, not in defeat, but as the form of the four-star dragon began to fade, gradually becoming translucent. What is happening to you? The Super Saiyan 4 Goku's fist pierced through the body of the four-star dragon, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Yet the four-star dragon maintained a calm demeanor, revealing a satisfied smile. Thank you. What? Super Saiyan 4 Goku, momentarily stunned, pondered the nonsensical remark. I've learned so much from being by your side, and now, to see you and even engage in battle with you, I feel fulfilled. The four-star dragon's form grew increasingly transparent. On the verge of vanishing, he turned to Lin Shi, expressing gratitude, and thank you for not killing me. For allowing me to wait for Sun Wukong. I did nothing. Lin Shi's expression remained indifferent. Indeed, he had done nothing. If anything could be said, it was that he had compelled the four-star dragon to relinquish the Dragon Ball, leading to its disappearance. The four-star dragon is not truly evil. You must beware of the one-star dragon. The four-star dragon glanced back at Sun Wukong. He is truly malevolent, even more powerful than I am. What? More powerful than you? Sun Wukong was momentarily dazed, then clenched his fists at his sides, filled with anticipation. Farewell. With a final smile, the four-star dragon's form became entirely transparent, dissolving into a wisp of blue smoke, disappearing without a trace. How peculiar. Returning to his normal state, Sun Wukong descended before the others, bewildered by the sudden vanishing of the creature. Unclear, by the way, how do we find the remaining Dragon Ball? Piccolo asked coldly, arms crossed. That last Dragon Ball is not only powerful, but also exceedingly wicked. How would I know? Sun Wukong muttered, it can't have fled the planet. Is it possible the radar is broken? OOB offered his opinion. Upon hearing this, Jiro leaped in front of OOB, scolding him, you're the one who's broken. Your whole family is broken. As the group huddled together in discussion in a shadowy corner of the town's ruins, a dark figure stirred. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the figure's pearlescent body, adorned with several black spikes on its back, elbows, and knees that that moment. Its gaze was filled with seriousness, covertly fixating on Sun Wukong, surrounded by the crowd, as well as on the backpack carrying Xiao Fong. Then shall we return? Sun Wufan surveyed the group, uncertain. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Shi suddenly raised a hand, halting their actions. He is coming. Before confusion could register on their faces, a terrifying energy shot towards Xiao Fong's position. What? Sun Wukong was the first to react, instinctively pulling Xiao Fong aside. Boom! The energy struck the ground, instantly enveloping the area in smoke, dust swirling, debris flying. Amidst the billowing smoke, the group leaped into the air, gazing down at the one-star dragon emerging from the shadows. Xiao Fong, already pale with fright from the sudden turn of events, stared at the grotesque one-star dragon. What? An ugly, evil dragon. Hand over all the Dragon Balls, the chilling voice of the one-star dragon echoed as he looked up at the airborne group. What a clever strategy. Completely concealing your aura. Lin Shi smirked, his tone laced with admiration. Even the Dragon Ball radar is powerless against you. Is this creature the last of the evil dragons? Sun Wufan observed, vigilant. Piccolo's expression darkened further. Damn it, another formidable evil dragon here. It never ends. If you wish to avoid casualties, you will obediently surrender the remaining Dragon Balls. Otherwise, the one-star dragon grinned menacingly, issuing a threat. Chapter 29. Release Vegeta and let me handle this. Do not wait until any of you are alone. You vile creature. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's forehead throbbed with veins. He could sense it. This creature's combat power was not beneath his own. Vegeta growled in frustration. If this creature manages a surprise attack, excluding himself, Kakarot, and Lin Shi, none of the others would survive. To dare threaten us, you possess quite the audacity, Vegeta roared, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4, charging toward the one-star dragon. You are the one who should relinquish the Dragon Balls. Bang! To the astonishment of all present, Vegeta's swift punch was effortlessly caught by the one-star dragon. You really are quite the fool. The one-star dragon's eyes glimmered with malice. His tone frigid. How? Is that possible? Vegeta was taken aback. He had exerted at least 80% of his strength to have it so easily blocked. Humph, your power does not impress me. The one-star dragon scoffed disdainfully. Vegeta, unwilling to concede, raised his foot to kick the one-star dragon again, only to have it blocked once more. Vegeta, you are no match for him, Lin Shi remarked coolly, casting a glance at the one-star dragon. Although Vegeta was not a match for the one-star dragon, the latter was barely at full power for Super Saiyan 4. Far from the formidable opponent he sought, bastard, Vegeta roared in fury, retracting his foot to unleash another punch. This time with full force, determined not to diminish his own reputation. The one-star dragon sneered, intercepting Vegeta's punch and sending him flying. Humph, mere jester, damn it, Vegeta seethed with rage. When had he ever been mocked like this? However, the disparity in combat power between Vegeta and the one-star dragon was too vast. In just 2 exchanges, Vegeta found himself pinned to the ground, his head pressed down, creating a dent in the earth. The one-star dragon grinned cruelly, delivering several punches to Vegeta's face, causing blood to spill from his nose. The torture was relentless, as the one-star dragon seized Vegeta's tail and swung him around like a whip. Vegeta was left battered, first slammed to the ground, then thrown against another stretch of earth, landing on his back, legs flailing in the air. This brutal display incited fury among the onlookers, yet due to their own lack of strength, they could only watch helplessly, too afraid to intervene. T-scape, Lin Shi frowned. The sight was infuriating. He feared Vegeta's tail might be torn off. Vegeta, Son Wukong, could no longer bear to watch. He transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged toward the one-star dragon. One-star dragon, release Vegeta. As Son Wukong raced toward him, the flung Vegeta soared through the air, propelled by inertia. Dad, Trunks leaped up, catching Vegeta, but the immense force sent him flying as well, colliding violently with the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to form. Trunks coughed up a mouthful of blood, anxiously glancing at the battered Vegeta. Dad, are you all right? After barely fending off a punch from the one-star dragon, Son Wukong was also pushed back, sliding hundreds of meters due to the force. Damn it, too strong. In the depths of Super Saiyan 4 Goku's gaze, a flicker of madness sparked as he bellowed and charged once more at one-star dragon. Ha ha ha! Super Saiyan 4 Goku, not daring to underestimate his opponent, unleashed the full extent of his power, causing the surrounding rubble to be sent soaring into the air. He swung his fist directly toward one-star dragon's face. But the dragon merely tilted his head slightly, casting a cold glance at Goku, as if to say, your punch feels rather unimpressive. Infuriated, Goku furrowed his brow and struck again with all his might, yet with each punch and kick he delivered, either they proved futile against one-star dragon or were effortlessly evaded. It's time to counterattack. One-star dragon smirked, suddenly unleashing a powerful punch. The force of his blow sliced through the air, aimed squarely at Goku's chest, leaving him with little chance of resistance. Goku crossed his arms over his chest, watching as his arms trembled and bent against his torso. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, one-star dragon withdrew his fist and aimed for Goku's abdomen. Ugh! Goku let out a pained cry, feeling his stomach churn violently as he expelled a mouthful of bile. With another kick from one-star dragon, Goku was sent hurtling backwards, and the dragon effortlessly conjured a black energy sphere in midair. Goku hurriedly twisted his body, narrowly evading the energy ball. Boom! As the sphere exploded, Goku turned to assess the situation, only to find that one-star dragon had vanished from his previous location. Old son, above you! Piccolo shouted anxiously, but the warning came too late. Goku hastily looked up, and one-star dragon's fist was already swinging toward his cheek. Ugh! Goku felt as if his face had been struck by a heavy object. His body propelled like a bullet, but one-star dragon did not relent, following Goku's trajectory with relentless punches and kicks, driving him downwards. Goku crashed into the earth, creating a massive crater, and lay there in disarray at that moment. One-star dragon aimed another energy sphere at Goku's position. Boom! 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 The ground, already shrouded in dust, erupted anew, sending debris flying in all directions. One-star dragon's gaze shifted towards the trembling Xiao Fong, demanding, hand over the Dragon Balls. Shaking uncontrollably, she retreated behind Lin Shi, her eyes brimming with tears. Whoa, it's terrifying. Even Grandpa can't save her. As the smoke finally began to clear, Goku lay at the bottom of the pit, battered and bruised, his breath shallow. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks struggled to support each other, attempting to rise. "Give it to him." Lin Shi's voice was calm, as his hand sliced through Xiao Fang's backpack, severing its straps. "What?" Piccolo stared in disbelief at Lin Shi's actions. "Lin Shi, what are you doing?" "Lin Shi." Gohan looked at Lin Shi in shock, concerned about the implications of giving the Dragon Balls to One-Star Dragon. What if he became even more powerful? Chapter 30. Destruction, a single strike to annihilate One-Star Dragon. After all, neither his father nor Uncle Vegeta could defeat One-Star Dragon. Huh. One-Star Dragon raised an eyebrow in surprise as the backpack flew towards him. Opening it to confirm the presence of the Dragon Balls, he shot Lin Shi a satisfied look, such a perceptive little brat, but his expression quickly twisted into one of malice as he cackled. "Don't think that just because you've given me the Dragon Balls, I'll spare you, you foolish mortals. Ha ha, I will annihilate the Earth and the entire universe." "Damn it, Lin Shi, what are you doing?" Vegeta roared, helping Trunks to his feet. His anger palpable. "Lin Shi, do you have some kind of plan?" Goku looked at Lin Shi with hopeful anticipation. Perhaps he had a clever solution. All eyes were fixed on Lin Shi, eagerly awaiting his proposed resolution. "No, I merely wish to witness the extent of One-Star Dragon's might." Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the cackling One-Star Dragon. "Ah, you'll be satisfied soon enough. I will send you all to hell for a reunion." One-Star Dragon's face was alight with arrogance. He gazed into the backpack of the Dragon Balls, and with a flourish of his hands, 6 Dragon Balls emerged in a line, forming a circle before his chest. Tap, tap, tap. The 6 Dragon Balls embedded themselves into his chest, converging around the One-Star Ball, restoring their sinister black hue. One-Star Dragon began to transform. Aside from minor physical changes, his aura surged with an overwhelming intensity, radiating an unstoppable power. Goku, Vegeta, Lin Shi descended to the ground, eyeing the unabashedly arrogant One-Star Dragon. "Are you two ready to fuse?" "What?" Vegeta questioned, puzzled by the sudden shift in topic. Goku remained silent, yet his gaze was fixed intently on Lin Shi. "If you fuse in a Vegeto, you can defeat this creature," Lin Shi stated flatly, one hand resting on his chest while the other hung behind his back. "If you choose not to, I will be compelled to intervene, giving you this opportunity, yet you fail to meet my expectations. I am beginning to feel irked." Lin Shi's words remained calm, yet beneath the surface, Vegeta and Goku could discern his disappointment and impatience. "Fine." Lin Shi's demeanor grew increasingly indifferent, even chilling, as purple energy gathered in his palm. Destruction. In an instant, the energy unleashed created a tempest, swirling with terrifying force, sending waves of energy radiating outward. The ripples surged forth, conjuring a colossal gale that howled across the land. Those watching from above were caught off guard, swept away by the fierce winds as the ground trembled violently. Rocks and debris flying. The earth began to crack, spiderweb-like fissures spreading in every direction. What a terrifying force. What energy is this? Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the gale as he clutched onto the airborne Trunks. Goku, too, grasped a nearby rock, his eyes wide with fear, acutely aware of the dire consequences should he be struck by that energy. This One-Star Dragon could hardly articulate, desperately shielding himself from the raging winds. Lin Shi approached One-Star Dragon with a detached demeanor, each step echoing like a death knell in the dragon's heart. Tap, tap, tap. "No, don't come any closer." Faced with this dread-inducing energy, One-Star Dragon was paralyzed with terror. "You have disappointed me greatly." Lin Shi halted before One-Star Dragon, pressing the force of destruction against the dragon's forehead. Smack! Contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no explosive sound or catastrophic blast, as the destructive force made contact with One-Star Dragon's forehead. His body began to disintegrate, the decay spreading from his forehead throughout his entire form. His body shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air, faint pink starlight drifting away with the waning winds. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as those present regained their composure, staring in awe at Lin Shi, whose imposing figure now exuded an aura of mystery and fear that we won. Trunks spoke uncertainly, summoning Vegeta's spirit back. Vegeta gazed at Lin Shi, bewildered. Was that it? Who exactly is he? Could he not be a Saiyan? Gohan, suspended in midair, looked equally perplexed as he watched Piccolo descend. Uncle Piccolo. Dad, seeing Gohan rush to follow Piccolo, Xiaofang hurriedly descended as well. Lin Shi, what kind of energy did you just use? Goku, having reverted back to his usual self, approached Lin Shi with curiosity. Yeah, it looked incredibly cool, Sun Wutian approached and inquired. However, Vegeta, with his arms crossed and a disdainful expression, remarked, all he knows is to flaunt his power, Dad. Trunks, who had just caught up, looked helplessly at Vegeta's figure. Your words reek of sour grapes, don't they? Lin Shi turned to glance at the carefree son Wukong, and then swept his gaze over the curious crowd. Letting out a heavy sigh, he then focused on the still proud Vegeta and the exasperated Trunks, narrowing his eyes slightly. Are you two stronger than Super One-Star Dragon? Let us have a fusion battle. Lin Shi's words were somewhat light, but he thought, let disappointment strike even harder. Huh, why? Son Wukong asked, his face a mask of confusion, but he quickly perked up. Vegeta, let us fuse. Humph, why should I? Can't you see how severely I'm injured? Vegeta retorted angrily, shouting at son Wukong that, oh, I'm coming. Jebbet, who had been quietly observing the crystal ball, excitedly stood up and instantly teleported to Lin Shi's side. Whenever you need me, I am at your service. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. Soon, Jebbet healed the severely injured Vegeta and son Wukong. Noticing that no one else was moving, he eagerly ran to collect the Dragon Balls that had fallen from Super One-Star Dragon. Hey, Vegeta, do you want to fuse with me or not? Son Wukong asked, looking at the still proud Vegeta, who was turning his head away. Chapter 31. The dragon appears, perfectly free and unfettered just as Vegeta was about to speak. Jebbet drew everyone's attention. Look quickly, the Dragon Balls are glowing on their own, Jebbet shouted, having gathered the 7 Dragon Balls in one place. What? Xiaofang immediately rushed over, gazing at the Dragon Balls that flickered in a rhythmic pattern. Did you secretly summon the dragon? No, not at all. Jebbet replied innocently, explaining that he merely picked up a Dragon Ball. Perhaps the Dragon Balls have returned to normal. Sun Wutian glanced at Xiaofang out of the corner of his eye before continuing to observe Lin Shi, who was surrounded. Just how powerful is this guy? The brilliance emanating from the Dragon Balls intensified until it transformed into a radiant light shooting into the sky, capturing everyone's attention. What is happening? Sun Wukong tilted his head skyward. Did anyone call the dragon? Not me. Xiaofang shook her head, clutching Jiru, signaling her innocence. Strange. No one summoned it. Sun Wukong mused as he gazed upward. The others were equally astonished. Does the dragon no longer require a summoning? How could it suddenly appear? Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. This has never happened before. Even the evil dragons only appeared after we summoned them. The sky did not darken. Even the seemingly indifferent Vegeta was taken aback. Well then, since the dragon is coming out, let us make a wish. Sun Wukong quickly dismissed the issue. Indeed, Sun Wufan nodded. We must resurrect those who were killed. At that moment, a long figure darted between the clouds, soon revealing its enormous head. It was the long-awaited true dragon. It's the original dragon. Xiaofang exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the familiar massive green head. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes at the still blue sky, feeling a sense of déjà vu in the unfolding narrative. Sun Wukong, and all of you. The dragon's blood-red eyes scanned the crowd, speaking with authority and solemnity. You should now understand. The reason the evil dragons appeared was to warn you that the Dragon Balls must not be overused. Otherwise, such calamities will descend upon you once more. Oh, I get it. Sun Wukong, named directly, scratched his cheek awkwardly. We will not misuse the Dragon Balls in the future. Sun Wufan added, directing his gaze at the dragon, that I hope you remember this incident. The Dragon Balls will completely vanish from this world. And I will too. The dragon cast a subtle glance at Lin Shi. Piccolo was somewhat taken aback but accepted the reality, looking at the dragon. Before you disappear, can you grant us one last request? Speak, the dragon asked in a deep voice. After the incident with the evil dragons, most of Earth's inhabitants have perished. Can you resurrect everyone? Sun Wukong asked, feeling a bit awkward. He had agreed so readily before. But now he was making a request. Even with his thick skin, he felt the pressure. This is the last time. I hope you remember that, the dragon warned once more. In the next moment, the dragon's eyes brightened. And one by one, the slain humans across the earth were resurrected. Thank you, dragon. Son Wukong grinned, expressing his gratitude. All right, your wish has been granted. The dragon then turned its gaze to Son Wukong, after a prolonged silence. Everyone wore looks of confusion, as if the dragon was silently communicating something with Son Wukong. Well then, let us go, Wukong. Lin Chi suddenly squinted, frowning as he surveyed the dragon in midair. The plot had returned to the conclusion of GT. Now, it was he who had vanquished Super One-Star Dragon. Why was there still such a conclusion? Son Wukong was not dead, yet the dragon seemed intent on taking him away. All right, Son Wukong placed his hands behind his head, responding cheerfully, flashing a grin at the crowd. Grandpa, Mr. Wukong, what is going on? Piccolo focused on Son Wukong, looking as though he would not relent until he got a clear answer. Come on, Wukong. The dragon offered no explanation, lowering its head toward Son Wukong. Its meaning clear. It wanted him to depart. I'll just step away for a moment. I'll be back soon. Son Wukong turned to look at Sun Wufan and Xiaofang, giving them a reassuring smile. Wait, Kakarot. Vegeta's brow furrowed tightly, a foreboding feeling settling in his chest. Clarify your intentions. What do you plan to do with the dragon? Vegeta, I'll fight alongside you when I return. Son Wukong laughed, remaining silent as he prepared to leap onto the dragon's head. The scene felt increasingly unsettling as Lin Chi placed a hand on Son Wukong's shoulder just as he was about to leap. Wait! With that step, a white aura erupted around him, his hair transforming completely into silvery strands. His expression turned grave, radiating an aura reminiscent of a divine being. The crowd was utterly bewildered. I can't sense his energy. Sun Wufan blinked in confusion, standing right in front of him, yet feeling no energy. What is happening? Xiaofang was equally perplexed. This is... Piccolo's expression crumbled in shock. What transformation is this? Sun Wukong turned curiously to look at the white-haired Lin Chi. White hair? Vegeta racked his brain, searching for any past legends but found nothing. This is not a form a Saiyan should have. As Vegeta suspected, Lin Chi was indeed not in a Saiyan form, but had entered a state of an angel. Perfectly free and unfettered. Seeing Lin Chi's transformation, the dragon was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, Ah! Then for everyone watching, Sun Wukong and Vegeta witnessed a startling sight. The dragon appeared incredibly flustered, its head drenched in cold sweat. No, it would be more accurate to say it was gushing like a waterfall. The dragon had long since lost its previous lofty demeanor, that way you. The dragon stammered, glancing at Lin Chi, its speech faltering. What is this energy? It radiates an incomparably sacred, divine aura. But it's not the King Kai. When did such a significant figure emerge in the universe? Could it be, perhaps, the entire universe along with the others? Father, why do I feel that Shenlong seems to know Lin Chi? Xiaofang tugged at Sun Wukong's clothing. Chapter 32. Changing the GT ending, let's merge that. And oh, Shenlong is afraid. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. Shenlong is actually afraid of a Saiyan. Such an exaggerated reaction was never seen before. It must be due to the changes in Lin Chi. Trunks also expressed his astonishment. Lin Chi, just how strong are you? Sun Wukong sighed helplessly, truly a series of miracles. Lin Chi paid no mind to the exclamations of the crowd and inquired, Shenlong, why did you inexplicably take Wukong away? Don't let him kill Super One-Star Dragon for no reason. Only for you to give me the original GT ending. Who knows how many people regret the grand finale of GT? Yes, it is like this. The sweat on Shenlong's forehead increased, stammering for a while. Ultimately, it was Sun Wukong who could no longer bear it and spoke candidly. Just now, Shenlong told me. Due to the emergence of the evil dragons, residual evil energy still lingers within the Dragon Balls. Yet the 4-star ball is free of such energy. It is because I can eliminate their evil energy. And Shenlong hopes I can accompany him to the Dragon Realm. After saying this, Sun Wukong bashfully scratched the back of his head. You scoundrel, you actually want to sneak off to the Dragon Realm. Vegeta exclaimed in exasperation. Is there a powerful opponent there? The The previous evil dragons might still appear in the dragon realm. However, not of this magnitude. Son Wukong grinned, his eyes brimming with excitement and fighting spirit. How infuriating! Vegeta was fuming. This damn Kakarot actually wants to sneak off alone to the dragon realm. I want to go too. Upon hearing this, Xiaofang raised her hand, holding Jilu, and looked at Son Wukong. I want to go with Grandpa. Purification. Does it absolutely require Wukong? Lin Chi discreetly glanced at Shenlong that if he follows you, does that mean he will die? If he wishes for Gogeta to appear, wouldn't that leave no one available? This, Shenlong's blood-red eyes dimmed slightly, not daring to meet Lin Chi's gaze. Perhaps we should ask Dandy to create new Dragon Balls. Shenlong is not the only one of its kind. Lin Chi's look towards Piccolo was laden with unspoken implications. Son Wukong, you cannot leave? Yes, yes. Jebbit God nodded in agreement. The strongest in the universe is only Wukong. If he dies, he cannot be resurrected. What will we do when formidable enemies appear in the future? Rely on Vegeta. Shenlong never anticipated Lin Chi would utter such words, hastily seeking a way to save himself. There are other methods to purify the Dragon Balls, such as the holy power within you. My lord, Lin Chi looked at Shenlong with disdain and scoffed. Bring out the Dragon Balls. The people present exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. In no way. Xiaofang was the first to block Lin Chi, not allowing him to take Grandpa's place in death. Xiaofang, I believe you have misunderstood. Son Wukong patted Xiaofang's shoulder with exasperation that it should merely be borrowing a certain power from Lin Chi. Trunks also comforted Xiaofang, speaking to clarify. Really? Xiaofang cast a doubtful glance at Lin Chi, seeking confirmation it's nothing serious. Lin Chi nonchalantly walked past Xiaofang, directing his gaze at Shenlong, floating the Dragon Balls in front of him. Lin Chi reached out, placing his hand on the Dragon Balls, using divine power to roughly sense. Indeed, there was still a considerable amount of residual evil energy within. Exactly as he, Piccolo found Lin Chi increasingly mysterious. Each time uncovering his wonders. With continuous exploration, one would discover that this is merely the tip of the iceberg of Lin Chi's mystery. The holy power emanating from Lin Chi intensified. His palm, resting on the Dragon Balls, began to gather white light. The dazzling radiance enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls, then seeped into their interiors. Shenlong immediately sensed the transformation of the Dragon Balls, its blood-red gaze becoming increasingly bright. Purify! Lin Chi commanded, and the Dragon Balls beneath his palm erupted with blinding brilliance. An infinite source of divine power seemed to flow continuously into the Dragon Balls. The clear sky suddenly rumbled with thunder. Dark clouds swirling in from all directions. The 7 Dragon Balls were all imbued with divine power, and the explosion of light illuminated the surrounding land. So beautiful. Xiaofang watched the colorful light emanating before her, excitedly hopping in place. Vegeta's eyes widened, terrified as he sensed Lin Chi's energy. Did he just eliminate the evil power from the Dragon Balls? Sun Wutian cast a subtle glance at Vegeta. It seems the position of the eternal second place is being passed to his father. As the light of the Dragon Balls dimmed, Lin Chi withdrew his hand and impatiently inquired of Shenlong. How is it? Thank you, my lord. Shenlong nodded vigorously, grateful for Lin Chi's assistance. If it had a body, it would probably kneel before Lin Chi. Unaccountably, Jebbit God entertained such a thought, glancing at the astonished Son Wukong. Now, Wukong, you need not die. Son Wukong, however, wore a look far from joyous. He sighed deeply, alas, I cannot go to the dragon realm. Son Wukong and Vegeta's lips twitched imperceptibly. Sensing Lin Chi's impatience, Shenlong actively bid farewell to everyone. So, farewell. The Dragon Balls instantly transformed into light, shooting into the sky, and the gathering dark clouds dispersed in an instant. Restoring daylight. It feels as if Shenlong is fleeing. Trunks turned to Sun Wutian. Do you feel that way too? Sun Wutian looked back at Trunks, and, after a shared glance, they both erupted into laughter. Fleeing quite nimbly, Lin Chi redirected his gaze to Sun Wukong. All right, return to the previous question. Are you merging? Sun Wukong also turned his gaze towards Vegeta. Vegeta, Let us see just how powerful Lin Shi is. Vegeta wore a proud expression, a hint of annoyance still lingering on his face. What are you waiting for? Be quiet and strike a pose. Clearly, he was also impatient. Son Wukong grinned and positioned himself to Vegeta's left. Humph. A flush crossed Vegeta's face, reluctantly striking a pose. Let us go. We should retreat. Piccolo turned to the crowd, leaping to a distant mountaintop. Yes, we cannot withstand the aftermath of their battle. Sun Wufan nodded, pulling Xiao Fong back to create distance from the three. Chapter 33. Super 4 Gogeta vs Super 4 Lin Chi. Go for it. Bu cheered for Sun Wukong, clenching his fists in encouragement. Lin Chi watched indifferently as Vegeta and Sun Wukong distanced themselves slightly before both extended their hands. Pointing their index fingers at one another, a golden light suddenly erupted from their fingertips, which grew increasingly radiant, fluctuating from strong to weak. In the heart of the light, a figure gradually emerged, radiating immense energy. Its fierce aura surging with intensity. That crimson hair, the proud signature vest, and the long red tail swaying behind. As the light gradually dimmed, the blue eyes and an incredibly confident smile were clearly visible. Super 4 Gogeta. Lin Chi silently observed the figure standing before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth that it possesses combat power far superior to that of a normal Super 4 at full capacity. Such formidable energy. Ub stared in astonishment, exclaiming in awe, I never imagined my master would become even more powerful after merging. Trunks also expressed his amazement. Indeed, terrifyingly so. Ha! Grandpa is the strongest, Xiao Fong exclaimed excitedly, her grip on Jilu tightening. Hey, Xiao Fong, you're squeezing me. Jilu pleaded for mercy. Humph. I'm not Sun Wukong. Gogeta cast a cold glance towards the distant mountaintop, then raised a wicked smile. I am the one who will defeat you. Gogeta is here too. Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was indeed as persistently arrogant as ever. Haha, such power could certainly crush an Ultra One-Star Dragon. Yet for him, it still felt somewhat lacking. Observing Lin Chi's smile, Vegeta crossed his arms and laughed boisterously, urging him to unleash his full strength, for he was immensely powerful. All right, let us see what you've got. With a low growl, Lin Chi unleashed a formidable surge of energy that caused the ground to tremble beneath him. This marked the first time he utilized his transformation. His fists clenched tightly as he entered the Super 4 state. He remained clad in his black martial arts uniform, with only a few stray hairs. The rest stood upright in defiance. Dark red flames enveloped him, crackling with bolts of lightning, and his expression shifted from calm to solemn. Here I come. Lin Chi propelled himself towards Vegeta, eager to test whether he could induce a distortion in space. Channeling his energy outward into the surrounding environment. Oh, it seems you are quite the hidden gem. Vegeta smirked, charging towards Lin Chi and returned on the desolate ground. Their figures momentarily vanished as they clashed, only to reappear in mid-air. The howling winds stirred up dust and debris, and Sun Wutian stared in a daze, muttering, I can't see them. Their speed is too fast. Sweat trickled down Trunks' forehead as he felt the very earth quaking beneath them. Xiao Fong glanced at the trembling stones beneath her feet. Vegeta spread his arms wide, unleashing countless energy blasts towards Lin Chi, who deftly maneuvered at high speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. A barrage of energy spheres rained down, exploding upon impact with astonishing force. Barely into the battle, clouds of smoke billowed upwards, leaving the ground in utter disarray, riddled with craters of varying sizes. Boom! 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 Both Vegeta and Lin Chi consciously avoided low ground and transitioned their battle to the skies. Their figures soared high above where fierce winds howled, and their fists collided with a resounding impact. You are indeed quite strong. Vegeta quickly retracted his fist, sweeping a kick towards Lin Chi's lower body. This sentiment was genuinely felt as the pressure on Vegeta intensified with the onset of the fight. But would Vegeta panic? Absolutely not. I believe you might surprise me a little. Lin Chi sidestepped, his other fist aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta perceived a fleeting shadow, instinctively retreating to evade Lin Chi's punch. Yet Lin Chi's foot connected with Vegeta's right shoulder, sending him hurtling backward. Ugh. Wichita winced in pain, but before he could vocalize his discomfort, Lin Chi was already hot on his heels. The power of their fusion was indeed extraordinary. Lin Chi exclaimed, his hands crashing down heavily onto Wichita's back. Wichita plummeted toward the ground, twisting his body to unleash energy waves aimed at Lin Chi, who hovered above. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with explosions, smoke billowing, enveloping Lin Chi, while Wichita hastily stabilized himself. Humph, is that all you're capable of? Wichita surged upward again. Incredible. I scarcely know what to say. Xiao Fong craned her neck, feeling a strain in her muscles. She was utterly bewildered by the spectacle unfolding above, far surpassing anything she had ever witnessed. The air crackled with potent energy as Wichita and Lin Chi frequently vanished and reappeared. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their fierce exchanges echoed, with the air rippling in the wake of their blows. In the blink of an eye, Wichita and Lin Chi had exchanged hundreds of strikes. Wichita, is this truly your full strength? Lin Chi stated impassively, delivering a punch toward Wichita. Once brimming with confidence, Wichita now gritted his teeth in silence, not out of a lack of desire to retort, but because upon colliding with Lin Chi's fist, the overwhelming force left him momentarily speechless, veins bulging on his forehead. Ha ha ha. Wichita felt a surge of anger, roaring once more as his power escalated so fast. The typically composed Piccolo couldn't help but exclaim. Seemingly sensing Wichita's eruption, Lin Chi's lips curled into a smirk, and he increased the intensity of his strikes. Lin Chi's punches struck onto the hearts of the onlookers. He merely brushed against Wichita's abdomen. Yes, just a brush. And then Wichita appeared to be struck by a thunderous blow, his eyes widening, pupils constricting as he gasped in shock. Ugh. Wow. What just happened? Even Sun Wufan was left astounded, his gaze fixated on the clash above. Unblinking. Chapter 34. This is Super 5, Goku's menacing grin. Damn it, I am the strongest. Wichita's eyes blazed with fury, revealing his madness. Ha ha ha. Wichita roared again, his power surging further. He unleashed a flurry of nearly imperceptible punches towards Lin Chi, each strike generating a terrifying wind that distorted the air around them. With each punch, space itself warped, rippling outward in waves. Excellent. Lin Chi's smile broadened as he evaded, their figures once more disappearing from the spectator's view. All that remained was the sight of red and white light clashing in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The deep sounds of their combat resonated, accompanied by explosive echoes. The Wichita's form appeared in midair, arms raised high, as a colossal energy sphere coalesced between his palms. Big bang. Kamehameha. With Wichita's roar, the immense energy sphere shot towards Lin Chi. Lin Chi merely observed from above, showing no inclination to counter or evade. As the energy sphere approached him, "What is he doing?" Trunks stared in shock, bewildered by Lin Chi's inaction. "I don't know." Sun Wufan echoed, equally perplexed, his eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. As the fearsome energy sphere collided with Lin Chi, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending ripples through the sky. Whoosh! Following this tremendous assault, the fused Wichita reverted back into Goku and Vegeta. "The fusion time is up. Look, they separated." Sun Wutian pointed at the two figures emerging from the smoke. The others remained transfixed on the swirling clouds, eager to discern Lin Chi's fate. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Lin Chi remained unscathed, suspended in the air, his once crimson hair transformed to silver. His hair glimmered like silver threads, and his aura surged to unprecedented heights. What transformation is that? Vegeta gazed up in astonishment. Goku, equally curious, looked skyward, exhilarated, yet uncertain, but he could sense immense power. But shouldn't our fusion last half an hour? Vegeta frowned at his own hands, dismayed. This time it didn't even last 8 minutes, shorter than last time. That's because your powers are steadily increasing, naturally shortening the fusion duration. Lin Chi returned to his normal state, landing before Vegeta and Goku, his expression still detached, as if nothing could shatter his serene demeanor. "What was that transformation you just displayed?" Sun Wukong, with clenched fists, relentlessly inquired. Why have I never witnessed this before? It feels incredibly powerful. Oh, the Super Saiyan 5 form. This is the next level that follows Super Saiyan 4. Lin Shi's indifferent words left the crowd leaping above the mountaintop in astonishment. There's more beyond Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta, taken aback, gazed at Lin Shi and hesitantly asked, "Is there truly something beyond Super Saiyan 5? Indeed. However, it may be a bit premature for you at this stage," Lin Shi replied, employing instant transmission to return home. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, Lin Shi collapsed onto his bed without a care for appearances. Sigh. Muffled by the bedding, his voice was tinged with disappointment once more. Time passed as Lin Shi idled away several days, waiting for Bulma to finish testing the time machine. The following day, he lounged on a deck chair under the sun, while above in the courtyard, Son Wukong and Vegeta engaged in combat. Oh dear. Are Father and Mr. Wukong sparring again? Trunks, holding a drink, glanced upward before approaching Lin Shi and offering him the beverage. Lin Shi lazily acknowledged, accepting the drink and taking a sip. "Then aren't you going to the company today?" "There's nothing pressing today, so I thought I'd come back early," Trunks replied with a gentle smile. Just as Lin Shi was about to respond, Son Wukong was struck down by Vegeta, clutching the back of his head and wincing in pain. "Are you all right, Mr. Wukong?" Trunks inquired, concern evident as he noticed tears welling in Son Wukong's eyes. I'm fine. Just had an old injury from when I was a child." Son Wukong grinned at Trunks and soared back into the air. "All right then." Trunks turned back to Lin Shi, who was reclining lazily on the deck chair. "Mr. Lin Shi, can I ask my mother to make another time machine for me?" "Why are you asking me that?" Lin Shi responded, surprised by Trunks' question. "That device was designed by Bulma. If you want more, why not just ask her?" Below, Trunks and Lin Shi conversed, while the battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta intensified above. Boom! A ki blast erupted in the air, sending a tremendous gust of wind sweeping toward the balcony, causing the trees in the courtyard to sway perilously. "Hey, Kakarot, what are you doing? You're destroying my home." Vegeta shouted in displeasure, leaping through the billowing smoke to confront Son Wukong. "It's just a spar," Son Wukong replied with an enigmatic smile, rapidly gathering energy at his waist. "Came, Haim, huh," with a loud shout. Son Wukong's attack took Vegeta by surprise, and even Trunks looked up in shock. "If that strike were to hit my father down below, then Earth would..." Lin Shi furrowed his brow, swiftly vanishing from the deck chair and appearing before Vegeta. Kicking Son Wukong's Kamehameha upwards, an explosion followed, illuminating the sky and causing the ground to tremble. "Hey, you damn fool," Vegeta exclaimed, his fury palpable as he witnessed the powerful energy detonating in the sky. "What are you doing unleashing such immense energy? What do you intend to do to Earth?" Son Wukong coldly snorted, lifting his foot to kick Vegeta in the face. Bang! Vegeta, caught off guard, executed a backflip to dissipate the momentum and steadied himself, glaring angrily at Son Wukong. "What the hell are you up to?" Chapter 35. The true nature of the Saiyans. Vegeta abruptly halted his words, gazing quizzically at Son Wukong. "Kakarot, have you lost your mind?" "Ha!" Son Wukong ignored Vegeta, clenching his fists and charging toward Lin Shi, each punch and kick imbued with murderous intent. "Kakarot, what is the matter with you?" Vegeta asked, bewildered by Son Wukong's sudden seriousness and murderous aura. "What has gotten into you to attack Lin Shi? Have you gone mad?" Lin Shi deftly dodged Son Wukong's strikes and delivered a precise blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Observing Son Wukong, now caught by Vegeta, Lin Shi frowned in contemplation. "Is this the Kakarot that restores Saiyan instinct from Dragon Ball Z?" But Lin Shi subtly glanced at Son Wukong's closed eyes. There were no dark circles. His eye sockets remained unblemished. What on earth has happened to Wukong? Let us place him on the deck chair and see what unfolds when he awakens. Lin Shi stated indifferently, signaling Vegeta to assist. The waiting felt interminable. Yet fortunately, Son Wukong roused from his slumber within 2 hours. He sat up on the deck chair, bewildered, gazing at Lin Shi, who stood nearby, along with a visibly troubled Vegeta and an anxious Trunks. "What happened?" Son Wukong tilted his head, scrutinizing the 3D. "Oh, you feel unwell anywhere?" Lin Shi asked, vigilance in his tone. Not at all. Just a bit sore at the back of my neck, and my head feels slightly achy. TCH, what is wrong with you? You scared us half to death. Vegeta sighed in relief, appearing to find Son Wukong quite normal. Perhaps he simply got overly excited during the sparring match. Trunks also relaxed, relieved that Mr. Wukong seemed fine. Then let us refrain from sparring for now. Lin Shi continued to observe Son Wukong's eyes for a moment before declaring, "Let us go. It's time for a meal." He first walked toward the sliding door to the balcony, followed by Vegeta and Trunks. They could see that moment. An ominous aura began to emanate from Son Wukong, who revealed a sinister grin as he looked at the retreating trio. Lin Shi abruptly turned, bypassing Vegeta and Trunks to confront the malevolent smiling Son Wukong. That moment, dark outlines appeared around his eyes as he extended his hand toward Trunks. Vegeta, noticing Lin Shi's expression, also looked back, astonished by Son Wukong's demeanor. Kakarot? That familiar grin. Is this the true nature of the Saiyans? Son Wukong displayed a wicked smile, launching a ki blast toward Trunks. Bang! Lin Shi swiftly moved in front of the unsuspecting Trunks, deflecting the ki blast. The energy surged toward the artificial lake not far from the balcony, exploding upon impact and sending water cascading downward, resembling a torrential downpour. You! Soaked and bewildered, Vegeta turned to Trunks, who was shielded behind Lin Shi, and furiously shouted at Son Wukong, "Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking Trunks?" Mr. Wukong has suddenly become very strange. Trunks slowly regained his composure, eyeing Son Wukong with pursed lips. Something feels off. Listening to Vegeta's furious roar, Son Wukong furrowed his brow, hand moving to his forehead. That moment, his mind was engulfed in chaos, many memories fracturing under the weight of darkness. The pain intensified, and Son Wukong's form began to rise into the air, fists clenched as he howled toward the sky. The energy blazing beneath him caused the balcony to crack and crumble. Bulma, Vegeta, witnessing the destruction, panicked and turned to search for Bulma. "Father, Mother took Bro out shopping earlier," Trunks shouted urgently, managing to calm Vegeta. "Damn Kakarot." Vegeta turned, his gaze icy as he glared at Son Wukong. "You've destroyed my home." "I, the noble prince of the Saiyans. What are you shouting about?" With a mischievous grin, Son Wukong provocatively gazed at Vegeta. "Have you finally reverted to your Saiyan nature, you rascal?" Vegeta momentarily appeared dazed, only to be engulfed by an even greater fury. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage in a genuine battle." Vegeta. Son Wukong's demeanor grew increasingly hostile, his smile transforming into a more menacing snarl. How dare you lay a hand on Trunks?" Vegeta stepped forward, soaring into the air to confront Son Wukong. "I will not let you escape unscathed." "Hey!" Lin Shi squinted at the two suspended in midair, casting a glance around the disheveled villa. "You two should find a different location for your fight." Son Wukong snorted disdainfully, fixating his gaze on Vegeta while completely disregarding Lin Shi below. However, Vegeta noticed the peculiar expression on Lin Shi's face and pointed his thumb at his right hand, declaring, "Let us go to the desert area. Is this truly the place you've chosen for your burial?" Son Wukong sneered at Vegeta before following him as they shot into the sky like streaks of light. Upon seeing that Trunks intended to pursue them, Lin Shi raised a hand to stop him. "You need not go. Stay here and handle things, and wait for Bulma to return so you can explain. Leave the confrontation between Wukong and Vegeta to me." After saying this, Lin Shi pursued Son Wukong and Vegeta. When they arrived at the desert region, the two were still leisurely bantering, the battle yet to commence. As Lin Shi drew nearer, he noticed that Vegeta's eyes had begun to exhibit dark rings. Had Vegeta also reverted to his original nature, or was it reminiscent of the time under Babbidi's influence? Lin Shi furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. In the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin sighed deeply as he observed the crystal ball. "It's over, old ancestor. What on earth has happened to Wukong?" Jebit God asked, bewildered. "Do you recall those pure-blooded Saiyans on planet Vegeta?" The old Kaishin cast a scornful glance at Jebit God. A look of terror crept into Jebit God's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. "I believe Frisia is even more terrifying than the Saiyans. The corners of the old Kaishin's mouth twitched, and he clenched his fist to deliver a light smack to Jebit God. But you remember the purpose behind sending the infant Wukong to Earth. If that's the case, does it mean Wukong is now our enemy? Jebit God turned his gaze toward the crystal ball in the air above the desert. Son Wukong and Vegeta faced each other from a distance. Surrounded by howling winds and swirling sands, Wukong developed this personality after tumbling off a cliff as a child and hitting his head. The old Kaishin clasped his hands behind his back. A look of concern etched on his face. If Wukong is like this, what else could he be but an adversary? Originally, the Saiyans were just like Vegeta. Could Wukong also be contemplating the conquest of the universe? Jebit God's expression turned grave as he abruptly rose and took a few steps to the side. The old Kaishin regarded his actions with confusion. What are you doing? I'm going to assist Vegeta. While they battle, I shall strive to awaken Wukong's benevolent nature, Jebit God declared, preparing to utilize instant transmission. Wait, come here for a moment. I have something for you to do. The old Kaishin turned to face Jebit God. What other matters do you have, old ancestor? Jebit God hesitated before approaching the old Kaishin. Bang! The old Kaishin seized the crystal ball and struck Jebit God on the head. With your level of strength, you would only become a nuisance. No, you would simply be courting death. Jebit God rubbed the lump on his head, looking utterly aggrieved as he watched the impending battle unfold within the crystal ball. In mid-air, Vegeta's demeanor was increasingly frenzied, his temper worse than when they were at Bulma's villa. Do you really think I, the Prince of Destruction, would fear you? The true face of a Saiyan, Lin Chi, with arms crossed, perched atop a mountain peak, gazed upon the two adversaries. Let us now relish this fated duel. You've been relentless in your pursuit, from our first battle until now. Son Wukong sneered dismissively, launching himself towards Vegeta with a series of cold laughter. Is that the attitude you adopt when addressing a prince? Vegeta, increasingly agitated, surged towards Son Wukong. Though both were in their base forms, the speed at which they collided was nothing short of formidable. Bang, bang, bang. In a brief exchange, the two had already engaged in hundreds of rounds. Vegeta roared, his battle power suddenly surging, unleashing a tempest that spread across the land. For a moment, the winds howled violently, and the flying sand obscured the view. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 1, Vegeta swiftly subdued Son Wukong, delivering a punch aimed at his cheek with astonishing speed. Son Wukong had no choice but to take it seriously, tilting his head to narrowly evade the blow. Is transformation your sole prowess? Son Wukong snorted, entering Super Saiyan 1 as well. Without a word, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each punch imbued with immense strength. The two exchanged blows, their forms flickering in the air as they fought with unbridled intensity. After creating some distance from Vegeta, Son Wukong paused to catch his breath, realizing that Vegeta was indeed more formidable than anticipated, truly a genius in battle. This prince, is it not you who is the genius? I have come to accept this fact. You are the true number one. Vegeta replied with a cold snort, glaring fiercely at Son Wukong. The gap between us was already established during the Cell Games. What you envision is beyond my reach. After spending such an extensive time in the room of spirit and time, I have made no progress whatsoever. Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. Why did it seem that these two were engaging in a commercial mutual admiration session amidst their battle? You have always been a step ahead of me, even now in your Super Saiyan 4 form. My dignity has been utterly shattered by you, and yet you dare call yourself a genius. To hell with you. As Vegeta spoke, veins bulged on his forehead, and with a furious roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, launching a punch at Son Wukong. That is your own folly, Son Wukong scoffed, also transforming into Super Saiyan 2, meeting Vegeta's fist head-on. Tisich. Lin Chi watched in exasperation from the mountaintop, thinking that one might mistake these two for merely sparring. How long were they planning to escalate their transformations? With a piercing scream, Son Wukong was sent flying by Vegeta's punch, hurtling towards the rocky terrain where Lin Chi stood. Boom! 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 Lin Chi swiftly leaped into the air, the mountain he had previously occupied crumbling beneath him. Son Wukong crashed through several mountain peaks before finally coming to a stop, embedded amidst the rubble. As debris cascaded around him, a spiderweb of cracks radiated from Son Wukong, and ultimately, the mountain collapsed, showering down large boulders. Son Wukong was buried under the debris. Ha! 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 But soon, he roared with fury, shattering the rocks that encased him with a burst of energy. An aura of explosive power enveloped Son Wukong, and the surrounding desert was swept up by the force, swirling with clouds of dust. Witnessing Son Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta refused to be outdone and bellowed as he too ascended into Super Saiyan 4. "I thought you would take ages to warm up?" Vegeta clenched his fist and charged at the grounded Son Wukong, delivering a rapid straight punch. However, Son Wukong utilized instant transmission to vanish from his original position, causing Vegeta's punch to swing through empty air. The two figures soon disappeared from sight again, the sounds of their physical clashes reverberating around them. The earth-shattering explosions echoed continually, and the terrifying aura of destruction filled the atmosphere, causing the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, engrossed in his studies, broke the tip of his pencil on his notebook. Crack! Uncle Piccolo. Leaping to his feet, Son Gohan hurriedly dashed to the hall, pencil still in hand. Piccolo was seated on the sofa, watching television with Xiao Fang, and turned to Son Gohan, inquiring, "What is it? Did you feel that?" The desert in the west. Son Gohan's forehead was slick with cold sweat as he continued. "They are battling with true power. I must stop them. This is detrimental to Earth." Gohan, Piccolo, remaining calm, placed a reassuring hand on Son Gohan's shoulder. "I sense Lin Chi is there as well. Perhaps it's merely Lin Chi's training?" "It's not impossible." "Really?" Son Gohan pondered, realizing he had been overly anxious and somewhat alarmist. Chapter 37. "What Wukong? I am Kakarot, Dad." Trunks, observing the robot tidying up the villa, wore a look of deep concern as he gazed towards the western desert, where a formidable surge of energy erupted. "Uncle Wukong, I hope you all are safe." Bang, bang, bang. Son Wukong and Vegeta continued their relentless exchange of blows, their combat taking them from the ground to the skies. And back again. Vegeta seized upon an opening in Son Wukong's defenses, appearing in front of him in an instant, launching a quick punch. Son Wukong swiftly reacted, blocking Vegeta's fist with his elbow, then retaliating with a punch of his own. Vegeta, slightly slower in response, was struck in the face and sent reeling backward by Son Wukong's sweeping kick. Although Vegeta quickly regained his balance mid-air, he pondered, how can Son Wukong revert to his original demeanor? Lin Chi observed the increasingly intense battle above. After contemplating for quite some time, he still had not deduced the conclusion of the Dragon Ball saga. Wait, it seems. It was abruptly halted. The old Kai and Jebbet from the Kaishin realm were also closely watching this fateful confrontation. "Neither side is yielding," Jebbet remarked, eyes glued to the crystal ball. "They are truly formidable." Though the old Kai lacked significant combat prowess, his piercing gaze offered insightful commentary. Both are fighting with all their might. But the energy consumption is immense. If this continues, both will soon reach a state of fatigue. It will come down to who can endure the longest. In mid-air, Son Wukong's expression grew increasingly ferocious as he evaded another of Vegeta's attacks. "Ha!" With a thunderous shout, he propelled himself towards Vegeta, fists flying. Vegeta was struck in the face, stumbling backward, but Son Wukong would not let such an opportunity slip away, relentlessly following Vegeta with a flurry of punches. It seems Wukong still possesses the upper hand. Lin Chi sighed, watching as Vegeta began to falter. He could incapacitate Wukong, but the crucial question was how to restore him. Had he sustained a blow to the back of his head during their earlier spar? Might it require another strike? "Vegeta, use your original strength to strike Wukong's head and see if it can bring him back to his senses." Without hesitation, Lin Chi called out to Vegeta. Vegeta, frowning, distanced himself from Son Wukong. Retorting to Lin Chi, "It's easy for you to say." Engaging Son Wukong once more, Vegeta attempted to strike the back of his head. However, Son Wukong, now on guard, made it increasingly difficult for Vegeta, who was already at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Growing irritated, Vegeta suddenly smirked coldly. "What are you laughing at?" Son Wukong withdrew his fist, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Chi, who hovered at a distance, as long as Lin Chi refrained from intervening. It was only a matter of time before he triumphed over Vegeta. I just recalled something amusing. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully at Sun Wukong. I believe you still care quite a bit for this planet. Huh? Sun Wukong burst into laughter, regarding Vegeta as if he were mad. You think I care about this planet? How amusing. He carelessly gestured towards a ravaged land. Do you see any signs of concern for me? Is that so? Vegeta did not dispute further, clenching his fists as he gazed at Sun Wukong. If you truly believe that, then I shall not hold back. Lin Chi furrowed his brow at Vegeta, questioning his intentions. In truth, this planet means nothing to me. As Vegeta spoke, he raised his hands high, gathering tremendous energy within his palms, taunting, "Let us see how long you can keep laughing." Aside from Lin Chi's bewilderment, Sun Wukong appeared unfazed, even complimenting, "You're hiding quite a bit of energy, aren't you? Perhaps you should gift that energy to the planet you no longer cherish," Vegeta bellowed, preparing to unleash the energy he had amassed upon the earth. Hey! Lin Chi watched Vegeta's reckless actions with surprise. Oh, you no longer care for your Bulma. Are you truly going through with this? Lin Chi, sensing the energy, realized that if Vegeta unleashed it, Earth would be doomed. Lin Chi, from a distance, Son Gohan and Piccolo rushed to Lin Chi's side. Dad, are they merely sparring? With such immense energy, I know you're present, but I still don't feel at ease. So I came. Hey Vegeta, what are you doing? Do you intend to destroy Earth? Piccolo exclaimed in shock at Vegeta's actions. This is no longer just playful sparring, is it? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, observing Vegeta's demeanor, which seemed all too genuine. At this moment, memories flooded Sun Wukong's mind, his childhood encounters with Krillin, training under Master Roshi, meeting Chi-Chi, the days spent with Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber, the fierce battles against Cell, and the grim scenes of Boo's rampage, as well as his first battle with Vegeta. Ugh. Sun Wukong reached for his head, feeling a sudden onset of pain. The ache intensified, gripping his head tightly. What's wrong with you? Son Gohan cried out in concern as he witnessed Sun Wukong's sudden roar, wanting to rush to his aid. Wait. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, halting Son Gohan, his gaze toward Vegeta, filled with admiration. This move, it might just work. Flash cannon, as Vegeta shouted loudly. That very sight, Sun Wukong almost instinctively teleported high into the sky, calling out to Vegeta, "Vegeta, I'm over here." Vegeta scoffed, launching the energy sphere in his hand towards the airborne Sun Wukong. I knew it. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, high above, exhaled with relief as the energy sphere approached ever closer, using instant transmission once more to evade it. The energy sphere soared beyond the atmosphere, and Sun Wukong's dark eye sockets vanished from view as he angrily shouted at Vegeta. You damn fool! How dare you try to destroy Earth? What about Bulma and Trunks? Humph! Vegeta cast a glance at Lin Chi, wearing a look that suggested, just wait and see how this unfolds, as if he were a student eager for praise from a teacher. Brimming with pride. Chapter 38. Life and Strength, which to choose few. That was close. Sun Wufan, realizing things only after the fact, had not noticed the peculiarities in Sun Wukong's behavior earlier. What on earth is happening? Piccolo, however, was much more observant. He turned to Lin Chi and inquired. After all, Vegeta had lived on Earth for decades. It was unlikely he would resort to such extremes. Look closely at Wukong. Lin Chi replied coolly, providing little explanation to that moment. The black silhouette had only disappeared for a brief moment before reappearing, and Sun Wukong's expression twisted into a grimace. He stared at his hands, bewildered. What just happened? That's because the thoughts in your mind have long taken root. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. I asked that all the effect it had. Sun Wukong lowered his hands, frowning at Vegeta with an increasingly indifferent demeanor, and I also feel as though something remains within my body. But what difference does it make? Sun Wukong's expression began to contort into something fierce, and the aura around him grew increasingly malevolent. This weakness. I shall obliterate it myself. You intend to strike at Earth? Vegeta was somewhat taken aback. But more so, he felt a sense of unease that it seemed he had made a foolish mistake. First I will deal with you. Then with those fools over there, Sun Wukong cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Chi and the others. Dad, what are you saying? Sun Wufan asked, bewildered. Aren't you just sparring with Uncle Vegeta? Wukong, what on earth is wrong with you? Piccolo shouted, having sensed the anomaly as well. What, Wukong? I am Kakarot. Sun Wukong shot Piccolo a contemptuous look and charged again at Vegeta. What? Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he turned to Lin Chi in disbelief, seemingly awaiting a denial from him. But he speaks the truth. The current Wukong has reverted to the violent, bloodthirsty nature of a Saiyan. Lin Chi coldly revealed this fact. Piccolo's expression darkened significantly. That statement reminds me of what Raditz once said. Wukong was sent here as a child to eliminate all the Earthlings. What? Uncle Piccolo, are you saying that, Dad? Is our enemy now? Sun Wufan exclaimed in shock, staring blankly at Sun Wukong, who was still battling Vegeta. How can this be? Dad has always protected Earth. What is impossible? Wasn't Vegeta once your enemy too? Lin Chi replied, casting a detached glance at Sun Wufan. It took Vegeta decades to integrate into human society. Piccolo's countenance grew exceedingly grim. Can we guarantee Wukong will take decades to adapt again? Lin Chi, you must think of something. Sun Wufan felt utterly helpless, realizing that only Lin Chi could assist against his formidable father. I am contemplating, but there aren't many viable solutions. Lin Chi shrugged in resignation. Having already witnessed Vegeta successfully strike Sun Wukong on the back of his head. However, the problem was that time had already passed. Another blow seemed ineffective. Am I to keep knocking him out? That's unrealistic. Piccolo turned his gaze to Lin Chi, suggesting, for now, let us avoid further conflict. Both Vegeta and Wukong possess immense power. One misstep could lead to Earth's destruction. Piccolo glanced at the distant mountains. Obliterated by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, his lips twitching uncontrollably. I must stop, Dad. Sun Wufan gritted his teeth, intending to rush into the fray. It would be futile. Piccolo intercepted him. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are locked in their fiercest battle. Sun Wufan, you cannot intervene. You would only be caught in the crossfire. But Sun Wufan's expression grew increasingly anxious as he noticed the mounting murderous intent emanating from his father with each passing moment of battle. Lin Chi, you must halt their fighting. Piccolo urged, looking at Sun Wufan. We should gather the Dragon Balls. Perhaps Shenron will have a solution. Truly the brains of the Z warriors. Lin Chi smirked, his gaze sweeping over the exhausted Vegeta. Vegeta, it's time to stop. As Lin Chi's words fell, he appeared behind Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 5 form, swiftly delivering a chop to the back of his neck. Sun Wukong had no chance to react. He was struck and instantly reverted to his normal state, plummeting from the sky. Dad, Sun Wufan rushed forward, catching Sun Wukong. Hurry and gather the Dragon Balls. Lin Chi shot a cold glance at Piccolo. Do not let him intervene again. Save time. Lin Chi teleportation took them back to Bulma's villa. The villa was still in disarray. After acquiring the Dragon Ball radar from Trunks, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, and Trunks set off to collect the Dragon Balls while Lin Chi remained behind to watch over Sun Wukong, ensuring no one was there to suppress him upon waking. Vegeta leaned against the crumbling wall, arms crossed. This guy. Once he recovers, I will settle the score for the damage to my home. Vegeta disdainfully glanced at Sun Wukong, who lay sprawled on the recliner. I wonder if Shenron can truly help. Lin Chi leisurely sipped from his teacup. Hey, what on earth is going on? In the distance, Bulma and Bra returned, laden with bags. Upon seeing the devastated villa, Bulma dropped her bags in shock. Who did this? Vegeta. Lin Chi. Bulma's gaze shifted to the unconscious Sun Wukong. Why is Wukong sleeping here? He was knocked out, Vegeta grumbled, briefly recounting the events with evident frustration. Is that true? Bulma exclaimed, looking at Vegeta in disbelief. Has he become as irritable as you? Hey, how can you say that? Vegeta roared in anger. Dinner's still on the table. Lin Chi interjected, genuinely concerned about this matter. Order takeout. If that's not feasible, we can eat out. Bulma turned to Lin Chi. What worries me more is where we will sleep tonight. Find a decent room, lay down some bedding, and make do. Vegeta glared sternly at the unconscious Sun Wukong. All this is the fault of that damned fool. Didn't you strike him until he reverted to his Saiyan personality? Lin Shi shot a scornful look at Vegeta. I end that brief exchange. Piccolo and the others had already returned with the Dragon Balls, and fortunately, Sun Wukong had yet to awaken. Chapter 39. On King Kai's planet. The pitiful King Kai come forth, Shenron. Sun Wufan shouted urgently after placing the Dragon Balls together. The sky darkened, and Shenron appeared before them, his blood-red eyes surveying the group. State your wishes. Can you restore my father to normal? Sun Wufan asked eagerly. Shenron stared at the unconscious Sun Wukong for a while before responding. My powers cannot achieve that. What if we kill Wukong and then revive him? Might he return to normal? Lin Shi suggested. Shenron broke into a cold sweat. Could you please think through your wishes carefully? Preferably something achievable before summoning me again? I find it rather implausible. Bulma shook her head, remarking that even if resurrected, he would still retain that fierce demeanor. Could one truly separate the Saiyan nature from Sun Wukong? Piccolo tentatively posed the question that it is indeed possible. The dragon responded somewhat awkwardly, yet added that such a course of action would significantly diminish Wukong's strength. T.H. What is there to choose between life and power? Lin Shi spoke indifferently, casting a glance at the dragon. Well, the dragon's forehead glistened with increasing beads of sweat. Why must you all continually trouble this dragon? How could he possibly know what to choose? He is merely a dragon whose circumstances have worsened. This reminds me of you and the Supreme Kai. Lin Shi turned his gaze towards Piccolo, recalling how the Supreme Kai had once separated his own good and evil. In that case, it would be better to be dead. The combat power would plummet. Vegeta interjected coldly from the side that a decline in strength is no different from death. Why not awaken Wukong and ask for his opinion directly? Lin Shi tossed the question back. Vegeta maintained his original stance. He would undoubtedly choose power, for no one understands Saiyans better than a Saiyan. Gohan, you know your father best. Do you think he would prefer life or strength? Lin Shi directed the question towards son Gohan. This. Gohan found himself momentarily at a loss, pondering why they were even asking him. They should be questioning his father. Hey, have you all come to a conclusion or not? Bulma looked at the group who seemed unable to arrive at an answer, gesturing towards the trembling dragon that can't you see he is about to falter. Strength can always be regained through training. Uncle Wukong even shrank in size before. Observing the troubled expressions on everyone's faces, Bra scoffed at the group. T.H. a bunch of adults who can't see as clearly as a child. Lin Shi disavowed his inclusion in the group. Then Gohan was about to make a decision when suddenly the reclining son Wukong opened his eyes wide, sitting up and pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, instantly teleporting behind Bulma and gripping her neck. Since when is it your place to decide my affairs? Damn it, that accursed Kakarot. Release Bulma. Vegeta's eyes widened in fury at the sight. Father, what are you doing? Gohan was equally bewildered. Piccolo lost his composure as well, shouting, Wukong, stop! I think it would be simpler to just eliminate Wukong. Lin Shi contemplated the most straightforward solution to this exasperating situation. Lin, before Piccolo could articulate his objection. Wukong shoved Bulma aside and vanished from sight using instant transmission. Father, Gohan was left dumbfounded, wondering if the wish could still be fulfilled. He sure is quick to escape. He must have been feigning unconsciousness all along. Lin Shi was not particularly concerned. The universe is vast. Where could Wukong possibly run to? In that case, I cannot fulfill your wishes. The dragon's forehead glistened with an even greater sheen of sweat. He must be present in order for his other personality to be separated. Enough. You should return for now. We will summon you once we locate him. Lin Shi waved his hand, dismissing the dragon. With numerous abilities akin to those of King Kai, Lin Shi found no need to visit the King Kai's realm, and instead contacted the old Kai directly. Old man, find out where Wukong has run off to. Lin Shi calmly issued the command, for even if Wukong had subdued his energy, what would it matter? The old Kai was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Lin Shi's voice. However, Jebed's response was remarkably swift. He glanced around and exclaimed in surprise, Is that you, Lord Lin Shi? Where are you? Spare me the pleasantries. Lin Shi replied with some impatience. As it was he who was inquiring, Jebet silently retrieved the crystal ball. pointing to the image within, revealing that Wukong had gone to North Kai's place. North Kai's planet. The king stared at the suddenly appearing Son Wukong, his forehead drenched in sweat, cascading down like a waterfall, while the long whiskers atop his head quivered uncontrollably, his body trembling in fear. The two small pets huddled tightly behind North Kai, not daring to peek out. Do not attempt to contact them. That Saiyan must not discover us yet. Son Wukong's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he pressed his hand against North Kai's back. Those fools. Wukong. What on earth is happening? North Kai cautiously inquired. Though he could see that while the figure before him was Wukong, the demeanor was drastically altered. You wish to die. Son Wukong disdainfully regarded the trembling North Kai with such meager combat strength. I have no desire to even strike you. With his back turned to Wukong, the king was in tears, feeling utterly devastated. Such cruelty. This is how it is. After all, he had been half a mentor to Wukong, having taught him the king's fist and spirit bomb. Good fortune never seemed to favor him, yet misfortune always sought him out, just like that past encounter with Cell. How many years has it been since that halo had graced his head? Wukong, silence, you fool. What Wukong? Son Wukong's disdain only grew, his eyes flashing with coldness. I am Kakarot. Hearing Son Wukong speak to him with such irreverence and utter those words, North Kai felt a mix of anger and fear. What sort of predicament has he found himself in? Someone, quickly come and take away this accursed Saiyan monkey. I cannot bear serving such a tyrant. You. The king wished to say something more, but under the fierce gaze of Son Wukong, his words caught in his throat. Humph, those damned fools. Once I become powerful, I will ensure their total annihilation. Chapter 40. Super Saiyan 5 Kakarot, the malevolent spirit bomb Son Wukong, declared with a bloodthirsty grin. And at that moment, his stomach growled in accompaniment. Grr. King, fetch me some food. I know your culinary skills are quite commendable. Son Wukong frowned slightly, removing his hand from the king's back. Don't even think about making any sudden moves, or I will send your soul astray. The king glanced back at the murderous Son Wukong, ultimately saying nothing, sighing inwardly. Perhaps it was due to their past bond, having been half a teacher to him, that he refrained from striking him down. The king's pace in preparing the meal was surprisingly swift. By the time Lin Chi arrived on King Kai's planet, he found a large bowl of fragrant and visually appealing egg-fried rice placed before Son Wukong. Eating, Lin Chi approached the wary Son Wukong, addressing the king, who still wore his apron. Serve me a bowl as well. I happen to be a bit hungry. The king glanced at Son Wukong, then at Lin Chi's tail behind him, eventually sighing and turning back towards the kitchen. The atmosphere was decidedly awkward. The vigilant Son Wukong and the relaxed Lin Chi sat facing each other, devouring the enormous bowl of egg-fried rice before them. Meanwhile, Gohan and the others were filled with concern, watching as Bulma brought in snacks. Yet no one dared to take a bite. Trunks, why do you think my father has turned into this? Gohan gazed intently at the tea leaves in his cup. Trunks sighed, expressing his helplessness. I'm not sure. It seems Mr. Wukong just suddenly changed into that state. Father. A streak of light swiftly traversed the distance as the anxious Xiao Fong landed before Gohan. Daddy, how is Grandpa? I am not sure. Gohan shook his head slightly, placing a reassuring hand on Xiao Fong's shoulder, but rest assured, he will be fine, Grandpa. Xiao Fong's eyes brimmed with tears, quietly murmuring as she clenched her fists. On King Kai's planet, the harmonious atmosphere shattered once Son Wukong and Lin Chi finished their meal. Before Wukong could rise, he erupted into a Super Saiyan 4 transformation, roaring as he unleashed the King's fist. Tenfold King's fist. Clearly, it is a reckless endeavor, seeking to resolve Lin Chi in a short span of time. Centered around Son Wukong, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, causing the entirety of King Kai's planet to tremble uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment, the King Kai's abode, the towering trees, and the grassy fields were swept away by the ferocious winds. Even King Kai and his two small pets were carried off by the tempest. The distant cries of astonishment grew fainter and fainter. Son Wukong directed a punch towards Lin Chi, landing a blow on his chin. Apart from a slight reddening, no damage was inflicted. if you employ the King Kai fist in such a manner. How long do you think you can endure? A sardonic smile crept onto Lin Chi's lips. It wouldn't be long before Wukong, succumbing to the side effects of the King Kai fist, would find himself collapsing to the ground without Lin Chi needing to lift a finger. Speed down, Sun Wukong, of course, bolstered by the power of the King Kai fist. Sun Wukong's speed had indeed increased significantly, and he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Lin Chi, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Yet, even with his enhanced velocity, he still could not land a hit on Lin Chi. Damn it, Turtle, school. Kamehameha. Realizing his attacks were futile, Sun Wukong retreated, quickly gathering energy at his waist, launching a dazzling Kamehameha wave towards Lin Chi. Useless, Lin Chi nonchalantly raised his hand, effortlessly swatting aside Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, declaring, "Your struggles are in vain." Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong's eyes glinted with fury as he regarded the unscathed Lin Chi. Damn it. I cannot possibly lose so easily. I'm the strongest being in the universe. I, Kakarot, am the mightiest. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong's power surged dramatically, evidently forcing himself to elevate his strength at that moment. The aura surrounding him thickened, a bizarre and vivid crimson as the combined energies of the King Kai fist and Super Saiyan 4 converged. Like alcohol poured into a raging inferno, the flames soared skyward. Sun Wukong's roar intensified, the King Kai planet quaking beneath him as his power multiplied exponentially. His upper garments vanished, replaced by shimmering silver fur and long, flowing silver hair cascading to his waist. The contours of his black eyes became more pronounced as he flashed Lin Chi a devilishly charming smile. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 5? I truly appreciate your relentless pursuit. It would be inappropriate to refer to him as Sun Wukong any longer. This individual is Super Saiyan 5, Kakarot. A delightful surprise indeed. Lin Chi felt a surge of excitement as he observed Kakarot's incoming fists. The battle-hungry Kakarot had long abandoned the tentative warm-up routine characteristic of Sun Wukong. His punches were now genuine strikes. Lin Chi scoffed, his evasion effortless, and entering Super Saiyan 5 did not guarantee victory over me. As Kakarot's fist swung towards him, Lin Chi raised his hand to block, countering with a punch aimed at Kakarot's cheek. Bang! Ugh! Kakarot let out a pained cry as he was sent spiraling backward into the endless expanse. Once he regained his footing, he gazed incredulously at the distant speck that was Lin Chi. How is this possible? I too have attained Super Saiyan 5, so why am I still no match for Lin Chi? Boom! A brilliant white light erupted from the distant point, swiftly hurtling towards Kakarot. It was Lin Chi's Kamehameha wave. Gritting his teeth, Kakarot crossed his arms defensively across his chest, but as soon as he made contact with the energy wave, regret washed over him. The energy was overwhelmingly potent. Ugh-hi! In the next instant, Kakarot was propelled away by the sheer force of the Kamehameha, which detonated against him with a resounding blast, his anguished cries ringing out. As the smoke enveloped the area, Lin Chi had already teleported behind him. A formidable fist struck Kakarot's back with tremendous force, eliciting another piercing scream. I told you, your struggles are futile. Lin Chi's indifferent words echoed in Kakarot's ears, igniting a fierce rage within him. Bastard, I will never yield to you. Chapter 41. Good and Evil, Kakarot and Sun Wukong. Regaining his composure, Kakarot charged once more at Lin Chi, the air crackling with their fierce clashes. High in the void, their afterimages collided repeatedly, streaks of light racing past. Alas, there were no spectators to witness. However, after a brief exchange, Kakarot quickly found himself at a disadvantage as Lin Chi once again maneuvered behind him, delivering another punch to his back. Ugh! Kakarot was struck and sent careening backward, his body akin to a bullet discharged from a gun. Tisich, is that all you've got? Lin Chi expressed his boredom, noting that Kakarot had only just entered Super Saiyan 5. Merely achieving a higher transformation meant nothing if one's battle prowess did not accompany it. As the side effects of the King Kai fist began to manifest, Kakarot sensed his stamina plummeting. I see you are nearing your limit, Lin Chi remarked coolly, observing the panting that moment. Kakarot, suspended in midair, raised his hands high, his expression a mask of ferocity, as though preparing for a final desperate struggle. Aha! If you can withstand this move of mine, I will obediently follow you. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the familiar stance of Kakarot, exclaiming, "Is that not Wukong's signature spirit bomb? Could the bloodthirsty and brutal Kakarot truly wield Wukong's spirit bomb? It seemed unlikely, as long as I defeat you, just as long as I do not kill." A black and crimson spirit bomb materialized above Kakarot's hands, if this could even be considered a spirit bomb. The black-red energy visibly swelled, and Kakarot frowned in dissatisfaction. Not enough. This energy is insufficient to defeat him. You dare not share with me? Do you think I won't take it by force? Kakarot's forehead throbbed with veins as his raging fury completely overshadowed his reason. Ha! Bastard! Stop! The spirit bomb cannot be used in such a way. The King Kai, having flown back from a distance, shouted in anger upon witnessing this scene. That energy belongs to innocent lives, yet Kakarot was heedless, blissfully unaware of the energy sources nearby King Kai's planet that he was absorbing. In any case, the black-red spirit bomb grew colossal, descending toward Lin Chi. The energy was formidable, yet Lin Chi sighed lightly, raising a single hand and gathering a purple energy sphere in his palm. Destruction, as the small purple energy sphere collided with the black-red spirit bomb. The latter disintegrated like a deflating balloon, collapsing into nothingness. Impossible. Kakarot's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his black-red spirit bomb vanish without a trace. I cannot possibly lose. How is this happening? I am a Saiyan who has surpassed the prince. With that lamentation, Kakarot's transformation faltered, and he reverted to his base form, plummeting towards the abyss below. Tisich, cannot move? Can you? Lin Chi instantly teleported beside Kakarot, seizing his wrist. Back we go. Ooh, my King Kai's planet. The King Kai wept as he witnessed Lin Chi and Kakarot's vanishing figures, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, his two pets clutched their heads, wailing in despair. King Kai's planet was gone. Their home was lost. Upon returning to Bulma's residence, Lin Chi callously tossed Kakarot to the ground. Such treatment elicited little reaction from Kakarot, who appeared utterly devastated, as if he had suffered a profound blow. Gazing at the softly glowing Dragon Balls and the soon-appearing Shenron, Kakarot turned to Lin Chi, attempting one last desperate plea. Can I not refuse this arrangement? I will not destroy your planet. That should suffice, right? The words of the Saiyans are all lies. Bulma, with her hands firmly placed on her hips, glared furiously at Kakarot, exclaiming, "My home has been reduced to this because of you. You are not my grandfather." Although Kakarot appeared unchanged, Xiao Fong sensed a difference in him. Your current submission is merely a guise, a pretense for seizing an opportunity. Vegeta leaned against the wall, arms crossed, letting out a cold snort. Oh, was this how you were when you served under Frieza? Lin Chi smirked at the seemingly obedient Kakarot. Do you harbor a desire to kill me, or should I just take care of this fellow? After all, he is not Goku. Infuriated, Kakarot clenched his fist tightly, casting an evil grin towards Xiao Fong, who stood closest to him. Are you planning to make a move? Lin Chi, discerning Kakarot's intention from his gaze, acted swiftly. Without hesitation, he struck Kakarot's nape with a swift chop. Hurry up! Lin Chi impatiently glanced at the Shenron hovering above. Observing Kakarot sprawled on the ground, Shenron rid Goku of his malevolent traits. Piccolo also released his crossed arms, looking up at Shenron to make his wish. Very well. As Shenron's blood-red eyes glowed, a dark mist began to emanate from the unconscious Goku. As the mist gathered, it took on the form of another Goku, identical to Kakarot. Goku soon awakened, and upon seeing another version of himself standing across, he was bewildered. What is happening? Why do I feel an intense pain all over my body, devoid of any strength? Your power has dwindled to a mere third of its former self, Vegeta remarked with a wicked grin. Now the strongest in the universe is I, Vegeta. Dream on, you are still the perennial second fiddle. Lin Chi cast a dispassionate glance at Vegeta before focusing on the motionless Kakarot. This guy, should we eliminate him? Observing Lin Chi and Vegeta's discussion, Goku interjected, "Hey, what's going on? Why is there another me?" Piccolo began a brief explanation, while Kakarot stood frozen in place, realizing he had fallen into enemy territory. Instant transmission was futile. Lin Chi could easily locate him, and with the separation of good and evil, excluding Xiao Fong and Bulma, and with Trunks and Piccolo barely manageable, he couldn't hold his ground against the others. This was truly awkward. Goku quickly grasped the situation after Piccolo's simple illustration. "Oh, so you're another me?" He curiously examined Kakarot. "Who is stronger between us?" "Half a pound against 8 ounces. Lin Chi stretched lazily, turning to Bulma. "Is it time for a meal yet? This fellow should be eliminated for safety." Vegeta reiterated his stance, acknowledging the significant threat Kakarot posed. Chapter 42, Trouble Arises, A Strike Against Goku. Piccolo, Gohan, and Xiao Fong remained silent, awaiting Goku's response. Trunks stayed close to Bulma, anxious about Kakarot's potential outburst. Our first encounter. Goku grinned widely, reaching out to shake Kakarot's hand. "What are you doing?" Kakarot, wary of the enemy, was startled by Goku's gesture. "Let us spar." "Huh." Xiao Fong's eyes widened, taken aback by her grandfather's unexpected response. "I think we shouldn't kill him." Goku scratched his head, grinning as he explained to the others. "Look at Piccolo and Vegeta. They used to be our enemies, right? The current me is him." He pointed at Kakarot. "He will surely become good in the future." "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, while Piccolo chose silence. However, Trunks hesitated, having witnessed Kakarot's malevolence firsthand. Initially, he had intended to eliminate him. It doesn't matter. After all, Gohan and Vegeta can suppress him. Lin Chi shrugged indifferently. Who knows, perhaps in the future. Goku and Kakarot could fuse. Humph, as long as I am here. He won't cause any significant trouble. Vegeta displayed a menacing smile at Kakarot. "I hope you can manage things. Only then will killing you be justified." Following Goku's decision, Kakarot obediently joined Goku's collective. However, he vividly envisioned a day in the future when he could surpass everyone and annihilate all. Of course, before him lay several formidable obstacles, such as Vegeta, Lin Chi, and Gohan. Thus, the matter settled. Goku no longer sought out Lin Chi and Vegeta, instead spending his days training vigorously with Kakarot, striving to regain his former strength. Meanwhile, Vegeta didn't remain confined to the gravity chamber. He often strolled to the Capsule Corporation, either battling Goku or thrashing Kakarot. Overall, he was in high spirits, relishing what he deemed a shining moment, the pinnacle of his life. Lin Chi, growing increasingly bored, lounged lazily outside Bulma's lab, idly waiting for something to happen. Suddenly, he turned his attention towards the direction of the Capsule Corporation, sensing a surge of energy from Goku. "What did you say?" Bulma, busy inspecting the time machine, turned to the window. Yet Lin Chi's form had vanished. He had already instantaneously transported himself to the Capsule Corporation. "What is going on?" Upon his arrival, he witnessed Goku plummeting towards the ground, with no sign of Vegeta or Kakarot. Kakarot! A streak of light flashed across the distant sky. It was Vegeta. Soon after, Goten hurriedly approached, rushing to his fallen father, Dad. "What happened?" Kakarot ran away. Goku, supported by Goten, uttered weakly, his head drooping as he lost consciousness again. Lin Chi cast a dispassionate glance at Vegeta. "Where did you go?" Today's training was concluded, but I suddenly sensed the battle between Kakarot and that other fool." Vegeta leaned against a tree, arms crossed. "When I returned, I found you and this fellow lying here." Moments later, 3 more figures streaked across the sky. Piccolo, Gohan, and Xiao Fong. "What on earth is happening?" Gohan landed swiftly, rushing to Goten's side. "I felt Dad's energy spike." "What happened? Is he all right?" Dad said. Goten quickly relayed Goku's last words before losing consciousness that he ran. "Where did he go?" Gohan gazed incredulously at the unconscious Goku. Xiao Fong. "Do you have any sense of beans?" "No." Xiao Fong replied anxiously. Looking at Goku, Grandpa, Kakarot probably concealed his energy. Piccolo opened his eyes, having failed to detect his location. "If only we had eliminated that guy earlier." Lin Chi rubbed his forehead in frustration. "I will seek the old Kai." Without waiting for the others' opinions, Lin Chi instantaneously transported himself to the Kaioshin realm AKT that moment. The old Kai was engrossed in a magazine featuring swimwear, while Kibito was nowhere to be seen. Lin Shi approached and snatched the magazine from the old Kai's hands, tossing it behind him. "Where is Kibito? Send him to Earth to heal Goku." Lin Shi stated indifferently, striding towards the crystal ball resting on the grass. As he placed his hand upon it, channeling divine energy, his eyes soon narrowed. "So that is how it is. Lord Lin Shi, were you looking for me?" Kibito wiped his damp hands on his apron. "My meal is almost ready. Would you like to stay for dinner?" Confronted with the somewhat foolish expression of Jaibai Shun, Lin Shi directly placed his hand upon the deity's shoulder. Lin Shi returned with Jaibai Shun. The unconscious Sun Wukong lay on the ground, surrounded by the anxious faces of Xiao Fong and Son Gohan. Jaibai Shin immediately approached to administer healing to Sun Wukong, and soon, the latter began to stir back to consciousness. "Lin Shi, where's that rascal Kakarot?" Sun Wukong inquired anxiously, sitting up from the ground. He wouldn't have caused any trouble, would he? Observing the concerned and urgent expression surrounding him, Sun Wukong cracked a smile, revealing a reassuring grin. "Wukong, what on earth happened?" Piccolo asked coldly from the side. "I don't know." Sun Wukong shook his head, his expression still somewhat bewildered. "He suddenly attacked me." Lin Shi responded, swiftly gathering energy in his palm before launching it towards the prone Sun Wukong. The onlookers felt the terrifying energy sphere coalescing from Lin Shi's hand and displayed expressions of shock. "What are you doing?" Son Gohan exclaimed, quickly shielding Xiao Fong and retreating to a safe distance. "Lin Shi, what is the meaning of this?" Sun Wutian shouted in astonishment. Instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 5, Sun Wukong sprang up from the ground, using one hand to brace himself and evade Lin Shi's assault. Though anger flickered across his face, he swiftly suppressed it. "Lord Lin Shi, why are you attacking Mr. Wukong?" Jaibai Shin also seemed perplexed by the unfolding situation. Chapter 43. The despicable Kakarot, though Vegeta, remained silent. He approached with haste. "Release him." Lin Shi gazed at Sun Wukong with indifference, declaring, "I'd already said it. You ought to be eliminated." "Lin Shi, what do you mean by that?" Vegeta, standing behind Lin Shi, sensed something amiss. "I don't understand what you're saying, Lin Shi." Sun Wukong frowned at Lin Shi, tilting his head in confusion. "But what's wrong with you?" "Indeed, it would be better to eliminate you. Prepare for death." Lin Shi's palm gathered energy. Aimed squarely at Sun Wukong. "Hey, Lin Shi, why are you attacking my grandpa?" Xiao Fong shouted desperately, witnessing the overwhelming energy that they could not withstand. "What on earth has gotten into Lin Shi?" Vegeta remained relatively calm, merely standing back and observing, neither approaching Sun Wukong nor obstructing Lin Shi. "What should we do?" Sun Wutian's face reflected urgency, realizing that even if they all combined their strength, they would be no match for Lin Shi's attack. "Then farewell." Lin Shi appeared to speak with conviction, and as his words fell, the formidable energy surged towards Sun Wukong. The crowd gasped in unison, praying for a miracle, hoping it was merely Lin Shi's jest. "You truly intend to kill me?" Sun Wukong's expression mirrored shock. The energy sphere hurtled toward him, and he found himself unable to evade. Moreover, the overwhelming power meant that if he tried to escape, the Earth would face doom as well. Boom! The energy sphere collided with Sun Wukong's body, causing a tremendous explosion and filling the air with smoke. "Dad, Wukong, Grandpa." The onlookers were engulfed in despair, their eyes wide with rage as they glared at Lin Shi. Why? Why are you doing this? Why must you kill Grandpa?" Xiao Fong clenched her fists, tears brimming in her eyes, as she roared at Lin Shi. "Xiao Fong, step back." Son Gohan pulled Xiao Fong behind him, glaring angrily at Lin Shi. "Lin Shi, why are you doing this?" Son Gohan, consumed by anger, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, adopting a fighting stance, ready to avenge Sun Wukong. "He is not Wukong." Lin Shi coldly surveyed the encircling crowd. "Do you not trust me?" Lin Shi's gaze swept through the dissipating smoke, revealing Sun Wukong in the deep pit, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Our father, we wouldn't recognize him?" Son Gohan gritted his teeth, roaring as he swung his fist at Lin Shi. "Damn it! Wuqian, let's go! Where's the real Kakarot?" Vegeta turned to glance at the unconscious Sun Wukong in the pit. Could Kakarot truly be defeated by an evil persona? The wind howled, clouds churned, and the sky darkened. Lin Shi sneered coldly, delivering a powerful punch to the rushing Son Gohan, sending him sprawling backward. Thud! When Sun Wutian followed suit, Lin Shi merely swept his leg, sending Sun Wutian flying like an arrow. Crack! He then struck toward the approaching Piccolo, landing a blow on the latter's cheek, causing him to plummet to the ground, creating a massive crater as Lin Shi turned. His gaze fell upon the trembling Xiao Fong, who was retreating in fear. Don't. Help me, Grandpa. Xiao Fong's eyes filled with tears as she fearfully covered her head. Stop. Suddenly, Sun Wukong in the pit moved, appearing abruptly before Xiao Fong. Standing in front of Lin Shi. You emerged. Lin Shi smirked slightly, coldly scrutinizing Sun Wukong. Speak. What transpired? I'm not entirely sure. He seemed perfectly normal recently. Sun Wukong interposed before Lin Shi, rubbing his aching head. Today I was struck by Vegeta, but I didn't take it too seriously. However, once Vegeta left, he ambushed me from behind, and then I lost consciousness. Now you'll become one again. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed at Sun Wukong. The Dragon Balls will not be usable for another year. Are you planning to seek Purunga on Namek? What? Sun Wukong glanced at his own hands, realizing his strength had returned. Ugh. He quickly clutched his head, exclaiming, It hurts. Ugh. Ah. As Sun Wukong's screams echoed, the contours of his black eyes re-emerged. And he coldly grinned at Lin Q. And the next moment, he seized Xiao Fong by the neck and pulled her close, using her as a human shield that if you intend to kill me, then you must first kill my granddaughter, Xiao Fong. Son Gohan, struggling to rise, cried out in alarm. Wukong. No, you are Kakarot. Piccolo too was furious, his hands clenched into fists. How did you manage to merge with Wukong again? Lin Shi squinted, seeking an opportunity to strike. Hee. Just pretend to ask the Supreme Kai about it. Kakarot flashed a wicked grin. He then cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding crowd. It's all your fault for being meddlesome. Look how well I've learned. They can't even recognize me. My plan was utterly flawless. Lin Shi coldly regarded Kakarot, seriously questioning, Son Wukong, do you truly intend to take your granddaughter Xiao Fong's life with your own hands? Haha, what are you saying? I am Kakarot. Who is Son Wukong? Kakarot's smile twisted into a sinister grimace, tightening his grip on Xiao Fong's neck. Grandpa, woo. Xiao Fong struggled to breathe, her face becoming pale, then slowly turning blue. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping on his son Wukong's hands as her voice grew weaker. Grandpa, Xiao Fong. Xiao Fong. Son Gohan gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Son Wukong. Dad, hurry and release Xiao Fong. Xiao Ugh. Kakarot felt his head throbbing again, reaching to clutch his wrist that was gripping Xiao Fong. Stop. Grandpa. Xiao Fong's tears flowed uncontrollably, feeling as though she was on the brink of suffocation. Breathing, it's so difficult, with a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens. Kakarot's hands began to show slight signs of movement. That moment, Lin Shi instantaneously teleported to seize Xiao Fong back, who, upon feeling the fresh air, began to cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Chapter 44. Goku is dead. What about the time ring? Lin Shi, hurry. Gritting his teeth in desperation, Son Wukong urged Lin Shi. Kill me. Quickly. Have you made up your mind? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, surveying Son Wukong. This time it was truly Son Wukong, not Kakarot. Yes, this is the best solution. Son Wukong relaxed all his defenses, extending his arms and closing his eyes. Then I shall grant your wish. Lin Shi extended his hand, transforming it into a claw as he pressed down upon Son Wukong's crown. No! Xiao Fong stumbled and fell to the ground. Sun Wutian wore a sorrowful expression, while Sun Wufan looked heartbroken, saying, Dad, Lin Shi, think of another way. Vegeta, biting his lip, urged anxiously, Isn't there still Namek, old son? Even Piccolo extended his hand in desperation. But it was all too late. The youth with white hair, embodying perfect freedom and extreme intent, had already pressed his hand upon Son Wukong's crown. Ah! A chilling scream pierced the air, reverberating through the mountains near Baozi Mountain, startling numerous birds into flight. That moment, the sky remained a brilliant blue, and the stream was so clear. Bang! Sun Wukong's body collapsed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Xiaofang, crying as she rushed over, was met with the anxious faces of Sun Wuqian and Sun Wufan, and the mournful expression of Piccolo, while Vegeta stood frozen in place. Lin Shi gazed at the wisps of black mist emerging from his palm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Grandpa. Xiaofang knelt beside Sun Wukong, her tears flowing like a string of broken pearls, desperately pushing at Sun Wukong's body. Grandpa. Grandpa, Dad. Sun Wufan, pale-faced, knelt beside Sun Wukong, urging, "Wake up, Dad, if you say that. Mom will be heartbroken again." Sun Wutian's eyes brimmed with tears. Old son. Piccolo's cheeks glistened with cold sweat. Old son. Open your eyes. What a joke. Vegeta, pursing his lips, looked at the fallen Sun Wukong and the white-haired Lin Shi. Kakarot, just like that, is dead. The atmosphere was heavy with grief, everyone biting their lips, their eyes reddening with emotion. That Sun Wukong, amidst the sorrowful ambience, opened his eyes, weakly murmuring, "It seems I am not dead." Grandpa. Dad. Old son. Kakarot. The pained expressions on their faces remained, yet their words were filled with immense surprise. Sun Wukong patted Xiaofang on the head, sitting up and looking at Lin Shi, who had returned to normal, with confusion. What is going on? Huff. Lin Shi shrugged his arms. Indifferent, I don't know. I figured since you were going to die, why not try the power of the angelic state? Let's see if I can exorcise you. A dead horse can be treated as a living one. Lin Shi's words were incredibly relaxed, but Vegeta narrowed his eyes, noticing Lin Shi's trembling hands behind his back. Humph. What a tumultuous day, Vegeta scoffed, leaping into the air and calling out to Lin Shi. Let's go. What are you still doing there? It's time to eat. Coming, Lin Shi replied casually, waving to the large group of the Sun family with one hand before following Vegeta into the sky. On their way back, Vegeta kept his gaze fixed ahead, silent and brooding. Just as they neared the villa, he suddenly asked out of the blue, "Did saving the Kakarot boy have any impact on you?" "No, but I want to eat in my room tonight." Lin Shi replied nonchalantly that it's just about precise control, merging those violent evil thoughts and powers, centering on Sun Wukong's consciousness, which is why my hand felt a bit numb. After all, I'm not a true angel. Sun Wukong had also returned to normal, and life resumed its mundane course. The next morning, the radiant sunlight bathed the earth. Lin Shi yawned on the recliner, shielding his eyes with his hand. Lazily turning over, Bulma approached with tea and snacks, remarking, "You Saiyans are truly peculiar." "What do you mean by peculiar?" Lin Shi lowered his hand from his eyes and turned to face Bulma. "That guy Goku spends every day looking for Kakarot to spar, while Vegeta just stays in that gravity room." Bulma set the snacks on the coffee table, continuing, "And you just wait for the time machine. Lounging like this, what else?" Lin Shi sat up, taking a cup of tea and blowing on it. "I'm invincible, is that my fault?" "Ha! The time machine has been tested. When do you want to use it?" Bulma chuckled, then inquired. "After I eat." Lin Shi grabbed a mung bean cake and popped it in his mouth. Contemplating. "Next, which year should I go to?" Speaking of which, does the old Kai still know anything about the time ring? Can it transcend and return to my own timeline? Why does he still need to trouble Bulma to make a time machine? Why not just use the old Kai's time ring? He basically knows most of what the old Kai does. I just remembered something. Lin Shi swallowed the mung bean cake, waved at Bulma, and instantaneously teleported to the Kaishin realm. Watching Lin Shi abruptly leave, Bulma's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, Saiyans are still Saiyans. They vanish without a word, just like Goku. Fortunately, my son and daughter aren't like Vegeta. As she watched Lin Shi disappear, Bulma lifted her teacup and took small sips. Being a battle maniac is not good at all. Every day is just training. In the Kaishin realm, when Lin Shi appeared, the old Kaishin was so startled he nearly dropped the swimsuit magazine he was holding. "Hello, Lord Lin Shi." Jebbet was much calmer, greeting him before lowering his gaze to the crystal ball. "Lord, is there something you require this time?" The old Kaishin carefully tucked the magazine into his robe. Rising from his armchair, Lin Shi spoke coldly. "Where's the time ring?" "What is that?" Before the old Kaishin could respond, Jebbet raised his head in confusion. "You don't know." Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback, then turned his gaze to the old Kaishin, awaiting his reply. The old Kaishin wiped away the cold sweat trickling down his brow, carefully choosing his words before speaking. It's gone. To prevent me from running around. Beerus hid the time ring. I've searched for it, but it seems he destroyed it. The old Kaishin's voice grew weaker, and he furtively cast a glance at Lin Shi, secretly relieved when he saw that Lin Shi's expression remained largely unchanged. Chapter 45, Dreaming of Vegeta's Brother. Lin Shi was utterly speechless. No wonder the old man hadn't mentioned the time ring before. Did he think of a way to help me leave? Lin Shi glared at Jebet. Is there anything relevant in the Book of Gods? No. There are many parts of the Book of Gods I can't understand. Jebet awkwardly scratched the back of his head. TSK, Lin Shi felt it was best not to place any hope in these two. It was utterly bleak that I'm leaving, Lin Shi said flatly, vanishing once again before the old Kaishin and Jebet. Ancestor, Jebet gazed blankly at the old Kaishin. What was Lord Lin Shi here for? You ask me. Who should I ask? The old Kaishin spat, giving Jebet a light slap on the head. Hurry and prepare some food. Can't you see your ancestor is hungry? Why do you keep hitting me? The magnificent Jebite, feeling utterly wronged, placed the crystal ball on the table and strode towards the distant cabin. Oh, the ring of time. The old Kaishin clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head to gaze at the sky, reminiscing fondly. It has been so many years since I last heard that familiar sound. Lin Shi found himself back on Bulma's balcony. Bulma had yet to depart, leisurely enjoying her tea and snacks while admiring the scenery of the courtyard. Upon noticing Lin Shi's presence, she smiled. Back so soon? Lin Shi responded, settling back into the lounge chair. What time is dinner? Approximately. Bulma raised her hand to glance at her wristwatch, but before she could speak, the glass door at the other end of the balcony swung open. Lin Shi, Vegeta's expression darkened as he quickly approached Lin Shi. What's wrong? Lin Shi looked at Vegeta, puzzled. About what you told me last time. Vegeta's face grew increasingly grim, his demeanor as dark as a storm cloud. Lin Shi felt even more confused and inquired. What did I say? What matter? Had he ever specifically mentioned anything to Vegeta? It seemed not. Oh, do you two perhaps share some secrets? Bulma observed Vegeta, who seemed hesitant to speak, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's just that. Vegeta struggled to articulate his thoughts, his hands clenching tightly by his sides. You mentioned I have an older brother. Lin Shi recalled having casually asked about that once, but it had been merely a passing remark. I dreamed of him, Vegeta murmured softly. I dreamed of memories from my childhood, of the schemes laid by our father due to his overwhelming power at birth. Lin Shi was filled with questions and exclamations. This revelation ignited his excitement. And then, that's all. Vegeta tilted his head back, squinting at the blinding sun, his expression one of indescribable lament that a weak and incompetent younger brother. And yet, I have an older brother whose battle power exceeded 50,000 since childhood, as Vegeta spoke. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he spat at the ground beneath him. Oh, Vegeta, you actually have a brother? Bulma exclaimed in surprise, her curiosity piqued. Where is he? What does he look like? Does he share your temper? Is he obsessed with fighting? I don't have a brother, Vegeta roared, his fists clenched in anger. Ha! Lin Shi reclined once more, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta and choosing to ignore him. Thus, with Bulma's cheerful demeanor and Vegeta's furious roars, the two began to bicker in front of Lin Q. It's so noisy. Lin Shi turned impatiently, thinking they should take their lovey-dovey antics elsewhere. No one can outproud Vegeta, outbrag Satan, or out-sacrifice Krillin. With this thought, Lin Shi suddenly sensed a powerful force rapidly approaching Earth. Who could it be? Vegeta frowned, gazing into the distant sky, a mixture of shock and confusion on his face. What? Bulma looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Who? There are two energies swiftly approaching Earth. Vegeta's forehead broke out in cold sweat as he gritted his teeth. One of those energies rivals that of the Super One-Star Dragon. Oh, if they're enemies, then let Lin Shi defeat them. Bulma responded nonchalantly, calmly sipping her tea. I thought it was something to be alarmed about. There are plenty of warriors on Earth now, aside from those busy with logistics. Vegeta and Goku can challenge the entire universe. If those two can't handle it, they can fuse, not to mention we have Lin Shi, a godly presence. Lin Shi turned back, raising an eyebrow. Why should I fight? Because you're living rent-free in my place. Consider your rent as protection for Earth that if Earth is destroyed, how can you continue to enjoy yourself? Bulma explained matter-of-factly, revealing a cunning smile. And there's the time machine. As long as you protect Earth, I can create anything you desire. Huh? Lin Shi smiled thinly, his gaze towards Bulma, increasingly filled with disdain. Relying on me is not a dependable option. This is no time for jokes. I need to see who is coming. Yet in the blink of an eye, Vegeta donned his specialized white battle gloves, turning his back to Bulma and Lin Shi. That I can feel it. Those filled with boundless malice are approaching Earth. Then let us go check it out. Lin Shi stood up, brushing off the wrinkles from his clothes, preparing to instantaneously teleport. I could see that moment. Vegeta soared into the air, his speed akin to a shooting star. Huh. This guy remains as proud as ever, Lin Shi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Vegeta was truly someone who valued his pride. Hey, are you leaving without lunch? Watching the two vanish, Bulma helplessly covered her face with her hands. Teleporting so quickly, they get there too early, they should wait a bit longer. Appearing on the vast expanse of white snow, Lin Shi frowned as he scanned the sky. The extreme north? Cold winds howled around Lin Shi as Vegeta soon arrived, both of them silently awaiting the impending arrival. Hey, you guys are even faster than me. Son Wukong suddenly materialized behind them, grinning widely. Not far away. Several streaks of light were rapidly approaching, led by Trunks. Boom! A spaceship fell from above, cutting through the atmosphere and leaving a long red trail in its wake. They're here. Son Wukong, as demeanor turned grave as he watched the slowly descending spaceship. Chapter 46. Reg, who was the Prince of Saiyans. In an instant, the spaceship landed not far from the two, across a mountain. As the hatch opened, Creek, Vegeta, Lin Shi, and Son Wukong all stared solemnly at the figures emerging. Noticing a tall and a petite figure descending slowly, is this Earth? The petite figure was a woman, her arms crossed, swaying her tail as she walked down, with a unique Frisia army scanner on her left eye. A woman. Son Wukong blinked in surprise. This was something he never anticipated. Was she not an enemy? A Saiyan? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the visitor to Earth was indeed a female Saiyan. Following closely behind her was another figure, resembling Vegeta to some extent, with long black hair spilling down his back like a hedgehog. His hairline was identical to Vegeta's, retreating at the same angle. The upper half of his body was bare, while the lower half was clad in tight blue pants, and he too had a thick tail. Reg. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Reg. And even Lin Shi was quite astonished. Who is this? Son Wukong asked, bewildered, turning to the shocked Vegeta. Vegeta, do you know him? Let us go, Vegeta called to Lin Shi, leading the way. It seems the scenery here is quite beautiful. All white and pristine. Reg surveyed the surroundings, disdain evident in her voice. That it appears my brother hasn't been living too well. Reg and Supa. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, sensing that this GT timeline was not as straightforward as it seemed. Those familiar with fan comics would know that Reg hails from the Dragon Ball New Era. Yet he is Vegeta's half-brother, possessing an astonishing battle power from birth. Fearing that this child would usurp his power, King Vegeta abandoned him, for Reg was exceptionally gifted, capable of transforming into Super 4 and even Super 5. However, it was a pity he was merely a pseudo-Super 5, yet he could suppress Super 4 Gogeta. Previously, Super One-Star Dragon was nothing compared to Reg. Especially in the end, it was only because Gogeta exploited a loophole that he was thwarted from returning home to recuperate. Is that not Vegeta? My dear brother. Reg and his companion soon noticed a hint of blue and black amidst the snow, and there was also a splash of orange trailing behind. Vegeta, do you have an older brother as well? Upon hearing Reg's words, Son Wukong immediately interjected, asking, why have you never mentioned it before? I am Reg's wife, Sapari. Sapari, following closely behind Reg, flashed a mocking smile at Son Wukong. Are you here to visit Earth? Son Wukong grinned and waved. Hello there. Humph. I don't recall having any brothers. Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing a disdainful expression. Are we having a family reunion here? Lin Shi glanced over, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He felt quite pleased. Although Reg's arrival was unexpected, he was indifferent to it. Next, there would be Jaiko from Dragon Ball AF, a formidable opponent, the son created from Son Wukong's blood by West Kaishin Layla. Aja. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. If that were the case, does it mean that upon returning to my own timeline, the sixth universe would also see the emergence of Beerus, the same Beerus who is Frost's brother from Dragon Ball Super EX, resembling Gula and possessing advanced transformations? This is getting a bit off track. There are simply too many characters in Dragon Ball fan comics. Lin Chi snapped back to the present, observing the ongoing argument between Vegeta and Reg, who was evidently provoked. Reg, with an air of superiority, disdainfully remarked, "Of course. How could that old man, King Vegeta, ever mention me to you? I told you. I have no brother. You scoundrel!" Vegeta clenched his fists, roaring in anger. "Damn it, have you heard anything I said? I have no damn brother. Umph. Admit your jealousy. After all, I was born with a battle power of 9,379,29266 from the station of nihilistic novels. And what about you?" Reg spoke arrogantly, looking down at Vegeta. "I am the true heir of planet Vegeta." "What are they discussing?" Son Wukong scratched his head, increasingly perplexed. "Lin Chi, aren't they here for a family reunion? Planet Vegeta has been gone for so many years. Does that title really hold any significance?" Lin Chi refrained from explaining to Son Wukong, stifling a laugh. "What do you know?" Sapari directed a hostile glare at Lin Chi. "You lowly scion wouldn't understand at all. That old man, King Vegeta, has always tried to conceal Reg's birth, while Vegeta enjoys a life of luxury and privilege. Why should Reg alone suffer the scorn of others, when we are both princes?" Sapari defended Reg's honor. Reg seemed to resonate with Sapari's words, recalling past humiliations, and he clenched his fists in fury, stating, "Indeed, I despise you." Lin Chi shrugged nonchalantly, questioning why he had become a lowly scion. "Well, this is someone else's family matter. He wouldn't team meddle. Let them converse. It hardly concerns us," Lin Chi remarked lightly, knowing that in the end, Son Wukong would surely jump into the fray as for the reasons and relationships involved. Wukong likely wouldn't take care. "Oh." Son Wukong nodded obediently, focusing on Reg. "Look, that guy really does resemble Vegeta a lot." Lin Chi's mouth twitched slightly. They were already being called brothers, so how could they not share a likeness? Wukong's mind. "When planet Vegeta was destroyed, our dear father cast me and Sapari onto a commercial spaceship, claiming it was to save me, but his true intention was to destroy that ship and kill me." Reg fell into his memories, his expression filled with rage. "Humph, but Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta just in time, thwarting that plan. Surviving in the brutal wars of the galaxies has been incredibly arduous, yet it was all worth it. My power has become immensely formidable." As Reg spoke, his emotions settled, confidence returning to his visage. Once stabilized, "I quickly contemplated revenge, and upon discovering that you were still alive, I tracked you down." Chapter 47. If we're fighting? Say it early. Reg clenched his fists, gazing at the furious Vegeta, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now, it's time for you to relinquish the title of prince." Oomph. Spouting such nonsensical words, cold sweat beaded on Vegeta's forehead. This so-called brother was more terrifying than facing a super one-star dragon. Watching Reg ramble on, Lin Chi tilted his head as if watching a play. This guy certainly had a lot to say. Is it due to the long separation, making him overly emotional? "Humph, you are completely unaware of my husband's strength. He is a legendary warrior." Observing Vegeta's outburst, Sapari disdainfully joined the verbal clash. "It's all your fault we were abandoned." "What does that have to do with me?" Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, casting a scornful glance at Sapari. "Men speak. What business do you have interjecting?" Finally, after half an hour, Lin Chi stifled his sixth yawn, and with the arrival of the others, the verbal battle officially concluded. "Let's cut to the chase. We are here for revenge." Sapari stepped back, distancing herself from the two. Vegeta cast a cold glare at Reg, adopting a combat stance. "If you want to fight, say it early, Reg. What a fitting name father bestowed upon you." Tiska. Lin Chi was quite surprised. Glancing at Vegeta, even in a verbal spat, he had to gain some advantage. "Fight? I wanted to." Son Wukong instantly perked up at the mention of fight, eager to join. The other details weren't crucial. Not understanding them didn't matter much. As long as there was a battle to engage in. Get lost, this is my fight. Vegeta snapped at Son Wukong, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 with a fierce roar. What is going on? Trunks, who had arrived midway, was baffled and turned to Son Wukong and Lin Chi for clarification. That guy is Reg, claiming to be Vegeta's brother. Son Wukong replied, exasperated, resting his hands behind his head. What? Uncle Vegeta's brother. Son Wufan was also taken aback, his expression complex as he looked at Reg. He still remembered his father's brother from his childhood. Truly an indescribable situation, as Son Wufan gazed at Reg. Piccolo also looked at him, reminiscing about how tiny Wufan was back then. The past is irretrievable. What a waste. Piccolo's gaze returned to the battlefield, lamenting. Xiaofang tilted her head in confusion. Grandpa Piccolo, what are you talking about? Xiaofang, didn't you go to school? Sun Wutian turned to Xiaofang, cradling Jiru, and asked a shocking question. I skipped class. Xiaofang's forehead broke out in 3 black lines, wondering why she was being asked such a question in this context. On the battlefield, seeing Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan 4, Reg was somewhat surprised, grinning playfully. I didn't expect your strength to be quite impressive. Super Saiyan 4, huh? As the praise turned, Reg revealed a disdainful smile once more. But it's still nothing special. Humph, you won't be saying that for long. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he charged at Reg, even knowing he was outmatched. He could not afford to lose in terms of momentum, especially since this battle concerned the Saiyan Prince. Reg remained utterly calm, watching Vegeta rush towards him. If your battle power is only at this level, you might just end up being frightened by me. Talkative, Vegeta swung his fists relentlessly at Reg, but Reg did not retaliate, merely dodging with ease. Ending the battle in an instant would be far too dull, wouldn't it? While evading, Reg found time to taunt him. Crack! Vegeta's fists appeared to be incredibly swift, yet each strike met only air, which left the proud Vegeta increasingly frustrated. You bastard! You are looking down on me! Vegeta once again sprang forward, launching a punch toward Reg. This time, his speed exceeded that of before, causing the air to rip apart with a resounding whoosh. That fellow is incredibly strong. Goku observed the two combatants, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Lin Chi responded nonchalantly, hands on hips, watching intently. Vegeta could not possibly prevail against him. Goten, Xiaofang Goku turned to the two, urging you must return quickly. The battle here could easily spill over, you cannot withstand it. Nor can Trunks. Gohan, take them back. Alas, why Xiaofang's expression morphed into one of distress. Her pitiful plea, Grandpa, I want to stay with you. Piccolo shot her a cold glare. Don't be willful, and don't create chaos. I can protect myself, reluctantly. Xiaofang was ultimately forcibly taken away by Gohan. With the departure of the others, Goku felt liberated. He cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted at Vegeta amidst the fray. Vegeta, shall I take my turn? Damn it, Vegeta distanced himself from Reg, hovering in midair, his fists clenched in fury. Dodging all you can do. Do you merely wish to bluff? If that is your belief, then I shall grant you your wish. Reg smirked mockingly. In the next instant, Reg's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Before Vegeta could even register a response, he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. The vanished Reg reappeared before him, delivering a knee strike. Bang! Taking a severe hit, Vegeta's body instinctively arched and trembled, yet before he could expel the blood rising in his throat, Reg's fist collided with his cheek. Sending him flying like an arrow, blood spilling from his mouth, he crashed through several snow-capped mountains before finally plummeting down, deeply buried beneath the white snow. Ha ha ha, utterly powerless. Reg laughed heartily, crossing his arms as he turned his gaze toward Goku and Lin Chi. I am the true prince of the Saiyans. Hurry over and bow to me, lowly warriors. Lin Chi had not anticipated that the flames of battle would reach him. Reg was indeed insufferably arrogant. How could it be Vegeta was defeated in a single blow? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. Vegeta, Goku gazed worriedly towards the distant mountains. Uncertain of Vegeta's fate. Chapter 48. Let go of him, I'll fight. Cough, cough. Vegeta staggered out from under the snow, coughing several times on the pristine white ground. Numerous drops of crimson fell, creating a mesmerizing pattern. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, gritting his teeth as he clenched his fists tighter. That despicable fiend, how dare he toy with me? Vegeta howled, charging swiftly at Reg. What a foolish individual, standing not far away. Supali wore a mocking smile. Face reality. Vegeta, you can never win, even if you have reached Super Saiyan 4. My husband is yet to exert even half of his power, as Vegeta's fist came swinging. Reg scoffed derisively. If our father could see your current plight, what would he think? Go ask him in hell. Vegeta spat defiance, striking Reg in the abdomen with all his might. This punch, Vegeta poured his full strength into, yet it felt as if he had struck an impenetrable wall, sending a jolt through his hand. Ha ha, is that all you can do? Reg laughed mockingly, delivering a punch to Vegeta's face. Ignoring Vegeta's cries, Reg seized his hair, bending down to deliver a knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta screamed in agony, his body tensing up like a cooked shrimp from the intense pain. Vegeta witnessing the brutalization of Vegeta, Goku roared in fury, launching himself into Super Saiyan 4 in an instant, charging forward. Ha ha ha, you are meant to kneel at my feet. I have awaited this day for so long. Observing the pain-ridden Vegeta on the ground, Reg smirked in derision. Goku Piccolo glanced at Goku, who disregarded everything and charged in, attempting to intervene, but Lin Chi restrained him. Let them be, Lin Chi stated calmly. The final outcome had already been decided from the beginning. That vile scoundrel Vegeta struggled to rise from the ground, delivering a full-powered strike at Reg's Big Bang attack. A terrifying surge of energy erupted forth, engulfing Reg's form. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta gasped for breath, awaiting the outcome. How is this possible? Watching the figure emerge from the smoke, Vegeta was left dumbfounded. He lacked the strength to stand, collapsing back to the ground, just as Goku arrived to support him. Vegeta, are you all right? How peculiar these fellows can conceal their power. Supali, observing from afar, stroked her chin, lost in thought. Oh, was this all the power you possess as a prince? Reg flexed his neck, producing a series of cracking sound. I have merely begun my warm-up. Are you already switching combatants? Looking at Goku shielding Vegeta, Reg scoffed in contempt. You have quite a few loyal subordinates. You vile scoundrel, I will defeat you. Goku instantaneously teleported, bringing Vegeta back to Lin Chi's side. Oh, how much power do you have? Reg remained unconvinced as he faced the Super Saiyan 4 Goku once more. It seems you are slightly stronger than Vegeta. Why not find out for yourself? Goku's eyes glinted with fierce battle intent as he launched himself forward, cracking the ground beneath him like a spider web. Goku vanished from his original spot, reappearing behind Reg, delivering a fierce punch. Reg didn't even bother to react, simply extending his arm to block Goku's punch. Goku's fist was thwarted. He swiftly pivoted, executing a sweeping kick. Not bad, but you are still just slightly stronger than my useless brother. Reg dodged Goku's attacks as he turned, a smirk creeping onto his face. After all, this is not even a proper warm-up for me. Goku's expression grew increasingly serious, ignoring Reg entirely, focusing solely on unleashing his speed to strike Reg. Goku relentlessly threw punches and kicks. Yet to Reg, it felt like childish play. Even at his strongest, Goku still found himself treading the same path as Vegeta. Are you all right? Lin Chi inquired kindly, observing the battered Vegeta, who appeared utterly defeated. Humph! Vegeta snorted, sitting awkwardly on the ground as he watched the distant battle above. Oh, you want me to help you regain your honor? Lin Chi guessed that Vegeta's mood was quite poor at the moment. Speaking cheerfully, it's on the house. It seems, Lin Chi, you're the only one who can step in now. Piccolo voiced his concerns, glancing at Vegeta. Vegeta had indeed been thoroughly humiliated. Your strength is merely this. Reg, having toyed with him long enough, seemed to grow bored. He landed a punch squarely on Goku's cheek. Bang! Goku was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, snow flying in all directions. Kamehameha! Rising from the pit, Goku quickly gathered energy at his waist, aiming at Reg in midair. Kamehameha? Huh. A formidable wave of energy surged toward Reg, who contemptuously laughed and effortlessly kicked away the Kamehameha, sending it soaring into the sky. How could this be? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his attack had been so easily dismissed. At that moment, Reg materialized behind him, commencing his brutal assault. Bang, bang, bang. His fists fell upon Sun Wukong like relentless raindrops, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. Ugh! These rapid-fire strikes left Sun Wukong in a state of utter disarray, his garments tattered, a testament to the ferocity of Reg's blows. Beep, beep, beep. Sapari watched the readings on her scouter with glee. This fellow's combat power was beginning to wane. Have we subdued another? It seems this venture is exceedingly effortless. Sun Wukong was hurled into the air, crashing into the snow and creating a crater, as flakes cascaded down, instantly melting upon contact with him. Observing the fallen Sun Wukong in the pit, Reg wore a mocking expression, brimming with derision. But I expected you to be a tad more formidable than Vegeta. Yet here you are, proven to be quite the disappointment. Chapter 49. Wukong, why don't you transform into Super Saiyan 5? Hurry and kneel before me, you pitiful lower-class warrior. Reg extended his hand, aimed squarely at Sun Wukong. Die! A surge of potent energy shot toward him, provoking an intense fury in Piccolo, who watched from a distance. Damn. What on earth does this guy intend to do? With planet Vegeta annihilated, has he come to wreak havoc on Earth? Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong, rising to his feet and bracing himself against the energy sphere, continued to roar, his strength rapidly escalating. Tenfold Kyoken. As Sun Wukong's cries echoed, his hands trembled uncontrollably, yet with immense effort. He managed to deflect Reg's energy ball upward. Boom! The energy sphere detonated high in the sky, bursting forth like a magnificent firework, billowing smoke that was swiftly dispersed by the howling northern winds. Strange, his combat power has evidently diminished, so how is it that it has surged once more? Sapari found herself astonished, her scouter's readings climbing steadily. Excellent, Piccolo exclaimed, clenching his fist in exhilaration. I knew Wukong could protect Earth. As the explosion echoed above, Sun Wukong dashed toward Reg below, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Sun Wukong launched a vigorous counterattack, his figure flickering around Reg, delivering a straight jab aimed at his face. Wukong, you won't be able to hold out much longer. Lin Shi observed Vegeta's clenched fists, his expression tinged with resignation. Before Piccolo could fully enjoy his elation, it froze on his face. Why? The Kaioken. Lin Shi fixed his gaze on the fully unleashed Sun Wukong in the battlefield. Didn't I mention the side effects of the Kaioken? Vegeta looked at Lin Shi in confusion. Isn't it merely a burden on the body? No. To be precise, the Kaioken can double one's attributes. Piccolo corrected Vegeta. Lin Shi refrained from elaborating, merely asking, how substantial do you think the burden on the body is if Wukong utilizes a tenfold Kaioken? Given his Super Saiyan 4 strength? Lin Shi did not contest, but coldly countered Piccolo, excluding the strain from the Kaioken. How much has Wukong's combat power increased? Piccolo pursed his lips, grappling with the answer. Wukong's strength under Super Saiyan 4 surpassed his own by considerable margin, rendering him unable to perceive it accurately. It hasn't fully doubled. At most, it has increased by a third. Vegeta's icy remark left Piccolo astounded once more. Only a third? So little? Piccolo found it hard to believe, questioning whether Vegeta had misjudged. The Kaioken not only exhausts stamina, but also has a notably short duration. A single brutal hit from the enemy can force one out of the Kaioken state. Ha! A cat playing with a mouse. If Wukong doesn't transform into Super Saiyan 5, he won't last much longer. Lin Shi cast a disinterested glance at Piccolo, that it seems he will soon find himself at a disadvantage, perhaps even facing annihilation. As these words fell, Sun Wukong's breath grew labored, clearly indicating a rapid decline in his stamina. Vegeta pressed his lips together, narrowing his eyes at the two combatants. Reg's fist struck Wukong's jaw, causing his head to snap back, his expression increasingly disdainful. I once thought you could endure longer. Is this where you falter? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth in pain, forcing himself to lift his leg and deliver a knee strike to Reg's abdomen. Sun Wukong was still holding on, yet it seemed his endurance was waning. Watching the arrogant Reg through the crystal ball, Jebbet was filled with urgency. What should we do? Wukong cannot win. The gap is too vast. Why doesn't Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 5 like Lin Shi? The old Kaishin, with arms crossed behind his back, gazed at the crystal ball, his face etched with confusion. Indeed. Why not? Damn. I never anticipated Reg would find his way to Earth. Jebbet clenched his fists in anger. Fixating intently on the crystal ball, the old Kaishin stood, gazing into the distance with a heavy sigh. It appears Earth is in grave peril. That said, even if Wukong cannot transform into Super Saiyan 5, isn't Lin Shi still present? Perhaps he will intervene. Jebbet places hopes in Lin Shi. If he chooses not to act, then let Wukong and Vegeta fuse. Vegeta would undoubtedly be able to defeat Reg. Once more, Sun Wukong was struck by Reg, sent flying into the thick snow, sinking deep and gasping for breath. I never imagined there could be someone as powerful as Lin Shi. Though Wukong was in disarray, his spirits were soaring in the distance. Vegeta rose, seemingly relieved. That damned guy has been toying with us all along. Reg still retains a third of his strength. Once he unleashes his full power, Wukong may not withstand it. Lin Shi squinted, observing as Sun Wukong struggled to rise, instantly teleporting in front of him. Why haven't you transformed into Super Saiyan 5? With a resigned smile, Sun Wukong replied, the one who mastered Super Saiyan 5 was Kakarot. I cannot simply transform at will. Now, let me bring this to an end. Lin Shi responded coolly, I haven't given up yet. Sun Wukong, disregarding the agony in his chest, struggled to rise and shouted. It has been long enough. Lin Shi indifferently glanced back at Sun Wukong. Bulma is waiting for us to return for dinner. Speaking of which, I seem to be rather hungry too. Sun Wukong patted his abdomen, and soon the protest of his stomach echoed in agreement. Humph, you all resorting to a team strategy. Reg scoffed at Lin Shi, who stood protectively before Sun Wukong. You lowly scion. I shall send you all to hell to reunite. It matters not who goes first. Reg's hands reached out, clenching tightly. He tightened his fists. Bulging veins appeared, his body trembling slightly, allowing you to experience this overwhelming despair. It is time to showcase my true power. What? True power? Vegeta gritted his teeth in fury, his gaze locked onto Reg in the battlefield. Bastard, Piccolo cursed, glancing at the still composed Lin Shi. Can Lin Shi defeat that guy? Ha ha ha. As Reg growled lowly, a jet of fiery energy erupted from beneath him, his muscles swelling, veins rising like roots of a tree. Chapter 50. Super Saiyan 5. Flaunting before Super Saiyan 5. The gradually erupting energy summoned a howling gale, suppressing the surrounding snow and wind. That Gaia's power. It cannot be real. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was experiencing. The ground beneath him trembled incessantly, while the distant snow-capped mountains crumbled. Avalanches rushing toward the earth with ferocity that a fierce gale swept through, causing the garments of those present to flutter violently, leaving them unable to open their eyes. Both Vegeta and Piccolo raised their hands to shield their brows. How infuriating! Goku, equally disheveled, struggled to keep his feet firmly planted on the ground, desperately attempting to resist being swept away. How could this be? How could it be so powerful? This is no longer human. Is it? Beads of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he found himself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by the situation. I've given you ample time. It ends now. Reg raised his fist high, leaping into the air to strike at Lin Shi. This guy cannot withstand even a single punch from me. This what they call Super Saiyan 5. Lin Shi remained unfazed, even stroking his chin as he assessed Reg's incoming punch. Indeed, he possessed the power to overwhelm Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4, yet he still fell short compared to the true Super Saiyan 5 form. The situation unfolded contrary to Reg's expectations. Lin Shi was not fazed by this attack. Watch out, Goku called out instinctively, noticing Reg's fist drawing perilously close to Lin Shi. Boom! In an instant, having entered the Super Saiyan 5 form, Lin Shi nonchalantly raised his hand to block Reg's punch. "You are quite arrogant." Reg's previously confident expression froze in shock as he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Silver hair and silver body first seemed to blend seamlessly with the pristine white snow behind him. Lin Shi advanced toward Reg, and though he appeared to emit no discernible energy, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Reg, making it difficult for him to breathe. Despite the absence of visible energy leakage, an intangible weight bore down on him. Truly, Lin Shi is formidable. Goku climbed out of the pit, excitement evident on his face. "You claim to possess Super Saiyan 5. Then what do you call this?" Lin Shi scoffed, stepping before Reg and effortlessly tossing him into the sky. Almost immediately, Lin Shi reappeared behind Reg, his fist darting forth to strike Reg's back. Reg was propelled through the air, crashing into one rocky formation after another. Finally, he fell from the snowy crags, rising in fury. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, You bastard." Reg took a deep breath, allowing his rage to dissipate, revealing a savage grin. "You are indeed powerful, but I have yet to unleash my full strength. You have successfully provoked my ire. It seems today is destined to be your day of reckoning, that I will not only eliminate you, but also those insubordinate fools around you." Lin Shi's gaze turned cold, disdain evident as he regarded the overly confident Reg. "All you can do is boast." "No, it's not just empty bravado. You are entirely too verbose. I suddenly find your incessant chatter quite irritating." "Then let me show you the might of the strongest warrior in the universe, born with unparalleled combat ability." Reg clenched his fists tightly, shouting, "You will not defeat me." Lin Shi placed his hands on his hips, bemused at how he and Reg seemed to be equally verbose. "Ha ha ha." Reg laughed maniacally. "It seems you have yet to grasp the terror of my power. Prepare to witness the full extent of my ultimate Super Saiyan strength." Reg howled once more, his fists tightening as his muscles swelled to enormous proportions, even tearing his singular tight-fitting garment. How strange, his power continues to rise. Can his body withstand it? Piccolo expressed his concern, gazing at Reg in horror. While the power was indeed increasing, he couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled the second stage of Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta furrowed his brow and inquired of Goku, who had teleported beside him, "What do you think?" His speed and strength surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4 by a considerable margin, but judging by the rate of energy consumption, he won't last long. Goku replied earnestly, turning to Lin Shi with a sigh, "I wonder just how powerful Lin Shi truly is." "Wait, soon you'll find out." Vegeta chuckled wryly, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. "Hey Reg, you promised me." Suppari, observing Reg's transformation, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead and immediately rushed over. The earth trembled and the winds howled. Suppari, with his meager combat power, struggled to approach the heart of the battlefield. "Ah, Reg, you promised me." Suppari was abruptly blown away, colliding against a mountainside. "It is an honor for you to witness the might of my transformation." Reg's muscles appeared more massive than ever, his hair now a striking blend of gold and black. He gazed at his hand with pride, declaring, "I shall name this form Super Saiyan 5. Lin Shi could no longer contain his laughter, provocatively addressing Reg. "You dare call this Super Saiyan 5 in the presence of the true Super Saiyan 5? You are merely a pretender." A fierce gust of wind hindered the swirling snow, and Lin Shi made the first move. Charging toward Reg, their elbows collided, producing an explosive sound that rippled through the surrounding space, distorting reality itself. What level of battle is this? Piccolo struggled against the tempest, having retreated considerably, but still finding it difficult to resist being blown away. Chapter 51. The destruction of Reg, a defeat not without merit. How infuriating. Can he truly become this powerful? Vegeta crossed his arms in front of him, squinting his eyes as he intensely focused on the clash between Lin Shi and Reg in midair. The two figures flickered, their combat motions so swift that only afterimages remained, leaving the three spectators utterly unable to discern their actions. The intensity of the battle left Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo in a state of shock. The sound of fists and feet colliding, the deafening explosions of energy, and the intermittent flashes of light in the air created a chaotic symphony. Ultimately, it was unclear who would emerge victorious, their senses overwhelmed by the sheer power on display. Go on, continue to flaunt your strength. Lin Shi delivered a powerful punch to Reg's cheek. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shi was gradually releasing his enhanced combat prowess, making the strike not only forceful but also swift. Reg, as if struck by a heavy blow, was sent flying through the air, akin to a bullet that had been fired. Whoosh! Reg's figure became almost indistinguishable, and Lin Shi grew increasingly exhilarated. It had been quite some time since he had felt such a thrill in battle. In the next instant, Lin Shi appeared behind Reg, who was plummeting towards the ground, ready to unleash another punch. But Reg's reaction, though not slow, was still insufficient. He pushed back with force, summoning an energy ball that burst forth from his palm, aimed directly at Lin Shi. With a casual flick, Lin Shi swatted the energy ball aside, unleashing a powerful gust that swept through the area, the intensity of their clash sending ripples across the ground. Even the howling northern winds, laden with snowflakes, were dispersed, and the energy ball erupted on the silvery terrain, exposing the scorched earth beneath. Lin Shi and Reg had now distanced themselves, facing each other in midair. Haha! Lin Shi wore a faint smile of delight. Once this battle concluded, he would feast and then use the time machine to seek out the hybrid Saiyan, Jaiko. Contemplating this, Lin Shi felt a surge in both speed and strength. Fully unleashing his Super Saiyan 5 combat capabilities, the earth trembled violently beneath him, and without his notice, the winds and snow ceased, leaving behind a scarred landscape blanketed in pristine white snow. It seemed that you could no longer endure. Lin Shi's speed intensified. Reg had no time to react in astonishment before he felt a crushing punch to his abdomen, curling up in agony and emitting a piercing wail. Lin Shi's fist was akin to an impregnable fortress. Leaving Reg unable to defend himself, he was bombarded with a flurry of strikes before he could even brace for impact. Haha, your so-called Super Saiyan 5 is hardly impressive. Lin Shi's lips curled into a smirk, his face alight with fervent battle spirit. And you are still far too weak. Although he was expending his own power in an effort to create a collision of forces, this battle had yet to reach the point of distorting space. It was still lacking that final push. If only Reg could hold on a little longer. Reg struggled to fend off Lin Shi's relentless punches, gritting his teeth as he roared in fury. I will triumph. I must prevail. Reg's anger fueled his trembling arms, and he finally managed to shove Lin Shi's fist away. Clenching his left hand around his right wrist, he unleashed a powerful energy ball. Declaring die, the energy ball surged forth, sending shockwaves radiating outwards, instantly stirring the elements of this realm. But a savage whirlwind howled past, causing the ground to shake violently, as if the planet itself was lamenting in silence. Let us see if your energy can withstand this. Lin Shi clasped his hands together, directing his own energy wave against the oncoming energy ball. The torrent of formidable energy surged forth, akin to a colossal wave crashing down. The force expanding outward. The surrounding ice and snow visibly melted away, rocks shattered, and vast stretches of land cracked open. The energy emerging from Lin Shi's palms roared forth like a furious dragon. And as the two waves collided, the surrounding space twisted dramatically. What? Reg stared in disbelief as he watched his energy ball being gradually pushed back. Gritting his teeth, he summoned more strength. Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, shouted incredulously from the battlefield. Enough! Stop releasing energy or you will destroy the earth. Reg, cease at once. If the planet is obliterated, we shall all perish. Supari echoed desperately. I told you I would win, and I shall be the victor. Reg continued to roar, his energy ball still being forcefully pushed back. Do you not feel anything amiss within your body? Lin Shi observed as the twisted space around him began to return to normal, his heart sinking in disappointment. What? In a sudden turn, Reg reverted to his original state, his muscles significantly shrinking. Ugh. Accompanying this were waves of excruciating pain. This unbearable agony rendered Reg powerless as his energy ball was driven back. Lin Shi's energy wave engulfed him entirely. A blinding white light erupted into the ground, the entire planet resembling an apocalyptic scene, the surrounding snowy expanse transforming into a vast basin. Dust and debris swirled chaotically. Hey, Lin Shi, don't go too far. The Earth will suffer, Piccolo lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the crater. My apologies. I got a bit carried away. Lin Shi replied unapologetically, returning to a more grounded state as he landed on the surface. In the deep pit lay a battered Reg, struggling for breath, teetering on the brink of death. Kill him! Vegeta leaped into the crater, his hand morphing into a blade of energy, poised to strike Reg down. Stop! Suppari rushed to stand in front of Reg, blocking Vegeta's malicious intent. You damned woman! Vegeta's movement was halted, nearly piercing Superi's abdomen. Get out of my way. I will not. Suppari bit her lip fiercely, determined to resist to the bitter end. Oomph. A muffled groan sounded from behind Suppari, a bloodied hand resting on her shoulder. Step aside. I have not yet lost. Reg, now a mere shadow of himself, gasped for breath, swaying dangerously. What? Vegeta was stunned. Under such a relentless assault, how could he still stand? However, before Vegeta could fully grasp the situation, Reg collapsed once more, this time succumbing completely to unconsciousness. TSK. You cannot claim your loss was unjust. Lin Shi placed his hands on his hips and strolled over to Vegeta's side. Observing, look at him. Every bone in his body is shattered, yet he still manages to stand. Humph. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, yet did not contest Lin Shi's assertion. He knew that if he were in Reg's position, he would scarcely be able to remain upright. Vegeta, I am now certain this fellow is your brother, Lin Shi exclaimed, his spirits lifted, chuckling merrily. Chapter 52. 3 years later, Layla and Jaiko UC. That protective demeanor is remarkably similar to yours. Oomph. Vegeta snorted haughtily, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He feigned indifference as he glanced at Suppari. Hurry and leave. Let's go. It's time to eat. Lin Shi patted Vegeta on the shoulder, calling out to Son Goku and Piccolo as he prepared to use instant transmission. Do not return to Earth. Otherwise, I shall kill you. Vegeta cast one last glance at Suppari before soaring into the sky. He simply did not care for instant transmission. It was not about protecting anyone. As for how Suppari managed to leave with the gravely injured Reg, that was of little concern to him. At that moment. In Bulma's villa, aside from Piccolo resting against a tree in the courtyard, even Son Goku was indulging in a lavish feast with the others in the dining room. You scoundrel! That was my drumstick. Vegeta watched Son Goku's voracious eating, and before he could voice his disdain, he noticed his own drumstick had vanished. Son Goku stuffed the drumstick into his mouth, looking up at Vegeta with a puzzled expression. You fool! Vegeta suppressed the rising fury within him and picked up a hefty meat bun to continue eating. Bulma elegantly sipped her coffee, casting a glance at everyone before focusing on Lin Shi, who was devouring a roasted piglet. Did you really eat and then leave? What else? Stay here to bond with you all. Lin Shi retorted nonchalantly, continuing to enjoy his meal. Are you planning to travel to the past or the future with the time machine? Bulma inquired curiously. Lin Shi glanced at Bulma without responding. Son Goku, overhearing the conversation at the table, moved the empty plates aside. Are you leaving? It might be for the best, Vegeta muttered under his breath as he continued his meal. If he didn't leave, he wouldn't even be able to secure his position as the perennial second best. It was better to return whence he came. After the meal, Lin Shi waved goodbye to everyone, holding the capsule containing the time machine. Farewell to all in GT. As Lin Shi's figure vanished from the side of the crowd, Sun Wukong patted his belly and glanced at Vegeta, feeling rather stuffed. Vegeta, let's go and digest a bit. With a whoosh, they arrived at the Kaishin realm. Upon Lin Shi's arrival, he was greeted by the old Kaishin, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly gazing at something with a lecherous smile plastered across his face. The proximity between them made the old Kaishin awkwardly swallow, hesitantly inquiring, Lord Lin Shi. However, Lin Shi disregarded the old Kaishin and instead walked past him towards the seated Zabite, who was intently observing a crystal ball. Hey, don't just watch Wukong and the others fight. Find out where the West Kaishin is. Lin Shi spoke with an indifferent tone. Zabite appeared bewildered. West Kaishin? Layla, Isn't she already dead from that incident with Majin Buu? She is not dead, Lin Shi interjected impatiently. At that time, she was merely on the brink of death. How can that be? I distinctly saw her being killed by Majin Buu. Zabite stubbornly maintained his stance. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, casting a sharp gaze towards Zabite. Fool! The old Kaioshin could no longer tolerate it and hurried over to deliver a light slap to Zabite's head before taking the crystal ball. I'll check. Please wait a moment. Lord Lin Shi. The old Kaioshin quickly placed his hand over the crystal ball, channeling Kaioshin power into it. Soon, the scene of Sun Wukong and Vegeta sparring shifted to reveal a vast starry expanse. Then the solemn-faced West Kaioshin, Layla, appeared, seemingly observing something. Is that really the West Kaioshin? Zabite's eyes widened in disbelief, staring blankly at the crystal ball. How can this be? She is truly alive? What has she been doing all these years? Can we see anything from this distance? She must be watching something. Disregarding Zabite's ramblings, Lin Shi commanded without hesitation. Widen the view. Yes. The old Kaioshin immediately complied, pushing Zabite aside to switch the crystal ball's display. On the desolate ground, the West Kaioshin stood atop a mountain, while a young boy with white-purple hair was practicing punches and kicks in midair, clad in a jade green and dark green martial arts uniform. Zyko. Lin Shi smirked as expected. Reg is here, so Zyko should also appear. Who is this guy? Zabite's confusion deepened. Tell me the location. Lin Shi cast a disinterested glance at the old Kaioshin, North Galaxy G63, that is the native planet of the Frozen Demon Clan. Frisia and his ilk. Bang. As Lin Shi listened to the old Kaioshin, he tossed out a capsule. The current Zyko was certainly not as powerful as he would be when he reached Earth, but he was stronger than Reg's Super Saiyan form. However, that was still insufficient. Thus, he set his sights on the future. The time machine appeared before the three of them, and Zabite, filled with curiosity, inquired about the time machine. Is this the one Bulma made? Lin Shi ignored him entirely, stepping into the time machine and pressing the time button. He didn't have the luxury to explain things to Zabite. If successful, he could finally return to his rightful timeline. Beerus, prepare yourself, for I shall challenge you. With a whoosh, the time machine activated, and time leapt forward 3 years, still within the Kaioshin realm. Zabite was now pouring tea into cups on the table, while the old Kaioshin perused a magazine featuring swimwear, grinning foolishly. Haha! Lin Shi leaped out of the time machine, marveling at how rapidly the scenes had shifted. Just moments ago, the two were staring dumbfounded at the vanishing time machine. A year on the ground equals a day in the heavens. He had merely brushed past and traversed 3 years of time. At Lord Lin Shi. Hearing the commotion, Zabite looked up in astonishment at Lin Shi emerging from the time machine. 3 years ago, he had hoped to ask Lin Shi about the West Kaioshin, but after searching the entire universe and finding no trace, he now stood before him again. Moreover, the young boy trained by the West Kaioshin had grown increasingly powerful. He feared that at any moment, that fellow might bring destruction to the universe. Yet after consulting with Sun Wukong on Earth, Zabite realized that the time machine could indeed traverse time, much like the so-called time rings. Now, they could not ascertain Lin Shi's whereabouts and could only wait anxiously, dreading the day when Layla and Zyko might commit some outrageous act. Chapter 53. Zyko, is that all there is? Has anything happened in these 3 years? Lin Shi cast a cursory glance at the leisurely old Kaioshin, guessing there had been no significant events. Zabite remained lost in thought, not responding. Everything seems quite peaceful. The old Kaioshin closed the magazine and set it aside. Sipping his tea leisurely, swish, it is that Layla who is trained. Before the old Kaioshin could finish his sentence, Lin Shi's figure vanished once more before their eyes. Oh, what exactly is Lord Lin Shi planning? Where's he been all this time? Zabite stroked his chin, perplexed as he looked at the old Kaioshin. What about Layla and that powerful child? Are we just going to ignore them? How would I know? We cannot contend with them. Neither can Wukong and the others. The old Kaioshin snorted, dismissing any worries. Then let me take a look. Perhaps Lord Lin Shi is going to find them. Zabite reached for the nearby crystal ball. Lord Lin Shi can actually move in a vacuum. Zabite leaned curiously towards the crystal ball. The universe was eternally dark as Lin Shi surveyed his surroundings, confirming it was indeed the location the old Kaishin mentioned. He sensed a bit more before vanishing again to it around here. Near the North Galaxy G63, on Frisia's home planet, Lin Shi scanned the vicinity. The night sky was eerily quiet, only the stars twinkling above, while the ground below lay desolate. Who goes there? Lin Shi's sudden appearance quickly alarmed those within a nearby cave. With a grin, Lin Shi, illuminated by the faint starlight, observed the figure emerging from the cave, a person with white-purple hair, clad in a green martial arts uniform, followed closely by a petite woman, Layla, the West Kaishin. I have finally found you, Lin Shi exclaimed with an excited smile as he descended to the ground. Who are you? Layla narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Lin Shi before quickly noticing the tail behind him, a Saiyan. I heard you plan to go to Earth to find Son Wukong. Lin Shi nonchalantly glanced at Layla, though his attention was primarily focused on Zyko. How do you know our movements? Layla furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with suspicion. I haven't even decided when to go. There's no need to go. Lin Shi fixed his gaze on Zyko. Because I have come. Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with Son Wukong? How do you know him? Layla's vigilance heightened, her gaze towards Lin Shi filled with malice. Take him down, Zyko. No one can obstruct our actions. Yes, mother. Zyko's expression remained indifferent as he aimed a ki blast at Lin Shi. Lin Shi smirked, effortlessly swatting the ki blast aside, scoffing, show me some real prowess. Is this the best you can do? The ki blast sailed past and detonated not far behind Lin Shi, creating a massive crater and sending smoke billowing into the air. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds reverberated, shaking the earth. Watching the scene unfold in the crystal ball, Zabite's eyes widened in astonishment. Wise Lord Lin Shi only now seeking the West Kaishin. I don't know. Perhaps something delayed him for 3 years. The old Kaishin glanced at the crystal ball, somewhat bored, as he picked up the magazine to flip through it for what could have delayed him for 3 years. It was of no concern to him. Layla gazed in bewilderment at the swirling smoke where Lin Shi had been. Who? Who are you really? This is not the crux of the matter. I merely seek the son of Son Wukong. Zyko, with a sharp exclamation, Lin Shi transformed into his Super 5 form. You actually know Zyko is the son of Son Wukong. Layla was even more astonished. What else do you know? This person must not be spared. The indifferent Zyko finally displayed an expression, gazing in surprise at Lin Shi. Is this the transformation of a Saiyan? Sensing Lin Shi's formidable strength, Zyko turned to the equally astonished Layla. Mother, did you not claim I was the strongest being in the universe? That power just now could undoubtedly defeat the so-called father in his Super 4 form. You are undeniably the strongest in the universe, being born from my strongest warrior and my divine genes. Layla revealed a confident smile. That earlier strike means nothing. She harbored absolute confidence in Zyko. Is that so? Lin Shi shrugged, adopting a combat stance. To dominate this universe, you must first defeat me. Humph. Do you think you can vanquish me simply by changing your hair color to something bizarre? Zyko, Layla's expression darkened with malice. N01 can obstruct our dominion over the universe. Zyko, eliminate him. Faced with Lin Shi's silver hair, Zyko felt considerable pressure, displaying a bloodthirsty grin. No one stronger than me exists. Zyko propelled himself forward, charging at Lin Shi with astonishing speed, leaving Layla flustered as she desperately dodged the whirlwind generated by Zyko's rush. That I hope you do not disappoint me. Lin Shi, with an air of indifference, raised his hand to block Zyko's punch. Humph, I do hope you continue to boast like that. Zyko's fist was thwarted, and he swiftly launched another punch. Lin Shi smirked derisively, responding with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, sending Zyko hurtling backward with tremendous force. Lin Shi observed Zyko's flight with a cold smile. Hurry up and show your true abilities. After stabilizing himself in midair, Zyko stared in disbelief at his slightly trembling arm. Astonished at the sheer magnitude of Lin Shi's strength, one punch sent him flying. Zyko, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, roared and unleashed a surge of power, directing a ki wave toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi remained utterly unfazed. Suspended in midair, soon engulfed by the colossal energy wave, As the energy exploded, a dazzling light faded. Humph, just another braggart. That's the nature of Saiyans. Layla sneered at the smoke-filled AIR. As the smoke cleared, Lin Shi stood in scathe. Is that all you have? Damn it. Jaiko gritted his teeth, charging at Lin Shi with a flurry of punches and kicks, his furious strikes immensely powerful. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Shi calmly dodged, sneering as he delivered a sharp uppercut to Jaiko's jaw, sending him crashing back to the ground. Chapter 54. Not enough power, the ground was instantly blasted into a massive crater, with Jaiko awkwardly positioned at its center. Damn it. With that roar, the earth trembled, and a deafening sound reverberated. A visible aura of power surged toward the heavens, with Jaiko slowly rising amidst the chaos, his martial arts uniform in tatters. His face bore numerous scratches, yet his aura remained unweakened, growing even more formidable. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Jaiko's eyes blazed with fury. Jaiko's gaze was filled with hostility and murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on Lin Shi, his expression increasingly ferocious. From a distance, Layla, hiding behind a rocky outcrop, was overtaken with shock, her eyes wide as she broke into a cold sweat. How could this be? Jaiko should be the strongest. I will make you aware of the consequences of angering me. Jaiko clenched his fists, sand and dust swirling at his feet, gradually cracking the ground beneath him. Hoa! A stream of violet-black energy surged towards Lin Shi, waves of impact radiating outward, despite Jaiko's fierce assault. Lin Shi remained unruffled, composed, and at ease, at least put on a show of warming up. Ugh! Jaiko cried out as Lin Shi struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying once more. In that instant of being hurled back, Jaiko aimed a hand at Lin Shi, unleashing a ki wave. Tisa. Lin Shi disdainfully regarded the attack, countering with a ki blast of his OW in an instant. The two energies collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent debris and smoke billowing across the low sky. Jaiko charged at Lin Shi again, launching a series of punches and kicks. Lin Shi's speed surpassed Jaiko's. Watching the latter's attacks, Lin Shi's brow furrowed deeper. This it? Lin Shi thought, observing the continually disadvantaged Jaiko with disappointment. Is he truly destined to be trapped in this time-space? Jaiko plummeted to the ground, his hands scraping against the earth, clearing a long trail of rock and dust. Just as Lin Shi's disappointment grew, Jaiko unleashed another surge of power, shooting toward Lin Shi with a punch. Whoosh! Jaiko's moment of triumph was short-lived as he realized he had struck only Lin Shi's afterimage. Lin Shi had already positioned himself a short distance away, mockingly gazing at Jaiko. How disappointing! Your strength is so pathetic. What kind of strongest in the universe are you? Damn it! Jaiko roared in fury, his reason slipping away. Yet he could not unleash all his power. His mother had warned him to conceal his strength until he reached Earth. Still too weak. Lin Shi, losing patience, wondered if this was truly Jaiko's full strength. But why did it feel like he still had reserves? Was he holding back out of fear? Lin Shi quickly closed the distance, launching a punch with such speed that Jaiko was caught off guard. Bang! Jaiko had no chance to react, as Lin Shi's fist struck him squarely in the face, and he was sent flying yet again. Lin Shi followed Jaiko's flight, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that fell upon him like a torrential downpour. Ugh! This was Jaiko's first experience of such a beating. Even during his previous training with A's, he had never been this wretched. Jaiko, filled with pent-up frustration, seized an opportunity amidst Lin Shi's relentless assault to throw a punch of his own. The two fists collided, resulting in a chilling scream. Layla, anxiously gazing skyward, was horrified to discover that the one screaming was her Jaiko. Jaiko's form was sent reeling backward, and with his cry, his arm twisted grotesquely. Having met Lin Shi's fist, his arm was completely shattered. Sigh. Lin Shi felt a wave of disappointment. Must he wait for this Jaiko to reach Earth's timeline? But by then, how much stronger could Jaiko truly become? Bang! Frustrated, Lin Shi renewed his assault, delivering a swift punch that crooked Jaiko's nose. Ugh! Jaiko gasped in pain, reaching for his nose as bright red blood began to flow down. Bastard! Alongside Jaiko's renewed fury, Layla's face twisted in agony. Who exactly is that person? How can he possess such immense power? Bang, bang, bang. Jaiko found himself subjected to Lin Chi's one-sided onslaught, each of Lin Chi's strikes rupturing the air, creating waves of pressure that rippled around them. The ground trembled incessantly as Layla clung tightly to the rocky wall to steady herself. The outcome of the battle had become evident. With Jaiko in such a state, defeat and death were merely a matter of time. Every blow Lin Chi delivered weighed heavily upon Jaiko, instilling doubt in his very existence. Jaiko, what are you doing? Unleash all your power. Layla cried out in frustration upon witnessing Jaiko's continued misfortune, since Mother has said so. Jaiko took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his simmering rage, and clenched his fists, roaring, "Haoa!" As Jaiko's roar erupted, waves of power burst forth from his being, sending ripples through the air. Complete form. Cursed be that wretch. Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be the mightiest in the universe. As Jaiko's muscles gradually swelled, a deep, resonant roar accompanied the surge of power emanating from him, sweeping across the desolate landscape like an unstoppable force. The combat prowess unleashed by Jaiko had escalated to a terrifying degree, leaving only Layla in a state of dread. Lin Chi observed with indifference, his brows merely arching as he mused aloud. Had his strength truly surged from the capability to nearly vanquish Super 4 to completely surpassing it? Jaiko's form vanished from sight, only to reappear abruptly before Lin Chi, launching a powerful punch. However, Lin Chi regarded the assault with utter disdain, effortlessly lifting his foot. That seemingly gentle kick, after evading Jaiko's formidable fist, found its mark upon Jaiko's abdomen. The impact was shocking. Jaiko's eyes bulged as blood erupted from his mouth, his entire body contorting into a shrimp-like shape. Lin Chi's strength distorted the very fabric of space, causing the planet to tremble violently. Debris from the Earth lifted from its center of gravity, and Layla was swept away by the force in the blink of an eye. As Jaiko plummeted from the sky, Lin Chi's interest in the battle waned. No, my unilateral power cannot induce a complete distortion of space. Lin Chi hovered in midair, his brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 55. Aisha, Jaiko, and the chaotic battle. Layla soared in from a distance, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at the silver figure suspended in the air. Jaiko had been defeated? Lost? How could that be? Jaiko was her most flawless creation. They hadn't even ventured Earth to seek out Son Wukong yet. How could he have succumbed? Allow me to send you on your way. Lin Chi cast a dispassionate glance at Jaiko, embedded within the mountainside, as energy coalesced in his palm. Just as Lin Chi prepared to unleash a blast of energy, he was struck from behind by an energy sphere. As smoke billowed upwards, Lin Chi turned his cold gaze behind him. How remarkable it is to uncover something truly extraordinary. Aisha, swaying his tail, materialized in the air. I have witnessed a powerful being capable of defeating Jaiko. Aisha. Jaiko fixed a cold glare upon Aisha, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and leapt from the rocky terrain. How could I be so thoroughly beaten? Aisha cast a disdainful look at Jaiko as he flew beside him. My dear uncle. Aisha, you must join forces with Jaiko and eliminate this insufferable scoundrel. Layla descended onto the mountaintop, her fists clenched in anger as she shouted. Humph. What do you think you are? How dare you command me? Aisha shot a scornful glance at Layla before turning his attention to Lin Chi. You seem quite formidable. Aisha, son of Frisia. Lin Chi's heart reignited with hope. If Aisha and Jaiko were to join forces, there might be a glimmer of hope. Jaiko, I shall heal your wounds. Layla, undeterred by danger, soared into the air toward Jaiko. Lin Chi observed with a calm demeanor, even going so far as to warn Aisha, whose eyes glinted with battle intent, that he could not hope to defeat him alone. I eagerly anticipate your collaboration. Oh, such bold words. Aisha dismissed Lin Chi's well-meaning caution, vanishing from sight in an instant. Who is truly underestimating whom? I am not Jaiko. Aisha's voice echoed around, and the next moment, he reappeared before Lin Chi. Lin Chi smirked wickedly, his fist striking faster than Aisha's own. This unexpected blow connected with Aisha's cheek, causing him to turn in astonishment. It is said your thawing period is 10 times that of Frisia's, is it not? Lin Chi retracted his fist, reiterating his good-natured advice. "I would much prefer if you two collaborated." "You scoundrel!" Aija's expression darkened, and he contemplated another attack. Yet Lin Shi had grown weary of this one-on-one exchange. What he desired was the synergy between Aija and Jaiko. "Allow me to demonstrate my power. You will come to see my reminder as benevolent, rather than an insult." Lin Shi slowly narrowed his eyes, devoid of any roar, as the power within him surged violently, an invisible pressure reaching for the heavens. The entire planet endured unimaginable strain, the ground trembling incessantly, ripples cascading through the air. "What?" Aija was left utterly bewildered, his form being relentlessly pushed back by Lin Shi's aura. "Unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you shall perish by my hand." Lin Shi cast a disdainful glance at Aija, an intense aura enveloping him. "Have you made up your minds to join forces?" Lin Shi turned his indifferent gaze toward Jaiko, who had been nearly healed by Layla. "Curse be it!" Aija exchanged a fleeting glance with Jaiko. Despite his reluctance, when faced with life and death, what was mere collaboration really worth? It was clear that Jaiko shared a similar sentiment, letting out a bellow as he unleashed his formidable power once more. Perhaps due to his prior injuries, his Saiyan bloodline activated, enhancing his strength even further after his wounds. The moment Layla completed her healing of Jaiko, she began to retreat, seeking to distance herself from the heart of the battlefield. Huff! Huff! She gasped for breath, the overwhelming pressure rendering her breathless, making retreat exceedingly arduous. Ah! It seemed as though Aija and Jaiko sensed Lin Shi's immense power. Both roared in unison as their formidable energy erupted forth. The ground cracked in massive fissures, the devastation wrought by their might rivaling that of an apocalypse. In the next instant, all three figures moved simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. I refuse to believe that our collaboration cannot defeat this scoundrel. Jaiko unleashed a ferocious punch. Aija, without hesitation, charged at Lin Shi, raising his foot to deliver a vicious kick. Lin Shi faced the two with unwavering calm, deftly blocking Jaiko's punch and seizing his wrist. Pulling him closer, Aija's kick landed squarely on Jaiko's abdomen, forcing bile from him. "Humph. It appears your coordination leaves much to be desired," Lin Shi scoffed, observing as the duo charged at him once more. The ground reverberated with the sound of colliding fists and feet, their speed surpassing the limits of the naked eye. Jaiko gathered an energy sphere the size of a basketball in his palm. Though it appeared small, the energy it radiated was enough to make one tremble. With a roar, Jaiko hurled the energy sphere at Lin Shi, who remained unfazed, effortlessly blocking it with one hand. Meanwhile, Aija had positioned himself behind Lin Shi, preparing to launch a surprise attack with a punch of remarkable speed. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Shi evaded Aija's strike, simultaneously hurling the blocked energy sphere back at him. 3 streaks of light flashed. Explosions erupting like firecrackers, the earth splitting into chasms as debris cascaded down. Molten lava surged forth from the depths of the earth. The three figures darted about, thousands of them, their countless shadows intertwining in the endless night. The force of their auras both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The apocalypse had descended with the battle of Lin Shi, Jaiko, and Aija. Lin Shi's excitement grew. This was the kind of energy he craved to unleash continuously. For how else could space be distorted? Regardless of the timeline, as long as there were gods of destruction and angels, it was all possible. Lin Shi's grip tightened around Aija's neck, the force akin to that of iron pincers. Aija struggled relentlessly as Jaiko, from a distance, continued to unleash energy blasts at Lin Shi. Aija, heedless of the danger, lashed out at Lin Shi, finally managing to loosen his grip just enough to escape. Aija retreated, widening the distance between himself and Lin Shi, but before he could stabilize his position, Lin Shi appeared behind him at that moment. Jaiko also materialized behind Lin Shi, striking out with a punch. But Lin Shi vanished once more. The three engaged in a breathtaking aerial ballet of punches, kicks, and counterattacks, each refusing to yield. Chapter 56. The End of GT. A New Space-Time. The battle rages on, and though Jaiko and Ace cannot match Lin Shi in one-on-one combat, Their combined efforts create a modicum of pressure even against Lin Chi's Super Saiyan 5 form. The chaos intensifies, with thunder rolling ominously from the dark clouds above. The earth quakes violently, heralding the apocalypse. The planet's core shifts dramatically, reshaping the very land itself. Mountains fracture and sink, while underwater ridges rise in tumultuous upheaval. Tidal waves surge, and Layla has long since abandoned the battlefield, now frantically operating the controls of her spaceship, urging it to ascend faster. Faster! She is consumed by her own peril, scarcely able to spare a thought for the tumultuous confrontation between Jaiko and A's at the heart of the storm. At the epicenter, A's and Jaiko's synergy grows increasingly harmonious. Initially, they had stumbled in their coordination, inadvertently striking each other. Curse be this monster! How can he withstand so many attacks without faltering? A's exclaimed as he withdrew, creating distance from Lin Chi. Breathing heavily, he and Jaiko stood back to back, ready for one final strike. Full power, Jaiko nodded, hands clasped together, gathering energy that if this continued, their combined strength would ultimately lead to their defeat. They had no choice but to take a gamble. A faint glow emanated from their palms, intensifying into a blinding brilliance. The released energy transformed into a mighty hurricane that swept across the land, shaking the very foundations of the planet. The shockwaves pushed the world to its limits, unleashing countless calamities. Fortunately, this world was sparsely populated. Otherwise, the terrifying energy in battle would have claimed innumerable lives. As Layla's spacecraft breached the atmosphere, she witnessed the once familiar planet slowly cracking and crumbling. A's and Jaiko concentrated all their power, merging a dark purple energy with a cerulean one, spiraling into a colossal energy column that shot towards Lin Chi. "Come at me," Lin Chi exclaimed, exhilaration dancing on his face as he unleashed his own energy wave. The two forces collided, their immense energy obliterating the surrounding rocks inch by inch, causing the hardened ground to levitate stones into the air. Nearby, the ocean boiled furiously, steam rising in thick clouds. The very fabric of space began to warp slowly. And Lin Chi, witnessing the spectacle, could not suppress the broad smile spreading across his face. At last, the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. In an instant, Lin Chi teleported to the small black hole that had formed. Though it paled in comparison to the energy collision he had experienced with Beerus, it was sufficient. A's and Jaiko's energy columns pierced the atmosphere, ascending into space and transforming into distant stars. Both finally exhaled in relief. They exchanged a glance before turning away, simultaneously declaring, "We did it. This must remain a secret." With a scoff, A's and Jaiko regarded each other, then turned their backs as the planet continued its slow disintegration. Jaiko struggled to reach Layla's spaceship. "Are you all right?" Layla asked, surprised as she stood from the pilot's seat. "In no time to waste, let us depart for Earth. We must avoid any further complications." With a rush, Lin Chi entered the black hole of time. His senses overwhelmed by dizziness as the world around him warped grotesquely. Ugh, such immense distortion. Even in Super Saiyan 5, this is unbearable. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness in the boundless darkness. Lin Chi heard the sound of flapping wings. Akin to a bird. Flap. What is that dreadful bird call? It is unbearable. He rubbed his temples, rising to sit, irritated by the noise. Who is making such a racket? Awakening, he beheld a remarkably familiar, yet somewhat strange old man. "Wait, old Kai. What are you doing here?" Lin Chi stared at the old Kai, who was preening a yellow burr, bewildered. Had he not exited the GT timeline, or had he entered a new iteration of it? "How did you end up here?" The old Kai seemed unfamiliar with Lin Chi, yet regarded him with a peculiar fondness. He offered a grin he believed to be amiable, but it appeared quite lecherous. "This is the time bird, which found you unconscious." Time bird. Lin Chi squinted at the rather unappealing creature. This the time bird. Old Kai, the god of time. Surrounding them, the courtyard was adorned with countless clock parts. "This must be the time nest. What are you doing here, old Kai?" Lin Chi inquired, brow furrowed. The old Kai, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized Lin Chi. "You seem quite knowledgeable." "Indeed, I am the god of time." "Destruction," Lin Shi's lips curled into a slight smile as he gathered destructive energy in his palms. It seemed this place was no longer the original GT world. That is reassuring, yet troubling. It is filled with chaotic magic. The old Kai's wrinkled face twitched as he opened his mouth to speak, but distant commotion interrupted him. The historical anomaly must be connected to Tawa and Mira, exclaimed a vibrant, excited young girl's voice. Good heavens, will the scrolls undergo numerous changes again? What will happen to Trunks? Let's take it slow. After all, we have no better options. As the corner of the path came into view, Trunks awkwardly smiled at a bouncy young girl. Please calm down. The girl, with chestnut-red short hair and pointed ears, donned the attire of a Kaioshin, hands on her hips, chattering animatedly. God of time, Kuranoya, Trunks, Goku, let us depart at once, Kuranoya urged, shoving the two along. Goku, dressed in the distinctive red uniform of the Time Patrol, his staff slung over his back, turned with a puzzled expression that aren't you coming along? TCH, do you wish to wear me out? I've been awake for 3 days straight, assembling you all, shifting time, altering training durations. Wait, old Kai, you are here too? Goku, oblivious to the conversation, grinned broadly at the old Kai. Chapter 57. The Dark Demon Realm, Tawa, and Mira. Who is this? Trunks gazed at Lin Shi, perplexed by the appearance of a stranger. Lin Shi replied coolly, offering a brief introduction that I am Goku. This is Trunks. Goku grinned at Lin Shi. Are you a Saiyan too? Lin Shi turned his own swaying tail, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, and I know you. You know me. Goku approached, curiosity lighting his features. Who are you? How did you arrive here? Kuranoya asked, astonished as she regarded Lin Shi. Did you not invite me to join the patrol? Lin Shi replied, casting a casual glance at Kuranoya. Though she appeared youthful, she was as ancient as the lecherous old Kai. Is that so? Kuranoya tilted her head, finger pressed her lips, deep in thought. I've been so busy, my head is spinning. Did that happen? Do not fret over the details. We should spar when time permits. Goku regarded Lin Shi with keen interest. I sense you possess great strength. Hey, hurry and correct history. Kuranoya quickly dismissed the question regarding Lin Shi's affiliation with the patrol, her tone turning commanding. Let us depart, she resumed, pushing Goku and Trunks along. Quickly now. In the midst of the void, a black circular portal emerged, through which Son Wukong, Lin Shi, and Trunks successively ventured. Kuranoya, the one who claimed to be the god of destruction of time, cast a subtle glance at the dark hole from which the trio had departed. Kuranoya, stroking her forehead, let out a sigh, pondering whether it was the time bird that had returned. The time bird flitted about in the air, tilting its head. Regardless, the most pressing concern at the moment was the lack of manpower. Kuranoya swiftly turned away at I hope this has little to do with the Dark King. The old Kaishin gazed at the time bird circling in the air, letting out a deep sigh. The three who emerged from the black hole hovered in the air, gazing at the desolate landscape that resembled the apocalypse. This place feels oddly familiar, Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, feeling an undeniable sense of déjà vu. This is Kuranoya's ability to traverse countless timelines. Trunks quickly noticed something on the ground, not far away. It was Super Saiyan Son Wukong, being choked by Frieza. We are on Namek, Lin Shi remarked, scanning the area, noticing the Dark Dragon Ball embedded in Frieza's chest. Frieza? Why is that guy still alive? Son Wukong followed Trunks' gaze. And there's someone who looks just like me. The Dark Dragon Ball indeed exuded an ominous aura. Trunks furrowed his brow. Why hadn't the Kaishin mentioned this to him? Son Wukong, filled with wonder, finally grasped a bit of the situation after Trunks' explanation. We are in the past. We are here to prevent the distortion of history. Lin Shi listened expressionlessly, watching as Trunks dove down from the sky, launching a punch at Frieza, who was choking Son Wukong. Frieza, taken aback by the unexpected presence on Namek, seized Trunks' hand and flung him onto a nearby rocky outcrop. With a crash, the recovering Super Saiyan Wukong was slightly surprised to see another Son Wukong kick Frieza away from the sky. He was bewildered. There's another me. Soon, Super Saiyan Wukong accepted the existence of this alternate version of himself, and they coordinated their attacks against Frieza, who was under the control of the Dark Dragon Ball. Lin Shi remained in the air, arms crossed, reflecting on the relevant plot. If all went as expected, this should be the Dark Demon Realm saga from Dragon Ball Heroes. Ah, an era rife with magic. Which starkly contrasts with the Saiyans' physical combat. The narrative here likely involves the Time Kaishin, Kuranoya, and Trunks defeating the Dark King Mechikabura of the Demon Realm. Intriguing. I wonder where Bardock is now. Lin Shi smirked, observing the increasingly intense battle below. Yet the intensity hardly compared to that of the GT crew. Though Dragon Ball Heroes had its powers scaling in disarray, akin to a fleeting anime. It was undeniably captivating. The alliance of Super Saiyan Wukong and Son Wukong, complemented by Trunks' sneak attack, successfully dislodged the Dragon Ball embedded in Frieza's chest. However, how had the Dragon Ball come to be parasitic upon Frieza? Trunks mused aloud to Son Wukong. Meanwhile, a shadowy hand silently retrieved the Dragon Ball from the ground. Lin Shi descended beside Son Wukong and Trunks, directing his gaze toward the figure opposite them. Clutching the dark Dragon Ball, Tawa, with long white hair, a bewitching figure, pale blue skin, crimson eyes, and pointed ears, Tawa was the scientist of the Dark Demon Realm and the sister of the Demon King Dabura. Behind her stood her creation, the android Mira. Mira bore a striking resemblance to Tawa, with the primary difference being gender. These two eventually gave rise to a son well known to all. Afar, one must admit. Tawa is quite the talent, having crafted an android husband and birthed a son who wreaks havoc. The Dark Dragon Ball. I shall graciously accept it, Tawa proclaimed with a triumphant smile. Indeed, this is your doing. Trunks furiously charged forward, intent on stopping them, as Tawa waved her magic staff. A black hole materialized behind them. Let us go, Mira. Damn it, Trunks was momentarily hindered by the power of the magic staff. Struggling to rise, he unleashed his energy wave. Son Wukong, standing nearby, remained motionless, his confusion evident as he beheld the two individuals for the first time. By the way, who are the enemies? Super Saiyan Wukong was even more perplexed. Having been entirely bewildered throughout, with a thunderous roar, the powerful energy wave was launched, and Mira flew forth to shield Tawa. The android was struck. As the black hole gradually closed, disappearing from sight, Lin Shi chuckled disdainfully, turning to the still bewildered Son Wukong beside him. Why didn't you stop them? They're the enemies. Huh. Son Wukong tilted his head, looking at Lin Shi in confusion. How do you know they're the enemies? Aren't you, like me, on your first patrol through time? I know more than you. Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. This tale traces back to a long time ago. The story began like this. Super Saiyan Wukong glanced at the half-lifeless Frieza on the ground. Can we not discuss that right now? Is it really that far back? Son Wukong paid no mind to Frieza, his eyes wide with curiosity as he awaited Lin Shi's continuation. Him. Frieza posed no threat at all. Chapter 58, Time Patrol. New members at that time. The Time Kaishin Kuranoya and the Demon King Mechikabura were both candidates for the title of Time Kaishin. Lin Shi began, capturing Super Saiyan Wukong's attention, who had tried to interrupt him. Though he couldn't comprehend the peculiar dialogue of these strange individuals, it did not deter his eagerness to join the fray. Trunks, with a grim expression, approached the two and joined Lin Shi in quietly listening to the ancient tale. However, Mechikabura was a man of dubious intentions, harboring great ambition. He sought to dominate the time of the entire universe. He conspired against the time bird, that incessantly chirping yellow bird. Son Wukong exclaimed, wide-eyed in shock. The time bird could create the universe's time, as the Time Kaishin had informed me. Trunks chimed in agreement. Ultimately, Kuranoya detected his schemes, defeated him, and sealed him within the temporal rift. Oh, that sounds incredibly impressive. I never would have guessed. Just such a small girl. Son Wukong marveled once more. Trunks, curious, turned to Lin Shi, asking, where did you hear all this? I never heard the Kaishin mention it. You don't need to have heard it. I have a decent understanding of Dragon Ball. Lin Shi replied, shrugging lightly, before glancing at the struggling Frieza on the ground. This was the first time he had encountered this particular version of Frieza. Yet he never anticipated such a scenario in such a time. Then let us hurry back through the time portal we came from. We need to report to the Kaishin. Trunks urged Lin Shi and Son Wukong. But Sun Wukong pointed at the still, trembling half of Frieza on the ground. He is not dead yet. The timeline has already been corrected. We cannot linger here any longer, Trunks asserted sternly. Meanwhile, Lin Shi had already flown to the mouth of the black hole. A black hole is just a black hole. Why call it a time portal? Is it merely about correcting history? What are the Dark Dragon Balls? So, what exactly are we here to accomplish? Super Saiyan Wukong cast a disdainful glance at the departing trio, then turned his attention back to the ground where Frieza lay. Please, I beg you, save me. This was an eternally iconic scene. Upon returning through the time portal to the time nest, Kuranoya eagerly held the time scroll. Looking at Trunks, I found it. This time, it's 2 places. Has history changed once more? Trunks immediately leaned closer to the scroll to examine the next adversary formidable. Son Wukong, in a state of bewilderment, reached toward the back of his head, feeling as though his role as a patrolling officer rendered him no more significant than a mere bystander. Lin Shi gazed indifferently at the 3 raucous individuals. Those demonic beings, while formidable, could typically navigate numerous convoluted paths. Their strength barely approached that of a Super Saiyan 4, at least when considering combat prowess. The most irksome aspect would undoubtedly be their magical abilities. While they might not rival the angels, they were certainly a nuisance. Speaking of which, the Kaishin of Time, Kuranoya, was evidently not a particularly competent patrol leader, as evidenced by Sun Wukong's utterly perplexed expression. To truly grasp the intricacies of the Dark Chapter, one must begin from the very beginning. Otherwise, one might find oneself as lost as Wukong. The explanations given to Sun Wukong previously were merely the simplest of overviews. As the underlying complexities were even more elaborate, this led to the fundamental question of why the Dark Demon Realm exists at all. The Dark Demon Realm, an independent and peculiar spatio-temporal domain, was created by Mika Kapura during his interminable confinement to In fact, prior to becoming the Demon King. Mika Kapura was a sorcerer from the heavenly realm. He wielded magic. Entities like Bu could certainly be classified as magical. They could be likened to angels or similar to elves. However, in terms of strength, it was impossible to compare them to angels. From the historical records of the archive, Mika Kapura uncovered certain obscure truths. In his quest for dark power, he departed with a substantial number of sorcerers in tow. Among his early followers were Demigra, Poutine, and Gyuribi. After acquiring dark power, he then set his sights on the power of time, which led to the earlier explanations provided to Wukong. And he even created the Kakarot bird. The Kakarot bird that later accompanied Fu was, in fact, Mika Kapura's creation. Kuranoya, having assumed the role of Kaishin of Time, thwarted Mika Kapura's ambitions, sealing him within the rifts of time. Following the leaderless state of the Dark Realm, several of his subordinates began to assert themselves as rulers. Notably, Demigra's loyal followers sought to assassinate the Kaishin of Time. But they ultimately failed and were sealed away as well. With the Dark Demon Realm devoid of its monkeys, various lesser creatures emerged to claim sovereignty, leading to the rise of the well-known Demon King. Depura, however, Kuranoya was no pushover. Throughout her extensive existence, she relentlessly pursued those from the Demon Realm. Following the events involving the Majin Bu, the fallen Depura plunged the Dark Demon Realm into chaos once more. At this juncture, Depura's sister, Tawa, took on the mantle of leadership. Faced with a deficit in strength, she, being a genius scientist of the Demon Realm, orchestrated the creation of the android Mira. Tawa not only commanded a faction of the Dark Demon Realm's forces, but also utilized the Dark Mass to manipulate Bardock, altering history on multiple occasions. Regarding Bardock, how Tawa managed this remains a mystery even to Lin Shi, who himself struggled to comprehend it. Nonetheless, it was all for the sake of the narrative. Subsequently, due to the incident involving Trunks' time machine, the Time Patrol squad under the Kaishin of Time, Kuranoya, was established that I believe you too with some experience can accompany me and in turn protect me. Kuranoya declared, her expression grave as she pointed to the scroll. Lin Shi's wandering thoughts were drawn back. Thus, the origins of the Dark Demon Realm were elucidated, though it seemed he had strayed somewhat off course. Trunks, you will be in the first team with the newcomers. Kuranoya swiftly organized the teams. Trunks responded, utterly bewildered. Where are the new members? Who claims to be the strongest? Trunks, Do you not consider me the strongest in your eyes? A figure descended the staircase on the second floor, his words dripping with arrogance. Father, Trunks exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as he turned to question Kurenoya. Chapter 59. Brotherhood, why would you fight amongst yourselves? Hey, did you tell Father that the condition for summoning Mr. Wukong was believing he was the strongest? Kurenoya rested her hands behind her head, feigning ignorance while audibly whistling. Vegeta is here too. Son Wukong seemed unfazed, his excitement palpable as he clenched his fists. Let us depart quickly. Lin Shi was equally unconcerned. Under such circumstances, it would be surprising if Vegeta did not show up. In terms of strength, aside from the hairless cat, only Whis and Beerus were noteworthy. His presence here was merely for entertainment. Of course, he would never admit that he felt utterly helpless against the magic. After all, during his time learning from Konik, he had never encountered any form of magic. Moreover, throughout the entire universe, no one seemed eager to delve into the realm of sorcerers. It appeared that sorcerers had become an exclusive emblem of the dark demon realm. Was it due to their betrayal of the Grand Priest? Listening to Kurenoya's current discourse regarding the two locations, it was likely that they were related to the peculiar historical anomalies caused by the forthcoming Dark Dragon Balls. This matter ultimately owed its origins to Tao's loyalty. Specifically, her allegiance to Mikakapura. Tawa, for reasons unknown, discovered Mikakapura ensconced within a dark egg. Those familiar with the Dragon Ball Heroes storyline would recognize that this was orchestrated by the troublesome Demigra in his attempt to eliminate the Kaioshin of time. Kurenoya, who existed 75 million years ago, Demigra and Tawa repeatedly altered the timelines, resulting in temporal distortions. Thus, Mikakapura managed to escape the rift of time. However, such an escape demanded considerable energy, leading to his exhaustion and subsequent transformation into a dark egg. Concealed within the dark demon realm, he was eventually discovered by Tawa, who successfully revived him, that be by mere coincidence. The Dragon Ball creator also appeared in the dark demon realm. Whether this individual was the same as Dandy from Namek remains uncertain. Yet, during the activation process, an unexpected incident occurred, scattering the Dragon Balls across 7 distinct timelines. Tawa obtained the power of the demon god from Mikakapura, and naturally, with the emergence of a leader, his subordinates followed suit. As the eternal adversary, the Kaioshin of time, Kurenoya could not simply stand idly by. She sensed the fluctuations in the timelines. As a result, Trunks was captured and forced into servitude, followed shortly by Son Wukong's involvement. The first of the Dark Dragon Balls was the one that had once latched on a Frieza back on Namek. Humph, Kakarot, don't think you can secretly grow stronger on your own, Vegeta huffed, brimming with pride. Who is this guy? Vegeta soon noticed Lin Shi, who stood silently in the background, his gaze filled with disdain. Another Saiyan? Humph, he appears rather unimpressive, pathetic. Lin Shi offered a dispassionate smile, clenching his hand into a fist at his side. He swung it toward Vegeta. Bang. Unprepared, Vegeta staggered back 2 steps, staring incredulously at Lin Shi, his anger boiling over. You insolent wretch, dare to strike the noble Saiyan prince. Adjust your attitude. Lin Shi dismissively shook his hand, casting a scornful glance at Vegeta. What right do you have to act so grand when you possess no real strength? In the previous GT universe, to put it bluntly, he would have to lower his stance and plead for assistance in protecting Earth. I will kill you. Feeling humiliated, Vegeta roared in fury, and with a shout, a jet of energy erupted beneath him. Even less impressive than in the GT timeline, Lin Shi regarded Vegeta with utter indifference, refusing to even look in his direction. This fellow simply needed a lesson. A good thrashing would suffice to make him compliant. Father, please don't do this. Trunks interjected, positioning himself between Vegeta and Lin Shi as a peacemaker. Step aside, or I shall strike you as well. Vegeta hissed, his fists clenched in rage as he advanced toward the obstructing Trunks. Come on. Lin Shi took a few steps forward, pushing Trunks aside, releasing a portion of his battle power with a commanding shout. Truly impressive. I would love to spar with Lin Shi. Son Wukong, previously excited, now widened his eyes, eagerly calling out. Hey, let me join in on the sparring. With a thunderous shout, he leapt toward Lin Q. In an instant. Chaos erupted. The overwhelming energy surged forth, intertwining and sending the scroll of time on the table soaring into the air. Hey, what are you all doing? Kurinoa gazed in fury at the chaotic melee involving the three combatants. In the blink of an eye, the time nest appeared as though ravaged by a tempest. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Lin Shi had obliterated the rooftop, emerging amidst a whirlwind of clockwork fragments suspended in midair. The fierce collisions, rapid movements, and elusive afterimages created a spectacle that left Kurinoa and Trunks below utterly astonished. Damn it! My time nest! Kurinoa roared, frantically tugging at her hair. In a timely fashion, a bird from the great tree fluttered to her shoulder. Chirping, time bird! Ha! Vegeta bellowed in response, seizing the moment to strike Lin Shi, who was entangled with Sun Wukong. Lin Shi calmly deflected Wukong's punch with his elbow, swiftly arching his body backward as Vegeta's flying kick sailed past him. Kakarot, you fool, do not interfere with my battle, Vegeta shouted in exasperation. Unleashing a blast of energy toward the two, the explosion sent clouds of smoke billowing, amidst which Wukong's cough could be heard. Cough, cough. Vegeta, where are you attacking? Just then, Lin Shi appeared behind Vegeta, swinging his fists with intent. Take this! Vegeta plummeted through the air, but quickly regained his balance. Charging once more at Lin Q, as the smoke cleared, Wukong, exhilarated, surged toward Lin Shi. The three figures wove through the air, their strikes echoing in a symphony of collisions, punctuated by the occasional eruption of energy. Stop it! Trunks shouted in increasing desperation, attempting to mediate. Yet, the three above were lost in their exhilaration, their combat growing ever more intense, completely disregarding his pleas. Let me utter a candid truth. Neither of you are my match, Lin Shi retorted coolly, effortlessly countering their combined assault. Perhaps you should fuse. I know Kurinoa possesses the Patera earrings, Trunks suggested. Enough, cease this at once. Kurinoa's forehead throbbed with visible veins as she extended her hands, channeling divine energy into the air. Time, freeze! I can't move. Wukong's foot rested on Vegeta's elbow. Vegeta's fist poised against Lin Shi's cheek, while Lin Shi's knee was positioned against Wukong's abdomen. The three remained suspended in the air, their bodies paralyzed as if time itself had been forcibly halted. Of course, Lin Shi mused, should he unleash more of his fighting power, he could escape Kurinoa's temporal restraint. Yet, it seemed utterly unnecessary. What is this situation? Kurinoa exclaimed, hands on her hips, directing her ire at the three. As members of the Time Patrol, you are to unite against the forces of the dark magic realm, not engage in petty squabbles. Descend immediately. We must commence our mission, or I shall return you to your previous tasks. Barring you from further participation, would you allow time to proceed? Wukong, beads of sweat on his forehead, voiced his frustration. Vegeta continued to sulk. As long as no one provokes me, I usually maintain a low profile. Lin Shi added, providing an escape route from the tension. The three descended from the air, Kurinoa casting a disdainful glance at them. If you dare to brawl again, I shall not let you off lightly. Before we depart, allow me to impart one more message, she declared, one hand raised to her cheek, the other performing a salute that we are the Time Patrol. Trunks and Wukong synchronized their movements, mimicking Kurinoa's gesture. Lin Shi and Vegeta exchanged glances before turning away with disdain. How childish, Lin Shi shrugged, unwilling to partake in such absurd antics. Hurry up and send me to some historical site. Don't compel me to reconsider. Vegeta shot a cold glance at Lin Shi, his voice dripping with indifference. Then you need not come at all. No one is insisting that you stay. Lin Shi retorted scornfully. All right, everyone. Let us hold our tongues. Wukong interjected, unable to comprehend the escalating tension between the two. Lin Shi echoed, frustrated by Vegeta's irritating demeanor. Hey, before embarking on a mission, we must strike this pose, Kurinoa scolded, observing Lin Shi and Vegeta's lack of cooperation. Trunks, your father is insufferable. Kurinoa shouted angrily, followed by her ire directed at Lin Shi. "I apologize. Please do not be angry." Trunks interjected, hastily attempting to placate the situation. Ultimately, Kuranoa, still fuming, opened the portal through time and space. As the black hole materialized, Vegeta eagerly darted inside, followed closely by Trunks. Noticing their departure, Kuranoa opened another black hole. Wukong. "Lin Shi, you two come with me." Lin Shi casually trailed behind Wukong. Although the Dark Realm arc was absent from the anime, it had been depicted in the manga and even in video games, so Lin Shi recalled it vividly. If the plot adhered to its original course, Trunks would soon confront the scene of Cell being parasitized by the Dark Dragon Balls. Cell. Lin Shi pondered the likelihood of any deviations from the plot, which seemed improbable. Proud Vegeta was hardly one to cooperate. The two subordinates of Mechikabura, the sorcerers Gyuribi and Pudding, had been more than enough to vex Vegeta. Nevertheless, he dismissed them as mere minor characters. Of course, he hoped no peculiar spells would be cast. Primarily, he wanted to witness Cell under the influence of the Dark Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Wukong's body jolted at the entrance of the black hole as he glimpsed someone below. "Hurry out! Don't block the entrance," Lin Shi urged, having realized it was being parasitized. "Satan's good buddy Bu. To be precise, it's Majin Bu. I'll handle this," Wukong exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his body quivering with anticipation. "Leave Bu to me." Before his words could fully register, Wukong charged toward the diminutive Bu below, as if Lin Shi were vying for the same target to Ha. In an instant, Wukong unleashed a torrent of power, but before his fist could connect with Bu, the latter expelled an energy ball directly at him. After narrowly evading the energy attack, Bu swiftly appeared behind Wukong, delivering a punch aimed at his head. Wukong leaned back to evade the blow, retaliating with a strike aimed at the airborne Bu. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the rounds accumulating endlessly. With a resounding crash, Wukong seized Bu by the ankle and hurled him downward, sending him crashing to the ground. The immense force caused the earth to tremble, clouds of dust rising in response. Wukong hovered in the air, gathering energy at his waist, a colossal power coalescing between his hands before he directed it toward the gaping crater below. Came, Haim, huh. With a thunderous roar, smoke billowing forth, before the haze could dissipate, an immense energy struck once more within the pit where Majin Bu resided. Another explosion reverberated, causing the already sizable pit to expand further. The ground sinking as cracks resembling spider webs spread across the earth. Lin Shi observed with indifference, pondering how long this battle would continue. The astonishing energy dispersed the surrounding smoke, clearing away the debris in its wake. Aya! Majin Bu swiftly ascended from the pit, soaring into the air, his body radiating an impressive aura alongside his continuous roars. "Kuro Noya, what news from Trunks?" Lin Shi inquired, arms crossed, casting a glance at Kuro Noya. "Let me check. This is not good. Trunks is in danger." Kuro Noya exclaimed, her eyes widening in alarm. In her urgency, she offered no explanations and dashed into the time-space portal. Lin Shi followed suit and, upon entering, beheld the unconscious Vegeta cradled in Trunks' arms. Trunks then retrieved the Patera earrings and placed one on Vegeta's ear, resulting in the fusion of Vegeto, Chapter 61, the Colossal Cell and the Dark Dragon Balls. Vegeta, who could not withstand even a single attack from Gyuribi, was nothing compared to the fused Vegeto. A mere wave of his hand would likely crush Gyuribi effortlessly, as long as these two demon gods refrained from unleashing any spells. Victory would be a matter of mere moments. However, Poutine was ever the meddler. The parasitic cell, strengthened by the Dark Dragon Balls, became an enormous monstrosity, towering like a gigantic mountain. Vegeto and Gyuribi found themselves reluctantly allied, intending to first vanquish the colossal cell. Vegeto. Lin Shi smirked, speculating that the fusion time for the two should be nearing its end. As Lin Shi spoke, just after the defeat of the colossal cell, with the Dark Dragon Balls scattering, the fusion between Vegeta and Trunks also came to an end. Gyuribi swung his immense hammer towards the two, who were powerless and collapsed on the ground. Their alliance merely a result of necessity. Bang! Lin Shi instantaneously transported to intercept the blow, striking Gyuribi's abdomen with a powerful fist. The force was so tremendous that blue blood splattered, the punch piercing cleanly through Gyuribi's midsection. How is this possible? Gyuribi's body slowly toppled backward. Who are you? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, concluding that in terms of combat prowess, he could easily overpower Mechikabura. After all, this fellow's strength was no greater than what Trunks could defeat upon becoming a Super Saiyan god. Was he sealed? Ah, that individual seemed to possess an infuriating immortality. Was it innate or acquired later? Gyuribi, Poutine, having picked up the fallen Dark Dragon Ball, gazed in disbelief at Gyuribi's demise. Curse it! She leaped swiftly into the black hole. Such a formidable opponent was beyond her capacity to confront. As long as she secured the Dragon Balls, everything would be fine. You take them both back, I will assist Goku. Lin Shi disdainfully wiped the blood from his hands and leaped into the black hole from which he had come. He had watched the spectacle for too long. It was rather unfair to leave Goku to bear the brunt of the Majin Buu possessed by the Dark Dragon Balls alone. Damn it. What are they planning to do with the Dragon Balls? Trunks furrowed his brow, clenching his fists in anger. The Dark Dragon Balls? Kuronoya scanned the surroundings before her gaze fell upon the disheveled Trunks. They were taken, Trunks said as he helped Vegeta to his feet, recounting everything related to the Dragon Balls to Kuronoya. What? They can grant wishes, fulfill any desire. Kuronoya's fists clenched tightly, realizing that they had already gathered two. We can simply reclaim them later. Vegeta, struggling to stand, still managed to speak boldly. Damn it, how did I not notice this sooner? Kuronoya sighed in frustration, berating herself for not detecting it in time. As Lin Shi stepped out of the black void, he found the area swarming with soldiers from the demon realm. There was even an enormous spaceship. Descending from the ship was the Demon King, Dabura. Without a moment's hesitation, Dabura brandished his 3-meter-long sword and leaped into the fray, intervening in the battle between Majin Buu and Son Goku. He aimed to kick at Majin Buu while boastfully declaring, "This version of me in this timeline has certainly been well taken care of by you. Allow me to torment you first, then I shall reclaim the Dark Dragon Balls." With that, Dabura swung his colossal sword, cleaving Majin Buu in half, and then turned his gaze towards Son Goku. Patrol squad, such bothersome flies, causing us no small amount of trouble. Allow me, now empowered by the demon god, to finish you off. Dabura threatened, launching an assault on Son Goku. His 3-meter sword whirled with ferocity, leaving Son Goku, who had just battled Majin Buu, in a state of disarray. Yikes, this is quite perilous, Son Goku exclaimed, astonished at the boulders behind him that were severed by the sword's force. Dabura's bravado was fleeting. Even with the power of the demon god, he was still ineffective. Majin Buu had silently appeared behind him, his viscous form transforming into liquid, engulfing Dabura. In an instant, Dabura was absorbed by Majin Buu, giving birth to the demon god Majin Buu. Taking Dabura's sword, Majin Buu donned Dabura's cloak and began a celebratory dance. Curse it! Save Lord Dabura! The densely packed soldiers of the demon realm bravely charged at Majin Buu. Boom! With a single hand raised high, Majin Buu unleashed a brilliant explosion of energy, instantly rendering the area desolate, leaving not a single soldier standing. Majin Buu then turned his bloodthirsty gaze toward the only remaining individual on the battlefield. The 3-meter sword now wielded by its new master, as Buu swung the blade towards Son Goku. Son Goku narrowly dodged the massive blade, gritting his teeth. Damn it, Buu is becoming increasingly powerful. Do you need assistance? Lin Shi called from a mountaintop, observing Son Goku's increasingly desperate evasions. As time passed, Son Goku grew more beleaguered. His stamina waned, and a misstep left him exhausted and collapsed on the ground. That moment. Lin Shi intervened, effortlessly intercepting Majin Buu's 3-meter sword with his bare hands. Phew. Are you all right? Kuronoya approached with the injured Vegeta and Trunks. Those fellows have been tirelessly collecting those black orbs. They must be of great importance to them. Ah, Vegeta, you look rather disheveled as well, Son Goku teasingly remarked, unaware of his own precarious state. Shut up. I was merely momentarily careless, Vegeta retorted, infuriated, clenching his fists in the heart of the battle. Lin Shi vastly overshadowed Majin Buu, who was entirely suppressed. Majin Buu roared in fury, resembling a wild beast in his relentless howls. His attacks against Lin Chi grew increasingly ferocious, yet Lin Chi remained unfazed, effortlessly dodging every punch and kick launched at him. Majin Buu clenched his teeth in frustration, as if anger had bestowed upon him greater strength. Bang! 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 Majin Buu unleashed a remarkable display of power. Yet he remained utterly helpless against Lin Chi. Lord Kaioshin, please grant us the Patera earrings. Son Goku, filled with fighting spirit, reached out towards Kuronoya. Chapter 62. Vegeta and the Demon Majin Buu. Kuronoya, though puzzled, removed the Patera earrings from her ears and placed them in Son Goku's hands. What do you intend to do? Son Goku did not respond, instead turning to Vegeta with a grin. Vegeta, let's fuse as well. What are you thinking? Vegeta exclaimed with indignation. Get lost. Who wants to fuse with you? Yet Goku remained unfazed, eagerly donning the earrings. Don't you wish to engage in battle with such a formidable Buu? Or perhaps with that absurdly powerful Lin Chi? Mr. Goku, let's allow Lin Chi to defeat Buu. Trunks expressed his disapproval. You all cannot move right now. That is precisely why we need the Patera. Goku replied excitedly. Glancing at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, placing the earring onto his ear, vowing that there would be no next time. Once the two donned the Patera earrings, they were irresistibly drawn to one another, a dazzling light flashing briefly. Vegeto, make your entrance. Hey, Lin Chi. Let me take a turn. As Vegeto appeared, he immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His untamed aura of freedom surged, propelling him into the air, joining the fray against Lin Chi and Kid Buu. Lin Chi watched as Vegeto intercepted Kid Buu's incoming punch. Unfazed, he smiled and said, All right, but after we finish him, we'll have our own match. Humph. Vegeto grinned mischievously, blocking Kid Buu's kick, his hands positioned at his waist. Gathering a terrifying energy. Ha! A powerful wave of energy swept outward, causing Krenoa and Trunks to shield themselves against the fierce winds. The already troublesome Lin Chi had instilled hesitation in the Majin Buu. And now, with Vegeto's presence, Kid Buu's gaze turned increasingly ferocious as he swiftly traced a black hole in front of him. Having absorbed Beerus' body and memories, he aimed for the next location of the Dark Dragon Balls. Although he wasn't particularly adept at utilizing his unique demonic powers, Buu was confident in performing a space-time transfer. A torrent of energy shot towards Kid Buu, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the rolling smoke, Kid Buu had already vanished into the black hole, escaping effortlessly. Damn it! Vegeto extended a hand, unleashing a ki blast that dispersed the smoke. Yet, Kid Buu had already disappeared without a trace. What happened? Krenoa's eyes widened in disbelief. Covering her face in horror, she cried out, He is gone, and the Dark Dragon Balls are missing too. Good heavens! Observing Krenoa's breakdown, Trunks rushed forward to console her. Stay calm. Stay calm. Lord Kaioshin, how am I supposed to remain calm? If Majin Buu is taken away by them, they will possess 3 Dragon Balls. Krenoa was utterly overwhelmed. Are the Dark Dragon Balls really that significant? Lin Chi asked indifferently, casting a glance at the frenzied Krenoa. Didn't you say the mission was to rectify the errors of history? Humph. Let them be. Vegeto, suspended in midair, scoffed, beckoning to Lin Chi. Come, let us battle. All right. Lin Chi soared into the air, facing Vegeto from a distance. Krenoa, witnessing the deplorable state of her Time Patrol members, crumbled further, kneeling with her head in her hands, tears welling in her eyes. It's over. It's ruined. History has become a chaotic mess. Ignoring Krenoa's despair, Lin Chi and Vegeto exchanged silent glances, a fierce battle on the brink of unfolding. Fiery energy swayed in the wind as Vegeto charged at Lin Chi first, moving with astonishing speed that defied belief. Lin Chi remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as he bent his arm to block Vegeto's punch, initiating the counterattack. Their figures intertwined in the sky, moving so rapidly that Trunks below could only stare in awe. Even Krenoa, on the verge of madness, gradually quieted, her attention drawn to the intense combat. The duel between Lin Chi and Vegeto transcended the limits of human imagination. With mere gestures, their techniques appeared capable of annihilating the world. Incredible, so powerful, Trunks gasped in astonishment. Lin Shi instantaneously teleported behind Vegito, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Vegito's eyes registered the movement, but his body lagged behind, and he crashed through several mountains before finally halting. Watching Vegito struggle from the rubble, Lin Shi showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of ki blasts from his hands. Boom! 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 Countless energy blasts erupted from Lin Shi's palms, a cacophony of explosions filling the air. Dense smoke cloaking half the sky. Hey, stop fighting, or you'll end up altering history, Cronoa exclaimed in shock, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. But the two combatants paid her no heed from beneath the thick smoke. A thunderous roar resounded as Vegito charged at Lin Shi once more. I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable, Lin Shi remarked appreciatively, intercepting Vegito's punch in another bout of fierce engagement. Their forms became blurs of light, flashing throughout the expanse. Bang, 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 Vegito smirked, growing increasingly exhilarated as he vanished from Lin Shi's line of sight, only to reappear high above. A powerful energy sphere was hurled down toward Lin Shi, who retaliated without hesitation, sending forth a Kamehameha to collide with it. The two energies engaged in a tug-of-war. These two are infuriating. Cronoa watched in exasperation, yet felt powerless against the might of Lin Shi and Vegito. As the battle raged on, time gradually drew it to a close. It seems you are nearing your limit. Lin Shi's relentless assault quickened, and Vegito, since he was falling behind, Vegito realized this too. And as Lin Shi's punch approached, his body glowed. With a flash, Vegito split back into Goku and Vegeta. Lin Shi halted his attack, landing first on the ground, with an indifferent glance at the distressed Cronoa. He mused, "What is it this time? We're wondering where Kid Buu could have escaped to." Trunks pondered various scenarios. Could he have returned to the demon realm, having absorbed the demon? Goku, now on the ground, contributed his thoughts, extending a finger. That's unlikely. Isn't that inviting disaster? Vegeta, having landed, dismissed Goku's idea with disdain. That's so. Goku, still somewhat breathless, turned to the others and asked, "Do we have any Senzu beans? Other enemies might show up soon." "None," Lin Shi shrugged. "Other enemies, just that red-haired one." Lin Shi thought, the image of the individual already forming in his mind, subordinate of Demigra, no doubt. Where could Kid Buu have gone? Cronoa fell back into despair. "Well, he is definitely not here. I can't sense his energy." Goku plopped down on the ground, displaying no concern for his image, just as they were lost in thought. A voice rang out nearby. I might know." As a black hole materialized, a red-haired youth emerged, holding a magic scepter exclusive to demons, smiling at the group. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, thinking speak of the devil. "And he shall appear." It seemed Demigra, sealed within the rift of time, sensed Mechacabra's revival. This shamal fellow was indeed Demigra's trusted aide. However, Cronoa had yet to collect even a single Dragon Ball. Now realizing the importance of the Dark Dragon Balls, isn't it a bit too late? "Who are you?" Trunks asked cautiously, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "What are your intentions?" Unperturbed by Trunks' inquiry, Shamal calmly replied, "I have no ulterior motives. I simply find you all somewhat useful. Whether you believe it or not matters little to me. Rather, it seems that hell is on the verge of unleashing endless tempests." Shamal's words, laden with pauses, inexplicably evoked a palpable tension among those present, excluding, of course, Lin Shi. Lin Shi listened with an air of indifference. With an additional self now present, the original narrative was destined to veer off course. It must be twisted, even if it takes effort. After all, the malevolent waves from hell were something he had never encountered in the previous GT timeline. Now that the opportunity had arisen, how could he let it slip away without experiencing it? Beside him, Kuranoya bit her lip, seemingly in deep contemplation, before ultimately gritting her teeth and making a decision. "Goku, Vegeta, I wish to transfer your injuries to myself, allowing you to venture into hell alongside Lin Shi. If Dark Dragon Balls are involved, you must seize them. They already possess two." Kuranoya spoke with utmost seriousness, directing her gaze toward the trio, and Shamal's wicked smile emerged. Previously, Mechikabura had personally intervened and acquired another from a different location. What? Kuranoya's eyes widened in disbelief, her fists clenched in frustration. How infuriating. Could it be Boo's? It should not be, as Bu had just escaped. Trunks shook his head, convinced it was not Boo's Dragon Ball. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Could it be that peculiar, fruit-eating Dales? Wasn't he eliminated by the Dark Masked King? It was surprising that Mechikabura had taken matters into his own hands. He was resolutely pursuing the Dark Dragon Balls. And what about me? Observing the trio being assigned roles, Trunks voiced his confusion. Kuranoya glanced at the similarly battered Trunks, stating, after transferring the injuries, "You shall escort me back. There is no need for unnecessary complications." Lin Shi cast a glance at Goku, still seated on the ground, and Vegeta, leaning against a rocky outcrop, that I can manage alone. No way. What if something goes awry? More people can provide mutual support. Kuranoya vehemently shook her head, insisting on her plan. Let us depart, Redhead. Lin Shi turned to Shamel, who stood silently beside him. They already possessed 3 Dragon Balls. Thus, the remaining 4 included one belonging to the fleeing Bu, one from the malevolent waves, and one likely in Shrag's possession. The final one, however, was already in their grasp. The one on Broly. Although he was indifferent towards the Dark Dragon Balls, he inexplicably desired a confrontation with the formidable Mechikabura. Of course, the prerequisite was to ponder what could vanquish magic. One must challenge the notion that only magic can defeat magic within the realm of Dragon Balls. Otherwise, did he come to the Dark Demon realm merely to witness a display of everyone's magic? Hey, Lin Shi, you scoundrel! Watching Lin Shi follow Shamel through the temporal gateway, Kuranoya fumed, stamping her feet in frustration. Disobedient fools, scoundrels, what shall we do now? Goku wearily looked towards Trunks. I am quite hungry. Let us return to the time nest first. Once we regain some strength, we shall venture into hell. Trunks sighed helplessly, hastening to persuade Kuranoya. Hell. Countless lights and shadows intertwined. Suspended above the charred earth were a multitude of vividly colored orbs. Bang, 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 amidst the densely packed spheres. 2 streams of light darted back and forth. The second form of the malevolent waves engaged in fierce combat with Super Saiyan 2 Goku. Whoosh, just as their battle reached its zenith, with the malevolent waves overpowering Goku. 2 figures appeared atop a mountain peak. Tawa, wielding a magical staff, and Shuramu, brandishing a scythe of death as a demon stationed in hell. Shuramu was also a subordinate of Mechikabura, serving as the god of death. However, in Lin Shi's eyes, he remained nothing more than trash. This was not the time to observe the original historical progression. Tawa proclaimed, raising her staff, unleashing the dark energy from the magical orbs towards Goku. Wounded and battered, Goku could hardly withstand such an onslaught of energy, soon reverting from Super Saiyan 2 back to his normal state, collapsing to the ground, teetering on the brink of life and death. Is this the one who absorbed my brother? Tawa coldly regarded the malevolent waves. Shuramu's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Not quite, but this individual is certainly among our targets. He seems to hold great value for harvesting. As Shuramu's peripheral vision swept the ground, a minion emerged from beneath Go, Death Minion, and bring that one to a halt. Yes, the Death Minion, clad in a Grim Reaper's mask, charged towards the malevolent waves, displaying an unyielding spirit. Chapter 64. The Interloper Bu, the Malevolent Waves of Hell. Unfortunately, the Death Minion, after exchanging blows with the malevolent waves for merely 2 rounds, could not subdue him. Humph. It appears your subordinates are not terribly impressive. Tawa mocked coldly. This is a waste of my time. Swiftly eliminate him. Then seek out the one who absorbed my brother. Tisuke, are you ordering me about? Though Shuramu's words suggested reluctance, his scythe was already in motion. With a sweeping arc, a black energy blade surged towards the malevolent waves, severing him in 2 simultaneously. The Death Minion, engaged in battle with the malevolent waves, was also cleaved in half, staring incredulously at Shuramu. Shuramu, my lord, it is best if the harvested remains silent. Shuramu's expression turned icy, filled with disdain. How absurd! A mere minion could not be dealt with the scythe planted into the ground, Shuramu's demeanor suddenly brightened as he reached back to stroke his neck. "Ha! Dispatching obedient subordinates truly elevates my spirits." Tawa, standing nearby, barely concealed a twitch at the corner of her mouth. No wonder this fellow was stationed in hell. He truly was quite unhinged. As Shuramu's maniacal laughter echoed, the fallen malevolent waves suddenly fragmented into countless cubic particles, reassembling elsewhere. Enraged, the malevolent waves gritted their teeth, extending weapons from their hands as a 5-meter-long greatsword materialized. "What? He actually survived and has grown even stronger!" Shuramu exclaimed in surprise. Tawa glanced at the Dragon Ball embedded in the malevolent wave's chest, offering a nonchalant explanation. "This is the power of the Dark Dragon Ball." "No matter, just kill this fellow." Shuramu swung his scythe towards the malevolent waves. The clash of the scythe and the 5-meter greatsword resonated as they fought with fervor, sending shards of rock flying and dust swirling. The sound of metal clashing filled the air. Seeing that their attacks were evenly matched, the malevolent waves quickly employed their special technique, the dimensional black hole. Shuramu regarded the dimensional black hole with curiosity, but soon grasped its significance. Through the dimensional black hole, the malevolent wave's fist materialized a mere 3 centimeters from him. As the fist opened to form a palm, an energy blast shot forth toward Shuramu. The explosion sent plumes of smoke rising, yet Shuramu remained unscathed, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty delight. However, his smile quickly faltered when the malevolent waves activated the dimensional black hole once more, landing a blow on Shuramu's back. Bang, bang, bang! The fists fell like rain, forcing Shuramu into a desperate dance to evade, compounded by the dimensional black hole, rendering the malevolent waves' attacks nearly impossible to counter. The speed of Shuramu's scythe increased dramatically. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Lin Shi, accompanied by Shamal, appeared atop another mountain peak. "So, this is hell." Lin Shi surveyed the desolate surroundings, noting the dark brown earth, the vibrant sky, and the floating, ominous orbs of malevolence. "Has Bu not yet arrived? Could he have come too early?" That is Shuramu. Observing the distant echoes of battle and the ongoing conflict between the two factions, Zymer furrowed her brow. This Dragon Ball must not fall into their hands. Below, Zilliram quickly spotted the newcomers amidst the chaos of battle, finding them somewhat familiar. "Humph. Zymer, what brings you here?" Another pair of meddlesome individuals. Tawa, still harboring a memory of Zymer, gritted her teeth and urged Zilliram, "Hurry and deal with that evil wave." Meanwhile, a black hole began to materialize in mid-air, silently expanding, and no one noticed it. Not even Lin Shi, who was aware of the unfolding narrative. "Oh, red-haired one, your name is quite forgettable." Lin Shi cast a casual glance at Zymer beside him, finding red-haired much easier to recall. Zymer, however, remained focused, fixated on the Dark Dragon Ball embedded in the chest of Evil Wave. The name was inconsequential, but they could not be allowed to obtain the Dragon Ball. "You scoundrel, why are you associating with the Time Patrol? It seems you have indeed betrayed Lord Micah Kapura." Tawa fumed. "Hee, if I claimed it was mere coincidence. You surely wouldn't believe me." Zymer pointed her staff at Tawa. In any case, we just need to eliminate you." With a serious demeanor, Zilliram's scythe grew increasingly sharp, swiftly seizing the opportunity to strike at Evil Wave's chest, knocking the Dark Dragon Ball to the ground. Evil Wave's body shattered into fragments, lying motionless on the ground. The Dragon Ball rolled a few times but remained unattended as Tawa flew to Zilliram's side. Glaring intently at Lin Shi and Zymer, the impending battle among the four seemed imminent. "You deal with Tawa. I prefer not to engage with women," Lin Shi remarked, glancing at Zymer, opting for the scythe wielder. "Very well, but be cautious of Zilliram's abilities." Zymer accepted Lin Shi's suggestion, her staff swirling as she unleashed dark energy towards Tawa. Tawa, quick on her feet, retaliated almost simultaneously, and the two streams of dark energy collided. As Zilliram emerged above, Lin Shi surged towards him as well. The Grim Reaper, Hey! Lin Shi moved swiftly, determined not to let the Reaper's scythe touch him. After all, this was an attack meant to reap souls. The battle raged on, sending ripples through the air, and the fierce combat commenced. Just then, the black hole above fully opened, and a mass resembling flesh burst forth. Though it appeared small, its speed was astonishing, catching everyone off guard until it enveloped the dark Dragon Ball. All four noticed, but it was evidently too late. Following this, a figure leaped from the black hole. Majin Buu had arrived. Damn it! Tawa glared at the newly emerged Buu. Instantly realizing that her brother had been absorbed by this creature, that Buu's swift movements allowed him to effortlessly seize the second Dragon Ball. I forgot about this fellow. Zymer felt a cold sweat bead on her forehead. Realizing she should have summoned Vegeta and Son Goku back then, Buu flashed a triumphant smile, raising the Dragon Ball high. While below, Evil Wave's form transformed into a puddle of goo rushing towards him. Swoosh! Evil Wave was absorbed. As Buu's form began to change again, everyone present gasped. Lin Shi reacted the quickest, disregarding Zayulirum as he propelled himself towards the airborne Buu. Zayulirum followed suit. Buu, noticing the two diving towards him, simply waved his hand, creating a massive fissure behind him. Chapter 65. Mutated Slug. Another fusion, it seemed the amalgamation of the two Dark Dragon Balls had granted Buu unimaginable power. The current Buu could be referred to as Majin Evil Wave Buu. Thinking of escaping, Lin Shi ignored Zayulirum behind him, leaping into the rift after Buu. With a rush, Zayulirum followed suit. Humph! Tawa observed this and scoffed. Zymer, Lord Micah Kapura will not forgive you. Hey! Zymer was unfazed, trailing closely behind Tawa into the rift. As the fissure vanished, the entire realm of hell felt desolate, leaving only Son Goku, who lay motionless on the ground, his life uncertain but on the other side. Upon returning to the Time Nest, Kurinoya immediately absorbed a new patrol member, Son Gohan. Wearing black-framed glasses, Vegeta and Son Goku remained in the Time Nest recovering. Trunks and Son Gohan set off to rectify the last historical anomaly on Earth, the city where Slug had appeared. Just as Son Gohan prepared to use his whistle against the colossal Slug, a massive rift tore through the sky. With Majin Buu leaping out first, he wielded Dubra's enormous 3-meter-long sword, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Slug. Is that Majin Buu? Son Gohan gazed at the figure in the air, uncertainty clouding his mind. Trunks, however, bore a face of shock. How did that guy show up here? Whoa, quite the crossover. Lin Shi emerged from the fissure, eyeing the suspended Trunks and Son Gohan. Glasses wearing Son Gohan. TCH Yubane fan. He chuckled, more and more Dragon Balls appearing, huh? Zayulirum was hot on Lin Shi's heels, swinging his scythe towards him. The two quickly became entangled in a flurry of movement, shadows blurring as they pursued one another. Bang, bang, bang. Tawa also emerged from the fissure, gazing at the massive Slug with a jubilant smile, sensing an opportunity to claim the final 3 Dragon Balls in one fell swoop. If I won't let you succeed. As the fissure shrank, Zymer poked her head out. This getting more exciting. Trunks clenched his fist at his side, realizing all the enemies had converged in one place. You two, find a way. Do not let them secure the Dragon Balls. Zymer aimed her staff at Tawa. Tawa pursed her lips, her mind racing, realizing it was just her and Zayulirum left. Yet 3 factions stood on the battlefield. One was the menacing Majin Buu, 3 from the patrol, and that damned Zymer. The task of retrieving the 3 Dragon Balls while rescuing Dubra was daunting. Then let us create even more chaos. Tawa raised her staff high, directing her energy towards Slug. The swirling black mist surged into Slug's body, significantly amplifying his power. A mutated Slug emerged. Damn it. Tawa has gone too far again. Trunks frowned at the scene. The mutated Slug grew even larger, devoid of reason, while Trunks and Son Goku appeared minuscule in comparison. Under Tawa's control, Slug wasted no time in unleashing powerful energy balls towards Trunks and Son Gohan. Boom! Just then, Zymer, who had been battling Tawa, abruptly shifted direction towards Trunks and Son Gohan, prompting Lin Shi to breathe a sigh of relief. He then unleashed a series of fierce attacks, aiming to swiftly eliminate Zayulirum. Otherwise, forget about that Majin Evil Wave Buu. Even Trunks and Son Gohan would struggle against the mutated Slug. Even with Zymer added to the mix, it would be a challenge. Lin Shi shouted, entering Super Saiyan form. Vanishing from Zayulirum's sight in the blink of an EY, In the next instant, he appeared above Xayilirim, delivering a powerful punch to his wrist. Take that. This accursed scythe was nothing but a hindrance. Bang! Xayilirim felt a sharp pain in his wrist, involuntarily loosening his grip, causing the scythe to slip from his hand. My scythe. Lin Shi had been waiting for this moment. He kicked out, sending Xayilirim plummeting down. As Xayilirim fell rapidly, he attempted to steady himself, but the force of the descent was overwhelming. Without his scythe, even the Grim Reaper was not much of a threat. Lin Shi caught up with Xayilirim, letting out a derisive snort as he swiftly swung his fist once more. Xayilirim attempted to evade, but with Lin Shi's relentless force, he was utterly unable to withstand the blows. Damn it! Lin Shi's attack speed grew increasingly rapid and fierce, each punch slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Xayilirim found himself being pummeled, his situation becoming increasingly dire, punctuated by intermittent cries of agony. Ugh! Bang, bang, bang! Inside the dilapidated structure, a series of explosive sounds echoed. Even when Xayilirim picked up his scythe again, it proved of little consequence. It seemed the victor had already emerged in this confrontation. Meanwhile, as the smoke from the explosions dissipated, Trunks released his protective barrier. Ha! Splendid, magical lad. You've truly come to our aid. Otherwise, we would have sustained grievous injuries, Son Wukong exclaimed, praising the figure of Shamel who shielded them from the onslaught. If it were solely up to us, we would have surely faltered. Humph, I'm not doing this to protect you, Shamel retorted, feeling quite displeased with Son Wukong's attitude. You too, hurry and devise a way to dispose of this behemoth, Shamel urged. His form returning to face Tua. You've learned to manipulate dark energy from Poutine. Haven't you? Humph. There is much more than you can imagine. Tua revealed a smug smile as she raised her magical staff once again. Reigniting the clash of magical energies, faced with the colossal Schlag, Trunks found himself at a loss. What to do? I've thought of a brilliant idea, Son Wukong declared, removing his glasses and grinning at Trunks. Let us fuse, Trunks. First, let us synchronize our energy. We can do this, Trunks, Son Wukong said, closing his eyes to that possible. Trunks hesitated but eventually followed suit, closing his eyes as well. This seemed to be their only option. As their energies reached a harmonious balance, they moved in an unusual dance, gracefully merging. Fusion. Chapter 66. Wukong Trunks, a Tri-Faction Brawl. The fusion lasts only 30 minutes, so let us make haste and settle this swiftly. Wukong Trunks, a rather makeshift name, clenched his fists, gazing at the gargantuan Schlag. Due to the staggering size difference, Wukong Trunks' punch struck Schlag's arm. Schlag didn't even flinch, completely disregarding Wukong Trunks' attack as his arm descended upon him. It's too massive. I can't inflict any damage, Wukong Trunks thought, trying to create some distance from Schlag. However, observing Schlag's enormous form, his speed remained unyielding, and Wukong Trunks was struck, sent flying backward. Damn it. Wukong Trunks leapt into the air once more, unleashing a barrage of energy waves toward Schlag. This time, Schlag reacted, but the damage was merely akin to a tickle. Wukong Trunks was treated like an annoying fly. As Schlag swung his arms, attempting to capture him, forced to draw the one-handed sword strapped to his back, Wukong Trunks pondered, what to do? How can we defeat this giant? Here goes. Lin Shi interlocked his hands and delivered a powerful punch to Xayilirim's abdomen. Xayilirim's body bent as if shot from a gun, hurtling away. His combat prowess may not have been exceptional, but he was remarkably resilient. Is it the magic? Lin Shi scanned the battlefield. Wukong Trunks was still engaged in combat with the mutated Schlag. TSK. Why were Son Wukong and Trunks able to fuse successfully? Are their powers truly comparable? Yebi Fan, thinking of becoming a scholar, his strength has regressed to a level similar to Trunks. It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Tua and Shamel had yet to determine a victor, and Lin Shi's gaze shifted to the ominous figure of Bu hovering above. That guy, just waiting to reap the benefits? That infuriating wretch. I shall slay you below, under layers of rubble. Xayilirim charged forth once more. Tiske, I'm tired of playing with you. Watching Xayilirim rush towards him, Lin Shi's palm radiated a faint purple glow. Destruction, that subtle lavender energy, appeared inconspicuous. But upon contact with Xylem, his eyes widened in shock. What? How? Before he could finish his thought, he disintegrated into countless particles, scattering through the It seems the god of destruction's technique is indeed the most convenient and effective. What? Tua and Shamel also took note of the situation, both voicing their astonishment in unison. Unbeknownst to the two, a dimensional black hole opened behind them, a hand reaching out to grasp them from behind. Lin Shi had no intention of extending goodwill to warn these adversaries, but Wukong Trunks interjected. "Watch out!" Wukong Trunks shouted to Shamel. Both Shamel and Tua reacted swiftly, evading the magical claws without needing to turn around. Observing Bu's relentless attack from the dimensional black hole, Lin Shi tightened his fists, targeting Bu next. "You're next in line for a beating. Damn it." As Lin Shi charged at Bu, Tua gritted her teeth in fury. 2 Dragon Balls and her brother, Depura. How would she ever retrieve them? But just as Lin Shi dodged the dimensional black hole's assault and closed in on Bu, another anomaly arose. Secret art. Tornado. With that low shout, the entire realm was engulfed in a tempest from nowhere. The fierce winds lifted countless shards of stone and dust from the ground, momentarily blinding everyone present, obscuring their view. The tornado spread rapidly, ensnaring the colossal Schlag in its center as if a fog was being blown away that a Dragon Ball was clutched in the hand of a newly appeared man. Humph. This is the true power of the demon god. What is happening? Wukong Trunks looked on in confusion, interlocking his hands before him to shield against the storm. Salusa. Why has this fellow appeared? Shamel clenched her staff in anger. You're stealing my kill. Lin Shi squinted, teleporting in front of Bu. However, confronted by the magic of the demon god, within the whirlwind, Bu's body was being pulled away by the winds, visibly vanishing. In an instant, only 2 dark Dragon Balls and the unconscious Depura remained. Without a second thought, Lin Shi reached for one of the dark Dragon Balls. Just as he intended to grasp the other, Tua's staff aimed at him, dark hand. Black energy transformed into claws, snatching the dark Dragon Ball and Depura away. Another dark hand lunged toward Lin Shi's arm that held the Dragon Ball. Damn it, are you trying to pilfer under my very nose? Lin Shi instinctively unleashed an energy wave towards the dark hand. But the wave passed through the hand, soaring into the distance. Damned magic. Lin Shi felt frustrated. Was the Dragon Ball typically won through hand-to-hand combat? Encountering magic is such a nuisance. Destruction. Lin Shi quickly executed his destructive technique with the other hand, dispersing the shadowy claws before him. Humph. The god of destruction's powers can indeed withstand magic. Perhaps the destructive energy's overwhelming force suppresses the magic. It seems further experimentation is necessary. Truly a vexing academic conundrum. They are fleeing, Shamel observed as Salusa carved out a black hole and leaped into it. The enemy shows no inclination to linger. Ha! What a pity. Tuh, clutching the 2 Dragon Balls and Depura, swiftly followed Salusa into the time-space portal. As Lin Shi watched the black hole close and disappear, he felt a sense of defeat for the first time. Hey, you red-haired guy, couldn't you have intervened just now? Lin Shi questioned Shamel below him, his expression one of exasperation. Aren't you a demon god too? Can't you do anything but watch? Humph, Salusa is the most formidable demon god under Micah Kapura. What could I possibly do? Shamel ungraciously deflected the blame as Gohan and Trunks surveyed the devastation around them. The once mighty form of the colossal Shenron seemed to have vanished. What the dark Dragon Balls? Gohan soared to where Lin Shi and Xia Mei were seething with anger, unwittingly adding fuel to the fire. Here, Lin Shi tossed the Soul Dragon Ball he had managed to procure to Gohan. Is this all there is? Gohan caught the Dragon Ball and examined it closely. Indeed, it was black. Chapter 67. The dark Dragon Balls and the controlled Broly. The dark energy within was palpably dense. Oomph. The rest were snatched away by them. Xia Mei rolled his eyes. He would struggle to explain this to Demigra upon his return. Unable to swallow this loss, he declared, I'm leaving. Lin Shi cast a fleeting glance at Gohan, then decided to leave a message. You should return and inform Kurnoya that the Dragon Balls of Micah Kapura are nearly all gathered. Isn't there still one last one to collect? Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. his expression one of utter shock. They had already secured the final one long ago. You should tell Kurnoya to find my location, and perhaps we shall cross paths again. With that, Lin Shi vanished from Gohan in Xiaomei's sight. What about you? Gohan turned to Xiaomei, eager for his opinion. Xiaomei, however, paid him no heed, stepping into the black hole with his staff in hand, in the dark demonic realm, at its very core. The aged Dark King Micah Kapura extended his hand toward the figures of Tawa and Salusa below him. Tell me, what would happen if we used the Dark Dragon Balls for mind control? Micah Kapura revealed a chilling smile. His words echoed. The sound of chains scraping resonated ominously from the shadows. Beneath layers of chains stood a towering figure, with the final Dragon Ball embedded in his chest. It was Broly, the Broly clad in a dark mask. Tawa, what do you think? Micah Kapura called out, noticing that Tawa and Salusa, kneeling below, remained silent. Let me witness your mastery over the demon god's power. Yes, Lord Micah Kapura. Tawa replied respectfully, turning to the unshackled Broly, who now brandished his own staff. This is the high expectation bestowed upon you by Lord Micah Kapura. Tawa waved his magical staff, unleashing torrents of black energy that engulfed Broly. Surging into his being, the dark Dragon Ball embedded in Broly's chest began to emit a dim glow. A roar erupted as the chains surrounding Broly trembled violently. With his relentless struggle, they began to snap. Broly's imposing form emerged before the onlookers, his muscular physique radiating boundless energy, creating a ferocious gust of wind. It appeared that controlling him solely through the demon god's power would prove exceedingly difficult. Salusa leaped to Micah Kapura's side, exclaiming, Indeed, this energy is quite fascinating. His own power is continuously escalating. Micah Kapura rested his chin on one hand, responding thoughtfully. Paragus, Tawa murmured as an elderly figure emerged from the shadows. Broly's father, Paragus, donned a black eye patch, clearly under control as well. Broly, be still. Tawa is amplifying your power. Maintain your energy stability. Paragus commanded coldly. Father, hearing Paragus's voice, Broly momentarily calmed, yet his massive frame continued to tremble. Clearly in excruciating pain at this critical juncture, everything seemed to unfold in an instant. With a sudden flash, Lin Shi appeared in midair, sensing the residual energy left by Tawa. He gazed down at the trio. A cold smirk gracing his lips, the pent-up frustration within him found a welcomed outlet. Broly, Kakarot has arrived. With this proclamation, Broly, who had only just settled down, erupted like fireworks ignited by alcohol. Kakar? Who dares? Roared the Dark Masked King. Positioned behind Micah Kapura, witnessing this sudden turn of events, this the time patrol. Salusa furrowed his brow, perplexed. How did he arrive here? Crack. As Broly's roar echoed, the dark mask he wore began to fracture under the strain of his unleashed power. Damn you, Kakarot! Broly was consumed by a furious rampage, and before Tawa could even react with her staff, Broly's fist was already upon her. With no choice, Tawa swiftly dodged. The colossal fist struck the ground, creating a deep crater and sending cracks radiating through the earth. The tremendous noise shattered a significant portion of Broly's mask, revealing his bloodthirsty left eye. This is bad. Tawa hastily leaped into the air, her heart racing at the sight of the fallen mask fragments. If Lord Micah Kapura were to see her fail in such a trivial task, how could she face the ever-mocking Pudding? Quickly, subdue him. Tawa commanded Paragus, who stood by, frozen in shock. Yes, Paragus, sweat beading on his forehead, cupped his hand around his mouth, shouting, Stop, Broly! Cease your attacks! If this continues, before Paragus could finish, Broly's fist collided with his cheek. Bang! The blow caught Paragus off guard, sending saliva flying as his body spun mid-air before crashing to the ground. Damn it! His fighting power is steadily increasing. Tawa, seeing Paragus's ineffectiveness, surged forward herself. Lin Shi hovered in the air, hands on his hips, apathetically observing. Broly had always been quite the powerhouse. Tawa, being a mere girl and not a true warrior, was ill-equipped to withstand Broly's onslaught, even with her rapid dodging and considerable demon god power. Breathless, Tawa leaped into the air, distancing herself from Broly. This guy is simply a monster. Broly charged at Tawa once more, while the helpless Paragus attempted to reason with him yet again. However, this time he was far less fortunate. Broly, in his berserk state, was indiscriminate in his fury. Bang! Paragus was directly struck and sent tumbling into the black hole behind him, his mask now cracked, indicating his release from control. Chapter 68. Do not merely call me Kakarot. Remember my name. Yet he remained in a state of uncontrolled rage, devoid of reason. Broly. Oh dear, after so painstakingly achieving mind control, has he now been flung into the void of time? Salusa lamented, watching Paragus disappear into the black hole. Never mind, let the Dark Masked King pursue him. Micah Kapura replied nonchalantly, if those who can be controlled aren't powerful, then those who are powerful cannot be controlled. How vexing! Salusa glanced at the departing Dark Masked King, then at Micah Kapura, whose expression was less than favorable, cautiously suggesting, should I also pursue? Enjoy the spectacle. Micah Kapura rested his chin in his hand, glancing at Lin Shi, who hovered in the air, that if Tawa cannot manage, there is still another available. Broly found himself devoid of purpose, with Paragus having departed the scene and Tawa breathlessly retreating to a corner. I could see that moment. Only Lin Shi remained suspended in midair, drawing Broly's attention instantly. Kakarot. Broly's blood-red eyes fixated intently on Lin Shi as he propelled himself into the air, unleashing a powerful fist toward him. Lin Shi crossed his arms defensively across his chest to absorb Broly's blow. He quickly realized the magnitude of his miscalculation. The impact of the fist struck him with the force of a colossal mountain, sending Lin Shi hurtling backward. Amidst the billowing smoke, he pushed aside large boulders from the crater and stood up, exclaiming, TSK. This guy truly lives up to his reputation as a legendary Super Saiyan, and he hasn't even transformed yet. Growing increasingly vigilant, Lin Shi let out a fierce roar and entered his Super Saiyan 4 form. Blocking Broly's swift kick with a punch, Broly's kick missed his target. Lin Shi found himself above Broly, sweeping a leg towards the Saiyan's neck. It had been a while since he had properly warmed up, and encountering Broly presented a rare opportunity. Sensing the rush of wind, Broly instinctively crouched down, evading Lin Shi's kick. Observing the clash between the two fighters, Tawa seized a moment to catch her breath. She stood up, casting a cold glare at Lin Shi, muttering, Time Patrol, how bothersome that you're acquainted with Kakarot, aren't you? Why do you harbor such disdain for him? Lin Shi taunted while fending off Broly's relentless punches. Kakarot, Broly repeated those 4 syllables with increasing ferocity as his attacks grew more vigorous. Oh, you wish to see him? That Saiyan you loathe, Kakarot. Lin Shi smirked, teasing him further. Broly roared, his aura erupting anew, generating countless gusts that stirred the debris around them. Kakarot. Broly raised his hand towards Lin Shi, launching a barrage of energy blasts. The air was filled with explosions, smoke billowing everywhere. Yet, Lin Shi emerged unscathed before Broly, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Even in his current irrational state, Broly recognized that he could not easily overpower the figure before him. Kakarot, you are memorable, so remember my name, Lin Shi declared as he seized Broly's wrist, lifting the massive warrior and flinging him away. Saiyan, Lin Shi. Broly crashed into the uneven ground, creating another crater, his expression one of confusion as he looked at Lin Shi. Kakar, Broly stammered, rising again to unleash another furious roar. Lin Shi. As Broly charged at him with crimson eyes ablaze, Lin Shi intercepted his fist, delivering a sweeping kick. The seemingly unremarkable leg of Lin Shi carried immense force, striking Broly squarely in the chest. The colossal Broly was sent flying, carving a deep trench into the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, Broly was propelled back, embedding himself into the wall, debris cascading around him. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, satisfied that his prolonged taunting had indeed left an impression on Broly. Damn Time Patrol. Tawa frowned deeply, astonished that Broly was at a disadvantage. Her staff pointed once more at Broly, channeling her demon god powers. Let me give you the most potent brainwashing possible. Kill him. Broly. The dark energy surged into Broly, who felt Tawa's control over him intensifying. With an enraged roar, he turned his gaze upon Tawa, Swinging his furious fists at her, the colossal punch slammed into Tawa, sending her crashing against the wall, her demon god powers nearly depleted. She appeared disheveled, the markings of the demon god on her face fading. As dark energy leaked from her body, she had returned to her original form as a denizen of the demon realm. Broly's punch had rendered Tawa unconscious. Hey, Salissa, look at this. Tawa is utterly useless. Poutine, one of the two female subordinates of Mechikabura, immediately began to mock Tawa, having always held disdain for her. Salissa could only sigh in exasperation. Casting a glance at Poutine, women, sigh. Lin Shi observed dispassionately, noting that the remnants of Tawa's demon god power began to coalesce, forming a humanoid figure. Emerging from the energy was Mira, positioning himself in front of the wall against the now vulnerable Tawa. Ah, isn't that the artificial being created by Tawa? Salissa remarked, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Wasn't it said to have been destroyed by the Time Patrol? Poutine queried, astonished. Could she have created another? Myra's expression darkened as he looked at the disheveled Tawa. Behind him, a pair of black wings sprouted, transforming into smoke that enveloped both Tawa and Mira. What is this cocoon-like phenomenon? Poutine mused aloud. Oh dear, what's going on? Lin Shi, intrigued, thought that while magic could be bothersome, the enhancements it provided were not to be underestimated. Broly, in a mindless rage, cared little for such matters and attacked indiscriminately as he swung at the cocoon, causing it to tremble slightly before dissipating, revealing ultimate Mira before his eyes. With white hair and an upper body adorned in white fur, he bore a striking resemblance to a Super Saiyan 5. The battle power had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4, a testament to Tawa's meticulous craftsmanship in creating this artificial being. Tisich. A fusion. Ultimate Mira. Lin Shi observed indifferently, believing that leaving fighting to women was never optimal. True battles required men. Broly charged towards Ultimate Mira once more. Mira, his demeanor solemn, blocked the tremendous punch with his elbow, stating firmly, Tawa, I will protect you. From the second floor, Poutine could not help but comment. Is that a fusion? Tawa and the artificial being have merged. Enough, just watch quietly and don't disturb Lord Mechikabura's enjoyment, Salissa warned, feeling a headache coming on. Humph. Poutine huffed defiantly but complied, falling silent. Ultimate Mira focused on the dark Dragon Ball embedded in Broly's chest, then glanced at the shattered mask he wore that if brainwashing proved ineffective, then he would have to reclaim the Dragon Ball. This was turning out to be quite entertaining. Lin Shi crouched low, fists clenched, forming a triangular standoff with Broly and Ultimate Mira. The warm-up battle had officially begun, nothing compared to the thrill of close combat. Kakarot. Broly cast a bloodthirsty and chilling smile at Lin Shi and Ultimate Mira, who stood on either side. Lin Shi. As his voice fell, the three figures sprang into action simultaneously. Broly swung his fist towards Ultimate Mira, while Ultimate Mira unleashed an energy blast at Lin Shi, who swiftly appeared behind Broly. A chaotic melee ensued, ready to erupt at any moment. After launching the energy blast, Ultimate Mira crossed his arms before his chest to block the incoming punch from Broly. The blast detonated, sending smoke billowing into the air as Lin Shi materialized behind Broly and delivered a powerful kick. Broly sensed Lin Shi's presence and quickly retracted his fist to evade the attack. Meanwhile, Ultimate Mira fired another rapid energy blast, hurtling towards Lin Shi. Boom! The three figures interwove and chased each other, colossal energy blasts occasionally crashing into the ground, ignoring the shattered debris and the rising smoke. Even the very ground began to tremble slightly in midair. Lin Shi delivered a fierce kick to Broly's abdomen, sending him plummeting towards the earth. Below, Ultimate Mira waited, ready to strike Broly's back with a punch as he descended. It appeared as though the two were working in tandem, but in the next instant, Lin Shi confronted Ultimate Mira. An energy orb shot forth from Ultimate Mira's palm, racing towards Lin Shi, who swiftly kicked it away. The energy orb veered back on its original trajectory towards Ultimate Mira, who hastily dodged, just as Broly prepared his fist for a long-awaited strike. Ultimate Mira was first struck by Broly's punch, followed by a kick from the descending Lin Shi. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimate Mira was driven deep into the earth, and Broly turned to engage Lin Chi once more. Amidst the relentless exchange of punches and kicks, the two ascended from the ground into the air, with Lin Chi launching an energy blast at Broly. Boom! The fiery explosion engulfed Broly's form in a cloud of smoke, debris flying in all directions as the shockwave caused the ground to tremble. How intriguing, truly fascinating, Mechikabura observed, applauding with hands clasped. Salusa also bore a peculiar smile, remarking to his master that he was enjoying the spectacle. Lin Chi's expression soured at these words. Were they treating them like monkeys in a zoo? Lin Chi's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the tangled struggle between Ultimate Mira and Broly. This battle, it seemed, needed to be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, he would become the Saiyan monkey in others' eyes. Ha! Lin Chi shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan 5, weaving through the swirling energy orbs as dense smoke enveloped the ground. He charged towards Super Mira and Broly. Bang! 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 The aura surrounding Lin Chi intensified, and as his fighting spirit surged, his punches distorted the very fabric of space. Each blow was delivered with such speed that it astonished Mechikabura and the others present. As the smoke began to clear, the center of the battle fell silent. Crack! The Dark Dragon Ball detached from Broly's chest, rolling to Lin Chi's feet as Broly collapsed, unconscious on the other side. Super Mira's fusion had also dissipated. Holding Tawa, Mira appeared quite troubled, kneeling on one knee as he warily observed Lin Chi. Who would have thought this fellow could be so formidable? The Dark Dragon Ball. Lin Chi expressionlessly bent down to retrieve the Dark Dragon Ball at his feet. Mechikabura, he stated, tossing the Dark Dragon Ball towards Mechikabura, who was intercepted by Salusa. Lin Chi looked up with a proud gaze at Mechikabura, resembling a human, and expressed his anticipation for his peak strength. Bah! Such surface-level remarks. Even at his peak, Mechikabura's abilities were merely that of a Saiyan god. At most, his magic might offer some intrigue, though magic also requires stamina to wield. But alas, even if you were to hand me this Dragon Ball. Mechikabura glanced at the Dragon Ball in Salusa's possession, implying that he still needed one more. That is no concern of mine. Lin Chi shrugged slightly, responding indifferently. After all, when he obtained the Dragon Balls, he had already given one to Trunks, hadn't he? Was it intentional? Of course, he was uncertain of the extent of Mechikabura's magical prowess. Soon enough, Lin Chi's form vanished as abruptly as it had appeared in front of everyone. Pardon, Salusa, the final Dragon Ball rests upon your shoulders. Mechikabura's fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest of his throne. After a brief silence, he cast a cold glance at the two standing nearby, insisting that they secure the last one. Yes, when Lin Chi reappeared, he found himself beside a meteorite, observing the clash of energies with a sigh. It seems I arrived a tad too late. I missed the chance to meet Bardock. Did he perish alongside that dark Vegeta? Returning? Or perhaps? Lin Chi pondered, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the massive meteorite, that if he returned, he would undoubtedly be pestered by that little girl, Kuranoya, demanding protection of the Dark Dragon Balls. Yet, he yearned to witness the magic of Mechikabura at his peak. Chapter 70 Lin Chi's Death. The final Dragon Ball secured to assist justice? Or to aid in tyranny? Never mind. I shall remain vigilant to see if there is an opportunity to witness the full might of magic. Lin Chi's form vanished once more. Within the time nest, Trunks and Kuranoya scrutinized the Dark Dragon Ball, placed in the center of the table with utmost seriousness. The Dark Dragon Ball. It exudes an unsettling aura. Trunks remarked, as long as we secure this one, they won't be able to take it away. Kuranoya said excitedly, clenching her fist. Indeed, Trunks echoed, invigorated. If they cannot gather the Dragon Balls, they cannot make a wish. Sigh. Goku rubbed the bandage on his forehead, lamenting, King Kai, can you not heal us more swiftly? Tisuke, how long will this slow recovery take? Vegeta leaned against the wall, snorting disdainfully. Those despicable foes. I shall defeat them all. Oomph. Do you think I don't want to? Kuranoya responded with equal dissatisfaction. My abilities are limited. Healing is not my forte. Is time your only specialty? Vegeta scoffed, casting a scornful look at Kuranoya. You seem utterly useless, bastard. Kuranoya clenched her fists, but was quickly restrained by Trunks. Observing the commotion, Gohan looked bewildered at the group. Can I go back? I still have some materials to study. Fool. In the face of this universe-altering event, you dare speak of unfinished studies? Kuranoya's forehead bulged with veins as her fists tightened, glaring fiercely at Gohan. Studying won't lead to any path. Don't do that. Don't get angry, King Kai, Trunks nervously urged, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. I will seek a new patrol member. Kuranoya huffed in displeasure, only to realize Lin Chi had yet to return. Strange. Where is that disobedient fellow? Why hasn't he returned? Could something have happened? Are you referring to that Saiyan named Lin Chi? A sinister female voice suddenly echoed from outside in the courtyard. Damn it. How did those fiends infiltrate the time nest? Vegeta abruptly uncrossed his arms and hastily approached the door. Goku followed closely behind, asking, Who are they? What were their names again? Goku awkwardly scratched his head. Kuranoya gazed ominously at the void above, her complexion ashen. Following her, Son Wukong and Trunks emerged, their faces etched with vigilance. Greetings. Pertin playfully stuck out her tongue like a young girl, brandishing her staff as she regarded the group at the entrance. That Lin Chi is dead. Hasten to present the Dark Dragon Balls. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise. The orb atop Pertin's staff began to emanate dark energy. Do not compel me to take action. What nonsense are you spouting? Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Chi, how could he possibly be dead? He is so powerful. Who could withstand our Lord Mechikabura? Pertin scoffed, casting a veiled glance at Kuranoya's abode. You speak falsely, Son Wukong echoed, clenching his fists in fury. Trunks, we must fuse. Vegeta, we too. But before he could finish, Vegeta had already launched himself toward Pertin. Vegeta roared, swinging his fist. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with fury. Such an ungrateful wretch, with your level of strength. Pertin swiftly retreated, her gaze icy, as her staff unleashed the power of a demon god, bound by the energy. Vegeta could not even struggle, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as the energy intensified. Ah, Father, Vegeta! Son Wukong looked on in horror as Trunks and Son Wukong leaped into the air, fists aimed at Pertin. I'll join, Kuranoya shouted from the ground, extending her hands towards Pertin. Time, freeze. Hey, I can't move. Son Wukong found himself suspended mid-air, frozen in the act of striking. Don't use that on me. Trunks and Son Wukong's attacks bore no fruit against Pertin, while Vegeta continued to wail in the grip of Pertin's demonic power. Pertin dodged swiftly, her expression dripping with disdain as she surveyed them. With your abilities, you dare oppose Lord Mechikabura? Son Wukong erupted with rage, teleporting directly before Pertin and aiming a blow at her arrogant cheek. To his surprise, his fist did not land. Salusa had appeared, blocking the strike with his massive sword. Ugh! Son Wukong grimaced, clutching his reddened fist and blowing on it. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Did I land a hit? Pertin smirked, casting an expectant glance at Salusa. Salusa offered no reply. Instead, he produced the Dark Dragon Ball, smiling at Pertin and saying, as you said, let us depart. The very Dragon Ball that stood on Kuranoya's desk. She widened her eyes in shock. With a flicker, a black hole emerged, and Pertin along with Salusa vanished. Kuranoya trembled, sinking to her knees, clutching her head. I was so foolish. What now? Trunks and Son Wukong exchanged glances, both at a loss for ideas, and as they observed Vegeta plummeting, Trunks urgently called out, Father! Son Wukong caught Vegeta and lowered him gently to the ground. Vegeta, are you all right? Cough, cough. Vegeta struggled to sit up, wiping his mouth and spitting. I shall have my revenge. You are all utterly useless. A black hole appeared in the air, and Shamel emerged, staff in hand. Shamel? Kuranoya grimaced, casting a cold glare at Shamel. Why didn't you show yourself sooner? Enough with the chatter. Hurry and pursue. Shamel's staff glowed, not even sparing a glance at Kuranoya. A time portal materialized, and Shamel was the first to soar through. I must go too. Vegeta struggled to rise, supported by Trunks as they approach the time portal, determined to confront that wretched woman. Chapter 71. Arise, Dark Shenron in the dark realm of the demon world. First, I must express my gratitude to my dear subordinates for gathering the Dragon Balls for me. On the throne atop the raised platform, Mechikabura proclaimed, "The moment of resurrection for the Dark Demon world has finally arrived." The creator of the Dark Dragon Balls stepped forward. Respectfully speaking, then, Lord Mechikabura, let the ceremony commence now. Arise, Dark Shenron. As the loud summons echoed, many demons lifted their heads to witness the transformation of the Dragon Balls. The orbs began to emit a faint, dark radiance. In this critical moment, Tawa brandished her staff, looking sternly at Mechikabura, requesting to join the battle. Those fellows are coming. Lin Shi hovered indifferently in the air, listening to Tawa, his peripheral vision scanning the grassy expanse not far from the core of the demon world. The Time Patrol team, led by Kuranoya and Sun Wukong, had quietly arrived. What troublesome foes! Tawa leaped into the air, looking down at Sun Wukong and his companions with a commanding presence that I will absolutely not allow you to disrupt the ceremony. Dark Demon World Imperial Army. All units mobilized to confront the enemy. At Tawa's command, a throng surged forth, like ants pouring from their nest, advancing toward Kuranoya and her group. Trunks, let us fuse, the new member of the patrol team. Goten called out to Trunks like a child. Fusion. In a flash of light, Gotenks made his entrance. He crossed his arms over his chest, inhaling deeply, and countless specters resembling him emerged. Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack. Young version. Countless specters surged forward. As they came into contact with the Dark Demon World Imperial Army, explosive sounds reverberated endlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Billowing smoke rose, and the dark sky lit up with brilliant fireworks. This is a realm beyond the control of time. Let us engage in a grand battle, Kuranoya exclaimed, invigorated as she raised her fists. I was waiting for such words, Sun Wukong shouted, transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Vegeta, not to be outdone, also transitioned into Super Saiyan 4. Charging into the enemy ranks. Behold my Big Bang attack. Shema watched, exasperated. These warriors relied solely on energy balls. Yet the markings of the demon god manifested on his face, and he raised his staff high, summoning a colossal black hole in the sky. The black hole generated a significant pull, drawing many soldiers of the Dark Empire into its depths. Truly an impressive display of magic, Sun Wukong marveled, gazing up at the immense black hole. Shamal coldly scoffed, feigning nonchalance, though internally he was bitterly pained. The consumption of stamina once the demon god mode commenced was immense, as the soldiers of the Dark Empire were swiftly decimated. The remaining demons grew restless, pleading with Mechikabura to be allowed to join the fray. Tisish, these fools are utterly useless. Purdon's expression darkened as she beheld the fate of the Dark Empire soldiers. Salusa, however, looked perplexed, turning to Tawa and asking, "Isn't that the red-haired Shamal who disappeared from that group?" He has been aiding the Time Patrol all along. Tawa's expression was not much better, but she soon wore a faint smile. However, they're ultimately a step too late. You have truly worked hard. Mechikabura beamed with a satisfied grin. Soon his wish would be realized. Hovering high above, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the apex of the core. At that moment, the radiance of the Dark Dragon Balls grew ever more resplendent, and a grotesque and bizarre dragon emerged in the sky. Those who have gathered the 7 Dark Dragon Balls. State your wish. The obsidian black Dark Dragon, with its fearsome visage, exuded an aura of chilling malevolence. Yes, its maw opened and closed. One could distinctly glimpse the dragon's razor-sharp teeth. Grant me. Micah Capula. The excitement radiated from Micah Capula, who raised his staff high, exclaiming ecstatically, the power at its zenith. No problem, but it may take a little time. The Dark Dragon acquiesced, though the latter statement nearly tarnished its imposing presence. Lin Shi observed impassively, turning to glance at the determined ascent of Sun Wukong and his companions, and could not help but mutter in exasperation. Is this dragon truly inadequate, or is Micah Capula genuinely formidable? It seems it will take a bit of time. Hey, is that really the dragon? Sun Wufan exclaimed in shock, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. It's enormous. Son Gotenks also expressed his astonishment, noting that it dwarfed the dragons of Earth by a considerable margin. Moreover, it was far larger than the colossal tree at the core of the Dark Demon Realm. Kuranoya, observing the advancing patrol team, shouted words of encouragement. Charge forth. Before Mikacapula's wish is fulfilled, we still have a chance. Stop them. Do not give up until the very end. Son Gotenks unsheathed his one-handed sword and soared into the fray to end their Super Saiyan 4 forms. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were the first to engage the remnants of the Empire in a flurry of strikes. What followed was a chaotic tableau of battle. The air was thick with smoke, and the echoes of conflict reverberated as the Dark Empire's forces surged forth like a tide. The patrol team was equally formidable. Clashing head-on with relentless ferocity, the very heart of the Dark Demon Realm became a cacophony of bloodshed and chaos that was a life-and-death struggle fraught with peril, as each warrior soared forward to confront their fated adversary. Beerus faced off against Son Gotenks, and as they clashed, the demonic Beerus launched a fierce kick at Son Gotenks. Son Gotenks gasped, propelled backward, but as they regained their footing, the time for fusion arrived. Son Goten and Trunks exchanged glances, incredulous. Wait, has it only been half an hour? Son Goten blinked in disbelief, wondering how time had passed so swiftly. There's no turning back now. We must proceed, Trunks declared, drawing his one-handed sword and fixing his gaze upon Beerus. As punches and kicks flew, both warriors found themselves in an awkward predicament. Lin Shi, observing, could not shake the thought of Majin Buu. Chapter 72. Time Patrol Team, battling the Dark King Tisuke. Lin Shi regarded the combatants, noting that these demonic beings seemed rather lackluster. While each individual appeared to be facing their respective matchups, the encounters bore a striking resemblance to the original storyline. Kuranoya had already breached their defenses. Charging toward the Dark Dragon, Shamal and Tawa engaged as well, having clashed previously in evenly matched duels. Sun Wukong, in a Super Saiyan 4 form, faced none other than Mikacapula's strongest subordinate. The demon Silissa. This battle promised to be quite challenging. Vegeta, still nursing wounds from his previous encounter with Poutine, could hardly endure even in his Super Saiyan 4 state. As for Goku and Mira, Lin Shi held little hope, given Goku's notorious reputation. The Time Patrol team struggled to withstand the onslaught. Thus, he could foresee the zenith of Mikacapula's power on the horizon. Go forth, young warriors, Lin Shi offered a faint smile. Observing the valiant efforts of the Time Patrol team. Trunks, I've got this, Son Goten exclaimed, delivering a kick that sent Beerus spiraling downward. He turned to Trunks, urging, go assist Lord Kai. Understood, Trunks nodded, quickly departing as he noticed Kuranoya being hindered by several soldiers of the Empire. With Trunks' exit, Son Goten felt the weight of pressure intensify, making it increasingly difficult to cope. Damn it. You won't escape. Beerus shot upward, intent on pursuing Trunks, but Son Goten would not grant him such an opportunity. He unleashed a ki blast, declaring, your opponent is me. TSK? Stabilizing himself, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting an irate glare at Poutine that a woman should act like a woman. What sort of game is this? Dodging and weaving? Hey, it's certainly better than your muscle-bound incompetence. Poutine teased, sticking out her tongue as her staff twirled, unleashing a torrent of dark energy toward Vegeta. He evaded the attacks that had previously caused him trouble, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his breath quickened. Bang! Sun Wukong hurled a punch at Salusa, who effortlessly blocked it, even managing to seize Wukong's arm and send him flying. You are quite formidable, Sun Wukong remarked mid-air, excitement dancing in his eyes. Salusa grinned coldly, acknowledging, indeed, that is a common sentiment. With that, Salusa surged towards Sun Wukong, wielding his staff, unleashing a formidable wave of demonic power. Bang! Sun Wukong, refusing to underestimate his opponent, instantly teleported behind Salusa, launching a powerful kick. Salusa reacted swiftly, retracting his staff and crossing his arms to absorb the blow. Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta, who was increasingly struggling to hold his ground, and intensified his assault. The relentless barrage of punches rained down upon Salusa, who could only defend against the overwhelming strength of Wukong's attacks. Bang! 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 Son Wukong's fists finally breached Salusa's defenses, landing a solid hit to his face. Seeing Salusa sent reeling, Son Wukong quickly rushed to intercept the flying Vegeta. Vegeta collided with Wukong's back, gritting his teeth. "My energy. Are you all right, Vegeta?" Son Wukong asked, tilting his head slightly. "We need to fuse. If we delay any longer, we might not be able to assist Lord Kai." "Damn it." Vegeta clenched his fist, his expression turning steely. "Then let us do it." How naive. Salusa and Poutine joined forces, raising their staffs to disrupt the fusion between Vegeta and Son Wukong. TSK. Vegeta, frustrated, dodged again, shouting to Son Wukong, "This fusion is impossible at this rate." "Here." Son Wukong suddenly tossed something shiny toward Vegeta. Click! Catching the object, Vegeta stared at the Patera earring in his palm, momentarily bewildered. "How did you come by this?" "Hee. I asked Lord Kai for it before I set out." Son Wukong scratched his head sheepishly. "Humph, it seems you're not entirely brainless." Vegeta grinned savagely, donning the earring on his left ear, with the Patera earring's magic. Son Wukong and Vegeta were irresistibly drawn to one another. Their forms merged in an instant, radiating brilliance as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto emerged. Ha! The energy swirling around him crackled with electricity as Vegeto. His fists clenched in confidence, charged toward Poutine and Salusa. "IT begins with you, too." Dancing nimbly to evade the might of the demonic forces, Vegeto resembled a butterfly flitting through a field of flowers, untouched by the chaos around him. His speed was such that he appeared before Salusa in the blink of an eye, delivering a rapid series of punches. Bang! 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 The sounds of clashing limbs and energy explosions filled the air as countless streaks of light zipped past, colliding and rebounding. Unbeknownst to them, Beerus had drawn Son Goku into the fray against Sun Wufan and Mira. Beerus intercepted a punch aimed at Mira, urging Mira, "You must assist my sister. I'll handle these two." "All right." Mila observed the two brothers, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan. As they leaned against each other, panting heavily, he nodded in acknowledgement while soaring towards the core. Truly, Summerall felt his demonic powers waning further, especially with Mila hastening to aid Tova. This only strengthened Summerall's resolve to depart. He had reached his limit. Although the plan to seize the Dragon Balls had failed, at least he had managed to thwart the complete resurrection of Mechikabura. With a thud, Tova's magic pierced through Summerall's ethereal form, as she glanced back at the approaching Mila, reporting that rascal Summerall has fled. "Never mind, let us first intercept that Kaishin of time," she added, reminding the other demon gods. "Quickly eliminate these foes and protect Lord Mechikabura. All right, let us also hasten to vanquish the enemy and assist Lord Kaishin." Sun Wufan chimed in with an encouraging remark. Chapter 73. Stand aside, Trunks, a glimpse of eternity understood. "I shall heed my brother's words." Sun Wutian steadied his breath and nodded resolutely. Meanwhile, Trunks, accompanied by Kuranoya, found himself intercepted by the masked king. "Damn it," Trunks urged. "We must hurry. We have merely 20 seconds left." Kuranoya implored as she watched Trunks charge forth to vanquish foes. "Very well. I shall risk it all." Trunks roared, transforming into his Super Saiyan 3 form. Without lingering in battle, he advanced swiftly, unleashing his full speed as Super Saiyan 3 Trunks propelled himself toward the Dark Shenron. The path was clear. Kuranoya's feet touched the ground atop the core platform. Yet before Trunks could utter a word, the Dark Shenron swiped at him with its massive claws, sending him sprawling. "Trunks," Kuranoya cried out in worry. "I am fine." Trunks reassured her even as he was sent flying. Receiving his response, Kuranoya turned her gaze to Mechikabura, who was still absorbing power from the Dark Shenron, recovering to full strength. Fortunately, if only we can interrupt them. Before Kuranoya could extend her hands, Lin Chi descended before her, blocking the view of Mechikabura. "You made it, Lin Chi. You're still alive?" Kuranoya exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. "Thank goodness, you're safe." Lin Chi, observing Kuranoya's expression of relief, found himself at a loss for words. The little girl worried for his well-being, while he yearned for Mechikabura to return to full strength. But why? The stubbornness. Let Mechikabura regain his full strength. Lin Chi spoke softly. Looking at Kuranoya? What are you talking about? Kuranoya, tears still glistening on her cheeks, gazed at Lin Chi with utter shock. Are you still one of us from the Time Patrol? How can you utter such words? Lin Chi, Trunks, rushing back, frowned deeply, filled with doubt. Why? I wish to have a match with him. Lin Chi's indifference began to waver, yet his stance remained unwavering before Trunks and Kuranoya. Huh. I never expected you two would turn against each other. Kaioshin of Time, Mechikabura, enveloped in a dense aura of energy, chuckled mockingly. Mechikabura, Kuranoya's pupils constricted suddenly. He must not be allowed to return to full strength. Lin Chi, step aside. You have no idea of Mechikabura's might. Kuranoya urged desperately. Tisich, very well. Lin Chi replied unexpectedly, turning to face the brilliant light that soared skyward like the tea that moment. Mechikabura was perilously close to regaining his full power. From within the radiance came Mechikabura's triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, it's too late. Not necessarily, Kuranoya retorted, extending her hands toward Mechikabura. You intend to wield the power of time. Lin Chi found it hard to comprehend. Wait, he is not just wasting time, is he? At that moment, Mechikabura was on the brink of full restoration, but as Kuranoya unleashed the power of time, her form began to ascend rapidly. In an instant, Kuranoya transformed from a young girl into a graceful maiden. Her hair flowing without wind, radiating an extraordinary brilliance, with temporal patterns emerging behind her. I originally did not wish to resort to this, but to combat you, the energy I have accumulated must now be unleashed. I will, Kuranoya declared, her hands extending towards Mechikabura, summoning all her strength to thwart his aspirations. Lin Chi, Trunks, leaping into action, tackled Lin Chi to the ground. Lin Chi made no resistance, quietly watching as Mechikabura became ensnared by countless temporal fragments. The labyrinth of time crafted by Kuranoya. Hey, Kuranoya, seal me in as well. I must fight Mechikabura. Lin Chi earnestly desired to face this dark king, to witness the so-called strongest magic of Dragon Ball and uncover a way to defeat him. Let us drift beyond the passage of time. Mechikabura. At that moment, the dark Shinron spoke languidly. Your wish has been granted. Countless fragments were gradually consumed by darkness. Lin Chi glimpsed the silhouette within the engulfing shadows. A robust figure regaining its youth and strength, Mechikabura at his prime. You, this bunch of scoundrels, Time Patrol. As the realm of the temporal labyrinth began to shrink, Trunks rose from atop Lin Chi, Lord Kaioshin. The dark Shinron transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering in different directions. Trunks, Kuranoya bit her lip, stifling her tears, forcing a stiff smile as she turned. Please take care of the time bird, Lord Kaioshin. Trunks howled in despair. A blinding light enveloped the surroundings, so dazzling that it compelled one to shut their eyes. It felt like an eternity, yet merely a fleeting moment. When Lin Chi opened his eyes, he beheld a sky filled with clock components. Had Kuranoya truly brought him into the labyrinth of time? Before his smile could bloom, he noticed Vegeta floating nearby. Not far off were Sun Wukong, Trunks above, Sun Wufan below, and the creator of the Dark Dragon Balls. Isn't that dandy? Sun Wukong muttered, bewildered, as he caught Dandy and descended from midair. Lin Chi landed gently, glancing at the sprawled Sun Wufan. Have we returned to the time nest? Strange. Where is Lord Kaioshin? Sun Wutian, equally perplexed, surveyed those around him. Lin Chi, you're alive. With those words, Trunks rushed to Lin Chi's side, seizing his collar. It's all your fault. What are you doing? Vegeta frowned, reprimanding coldly. If it weren't for your interference, Trunks raged. Lord Kaioshin would not have. Seeing Lin Chi's impassive expression, Trunks realized he had crossed the line. Gritting his teeth, he released Lin Chi's collar and dashed toward the house. Inside, the scattered scrolls of time lay in disarray. And Trunks stood frozen, realizing the Dark Demon Realm has vanished. Chapter 74. Demon God, Demigra observing Trunks, standing in stunned silence. Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a cold glance at Lin Shi. What on earth happened? Kuranoya sealed herself and Mechikabura away outside of time. Lin Shi replied, his mind in turmoil, that he was equally vexed, having insisted on being sealed alongside them. Was it not possible to engage Mechikabura in battle? If he had won, Kuranoya could have returned safely. If he lost, what was he thinking? Would he truly lose? Where was that red-haired magical lad? Sun Wufan glanced back toward the courtyard, wondering if he too had been sealed away. Tisich, that fellow is merely a subordinate of Mechi Capra, under the command of Demigula, who is nothing less than a traitor. Lin Shi was increasingly irritated by the thought. Those ruffians are not our kind. You are not one of us either. Trunks, having put down the scroll, emerged with an expression of chilling disdain, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Shi. Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback by Trunks' reaction. Was he indeed disliked? After summoning everyone over, Trunks produced several shards of crystalline remnants, stating, "These are time crystals left behind from various eras. Due to the urgency of the situation, they were entrusted to me by the Supreme Kai of Time when we journeyed to the Dark Demon Realm. Please take these to return to your original timelines." Trunks' voice was somewhat somber, his mood evidently heavy. I have no need for such trinkets," Vegeta, having secured the bandages on his body and donned the patrol uniform, coldly rejected the offer. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, but made no move to take them. Accepting such an item would be utterly humiliating. Indeed, unnecessary, echoed Son Goku, his body wrapped in bandages, yet his voice remained robust. "What matters more to me is how to defeat those rascals," Vegeta declared, arms crossed, indignantly. "I too yearn for another bout with those miscreants." "We must decide the victor," Son Goku exclaimed, clenching his fist and grinning with excitement. "Yes, we shall aid the Supreme Kai of Time," Son Gohan chimed in enthusiastically. "Even if we all return, are you planning to sneak away alone to rescue the Supreme Kai of Time?" Son Goten asked with a playful grin, resting his hands behind his head. "After all, you are fighting alone, and we are fighting together, right?" Lin Shi, don't you agree? Son Goten nudged the otherwise silent Lin Shi with his elbow, urging him to redeem himself. "What nonsense!" Lin Shi coldly replied, his gaze sweeping across the assembled group, a faint smile gracing his lips, and my goal has always been to face Mechi Capra in battle. Everyone, Trunks' voice trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. "All right, let us swallow our sentiments and unite our resolve." Trunks clenched his fists, declaring loudly, "We shall rescue the Supreme Kai of Time together. We are the Time Patrol," as Trunks' words echoed. Lin Shi turned his gaze towards the clockwork components above the courtyard. Mechi Capra is sealed away. Thus, our next target must be Demigula. This scoundrel must be itching to make his move. Has he managed to slip out from the cracks in time yet? Thus, the group temporarily lingered in the time nest, engaging in training and sparring with one another. Time gradually passed, and unbeknownst to them, half a month slipped away in the days Trunks spent searching for Kuranoya in the courtyard's expanse. The time birds circled incessantly. Lin Shi leaned against a tree trunk, a blade of grass held between his lips, lost in thought. Trunks and Son Goten were sparring, while Vegeta and Son Goku engaged in their own combat practice. Beneath the tree, Son Gohan sat cross-legged on a coffee table, flipping through books, muttering to himself. Odd functions. The origin symmetry is if x, symmetry across the y-axis, and the integral calculus. Suddenly, Lin Shi shot upright. Pointing with the grass in his mouth towards the sky, a black hole appeared, from which several figures emerged, including the treacherous demon Demigula, who had previously betrayed the Dark King Mechi Capra, alongside his secretary Rabble and the familiar figure Shamel. "Magic Boy," Son Gohan looked up, adjusting his glasses with enthusiasm. "Long time no see. Where have you been? How infuriating. So you truly are not on our side." Trunks clenched his fists in anger upon seeing Shamel. He felt the sting of betrayal. TCH, these fellows come and go as they please. Vegeta glowered at the three figures appearing in the sky. Son Goku tilted his head in confusion, asking, "Redhead, who are these people?" Shamel, hovering behind Demigula, remained unresponsive, casting a disdainful glance at Son Goku. "Why should I answer your questions?" You lot still lack any semblance of efficiency. Infuriating, Trunks fixed a fierce gaze upon Demigula, the very one who had vowed to dominate the world. His target was also the throne of the Supreme Kai of Time. This is troublesome. Demigula, grasping his scepter, cast a cold stare at the assembled group, finally landing his gaze on the time bird perched on Lin Chi's shoulder. Hand over the time bird. You wish. Trunks rejected outright, without a second thought. Lin Chi cast a dispassionate glance at Demigula. Had this fellow come for the time bird? Or was he seeking an alliance? Though the situation remained unclear, there were undoubtedly enemies, right? Son Goku turned to Trunks for confirmation. Indeed, Trunks nodded vehemently. Son Goku let out a fierce roar, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, leaping into the air and charging at Demigula. An enemy? Then let us defeat him, Tisish. Vegeta also bellowed, refusing to concede an inch, and surged forward. Let me at him. Everyone was quite exhilarated. Son Goten remarked, turning to Trunks, shall we join in? This sudden escalation into battle left Lin Chi utterly speechless. Had the traitorous demon Demigula received word from Shamel? He had escaped from the rifts in time once more. It made sense, with Mechi Capra sealed and the fate of the Supreme Kai of Time uncertain. The patrol team was left leaderless. This truly is an opportune moment for vengeance. Not to seize the time bird now would be a gross miscalculation. Chapter 75. The patrol team collaborates with Demigula. He reached out to smooth the feathers of the time bird. Realizing that having lingered in the time nest for over half a month, everyone must be feeling quite pent up. Soon, it would be his turn to join the fray. Yet he still lacked the enthusiasm. His desire remained to battle Mechi Capra at full strength. After all, judging by the demons he had previously slain, their combat prowess was rather lackluster, easily bested by destruction techniques of the same caliber. That accursed Kuranoia, why could she not have sealed him away in the time maze as well? He could have finished the fight and had Kuranoia send him back to his own timeline. How splendid that would be. The time bird seemed to sense something, flapping its wings restlessly, uncertain of where to fly. The first to ascend into the air, Son Goku found himself intercepted not by Demigula, but by his secretary Robble. What is this? He exclaimed, astonished that such a small object like a baton could block his fist. Meanwhile, Vegeta seized the opportunity to strike at Demigula, but Shamel unleashed the power of the demon with his scepter. Humph. Vegeta pivoted, confronting Shamel. Oh, you wish to be my opponent. Under the tree, Son Gohan quickly gathered his books, exhaling in relief, as long as the books are unharmed. Thank goodness. Hey, this is bad news. The elderly Supreme Kai rushed over. Trembling, clutching a time scroll, the flying time bird was perched on his shoulder, fluttering and chirping anxiously. Time. Elder Supreme Kai. Lin Chi smirked at the Elder Supreme Kai. What is the bad news? Could it be that the Dark Demon realm has manifested? The wait has truly been arduous. What is it? Son Gohan, initially eager to join the fray, inquired, observing the Elder Supreme Kai's sweaty brow with concern. Something has gone awry. The Dark Demon realm has once again broken free from the time maze. Son Goku halted his punches, eyes wide open, while Shamel stared in disbelief. Demigula turned to the Elder Supreme Kai on the ground, bewildered. What did you say? He had yet to even touch a feather of the time bird. And Mechi Capra had already emerged. The corners of Lin Chi's mouth curled up higher in a smile. Had they appeared so soon? Just a mere half-month had passed. He initially believed he would have to wait for quite a while. It seems that Mechi Capula's strength is indeed formidable. Who are these people? How did they end up here? The old Kaioshin squinted at Demigra, casting aside the previous events. What did you just say? Demigra, disregarding everything else, flew down to stand before the old Kaioshin, reaching out as if to grasp his neck. Humph. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them as he positioned himself protectively in front of the old Kaioshin. It is not your place to act so recklessly here. Demigra scrutinized Lin Chi with narrowed eyes, ultimately suppressing his inner displeasure, and threatened the old Kaioshin, demanding to know what was going on. It wasn't he didn't wish to deal with Lin Chi, but Lin Chi's nonchalant demeanor rendered Demigra unable to gauge his true strength. The old Kaioshin was somewhat bewildered. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the Dark Demon realm had re-emerged, likely due to the machinations of Mechi Capula and his associates. Have they all managed to break free from the maze of time? The others, suspended in midair, ceased their combat and descended to the ground. This escalates the situation significantly. Sun Wukong stroked his chin in contemplation. Trunks, on the other hand, wore an anxious expression. What should we do now? What about the Kaishin? Do you know if she's safe? I'm not certain. However, I believe the Kaishin of time should be unharmed. As he spoke, the old Kaishin tossed the time scroll he was holding to Trunks, who was now on the ground. It seems you will have to endure some hardships. As Trunks unfurled the scroll, Lin Shi leaned in to examine it. Realizing it depicted Earth, it is likely that Mechi Capula's resurgence to full power has caused a breach in the maze of time. Or perhaps Kuranoya has been taken control of, leading to the unraveling of the maze of time. Both scenarios are plausible. So, what lies ahead? Will they shift their focus to a certain GT world in a parallel timeline? Or will they directly assault the Dark Demon realm? Lin Chi thought to himself, rolling his eyes in silence, feeling as though he had emerged from the GT timeline, yet simultaneously, it seemed he truly escaped. What shall we do now? Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards the others, momentarily at a loss. Lin Chi, observing the pensive expressions of his companions, spoke with indifference. Let's first head to the location indicated on the scroll. Who among you is confident in facing Mechi Capula at his zenith? Even Lin Chi himself could not guarantee the safety of everyone while confronting Mechi Capula's magic. Thus, perhaps it is best to avoid the Dark Demon realm altogether. Demigra, however, held an opposing view, suggesting they all join forces. Can't we work together? He had already defected. If Mechi Capula were to eliminate the Time Patrol afterwards, it would go without saying that he would be the next target. For now, their only option was to ally with the Time Patrol. Neither side could afford to falter lest they be vanquished. This, Trunks, listening to Demigra, seemed somewhat swayed, tightening his grip on the scroll. Lin Shi cast a dispassionate glance at Trunks. Given their combined strength, proceeding in this manner would only lead to their demise. After all, the fully powered Mechi Capula would not stand idly by while his subordinates were so weak. Furthermore, didn't the original narrative depict such a scenario? Even if the two sides united to invade the Dark Demon realm, they would still end up retreating in disgrace. There is truly no need to rush headlong into such suffering. Then why don't you go alone? Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chi and crossed his arms, looking scornfully at Demigra. After much contemplation, Trunks ultimately resolved to assume Kuranoya's responsibilities. Then let us first investigate the cause of the historical anomaly. As long as the time scroll reveals a map, it will indicate that history has indeed altered. The remaining members position themselves behind Trunks, observing the synchronized movements of the Time Patrol with great satisfaction from the old Kaishin. What about those three? Sun Wukong pointed towards Mitagura and his companions, who were still standing nearby. We shall accompany you. Demigra glared fiercely at Trunks and his group. After all, the three of them stood no chance against Mechi Capula and his cohort. Chapter 76. Once again in GT. Yet the people remain controlled. This plan could work. A temporary alliance might uncover the source of the historical anomaly, possibly revealing those demons. The old Kaishin also deemed this method feasible. Lin Shi was rather indifferent. Aside from the prospect of engaging with Mechi Capula, he was unconcerned about other matters. If he were to venture into the Dark Demon realm, he would only contend with the main antagonist. As for Trunks and the others' fates, if they could be saved, then so be it. If not, there was little that could be done. Adults must take responsibility for the paths they choose. Then I shall leave it to you. The old Kaishin waved his hand eagerly in farewell, stating that he would take care of the Time Bird. Goodbye, Time. Lin Chi shot a cold glance at Demigra, noting how this fellow was quite adept at bending and twisting. Though fundamentally, he was not a good person. Unbeknownst to everyone, everything was transpiring just as Lin Chi had predicted. At that moment, Mechi Capula was issuing commands that filled Kuranoya with utmost humiliation. Kneel. Furthermore, he had utilized dark powers to corrupt Kuranoya, transforming her into one of the demons and enhancing the strength of all the other demons. The combat prowess of Mechi Capula's subordinates had ascended to new heights. Meanwhile, led by Trunks, the Time Patrol materialized in a ravaged city. As for Demigra and his companions, they had vanished without a trace. Lin Shi had no intention of concerning himself with them. Instead, he gazed at the ruins of the once vibrant buildings, a place both familiar and foreign. I wonder if my past self ever existed in this timeline. The devastation here is truly severe. Which era of Earth is this? Son Wukong scanned the surroundings and turned to Trunks, inquiring. Before Trunks could respond, Son Wukong noticed a powerful aura emanating from a nearby battle. Vegeta leaped into the air first, witnessing Gogeta in combat with the Super One-Star Dragon. Having confirmed his suspicions, he realized this was undoubtedly the GT timeline. Lin Shi scanned the vicinity, failing to spot his own likeness, suggesting this was not the GT timeline he had visited. That our fused form. Son Wukong joined Vegeta, shielding his brow and exclaiming in awe. That proud, unyielding smile, exuding confidence without arrogance. Gogeta, remain vigilant. I suspect those demons will soon make their appearance. Lin Shi, in a rare moment of good humor, cautioned the oblivious Son Wukong. In the distance, Gogeta delivered a powerful kick, sending the Super One-Star Dragon crashing into the building ruins. Trunks, however, furrowed his brow. The battle was intense, but what exactly is the anomaly in the historical flow? What went awry? Before Trunks could delve further into his thoughts, a large group of familiar faces suddenly appeared behind him. Under the influence of dark power, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, Mr. Satan, and Xiao Fong emerged. Without uttering a word, this group launched an assault on the Time Patrol. Unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, smoke billowed, and debris flew in all directions. Lin Shi shrugged, having predicted this outcome. What is occurring on the ground? Suspended in midair, Gogeta paused, his curiosity piqued as he glanced down at the earth below. They have arrived. Lin Shi waved away the smoke, directing his gaze towards Gogeta. Identifying the target, let us mobilize. Fun! A sinister feminine voice suddenly rang out. Unbeknownst to Gogeta, a black hole silently formed behind him, and the experimental subject Fun emerged, launching a punch at Gogeta. With a swift motion, Gogeta retreated, narrowly evading Fun's strike. The foe before him was an oddly shaped little figure adorned in long black pants, with numerous tendril-like strands of hair atop its head, somewhat reminiscent of the snake-haired Medusa from Greek mythology. After an unsuccessful ambush, Fun quickly performed a backflip, creating distance between herself and Gogeta to Gogeta's astonishment. Fun's arms suddenly elongated, seizing his wrists. Hey, what is happening? Faced with this new enemy, Gogeta clearly struggled to comprehend the situation. Who are you? Your arms can actually stretch. Aside from the bewildered Gogeta, the Trunks below was equally plagued by existential doubts, gazing at his identical self, extending a hand towards him. Is this truly me from this timeline? The controlled Trunks began channeling energy in his palm, poised to launch an attack against the patrolling Trunks. Trunks! Vegeta exclaimed, attempting to intervene, only to be confronted by the controlled Bulma before him. Tisich, how infuriating! Faced with his beloved wife, Vegeta found himself unable to in an instant. Everyone was thrown into a state of passivity. Others were equally preoccupied. Goku and Gohan stood before the menacing forms of Chi-Chi and Xiao Fong. The patrolling Goten was already engaged in a fierce brawl with his controlled counterpart. Trunks gritted his teeth, deftly evading attacks, while Lin Shi appeared to be the only one with the luxury of leisure amidst the chaos. All of you from this timeline are under control. His gaze swept across the scene, quickly landing on two figures atop the ruins. Tawa, Depura. The cold smile of Tawa, grasping her staff, contrasted sharply with Depura, who wielded a massive 3-meter sword. Just as I suspected, I sensed the dark energy earlier. Trunks continued to dodge the energy blast from the controlled version of himself. He turned to follow Lin Shi's gaze, questioning whether these villains had also escaped. The Dark Empire Army, in the shadows. Demigra squinted, addressing Robble and Shamel behind him. Let us observe for now and wait for the opportune moment, Trunks shouted, demanding, how did you manage to escape? Where is Lord Kaioshin? Have you done something to her? Ha! Tao's alluring smile emerged. Rest assured, The Kaishin of time is currently in unprecedented good health. How infuriating. Trunks clenched his teeth. Who would believe such words? Although we plan to avoid drawing your attention. Taoa cast a subtle glance at Lin Chi, speaking nonchalantly. But if you insist on being a nuisance, Depura interjected, raising his massive sword, eyeing the patrolling team with disdain. What a perfect opportunity to test my newfound power. At that moment, Vegeta had closed his eyes, mercilessly knocking Bulma unconscious and gently placing her aside. Goku, too, cradled the unconscious Chi-Chi and approached Vegeta, while Gohan laid Xiao Feng down beside Chi-Chi and Bulma. Chapter 77. Fusion, Gogeta. Goten delivered a punch that knocked out his control counterpart, while Trunks used the back of his blade to do the same to his other self. The group stood united, gazing upwards at Taoa and Depura amidst the ruins, readying themselves for battle. Let us commence our warm-up. Depura swung his colossal sword downwards, cleaving the earth below into two, revealing an unfathomable chasm. What kind of power is this? Trunks stared in disbelief at the long fissure at his feet. Equally astonishing was the sight of his controlled self, now bisected. Unbelievable. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he realized that with just a casual flick, Depura had already launched an attack, charging downwards with his massive sword aimed at the still-stunned Vegeta. The speed was so swift that it left no room for reaction. Faced with such velocity, Vegeta instinctively crossed his arms over his chest, uncertain if he could withstand the blow. Just as Lin Chi was about to move, Shamel emerged from the shadows, brandishing his staff to conjure a barrier, deflecting Depura's strike. Crack, crack. Yet, within mere seconds, Shamel's barrier began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it. Counterattack. Robble, show them our strength, Demigra commanded coldly, his staff in hand. Understood. The aloof Robble tapped her baton, and with each flourish, a series of starry sigils appeared like snowflakes. Tracing the path of time, the trajectory of a moment, Robble's counterattack surged forth, redirecting Depura's energy towards Taoa and Depura, who hastily dodged. Quick, dodge Taoa! A moment's warning allowed Depura to evade just in time, yet he felt a graze on his shoulder from the magic, drawing blood. Watching the crimson droplets drip from his shoulder, Depura gritted his teeth in fury. Damn. You wretched fools, traitors of the Dark Demon Realm, Demigra's army. The figures in the shadows revealed themselves, casting cold glares at Taoa and Depura. Vegeta clenched his jaw, fixing a fierce gaze on Robble, thinking, what a mere woman. Is such an absurd tactic to be the norm in future battles? Incredible. Is this also magic? Gohan mused in astonishment, watching Robble's ability to rebound attacks. Oomph. I knew I was the strongest. Robble placed her hands on her hips, proudly puffing out her ample chest. I now believe your power is indeed insufficient to contend with Mechikabura. Robble cast a disdainful glance at Gohan, her tone haughty. From now on, you shall follow my instructions. Time patrol. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, sensing Robble's intent to command them, as if she deemed their combat prowess inadequate. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Surprised by the previously aloof girl now speaking so freely, do not look at us with such confusion. Do you wonder why we would assist you? Demigra scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do not mind that. After all, you are quite useful, are you not? You scoundrel. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's face, finding the condescending tone infuriating. Thus, from this moment forth, let me aid you in becoming powerful. Robble tapped her baton in her palm once more, exuding an air of authority akin to a strict teacher. Become powerful. Goku exclaimed, intrigued. You possess such abilities? Truly a magical beauty. Gohan chimed in, standing beside him in agreement. Now, first you, and you. Fusion. Robble pointed her baton at Goku and Vegeta. TCH. Vegeta's expression soured, his irritation palpable. Goku, however, nodded excitedly. Is it really that simple? I have no objections. Yet, Goku glanced at Vegeta, uncertain if he would comply. TCH. Vegeta's body trembled slightly, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, as memories of the dark demonic beings he had encountered under Mechikabura flooded his mind. Can I truly become stronger? Vegeta turned to Robble with a serious gaze. If it really works, then I shall agree. Countless question marks and exclamation points erupted above Goku's head, astonished that Vegeta had actually agreed. The fusion dance that he found utterly humiliating, is it truly feasible? Vegeta, it's fusion. You have to perform those movements. Goku hesitated to ask. Shut up. Don't prattle on, Kakarot. Quickly strike a pose, Vegeta yelled in frustration. Cutting Goku off. Just as the investigation outside suggested, his pride is quite formidable. Rabble murmured to Shamel. Do not think too much of it. I am not cooperating with you for your sake, but rather to grow stronger. A faint blush crept onto Vegeta's cheeks as he assumed a pose he deemed utterly humiliating, voicing his displeasure. Kakarot, hurry up. We still need to synchronize our energy first, Goku said leisurely, grinning at Vegeta's awkwardness. Is this truly a last resort? To bolster our side S strength? Lin Shi strolled over to Demigula's side and coldly inquired. This is unavoidable. In the face of Micacapula and their ilk, our power is far too feeble. Noticing that Lin Shi had initiated a conversation, Demigula posed his own question. Within the Time Patrol, you alone evoke a sense of profound mystery. Who exactly are you? Who I am is of little consequence. It is the pursuit of interest that constitutes an everlasting friendship, Lin Shi replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he uttered these ambiguous words. Join our ranks. I have high hopes for you. Demigula expressed his desire to recruit. Lin Shi regarded Demigula with a teasing glint in his eye. Very well, but you'll have to relinquish your position to me. Demigula chuckled lightly, his silence thereafter indicating that serving as Lin Shi's subordinate was utterly out of the question. Otherwise, he would not have betrayed Micacapula. Chapter 78. Tao is fun. Dark Gogeta Lin Shi paid no heed to the exchange. Turning his attention to the fusion of Son Wukong and Vegeta, he had no desire to engage in further banter with Demigula, who was exceedingly shrewd and lacked any discernible allegiance. Shamel, be vigilant. Ensure they are not disturbed. With Lin Shi silent, Demigula issued a directive to Shamel. The pinky fingers of Vegeta and Son Wukong met. And after a brilliant flash of light, yet another Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta emerged. In the desolate ruins of the city, the only ongoing battle remained that of this timeline's Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta against Fun. Haim. The Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta unleashed the Kamehameha wave at the airborne Fun. The speed was so tremendous that Fun had no opportunity to evade. His hands trembled as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. A colossal explosion of energy engulfed Fun in a blinding luminosity, dense smoke billowing forth. Suspended in midair, Depura's expression grew increasingly grim. Had Fun failed? Furthermore, if Demigula aligned himself with the patrol's forces, it would be detrimental to our cause. Shall we retreat for the time being? Taoa suggested, glancing towards the billowing smoke. But Fun is not yet lost. As the smoke cleared, a somewhat disheveled Fun emerged, a bloodthirsty grin upon his face, vanishing from midair only to reappear ominously behind Gogeta. Gogeta's reaction was swift. He bent his legs and ducked to evade Fun's punch. Immediately, Gogeta launched his counterattack, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Fun's cheek. Fun, undeterred, bent his arm and blocked the strike with his elbow. Yet he seemed to underestimate Gogeta's strength. Fun was propelled backward by the force, his feet skimming the ground and carving 2 grooves into the earth. My dear Fun. That was clearly a golden opportunity. Taoa observed the clash with a chilling smile. Fun, sensing something amiss, charged at Gogeta once more. This time, before Fun's fist could reach Gogeta, Gogeta had already positioned himself behind Fun. With a high kick, he struck downwards. Fun sported a triumphant grin. After absorbing the blow, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Gogeta's abdomen. The impact sent Gogeta hurtling back, smashing through a dilapidated building and creating a massive opening. As Fun delivered that punch, he vanished from his previous spot. It appears we've obtained what we desired. Observing the hole created by Gogeta's collision, a tall figure emerged. Evidently Fun, who had absorbed this timeline's Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Excellent. Depura's demeanor lightened slightly as he glanced at Fun on the ground. Let us return. Bring along that experimental subject. Understood. Taoa began to raise her staff when Fun revealed an exceedingly sinister grin, his long tongue flicking out. Wait, brother. Taoa looked at Fun, who was extending his tongue, declaring he wished to test his combat prowess. What? You can comprehend this creature's intentions. Depura's mouth twitched. Indeed, his sister was a remarkable dark scientist. Go forth, Dark Gogeta. Tawa smiled affectionately. Meanwhile, the fused Gogeta of the Time Patrol flexed his arms. He turned to Robble and inquired, now that we've fused, what comes next? How do we become stronger? Must we vanquish those two demon gods in midair to prove our might? No. I believe your task is to collect the Dragon Balls, specifically those hidden in that cave by the individual observing the spectacle. Robble directed her baton at the Super One-Star Dragon, who had been unceremoniously kicked into the ruins by this timeline's forces. Formica Capula desired the 7 Dark Dragon Balls embedded in the chest of the Super One-Star Dragon, composed of negative energy, to fulfill his wish? Yeah, that sounds rather convoluted, Gogeta remarked, struggling to grasp the explanation. Yet he followed Robble's gesture and began to understand. I see. I still wish to engage the demon gods in combat. Let us make it quick. Gogeta performed some warm-up stretches. How dare you look down upon me? The Super One-Star Dragon, hidden until now, was incensed. Did he perceive this as contempt? And what of the notion of swift resolution? I will annihilate you all, you wretched monkey. Just as the Super One-Star Dragon finished his tirade, Finn charged forward, delivering a punch akin to steel directly to his cheek, that a cloud of dust erupted, debris scattering as Gogeta stood momentarily stunned. Ugh, you insufferable fiend. The Super One-Star Dragon managed to utter. Pressed into the ground by Fun's fist, Finn released his grip. The Super One-Star Dragon's form began to dissipate into the air, the Dragon Balls rolling across the ground, scattering amidst the haze of smoke. Gaha! The Dark Gogeta, once again displaying his grotesque tongue, erupted into raucous laughter. It was merely a single punch. Son Goten, observing from the sidelines, widened his eyes in astonishment, his body trembling with fear. Robble could not help but exclaim, truly unexpectedly powerful. Lin Chi cast a languid glance. Indeed powerful, far surpassing those demon gods who merely dabble in magic. The true annoyance lies in your mastery of sorcery, while these warriors possess none. A curious thought crossed his mind. Where was this timeline's Gogeta? Trunks, scanning the surroundings, also felt perplexed, recalling he had been engaged in battle with this monster. Absorbed by that creature, Lin Chi perched upon a large stone, stating matter-of-factly, did you not sense the aura of Gogeta emanating from that monster? Then allow me to test this creature. The Gogeta of the patrol grinned excitedly, propelling himself towards Fun. The Dark Gogeta, having been absorbed by Fun, soon clashed with the patrol's Gogeta in mid-air on the ground. Robble, still wielding her baton, noticed the worried expression on Son Gohan's face. Would you like to assist? After all, I possess the ability to unlock your potential. Thus, the remnants of debris in the ruins transformed under her baton into a machine capable of unleashing the Bluz Ray. Chapter 79. Super Saiyan 4 Gohan and the 2 Gogetas in chaos yet. Given that this was the GT timeline, Lin Chi did not find Robble's creation particularly impressive. As Super Saiyan 4 Gohan activated, he could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, wow, what a remarkable magical beauty. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of his Super 4 form, gazing upwards at the fierce battle between the 2 Gogetas. The Dark Gogeta, licking his lips with excitement, cast a glance at the patrolling Gogeta, but before he could throw a punch, a ki blast struck him. As the smoke dissipated, Gohan soared into the air, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the Dark Gogeta. The clash between the 2 Gogetas transformed into a chaotic 3-way battle with Gohan's involvement. Observing Gohan's newfound strength in his Super 4 form, Robble smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, now this is the fighting prowess you should possess, Gohan. In midair, with Gohan's participation, their combined efforts began to overwhelm the Dark Gogeta. Their fists collided with the Dark Gogeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward like a bullet from a chamber. As the Dark Gogeta regained his footing and dove back into the fray, the air was filled with swirling winds and flashes of light. The ground erupted with craters, thick smoke billowing forth, creating a spiderweb of cracks. The urban ruins were on the verge of being reduced to a basin. It was all becoming a farcical spectacle. Lin Shi, reclining with his hands behind his head, yawned lazily. Boredom was creeping in. He had squandered considerable time waiting to engage with Micah Kapoor's magic. Miss Mage, could I have a try? I wish to transform into someone like my brother. Watching the intense battle above, Goten sidled up to Robble, his face alight with anticipation. Can I? Father, your fusion has time constraints. Let me create an opportunity for you to defeat him in one fell swoop. Gohan reappeared. Hey. Before Gogeta could respond, Gohan unleashed an even more formidable fighting spirit. His hands crossed at his forehead, eyes locked onto the charging Dark Gogeta. With a mighty shout from Super Saiyan Gohan, immense energy erupted from his entire being. Extreme magic flash. The Dark Gogeta was instantly propelled away by the overwhelming force. Witnessing Gohan's fervor, Gogeta refrained from dampening his enthusiasm, quickly gathering energy at his waist. Nuclear explosion, Kamehameha, a name that certainly held a powerful ring. Lin Shi glanced at the stunned onlookers, knowing it would prove of little use. As the smoke cleared, the Dark Gogeta remained unscathed, just as Gohan prepared to strike again. Gogeta pointed out the Dark Gogeta's ruse it seems were deliberately absorbed. The Dark Gogeta, grounded, revealed a twisted smile as a piece of his forehead skin peeled away, exposing the true Gogeta's complexion. Oh dear, you actually figured it out. The Dark Gogeta chuckled, adding with self-praise, truly, I'm impressive. Though unsure of the circumstances, he expressed a desire to battle another version of himself. The Dark Gogeta's grin widened, relishing the fight. Haha, I feel the same, Gogeta replied with a grin. Huh, what is going on? Super Saiyan Gohan hovered nearby, utterly perplexed. With a fierce roar, the Dark Gogeta expelled Fin from his essence. He turned to the equally bewildered Fin and the nearby Tawa and Depura. Apologizing, my apologies. Even if you occupied my body, I'm still this powerful. His excessively narcissistic words infuriated Fin, who gritted her teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly helpless against this Gogeta from another timeline, seeing Fin's ineffectiveness. Depura, floating above, coldly remarked, what a useless thing. Tawa, let us return. I had intended to bring the entire specimen back. Tawa's voice brimmed with regret. Then let us go. My brother's injuries need tending as well. Teach, coming and going as you please. Lin Shi finally moved, rising from the rock and brushing off non-existent dust. Demigra appeared before Tawa and Depura, smirking coldly. Such a rare opportunity. Let us play a little longer. Depura, blood still trickling from his shoulder, glared at Demigra, seething. Demigra, you traitor, you seem to be quite injured. Allow me to finish you. Demigra flashed a bloodthirsty smile, his companion Shamel raising his staff menacingly. There's no way I'll let you succeed. Tawa brandished her staff, aiming it at the two. Just then, Shamel's magical energy knocked Tawa's staff to the ground, her expression nearly frozen. Stop your futile struggles. To confront Micah Kapura, Lord Demigra has retained considerable magical power. Thus apologies, but I have no desire to expend my precious magic on you minions. Demigra's palm began to gather demonic energy. Vanish, before Demigra's words could fade. Lin Shi's hand pierced through Depura's chest, disdainfully looking at Demigra and Shamel. You two are just full of chatter, wasting time. Don't you know that villains often perish due to their verbosity? As Lin Shi withdrew his bloodied hand, Tawa turned in shock to see Depura trembling, a gaping hole through his chest. Brother, you despicable fiend. Tawa swiftly retrieved her fallen staff, retreating to distance herself from Lin Shi. TC, now you're on guard. Lin Shi disdainfully eyed Tawa, pondering whether killing this one would affect the later appearance of Fu. Just then, Lin Shi found himself unable to move. A hush fell over the scene. Everyone seemed immobilized. What is happening? Tawa exclaimed in confusion, realizing her body was unresponsive. Damn it, I can't move. Lin Shi found himself stuck behind Depura. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Kuranoya and Pudding appearing, desperately trying to break free. Yet this time, he distinctly felt. Chapter 80, Divine Power. You are an angel. This was no mere prank by Kuranoya of the past. Ugh. Lin Shi struggled to break free. Realizing it would take time, as he exerted himself, veins bulged on his forehead. What a useless bunch. Tawa, you should be kneeling in gratitude for my salvation. Pudding appeared triumphantly above Tawa. The god of time is being controlled. Trunks' body trembled violently. He sought to break free from his confinement. Memories of the past Kaishin's words echoing in his mind. The ITS time stoppage. Freezing a moment, Pudding made a face at the crowd, declaring, "What a rare opportunity. Let us eliminate them." From the rubble, Robble emerged, peering out while searching for Dragon Balls. "What is going on?" In a flash, Robble zipped to Demigra's side, while Lin Shi broke free from the time constraints. Launching a punch at Kuranoya, "This guy," Pudding exclaimed in surprise, quickly grabbing Kuranoya and conjuring a protective barrier with her staff. Lin Shi's fist struck the barrier, causing it to vibrate slightly. "Damn it," Lin Shi gritted his teeth, preparing to strike again when Tawa unleashed a long-prepared magical attack toward the crowd. In this situation, aside from him, the rest could not evade. Robble brandished her baton, shouting to those present, "You all need not move. The nodes have already connected with you." Time-space technique, force transfer. As the energy surged, the enemies before them appeared to shrink in size, and Trunks gazed on with a wistful expression, his eyes filled with reluctance. With a thud, the group materialized in a safe and unfamiliar location, and Robble jubilantly raised the bag in his hand to flaunt it before Demigra. "As expected of me, I even found the Dragon Balls amidst the ruins. Indeed, I am the mightiest." "You mean you weren't hindered by time?" Lin Shi observed Robble with curiosity. "This secretary was quite remarkable. Perhaps I was simply at a greater distance from you all. I was not within the range of stagnation." Robble handed the Dragon Balls he held over to Demigra. "This is my stroke of luck?" "Phew, I thought we were on the brink of death," Son Goten exclaimed as he rose, inhaling deeply in relief. Damn it! Damn it! Trunks lay on the ground, pounding his fist against the earth in frustration. The Lord of the Kais was actually subdued by them. What do we do next? Cold sweat dripped from Vegeta's forehead. If he was not mistaken, the attack by Tawa had already obliterated the earth. No, I believe this is not merely a matter of luck. Otherwise, just look behind you upon arriving at this conclusion. Lin Shi cast a disdainful glance at Robble. Xiaofang, who had been lying behind Robble, also opened her bewildered eyes to gaze at the others. Am I dreaming? Is that Mr. Son Gohan's daughter? Trunks looked at Xiaofang and then at Son Gohan. Xiaofang? Son Gohan was equally astonished. How had Xiaofang ended up with them? This is terrible. How did I manage to bring her along? Robble rubbed his forehead, his tone laced with distress at a battle through time and history. After a brief explanation from Son Gohan, Xiaofang gazed at everyone in disbelief, gasping in astonishment. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. That description was indeed quite apt. You're quick to understand, Xiaofang. You're doing wonderfully. Son Gohan beamed with appreciation, reaching out to pat Xiaofang's head. So, Grandpa has grown larger, and Uncle Vegeta has become younger. Xiaofang exclaimed joyfully. I want to join your tour of battles. Lin Shi's brow furrowed slightly. The generational relationships were becoming rather convoluted. How had he overlooked such a detail? It was truly troublesome. Watching a child skip about, Robble found himself somewhat exasperated. Sun Wukong seated himself upon a relatively clean rock, looking towards Robble. Is it still possible to send her back? Did you not notice Tao's attack? Her very existence and history must have vanished. Shamel rolled her eyes, stating the harsh truth. Thus, yet another new member, devoid of combat prowess, had joined the ranks of the patrol team. Do you wish to summon the Eternal Dragon? Lin Shi turned to observe Demigra's actions that he was seen extracting all the Dragon Balls from the bag and placing them on the ground. As he extended his hand, the dark energy enveloping the Dragon Balls was entirely absorbed. Now, let us discuss our subsequent actions. Demigra's expression grew solemn as he regarded those present. Shamel, take the Time Patrol team to the Dark Realm. You intend to wish for the power of light from the Eternal Dragon? Lin Shi interrupted Demigra, his gaze icy. Your aspirations are rather naive. Demigra's expression darkened as he tried to deflect the conversation. I do not understand what you are implying. The power of light can be bestowed upon anyone. But do not expect to claim both powers for yourself. Lin Shi smirked. After all, light and dark had always been sworn enemies, had they not? As his words hung in the air, the members of the patrol team were left bewildered. while Rabble and Shamel exchanged wary glances with Lin Shi. Poised to act at Demigra's command, it seems you are somewhat unclear about your position. A frenzied, killing intent flickered in Demigra's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Shi. Who, then, is truly unaware of their own position? Lin Shi retorted, his martial attire billowing as if caught in invisible wind. His hair transformed to a silvery hue, and an endless aura of divinity enveloped him. You, the power of the divine, an angel. Demigra's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. Humph, I'm far more than simply an angel. Lin Shi's expression grew increasingly indifferent as he cast a blank stare at Demigra. Have you made up your mind? Do you see your position clearly now, after withdrawing from the state of divine mastery? Lin Shi turned to the members of the patrol team. From now on, you shall follow my arrangements. Who among you desires the power of light? What is that? Xiaofang tilted her head, voicing the collective curiosity. Mechikabura may possess immortality. It is unlikely that simply killing him will suffice. Lin Shi spoke with a hint of amusement, glancing at Demigra. Did not the Lord of Time merely seal him before? Thus, to seal him once more, several powers must be employed to restrain him, such as Demigra's dark power, the divine power of the gods, the time power of the Lord of Time, and finally, the power of light. Chapter 81. Rescue Kernoya. Let us move forward. Then let us bestow it upon Trunks. Son Gohan quickly suggested. After all, he was the captain of the patrol team. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms, merely giving a slight huff, yet offered no rebuttal. I have no objections. Sun Wukong was utterly unconcerned, as he failed to grasp the significance of the discussions at hand. What is this light and dark business? It seems unrelated to strength. I also agree with Trunks. Son Goten raised his hand high in affirmation. Trunks, you're amazing. Xiaofang, surprisingly composed, did not cause a scene. Demigra opened his mouth to speak. But each time he attempted, he was met with Lin Shi's murderous gaze, silencing him. Summon the eternal dragon. Lin Shi glanced at Trunks. He held no interest in the dragon himself, but he needed to remain vigilant against Demigra's potential betrayal. But fortunately, Demigra seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. As the Dragon Balls dissipated, everything remained within Lin Shi's orchestrated plans. Demigra, you shall enhance everyone's strength with your dark power. Lin Shi casually rubbed his fingers together, coldly declaring. Very well. Demigra's expression turned shade of iron, biting down on his back teeth with a grinding sound. Faced with Lin Shi, he held no confidence, even against the Dark King, Mechikabura. After Lin Shi unleashed his state of divine mastery, Demigra dared not utter a sound. Observing Demigra's reluctance to act, Lin Shi felt quite satisfied. Excellent. Then Shamel, lead everyone forward to the dark demon realm. This way, even if he could not contend with Mechikabura's magic, the others would possess sufficient power to ensure their safety. All right, Demigra nodded at Shamel, who had inquired with her eyes, realizing he had underestimated the Time Patrol team. He had never anticipated that an angel would be hidden among them. No wonder they remained unfazed and had eliminated numerous demon gods with ease. Could it be that the divine being had also taken note of his underhanded tactics? Had the restrictions on the angels been lifted? Lin Shi paid no heed to Demigra's wild speculations. The plot had dragged on long enough. It was time for the final boss to make an appearance and engage in the ultimate showdown. Demigra, along with the three of them and the Time Patrol team, reappeared on the grass not far from the core of the Dark Demon Realm. Oh, is that tree-like structure the lair of the Dark Lord? Xiaofang quickly noticed the towering edifice at the core. This was her first time witnessing such a sight. It was magnificent yet grotesque. Incredible, isn't it? Magical lad, Son Gohan remarked, placing his glasses into his chest pocket with an approving nod. Sun Wukong was already brimming with excitement, urging, let us hurry and set off. Has a barrier appeared? Rabble squinted at the enormous protective shield enveloping the core. Lin Shi cast a cold glance. Merely a barrier? It seemed to be a result of his previous eliminations of numerous demon gods. Otherwise, there should have been a boundary set by Mechikabura, along with the 7 gates that needed to be breached to enter the core of the Dark Demon Realm. It appeared the enemy was also on guard against them. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, casting a cold, piercing gaze towards the immense protective barrier. The atmosphere felt ominous. Goten looked down at his own hands, realizing he had yet to transform into the Super Saiyan 4 form like his brother. Had they truly reached a point where they could confront a demon god directly? Demigra disdainfully glanced at Goten before addressing Trunks. "Bring forth that item." "What item?" Trunks responded, somewhat perplexed as he turned to Demigra. "Humph, the one that you can conjure using your light energy. The key sword." Demigra's forehead momentarily revealed a prominent vein. "It is specifically designed to seal the dark demon realm." Oh, Trunks shut his eyes and slowly reached for the one-handed sword on his back. Upon grasping it, the sword underwent a remarkable transformation. Resembling a component of a clock, staring at the sword in his hand, Trunks was taken aback. "Is this truly the key sword? It seems we will be relying on your light energy." Demigra regarded the sword with a complex wave of emotions swelling within him. "This sword has the power to break the barrier. Hurry!" A great battle was on the horizon. Shamel tightened his grip on the staff, his expression grave as he gazed towards the core of darkness. "All right." Trunks firmly grasped the key sword, and at that moment, everyone froze, their movements halted, their expressions locked in the previous instant. Lin Shi struggled to lift his gaze upwards, where Cronoa hovered, extending her hands towards them, a puppet under the control of the Dark King. Lord Kaioshin, Trunks, wielding the key sword, called out, "It's me, Trunks." Lin Shi observed in disbelief as Trunks managed to move, seemingly due to the sword in his possession. Time had not actually frozen. Cronoa, like a marionette, spoke in a cold, expressionless tone that, "Is it because of that sword? It seems I must unleash more dark power." As she spoke, a force resembling a needle of energy emanated from her palm, aimed directly at Trunks on the ground. "Time pointer." Lin Shi frowned, struggling to clench his fist. Even if he could move, it was agonizingly slow. This is such an irritating magic. Trunks was struck by Cronoa's energy, yet he did not release the sword. Instead, a strange expression crossed his face. He envisioned the Kaioshin of time kneeling in the time maze under Mechikabura's coercion, and the moment the Kaioshin was ensnared by Tao's dark power. Lin Shi watched as Trunks' expression shifted repeatedly, seemingly consumed by unending rage. "Damn it. Unforgivable." Tears welled in the corners of Trunks' eyes as he felt the Kaioshin's fury and humiliation of being forced to kneel and subjugated. He leapt into the air, swinging the key sword as he declared, "Mechikabura, vanish into the eternal darkness." Key sword. In an instant, Trunks' hair cascaded down to his waist, his entire being enveloped in a myriad of fiery auras, electric sparks bursting forth. Super Saiyan 3 Trunks. He shot through the air like an arrow, trailing luminous streaks, charging towards the Kaioshin of time, raising his sword to strike at Cronoa. Countless waves of light energy swirled around Trunks. Surging towards Cronoa, Chapter 82. The chaos begins, the fall of gods and demons. I can move. After unleashing destructive power, Lin Shi clenched his fist tightly, lifting his gaze towards the radiant brilliance above. Being a teenager truly suits the dramatic flair. Trunks' key sword made contact with Cronoa's forehead, and a torrent of dark energy erupted from her body. My dark power is dissipating as the brilliance dimmed. Trunks caught the now youthful Kaioshin of time in his arms. "Lord Kaioshin, Trunks, I'm so sorry." Tears streamed down Cronoa's cheeks, her expression frail and laden with guilt. "You need not apologize, Lord Kaioshin. You have already done your utmost." Trunks offered a gentle smile. "Oh, how tender-hearted Trunks is." Xiao Fong clasped her hands together, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Tisich." Once Vegeta regained mobility, he crossed his arms and turned his head away. Lin Shi strolled over to Vegeta, remarking, "Your son is quite impressive, even managing to win over the Kaioshin of time." "By status, my son is also a noble prince," Vegeta scoffed. Lin Shi chuckled, choosing not to comment further, noting that even a noble Saiyan could ascend to godhood, making divinity seem rather unimpressive. "Oh, my body can move again," Goku exclaimed joyfully, stretching his arms wide. Following this, Demigra, staff in hand, turned his gaze towards the core of darkness, declaring, "Now, this is the true beginning." Goten observed Trunks descending with Cronoa in his arms, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "Well done, Trunks." It seems the recovery of the Kaioshin has allowed us all to move again. The protective barrier has shattered. Xiao Fong pointed ahead, where the distant core S barrier sparkled as if made of glass, fragments cascading down. Amidst the twinkling lights, the demon gods they had encountered surged toward them. Battle, Lin Shi quickly adjusted his stance, assuming a fighting position in the blink of an eye. The enemy appeared in the air, looming over Demigra and the Time Patrol members below. Xiao Fong, quickly find somewhere to hide. Gohan urgently called, looking around. Yet Xiao Fong was nowhere to be found. She had already distanced herself, hiding behind a distant rock, peeking out. She silently cheered for Gohan and the others. You can do it! For Lord Demigra. Rabble was the first to charge into the air, facing Tawa. To protect our history. Even the somewhat weakened Krinoa did not forget to encourage her side. Humph, you wretched woman. At last, I have the chance to eliminate you. Vegeta glared coldly at Pudding across from him. Hee. Uncle, you must be quite the woman repellent. Pudding teased, her staff raised, unleashing streams of dark energy. You really never learn, do you? Do you wish to court my ire again? TCH, my affairs are none of your concern. You little brat. Vegeta dodged energy blasts, striving to close the distance between himself and Pudding. Pudding wielded her staff, releasing dark energy while creating distance from Vegeta. Seemingly emboldened this time. Of course, this time, I'm bursting with energy. The clash between the mage and the warrior commenced once more. Below, Goku and Salusa engaged in their own skirmish, though it hardly qualified as a battle. Goku merely launched a ki blast. Salusa waved his hand. The Gale returned the ki blast back towards Goku. Bang! The moment the ki blast struck Goku, it erupted violently, leaving him in a disheveled state. Gritting his teeth, this is such a hassle. On the ground stood 4 figures. Krinoa remained vigilant, ready to assist at any moment. Trunks gripped the ki sword, awaiting Mechikabura's arrival. Lin Shi and Demigra, alongside Shamel, who held her staff poised, stood still, observing Goku's predicament. Lin Shi crossed his arms, irritation flickering across his features. Thus, I truly detest magic. After this grand battle, few will remain who wield it. Demigra seemed to muse. Lin Shi shot a peculiar glance at Demigra, wondering if this fellow had gleaned some insight. Soon, you'll understand why I chose to betray Mechikabura. Noticing Lin Shi's peculiar gaze, Demigula cast his eyes skyward, his words laden with helplessness and sorrow. The corners of Lin Shi's mouth twitched slightly. He had somehow discerned the anguish within Demigula. Ha! In the air, Sun Wukong bellowed fiercely as he charged towards Salusa, intent on closing the distance for a hand-to-hand confrontation. Alas, Salusa offered no such opportunity. There was simply no way to approach me. Fraudulent storm. A torrent of sand and wind surged forth, unleashed from the sword wielded by Salusa. Sun Wukong found himself unsteady, unable to even contemplate close combat, and could only cross his arms before his chest, struggling to withstand the tempest. Ugh! I can hardly move my body freely. In my storm, you will be reduced to countless fragments. Accept your demise. Salusa lunged at Sun Wukong, sword in hand. Let us see whether you are torn apart by the storm or slain by my blade first. You traitor! Tawa cast a disdainful glance at Rabble, who was wielding a conductor's baton. Under her command, the monster fin appeared once more. Initially, Rabble had the upper hand against Tawa's demonic powers, but now with Fin joining the fray, Fun, who possessed the genes of Super Saiyan for Gogeta, Rabble found herself struggling mightily. Yet she persevered, desperately using magic to fend off Fun's assault. Who, then, truly was the traitor? You are hardly better than I, Shamel. Assist Rabble. Demigula commanded coldly, observing Rabble's precarious position. Yes, as Shamel soared into the air, a towering figure hurtled towards him. It was the ferocious Broly, relentlessly pursuing Shamel, who had been freed from his prison. Kakarot, Shamel occasionally glanced back, unleashing a few magical attacks, but they barely grazed Broly. How did this guy manage to escape? Lin Shi smirked as he leaped into the sky, intercepting Broly. Chapter 83. The Great Boss, Mechikabura. Perhaps the most normal battle was that of the brothers Mira and Son Gohan. With fury, They exchanged blows in a true melee. Yet, as warriors, they remained in a state of equilibrium, for the final boss had yet to appear, and they needed to conserve their strength. Thus, even the combined efforts of the Gohan brothers against Mira resulted in an interminable stalemate. Mr. Wukong, I'm here to help you. Trunks, witnessing Son Wukong struggle against the storm, could not resist and propelled himself towards him. With Trunks' intervention, Salusa was momentarily restrained, allowing Son Wukong to seize an opportunity for counterattack. Haim. Entering his Super Saiyan 4 form, Son Wukong gathered energy at his waist and unleashed it towards Salusa, who was pursuing Trunks with dark power. What? Salusa stared in shock at the energy sphere hurtling towards him. Your companion. Swish. Son Wukong instantaneously teleported, placing a hand on Trunks' shoulder and grinning at Salusa. Of course, there's no such issue. Salusa, bewildered and astonished, felt a myriad of complex emotions dissipate in the face of the approaching Kamehameha wave. The explosion startled many in the midst of battle, who gazed in awe as the blinding light engulfed Salusa. Subsequently, a weakened Salusa plummeted to the ground. Puting watched in disbelief as Salusa fell. The most formidable subordinate of Lord Mechikabura, the first to be defeated. It seems I must hasten my actions. Vegeta smirked at the still-dazed Puting. Daydreaming during battle is hardly advisable. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Vegeta's speed surged as he swung a heavy fist towards Puting's petite face. Bang! Chaos reigned supreme. Demigula cast a glance at the nearby Kuranoya. Yet Kuranoya paid him no heed, her focus entirely on the battles unfolding around her. The rampant demonic powers, intertwined with dark energy, created a dazzling display of explosive energies, punctuated by the occasional clash of fists and feet. Lin Shi intercepted Broly, grinning as he addressed him. Do you remember me? Broly? Kakarot. Broly's eyes brimmed with crimson rage. He instinctively opened his mouth, but abruptly halted. Lin Chi-ha. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Lin Shi effortlessly countered the rampaging Broly in the blink of an eye. They were engaged in a furious exchange of blows. Their speed astonishing, forcing those around them to retreat. Lin Shi, Broly roared, throwing a fist the size of a cauldron at Lin Shi. Before Lin Shi could defend, Son Wukong appeared before him, using his elbow to block Broly's attack. Are you stealing my fight? Lin Shi frowned at the Super Saiyan 4 Wukong grappling with Broly. Have you finished your battle? Ended too quickly. I didn't even have my fill. Just let Broly have it. Son Wukong flashed a grin back at Lin Shi. It seemed Broly had heard Wukong's voice, unleashing another thunderous roar. Kakarot. Lin Shi shook his head helplessly, returning to Demigula's side. Look over there. The battle is nearing its conclusion. Demigula pointed towards the distant mountains. Puting lay sprawled on the ground, disheveled, while the proud Vegeta stood nearby, hands on his hips, coldly gazing at the unconscious Puting. I have shown considerable restraint. At least I did not mar your somewhat decent face. After delivering his haughty remark, Vegeta surveyed the scene, then charged into the fray between Broly and Son Wukong. The three engaged in a chaotic melee, carving out a small arena. Tawa rushed towards Mira after witnessing her being struck by the combined Kamehameha of the Gohan brothers. Abandoning Rabble, catching Mira, Tawa glared at those standing on the ground, as well as the trio still battling in the air. Why? Tawa found it hard to believe that only her experimental subject remained in combat. That Broly fellow was not to be counted. An unpredictable entity. The remaining demons lay vanquished in the forest, prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it. Though unwilling, Tawa understood the situation that a black hole materialized behind her as she fled with Mira. Under the combined assault of Rabble and Shamel, Fun was also significantly restrained, embroiled in a fierce struggle. What do you think? Why has that Mechikabura fellow not yet appeared? Lin Shi asked indifferently, casting a cold glance at Demigula. Is it possible that you have once again pledged allegiance to him? Demigula scoffed, his expression grave as he regarded Lin Shi. Do you truly believe I am such a person? Yes. Lin Shi spoke candidly, affirming his stance. Subsequently, both Rabble and Shamel, in pursuit of Finn, seemed to sense something amiss, yet they vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Only the suspended figures of Vegeta, Son Goku, and Broly remained. Locked in a tense standoff, you were quite lacking in fortitude. Just as Demigro was about to receive further explanation from the resolute Lin Chi, a colossal hand materialized in mid-air, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. In an instant, a resounding explosion echoed, sending plumes of smoke spiraling into the atmosphere, shattering numerous surrounding rocks that Demigra's staff, alongside the magic unleashed by Shamel and Robble, combined with the crucial sword wielded by Kuranoa and Trunks, generated a protective barrier that barely withstood the onslaught. That it was not that Lin Chi remained inactive. Rather, the force he conjured extended only a limited protection over a select group of individuals. Ultimately, their collective magical shield surpassed his in magnitude. Mechikapura, you have finally arrived. As the smoke dissipated, a radiant smile graced Lin Chi's lips. At long last, the moment had arrived. Had the most ferocious man come. Cloaked in despair, Demigra's expression soured, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Upon uttering this, Lin Chi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but soon his attention was diverted by Trunks. Look, it is the Dark King. Vegeta and the others distanced themselves, gazing at the formidable presence that had materialized. Chapter 84. Super Saiyan 6? It had been a long time since it was last employed. In that moment, Trunks, brandishing the crucial sword, soared towards Mechikapura, the energy of light radiating forth. With a resounding clang, the metallic sound echoed as Mechikapura casually deflected the crucial sword with his fingernail. Astonishingly, the power of light held no effect on him. TSK. The crucial sword. How utterly mundane. Mechikapura scoffed. He seized the crucial sword with one hand while effortlessly sending Trunks flying with a snap of his fingers. Trunks! Vegeta exclaimed, watching as Trunks plummeted towards the ground. Creating a deep crater upon impact, dust billowed, and smoke rose. Such was the power of a single strike. You despicable wretch! Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury as he charged at Mechikapura, indifferent to the presence of others. Mechikapura lowered his gaze to inspect the crucial sword. Oh, this is how it is. Incapable of destruction. Quite the troublesome artifact. It cannot remain in your possession, Mechikapura declared, discarding the crucial sword with a flick. With a thud, Vegeta, who had rushed towards Mechikapura, swung his fist, but once again, a mere snap sent him hurtling back, mirroring Trunks' fate. Like a bullet discharged from a chamber, he flew backward, prompting Lin Chi to spring into action. He instantly teleported to catch Vegeta,